Sword God Chapter 3067 to Chapter 3118. Be careful. The Tianguang Peak Lord's expression changed and he immediately shouted to warn Chenzong. Chenzong had left. Now that he had returned, he might be even more powerful. However, that was a sage-level demon puppet, which was equivalent to a sage-level expert. Could Chenzong block it? As the peak master of Tianguang yelled, he saw Chenzong gazing at him. After the peak master of Tianguang smiled at him, Chenzong disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already at the second founding elder's place. As for Xianxia, she did not move. Facing the sage-level demon puppet that was charging at her with a violent demonic aura, a faint smile appeared on her face. She continued to wave her sword. On the green brilliant sword, the cry of a phoenix reverberated in all directions. The surrounding void cracked and cracks spread. Countless spatial turbulences poured out as if they were going to destroy everything. Slash, the scarlet-red sword light broke through the air and was suffused with a faint golden color. It was like a long golden river. Immediately, the sword light transformed into a scarlet flame heavenly phoenix that was dozens of meters in size. It soared through the air and shattered the space wherever it passed. Countless spatial turbulence poured out like a flood that had burst a dam and directly bombarded the black-red demonic puppet. It paused, then, the black-red demon puppet was sent flying. As its body trembled violently, it was slashed by the sword chi. With just one sword strike, the body of a saint-level demon puppet was extremely strong. Even a pristine saint stage expert would find it difficult to destroy it. However, it was directly sent flying hundreds of meters away. When it landed on the ground, its body was covered with sword marks that crisscrossed in a terrifying manner. Its body was constantly burning with crimson flames as if it would never be extinguished. Everyone was stunned, everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of strength was this? With just one slash, she had repelled the sage-level demon puppet and caused such terrible damage. However, the demon puppet charged at her again. Demon puppets did not have any so-called vital points or senses. Unless they were completely destroyed, they would not be able to fight. Xianxia frowned slightly. Then, she relaxed and waved her sword again. Sacred Phoenix swordsmanship. Burning Phoenix, this sword was his ultimate move. The scarlet flame heavenly phoenix, which was hundreds of meters long, appeared and attacked again. The power of this attack was even more terrifying. It directly slammed into the Saint Realm demon puppet and forced it to retreat. As it retreated, it endured the terrifying impact and burning of the ardent phoenix. After a few thousand meters, the Saint Realm demon puppet's body was broken and gradually became charred black under the burning of the ardent phoenix. He struggled to get up and charged forward once again. However, his speed had obviously decreased by more than half. When he charged in front of Xianxia, he directly fell forward and was burned to ashes by the extremely violent flames of the ardent phoenix. However, the flames did not extinguish and continued to burn until he was reduced to ashes. This scene stunned countless people. Saint level, that was a saint-level demon puppet. Only saint-level experts could defeat it. Even if they were also saint-level experts, it would be extremely difficult to kill it unless they had an absolute advantage in strength. But now, he had been killed by a sword cultivator he had never seen before. He had been burned to ashes by the terrifying flames. What kind of strength was that? It was simply unimaginable. The Purgatory Demon Gate had originally broken through the protection of the Great Array and killed their way into Taihao Mountain. They were filled with murderous intent and wanted to destroy Taihao Mountain. However, this scene made them extremely shocked and horrified. Although those demon beasts were frenzied and did not have intelligence, they still had instincts. They felt that something was wrong. They were horrified, and their bodies went weak for no reason. That kind of aura was a direct suppression from the bloodline. It was like a beggar facing a nobleman. There was complete silence. Suddenly, there was a loud laughter. At first, the laughter was faint and seemed to be somewhat weak. However, it soon became vigorous and strong, carrying a powerful sword aura that rushed into the sky and exploded. Chenzong had already rescued the second founding elder and used the powerful elixir he had brought back from the Innerverse to restore him. At the same time, he had also given the second founding elder 3 strands of subdivinity. That day, he had killed many gods and demons. The main divinity was given to Xianxia to refine and absorb, while the spiritual divinity was refined and absorbed by Qianzong himself. However, he had also left behind some subdivinity. There were not many, only a dozen or so strands in total. The rest of the subdivinity was given to the quasi-sages of the 10,000 Swords ancient realm to give them hope of re-entering the saint level. Some of it was also given to the more outstanding heaven realm to increase their chances of entering the saint level. With the 3 strands of subdivinity, the second founding elder had not only completely recovered, but his aura was also constantly rising and becoming more tyrannical. The sword aura rushed into the sky and stirred up the wind and clouds, mighty in all directions. The understanding of the sublimation of the sword from the extreme realm also became clearer. It was as if he had truly broken through the shackles, and the path ahead became clear. Rumble, in the sky, dark clouds rolled and gathered. Bolts of dazzling lightning shuttled back and forth like thunder dragons roaring endlessly. Each bolt of lightning exuded an extremely terrifying aura, as if it wanted to destroy everything. The vast and mighty lightning transformed into a sea of thunder. The deafening sound of thunder rumbled through the heavens and the earth. Countless cracks were everywhere, and spatial turbulence poured out in a frenzy. A heavenly tribulation, this was a heavenly tribulation, also known as a saint's tribulation. It was a tribulation that had to be experienced in order to enter the saint level in the outerverse. Passing the heavenly tribulation would allow one to enter the saint level, but failing it would cause one to turn into ashes. There was no such thing as luck. Throughout the history of the innerverse, countless half-sages had fallen under the saints' tribulation. Their bodies were destroyed, their souls scattered, and they were completely destroyed. Now, the second founding elder was about to undergo the saints' tribulation. Once he passed it, he would become a saint-level powerhouse, and Mount Taihao would gain another saint-level powerhouse. If he failed, he would turn into ashes, which would be a great loss. However, the saint's tribulation was irreplaceable and could not be helped. One had to undergo it himself, and whether or not he could survive it depended on himself. Don't let him undergo the tribulation, a powerhouse from the Inferno Demon Gate suddenly shouted. If Mount Taihao gained another saint-level powerhouse, it would not be a good thing for them. If they interfered and interrupted, the tribulation would fail. But with Qianzong and Xianxia here, how could the Inferno Demon Gate stand a chance? Kill! Qianzong's figure flashed, and he held his sword across the sky. With a slash of his sword, he killed thousands of people and monsters from the Inferno Demon Gate. The sword light pierced through the sky, and the swords connected. The last slash of his sword was 100,000 meters long, and it killed countless people and monsters from the Inferno Demon Gate. None of them could resist Qianzong's sword chi, and it was invincible. Qianzong did not even use his full strength. He only used a small part of his strength, because if he used his full strength, even Mount Taihao would not be able to withstand it. Even so, the Inferno Demon Gate was still defeated by Qianzong's sword, and countless people died. This scene made the swordsmen of Mount Taihao feel relieved and shocked. The saint's tribulation also descended. The thunderbolt was like a shocking sword light that split heaven and earth, and it flew across the sky and blasted toward Elder. Second Elder. Second Elder held the broken sword in his hand, and his eyes shone with incomparable sword light. His sword will skyrocketed, and he directly slashed toward the thunderbolt with his sword. The tribulation began. On one side, Qianzong and Xianxia were waving their swords, killing people from the Inferno Demon Gate. With the two of them working together, the Inferno Demon Gate could no longer cause any damage to Mount Taihao. Instead, they were scared out of their wits, and they all hurriedly fled, trying to get away. All of you will die. Qianzong's voice was full of fierce murderous intent. The Inferno Demon Gate had caused so much damage and casualties to Mount Taihao. He wanted to kill all of them, and no one would be able to escape. Qianzong's figure flashed, and he directly transformed into hundreds of figures, scattered all around. Each figure seemed to be real, and they all held long swords in their hands, sweeping through the sky. This was not a superb technique. It was formed by Qianzong's sudden burst of extreme speed and some small tricks. In the innerverse, such tricks were difficult to perform, but in the outerverse, it was different. It was as if he had broken free from his shackles, and it became easy. Not long after, the people of the Inferno Demon Gate died one after another under the swords of Qianzong and Xianxia. Most of them died under Chenzong's sword, and a few of them had already rushed out of the protective formation and into the distant universe. Chenzong smiled coldly. His body did not move, but he slashed out with his sword. The sword light directly escaped into the void and penetrated hundreds of thousands of meters, killing all of them in an instant. At this point, the invaders of the Inferno Demon Gate and the army of monsters were all wiped out. The disciples of Taihao Mountain cheered at first, but when they saw the corpses of their fellow disciples around them, they could not help but fall silent. Grief welled up in their hearts, and tears flowed down their cheeks. It was too tragic. On the other side, the second founding elder was still undergoing his tribulation. Although his sword was broken, it still had terrifying power. This life and death experience had completely enlightened the second founding elder, and he had a breakthrough in his swordsmanship. With the help of the power of 3 demigod divinities, his sword cut through the lightning. "Wait for me here," Chenzong said to Yunyanqin, and then he turned into a sword light and soared into the sky because the battle was not over. In the sky above, the third founding elder, Taihao, was facing the 2 great saints of the Inferno Demon Gate with his sword. He resisted with his powerful swordsmanship, but he was unable to reinforce Taihao Mountain. Otherwise, with Taihao around, things would not have turned out this way. However, Chenzong was also puzzled. Why did he not see the first founding elder? He was a saint, and even if he was only a pristine saint, he was still a great powerhouse in the outerverse. If the first founding elder was here, Taihao Mountain would not have been reduced to such a state with so many casualties. Now was not the time to ask about this. He had to reinforce the third founding elder first. With a sword in hand, the third founding elder displayed powerful swordsmanship to meet the 2 great demon gods. However, the strength of the 2 demon gods was so great that the third founding elder fell into a disadvantageous position. This was because the 2 demon gods were not only powerful, but their bodies were also extremely tough and resilient. Their self-healing abilities were amazing. Even if they were hit by the third founding elder, they would not be seriously injured. Instead, they would recover in a short time. As a result, the third founding elder fell into a bitter battle. His strength was constantly being depleted. If this continued, he would not be able to defeat his opponents even if he exhausted all his strength. The 2 demon gods also constantly spoke to disturb the third founding elder's mind. The third founding elder also noticed the miserable scene below. Suddenly, an extremely powerful streak of light shot into the sky. With unparalleled might, it shot through the air in a mighty manner, directly killing a demon god as soon as it arrived. It shot through the air without any hesitation at all. The sword light pierced through the air, tearing the universe apart and shattering the stars. The sword might was boundless, and the sword intent was vast. It carried an incomparable murderous intent as it swept across 100 miles like divine thunder splitting the world. It was invincible. One of the demon gods was directly hit, locked, and stunned by the monstrous sword might. He was momentarily dazed, and that momentary daze doomed him to be unable to dodge the sword. The sword light slashed past, rushing into the endless universe and disappearing. The demon god immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. His body was 100 meters tall and extremely huge. His body was also very tyrannical. However, under this sword, his entire chest and abdomen were split open like tofu. Blood flowed out endlessly. Although he didn't die, he was severely injured. His powerful self-healing ability was about to take effect, healing the sword wound on his chest that was more than 20 meters long. However, there was an extremely terrifying sword chi and sword intent lingering around it. It was difficult to erase it, making it difficult for his injury to heal. The streak of sword light had appeared so abruptly and was so powerful that it directly intimidated the 2 fiendish demons. Taihao III was also shocked. However, he reacted quickly and immediately seized the opportunity to unleash a sword strike. He turned into a blazing sun and attacked the other fiendish demon god. He couldn't dodge in time and could only barely cross his arms to block Taihao III's sword. His huge body was immediately sent flying back hundreds of meters. The blazing sun exploded, and countless blazing sun sword chi broke through the air. "Hurry up and leave!" The demon god immediately roared, beckoning the other demon god to retreat. It turned out that 2 against 1 was enough to take down Taihao III after a long battle and even refine him into a divine puppet. As long as Taihao III was refined into a divine puppet, he would become an extremely terrifying existence and strengthen the Purgatory Divine Sect again. Unfortunately, something unexpected happened. An unknown and powerful sword saint had arrived and injured one of the demonic gods with a single strike. The injury was not light either, so their advantage was destroyed. They also noticed that the situation at Mount Taihao was not right. Corpses of people and demonic beasts from the Purgatory Divine School were strewn all over the place. If the situation was really bad, they had to leave immediately. If those disciples and demon beasts died, then so be it. They could still obtain them again. However, it was very difficult for great sage realm powerhouses like them to do so. Want to leave? It's too late. A voice full of killing intent came with a shocking sword might. It shook the void and was accompanied by a shocking sword light. Quick, that sword light was indeed incomparably fast. It was like a silver divine radiance that traversed the universe. It was beyond imagination. The third generation Taihao only saw a flash in front of his eyes before the silver divine radiance pierced through the air. Divine firmament, even if there was no outburst, the speed of this sword was extremely fast, and it was impossible to avoid. One should know that the current Shenzong had the strength of the great sage peak without using the sea-suppressing pearl, which was very tyrannical. This sword focused on speed and sharpness. It was unparalleled in speed and invincible in its sharpness. The demon god, who had already been hit by Shenzong's sword, could not dodge or block it. His crossed arms were directly pierced through, and then his body was also pierced through. The sword chi continued to wreak havoc and destruction. However, the demon god did not die. Its body was tough, and its life force was incredibly strong. As it screamed, it immediately erupted with extreme speed and fled into the distance. I told you, you can't escape. Shenzong's expression was cold, and his murderous aura shook the 9 heavens. His figure flashed, and he immediately gave chase. As for the other demon god, it used a secret technique to escape in a different direction, and the third generation Taihao could not catch up. One was chasing and the other was fleeing. Although the demon god, who had been hit by Shenzong's sword twice in a row, was very fierce and had used a secret technique to escape at an even faster speed, Shenzong continued to close in, and another divine firmament sword arrived at an even faster speed. The third time the demon god was hit, the sword chi raged and erupted, and the demon god's speed suddenly decreased. Die. Shenzong's sword swept across the sky, and the shadow of a star seemed to have traversed endless time and space to descend from the ancient times. An unparalleled earth-shattering pressure swept across the sky, suppressing all directions. Time and space seemed to have stopped in an instant, and the demon god's body seemed to be bound and frozen in the void, unable to move. Horrifying, the demon god was extremely horrified. What had happened? Why couldn't he move? Even if he constantly unleashed his power, he could not move. His entire body seemed to be firmly frozen. Why was it like this? At the same time, Shenzong swung his sword, and the shadow of the ancient stars broke through the sword and crushed forward. Its speed was not as fast as divine firmaments, but it was not too slow either. After the sword left, its speed continued to increase, becoming faster and faster as it bombarded the demon god. Heaven and earth roared, and the universe was vast and mighty. The momentum was so overbearing that the entire universe seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Ancient stars. The demon god's 100-meter-tall body was directly bombarded by the ancient stars. He could not dodge at all, nor could he resist. Under the impact of the ancient stars, his tyrannical body was instantly shattered and pulverized inch by inch. The strike was unstoppable. It tore apart the fiendish demon god's extremely tough body, creating a 10-meter-wide hole that extended from the fiendish demon god's back to its chest. A 10-meter-wide hole appeared in his entire chest, and the sword chi raged endlessly. Even with the demon god's tyrannical body and astonishing vitality, he could not withstand it. His vitality was rapidly draining away, and his aura weakened as well. Death. As for the other demon god, he successfully escaped in another direction. He was very decisive. If he had hesitated for a moment, he would not have been able to escape. When he returned, he saw the third generation Taihao. When he saw Qinzong, the third-generation Taihao's face was filled with shock. That feeling could no longer be described with words. How long had it been? It had only been 100 or 200 years, and Qinzong had already become so powerful, even surpassing him. It was unimaginable. Back then, the third-generation Taihao thought highly of Qinzong and regarded him as the successor of Taihao. He groomed him as the fourth-generation Taihao, but it was not so easy to become the fourth-generation Taihao. It was not something that could be achieved in just a few hundred years. For example, it took the third-generation Taihao several thousand years to comprehend and advance to the saint level, but it was still not enough. To truly succeed Taihao, one must be a great saint. Therefore, it took him tens of thousands of years to finally reach the great saint realm and succeed Taihao as the third-generation Taihao. Therefore, after the third-generation Taihao thought highly of Qinzong, he decided to wait for him for tens of thousands of years. He did not expect that after only 100 or 200 years, Qinzong, who seemed to have disappeared without a trace, would return with the strength of a great saint, even stronger than himself. The third-generation Taihao thought that he was dreaming. Qinzong returned with Xianxia at the critical moment when Taihao Mountain was on the verge of destruction. The two of them slaughtered the army of the Inferno Demon sect and saved Taihao Mountain from danger. Sword Saint Qing Huang Xianxia even killed a saint-level demon puppet with 2 strikes. Sword Saint Peerless Qinzong used 4 strikes. Killing a great saint-level demon god caused the Inferno Demon sect to suffer heavy losses. Such a battle achievement was incomparably shocking to the extreme. Without any concealment, it was immediately spread out. With astonishing speed, it swept out like a storm, spreading in all directions and shaking the world. At this point, the Holy Land Alliance and other forces of the universe were overjoyed and excited, while the Inferno Demon sect and the Infernal Order turned pale with fright. After the war, Taihao Mountain was in ruins. The number of disciples killed and injured added up to more than 10,000. The loss could be said to be heavy, but fortunately, Qinzong returned and rescued Taihao Mountain from danger. Now, Taihao Mountain was reorganizing after the war. Everything was waiting to be done. Although the loss was heavy, Qinzong's powerful strength and attitude made the surviving disciples excited and boosted their morale. It was because he was a disciple of Taihao Mountain. With such tyrannical strength, he was a saint-level venerable. Moreover, it was said that his strength was so tyrannical that the average saint level was no match for him at all. In addition, Sword Saint Qing Huang, the partner of Sword Saint Peerless Qinzong, was also a saint-level expert. Her strength was also very strong. She defeated and killed a saint-level demon puppet of the Inferno Demon sect with 2 strikes. Sword Saint Qinzong was a member of Taihao Mountain. His partner could also be considered as half a member of Taihao Mountain. In addition to the third-generation Taihao, and now that the second Grand Elder had broken through to the saint level, Taihao Mountain had 4 saint-level experts. Peak, beyond the past, even when Taihao Mountain was at its peak, there had never been 4 saint-level experts. This was a breakthrough that surpassed the past and present. Such experts were the backbone of a force. Only with experts in charge could a force ensure the continuation of its inheritance, development, and growth, and recruit more and more outstanding disciples. Now, Taihao Mountain had 4 saint-level experts. Except for the second Grand Elder who had just broken through, the other 3 saint-level experts were very powerful and extraordinary. The disciples were discussing excitedly as they tidied up Taihao Mountain after the war. In the main hall of Taihao Mountain's main peak, all the higher-ups of Taihao Mountain gathered here. Even the third-generation Taihao, who rarely showed his face, was sitting here. Qinzong asked about the changes in the past few years. After all, he went to the inner universe and didn't know anything about the outer universe. The second Grand Elder, who had just broken through to the saint level, told Qinzong about the major events that had happened in the past 100 years or so. In the past 100 years, the God-worship sect had grown stronger and stronger. Now, many universes had fallen into their sphere of influence. The Infernal Demon sect and the Infernal Order's development was also very shocking. They seemed to have been silent for a long time and suddenly burst out, occupying many universes and even territories. Originally, there were more than a dozen holy lands in the outer universe. However, after being attacked by the Infernal Demon sect and the Infernal Order, 6 holy lands had become history. This time, if Chen Zong hadn't returned in time and saved Taihao Mountain from a crisis of life and death, Taihao Mountain would have become the seventh holy land to be destroyed. As for the master of Taihao Mountain, he had been training outside for many years. When he returned, he was ambushed by the Infernal Order and his fate was unknown. As for the first senior elder, he was a saint-level expert who had been surrounded and killed by the Purgatory Demon sect. Unwilling to be captured and refined into a demon puppet, he chose to self-detonate. Although he had killed many of the Purgatory Demon sect's experts, he had perished in the process. Since the master's fate was unknown and the first Grand Elder died, the Infernal Demon sect launched a general attack on Taihao Mountain. After the battle, Mount Taihao had many things to do. The 4 saint-level cultivators had boosted the fighting power of Mount Taihao to an astonishing level, greatly inspiring the remaining disciples of Mount Taihao. The disciples who survived the battle had further stimulated their potential. There was hope for them to improve their cultivation, swordsmanship, and strength in a short time. Although they had suffered great losses in the battle, they had also gained many benefits. The biggest advantage was that Mount Taihao was still standing. It would not fall. The mountain guarding Grand Array had been rebuilt. Some of the resources and treasures that Chen Zong had brought back from the inner universe could also be put to good use. After further strengthening the mountain guarding Grand Array, even if the army of the Purgatory Demon sect were to attack, it would be much more difficult to break it. I'll find a suitable time and hold a ceremony to pass the position of Taihao to you, the third generation Taihao said to Chen Zong. It's not suitable. Chen Zong shook his head. Due to some reasons, I've embarked on an unprecedented path of cultivation. The third generation Taihao stared at Chen Zong carefully. He sensed Chen Zong carefully, but he felt that Chen Zong's aura was completely restrained. It seemed ordinary, but it was also as deep as the abyss. It was like the vast universe, unfathomable. If even he, a great sword saint, couldn't measure it, how amazing would it be? You'll have to find another successor, Chen Zong said with a smile. Now, the two were on the same level, but Chen Zong still respected the third generation Taihao very much. However, he didn't have to be as respectful in his words as he had been in the past. It was enough to keep this gratitude and respect in the bottom of his heart. Since Chen Zong had said so, the third generation Taihao didn't say anything, although he felt a little regretful. He just chatted with Chen Zong and seemed to be thinking about something. Chen Zong also told him part of his experience, mainly mentioning his encounter with the first generation Taihao in the sky-reaching tower. The third Taihao was very excited, but after knowing that the first Taihao had died, the sorrow and loneliness he felt was indescribable. Chen Zong had also passed on the Taihao sword art, which the first Taihao had accumulated throughout his life, to the third Taihao. The sword art was extremely powerful and would be of great benefit to the third Taihao. In the end, Chen Zong said goodbye and planned to leave Mount Taihao. Chen Zong, which sacred ground did your Dao companion come from? Taihao of the third generation suddenly asked. She. Chen Zong paused for a moment. She's an individual cultivator. Originally, from the perspective of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, she wanted to enter the Taihao Mountain but accidentally wandered into the inner layer of the universe's ancient mystic world and became the goddess of the ancient Phoenix Mountain. But now, it was equivalent to leaving the ancient Phoenix Mountain. It was also true that she was an itinerant cultivator. A loose cultivator? The third generation Taihao suddenly became excited. He took a deep breath and looked at Chen Zong with some hope. Can she inherit the position of Taihao? Chen Zong was slightly taken aback when he heard that. Let Yun Yanxin inherit the position of Taihao, it seemed feasible. However, he still needed to ask Yun Yanxin if it was feasible. After all, this was her business. Although Chen Zong was her Dao companion, he couldn't make the decision on his own. Chen Zong was somewhat tempted. Yun Yanxin had the ancient Phoenix bloodline and mastered the power of fire. Taihao also belonged to the power of fire. The two could be used together. Soon, Chen Zong asked Yun Yanxin. Okay. Yun Yanxin responded in just 3 breaths. Okay, she was willing to inherit the position of Taihao and become the 4th generation Taihao. Yun Yanxin was currently at the peak of the pristine saint stage, only a step away from the great saint stage. However, she didn't know how to break through that step. It wasn't easy. It could take a few years, or even a few hundred or a few thousand years. Since ancient times, it was normal for countless pristine saints to be stuck at the peak and unable to break through. Xianxia had her own thoughts. Chenzong couldn't see through her and she didn't want to say it. However, since she had made her choice, Chenzong didn't object. It was good to become the fourth generation Taihao. Of course, it was just a wish. Only when Xianxia broke through to the great saint stage would she be qualified to inherit the position of Taihao. Now, she could only be considered as the successor of Taihao. Next, Xianxia released the Taihao spirit fire to comprehend and understand the mystery of the Taihao spirit. Once she understood it, she might be able to break through the pristine saint stage and step into the great saint stage. Next was to cultivate the Taihao swordsmanship. It wasn't the original Taihao swordsmanship, but the swordsmanship that Chenzong had obtained from the first Taihao. It was more advanced than the third Taihao swordsmanship. It was a superior sword principle that surpassed the Holy Phoenix sword principle. It was only slightly inferior to the secret sword principles in the ancient mystic world. Xianxia was talented, but it wasn't easy to master the Taihao sword principle. Fortunately, Chenzong was proficient in it and could guide her at any time. Therefore, Xianxia, who had inherited the Taihao spirit fire, left Taihao Mountain with Chenzong. The third generation Taihao watched them leave. In the past, he had condensed a wisp of the Taihao spirit fire for Chenzong. Now that he had condensed another wisp of the Taihao spirit fire after 100 or 200 years, it would take a longer time to recover. His strength had also decreased. Fortunately, the protective formation of the Taihao Mountains was in the process of being repaired. It would be done before long, so even if another powerful enemy invaded, it would be able to fend them off better. When the time came, the third Taihao would contact Chenzong through a secret technique, and Chenzong would return as soon as possible. With Chenzong's strength and attainments, he could easily tear space and travel through time in the outer universe and return to Taihao Mountain in a very short time. Even though the third generation Taihao strength had decreased due to the condensation of the Taihao spiritual fire, it had also increased due to the cultivation of the stronger Taihao swordsmanship. In fact, the overall strength of the third generation Taihao didn't change. It was even stronger. After all, the new Taihao sword principle was much stronger than his original Taihao sword principle. Moreover, because they were of the same lineage, it wasn't difficult to cultivate. He had basically mastered it in a few months. Even if he was besieged by 3 great saints, the third generation Taihao could still hold on for a while. Wanyuan Island. This was the most prosperous region in the Wanyuan territory. There used to be 3 emperor-level forces, the Wanyuan sect, the Yuanyuan Palace, and the Trade Wind Tower. Chenzong had stayed in the Trade Wind Tower for a while before he went to Taihao Mountain. Chenzong had feelings for the Trade Wind Tower and was very grateful to the tower master. Now that he had returned on a whim, he naturally wanted to take a look and see the place where he had stayed before. Everyone had feelings. Moreover, when the major forces migrated back then, he didn't know how Wanyuan Island was now. Had it been occupied by the god worship sect, after tearing space and time again, Chenzong quickly left Taihao Mountain with Xianxia and headed to Wanyuan Island. Taihao Mountain and Wanyuan Island were very far apart. Chenzong couldn't tear space and arrive directly. He still needed to do it several times. However, with Chenzong's speed, it wouldn't take long. At most, it would take less than a day. A spatial crack suddenly appeared on Wanyuan Island. It was like a thin piece of paper that had been sliced open by a sharp blade. Soon after, 2 figures stepped out from it. Chenzong arrived at Wanyuan Island with Xianxia. As soon as he arrived, Chenzong's expression changed involuntarily. There was something wrong with the aura of Wanyuan Island. There seemed to be a trace of a strange aura. Chenzong was very familiar with this aura. It was the aura of a fiend god. Had Wanyuan Island been occupied by a fiend god, he released the immemorial heart force and covered the entire Wanyuan Island in an instant. What he saw made Chenzong's expression turn cold and solemn. His aura was extremely bleak. Sure enough, Wanyuan Island had been occupied by the god worship sect. Wanyuan Island had directly become the territory of the god worship sect. Taking Xianxia with him, Chenzong flashed and immediately appeared in front of the Trade Wind Tower. However, the Trade Wind Tower was in ruins. From the traces left behind, it could be seen that a great battle had taken place here, and it was that great battle that led to the destruction of the Tradewind Tower. However, didn't the Tradewind sect move away back then? But looking at the traces, it seemed that they didn't. Where was the leader? Where did he go? Or, did he die in the battle? Then, Chenzong investigated the Wanyuan sect and the palace of Yuanyuan. They were also destroyed. The major forces no longer existed. The only force left was the god-worship sect. He caught people and interrogated them. Of course, he caught the followers of the god-worship sect. Chenzong had many ways to make them confess all kinds of information they knew. It turned out that 50 years ago, the Tradewind sect and the other forces returned. Because the god-worship sect hadn't come to their doorstep for decades, and the major forces had been operating in Wanyuan Island for many years. Their development in other places was limited after all, and they had conflicts with other forces. It was difficult for them to stabilize. When they felt that there was no danger, they simply returned. The decades after their return were indeed stable. However, 10 years ago, the Eagle God sect came again with even more experts. The Eagle God's clone directly attacked and seriously injured Sect Master Wan Ren, Palace Master Yuan Yuan, the Tradewind Sect Master, and the Alliance Master of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Many experts were killed, but many surrendered and joined the Eagle God sect, eventually becoming its followers. The masters of the four major forces fled with some of their disciples into the small world of boulders with their injured bodies and closed it, preventing the Eagle God sect from entering. After 10 years of development, the entire Wanyuan Island was completely under the Eagle God sect's control. Even the small world of boulders inside the island was constantly being attacked and was on the verge of breaking open. As for the other universes in Wanyuan Island, they hadn't been attacked much by the Eagle God sect for the time being. This was because most of the Eagle God sect's forces were concentrated on Wanyuan Island, and they had to open the small world of boulders first. However, some of them had already been taken over by the Eagle God sect. After interrogating the follower, Chenzong casually pointed a finger and killed the follower. All followers were contributing their faith to the god fiends so that they could better adapt to the universe's environment, unleash their strength, and slowly grow stronger. This was helping the enemy. They should be killed. Let's go kill the god fiends, Chenzong said to Yunyanqin. Yunyanqin nodded and immediately set off with Chenzong, flying towards the Eagle God sect's headquarters. In the headquarters of the Eagle God sect, many followers were gathered there. There were 7th realm, 6th realm, 5th realm, and 4th realm cultivators. All of them were contributing their faith to the Eagle God sect and receiving feedback from the Godfiend's power. They were enveloped by the Godfiend's aura, and their combat strength had obviously increased. To countless cultivators, this was a great temptation. In the headquarters of the Eagle God sect, there was a 100-meter-tall statue of an eagle with a human body. It was vivid and lifelike and exuded an endless divine aura that covered all directions. Any follower who came into contact with this divine aura would feel that the divine aura was as vast as the ocean, but they wouldn't be harmed. However, if non-followers came into contact with this divine aura, they would be suppressed and tempted. In the end, they would succumb to it and become a follower again. Thousands of believers had gathered in the main church and were kneeling down to worship the 100-meter-tall statue. They were contributing their faith to the God they believed in. Even if one person's faith power was very weak, it could accumulate and be absorbed by the sea. Divine power covered all directions. As the statue received more and more faith, it expanded and strengthened bit by bit. Suddenly, a vast and mighty sword might descended and collided with the divine might. It was formless, colorless, and formless yet terrifying to the extreme. It was as if two stars were colliding with each other. In an instant, it shook like a tsunami and a landslide, vast and boundless. Under the divine power, the believers' bodies suddenly swayed. They were like pedestrians in an earthquake or small boats in a tsunami. What's going on? What happened? Is our God angry? The believers' reactions were different, but they were all shocked. They all looked up at the statue, but the statue didn't move. Immediately after, a terrifying sword might tore apart the divine might and suddenly attacked. It was accompanied by a shocking sword light that covered the sky and the earth. The sword pressure suppressed the entire area. In the face of such a terrifying sword might, the statue suddenly trembled. Its eyes emitted a cold light that was thousands of feet long, and its divine might increased tenfold in an instant. The entire statue flickered with intense golden light. This scene immediately made the believers cheer. They were very excited. But it was useless. When the sword light fell, it didn't show any mercy. It directly killed all the believers. It killed all of them. It was because these believers wouldn't be able to completely recover just by killing that god. Their natures were already different from before. Leaving them behind would also be a type of disaster. Under the sword light, thousands of believers couldn't block it. Not in the 4th realm, 5th realm, 6th realm, and 7th realm. They were all killed by the sword. Only the 100-meter-tall statue was left. Anger, shocking anger suddenly erupted from the 100-meter-tall statue. It came to life and suddenly rushed to the sky. Its huge claws covered the sky and the earth. The scales on the claws were clear, and each of them emitted a terrifying power. The divine power was so shocking that it could shatter mountains and split the earth. This attack directly surpassed the 7th realm and reached the half-saint level. You should just descend with your true body. Chenzong sneered. He didn't even draw his sword out of its scabbard. He just put his fingers together like a sword and drew out a shocking sword light. It was so sharp that it instantly split the 100-meter-tall statue's sharp claws and even its body. It was as easy as cutting tofu. Anger, fury, a terrifying voice suddenly resounded in the heavens and the earth. A vast divine power suddenly erupted and descended. It was as if an ancient divine mountain had appeared in the sky and was pressing down. Unfortunately, such a tyrannical divine power that had surpassed the half-step sage realm was still no threat to Chenzong. The eagle-headed godfiend's true body had descended. Thanks to the development of faith, it had accumulated a lot over the past 10 years. It was enough to allow it to travel from the inner universe to the outer universe and descend with its true body. Moreover, it wouldn't be oppressed by the will of the outer universe for a certain period of time. He would be able to unleash his full strength. It was an eagle-headed, human-bodied god-fiend that seemed to be cast in black gold. It wasn't 100 meters tall, only about 3 meters tall. However, the power exuded from this 3-meter-tall body was many times stronger than that of the 100-meter-tall statue. The difference couldn't be described with words. Orthodox god level. A smile suddenly appeared on Zong's lips. With such strength, he dared to descend with his true body in front of him. However, the other party didn't know this. After all, there were very few great saints in the outer universe. It wasn't that easy to encounter one. The outer universe isn't a place for godfiends like you to come. If you come, you'll die. Chenzong's voice contained unparalleled sword power. It was vast and mighty like divine thunder splitting heaven and earth. The heavenly will sword was unsheathed in an instant, and endless sword power erupted. The eagle-headed godfiend's expression changed drastically. This was a great sword saint, equivalent to a great sword saint at the spiritual god level. It was only at the orthodox god level. How unlucky. It had kicked an iron plate. Run, no matter what, it had to escape. It had to give up this place and return to the godfiend realm. Although escaping was tantamount to giving up, it was still better than being killed. There was only hope if it was alive. But since it was here, how could Chenzong let this godfiend escape? Sword power suppression. The terrifying sword power of a great sword saint came crashing down in an instant, directly hitting the godfiend. The huge difference in strength caused the godfiend's body to freeze. This pause was the difference between life and death. The heavenly will sword suddenly slashed out, drawing an extremely condensed sword light. The sword light slashed through the godfiend's body like it could split heaven and earth. It cut the godfiend's body in two. It couldn't be blocked at all. This was a huge gap in strength. Back in the day, when Chenzong first encountered a godfiend at the orthodox god level, he had to fight hard to kill it. But now, it was done with a single slash. After killing the godfiend, he absorbed its divinity. Xianxia couldn't use it, so Chenzong kept it for the time being. Refining a godfiend's divinity would only increase his cultivation base by a small amount. As for Xianxia, her cultivation base had reached the peak of the pristine saint realm. If she wanted to break through, she would have to comprehend it. Refining the divinity would be useless. After dealing with the Eagle God sect and killing the God Fiend, Qianzong brought Xianxia to the hinterland of Myriad Origin Island. That was the entrance to the boulder microcosm. However, the entrance to the boulder microcosm was closed, so it wasn't easy to open it. But this was nothing to Qianzong. With the help of his primal chaos heart force, Qianzong quickly found the node. Using his finger like a sword, he immediately tore a stable spatial crack and turned it into a door. "Let's go," Qianzong said to Xianxia. He took a step forward and entered the boulder microcosm with Xianxia. The boulder microcosm was a small world formed by a cosmic beast that resided in the Myriad Origin Island for a long time. A cosmic beast was at least at the Saint Realm. In the past, Qianzong had entered the boulder microcosm to fight for the control of this microcosm. In the end, he won it and it belonged to the Tradewind Tower. Although it belonged to the Tradewind Tower, it also belonged to the Myriad Origin Island. After all, the Tradewind Tower didn't monopolize it, but shared it. Of course, the control was still in the hands of the Tradewind Tower's master. In the end, they were able to preserve some of their strength and enter this microcosm to hide. However, this hiding was only temporary. They didn't know when the Eagle God sect would find a way to enter this microcosm. When that time came, they would fight with their lives on the line. After entering the boulder microcosm with Xianxia, Qianzong immediately felt oppressed. An invisible will oppressed him and Xianxia. Qianzong and Xianxia had no choice but to restrain all of their strength. This microcosm wasn't strong, and its endurance couldn't exceed that of a half-saint. In the end, it was only a small world. Qianzong and Xianxia were both at the Saint Realm, and powerful ones at that. Once they released their aura, this microcosm would become unstable. A single strike would be enough to destroy this microcosm. As soon as they entered the microcosm, Qianzong didn't release his mixed yuan heart force. Instead, he used his powerful perception to sense the microcosm. This microcosm wasn't very big, at least for Qianzong. Soon, Qianzong sensed auras from all four directions. The auras were completely different. The aura from the east was vigorous, the aura from the west was sharp, the aura from the south was light, and the aura from the north was mixed. Qianzong immediately recognized that the aura from the east was the Yuanyuan Palace, the aura from the west was the Wanren sect, the aura from the south was the Tradewind Tower, and the aura from the north was the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Soon, Qianzong arrived at the south. 10 years ago, dozens of Tradewind Tower's disciples followed the Tower Master into the boulder microcosm. It wasn't that they didn't want to bring more people, but that they didn't have enough time. Moreover, most of them died in battle. In the end, only a few dozen of them made it into the boulder microcosm. This was the Tradewind Tower's last hope. The Wanren sect is too much. They actually snatched the treasure that I wanted first. A Tradewind Tower's disciple said angrily. This is already the 5th time. Do they want to start a war? Another Tradewind Tower's disciple was also very angry. If I had known, I wouldn't have let the Wanren sect's people in. The Wanren sect and the Tradewind Tower's conflict had been going on for a long time. In the beginning, it was just a competition. However, later on, Qianzong had a conflict with a disciple of the Sky-Splitting Sword Palace's Sky-Splitting Sword Palace. It was in this boulder microcosm that Qianzong killed his opponent, causing the conflict to worsen. After that, several conflicts occurred, and quite a few people died. However, in the end, they all settled down. Even so, the conflict had already deepened. It was inevitable that it would be stirred up again for some reason, becoming a fuse. When they first entered the boulder microcosm, everyone had come to take refuge and live their own lives. However, as time passed, they gradually started to have other thoughts. Especially since this was only a microcosm. Its range was very limited, and its resources were also very limited. When they fled in a panic, the resources they brought with them were also very limited. They couldn't support their cultivation for a long time, so conflicts arose. Moreover, they couldn't leave, and faced with the pressure of the Eagle God sect invading their microcosm, the pressure in their hearts was even greater. It was difficult to vent, so some conflicts inevitably erupted. In the beginning, they would restrain themselves. However, as time passed, conflicts would inevitably increase. However, the Origin Palace and Wandering Cultivator Alliance only had a competitive relationship with the Tradewind Tower. There was no hatred or conflict between them. However, the conflict between the 10,000 Fathoms sect and the Tradewind Tower was rather deep. As of now, the 10,000 Fathoms sect had been ruthless many times. They had ambushed, robbed, and so on, causing the Tradewind Tower to suffer significant losses. However, the Tradewind Tower's master was heavily injured. Since entering the Boulder microcosm, he had been in seclusion to recover. The 10,000 Fathoms sect's master's injuries were relatively light, and he had already come out of seclusion. Once the 10,000 Fathoms sect's master came out of seclusion, the people of the 10,000 Fathoms sect seemed to have gained a backer. They became even more rampant. In the conflicts, the Tradewind Tower would often be at a disadvantage. Although no one died, there were still people from the Tradewind Tower who were injured and robbed of their resources. On one side, they had to recover from their injuries, and on the other, they didn't have the resources to cultivate properly. The situation was very bad. The Origin Palace and Wandering Cultivator Alliance didn't plan to interfere. They chose to observe. If the situation continued like this, the Tradewind Tower's master would be in danger if he still didn't show up. It was very likely that the 10,000 Fathoms sect would take this opportunity to devour them. At that time, even the Tradewind Tower's master, who was still in seclusion, might be in danger. Within Boulder Small World, there were still dozens of people from the Tradewind Tower residing in the south. The Tradewind Tower master was severely injured. Since he entered Boulder Small World 10 years ago, he had been in closed-door cultivation to heal his injuries. No one knew how he was doing. Many powerful and ferocious auras rapidly approached from afar, alarming the Tradewind Tower's people. It's the 10,000 Fish sect. There are so many people. What do they want? The Tradewind Tower's people moved. Their expressions changed greatly, becoming very grave. The 10,000 Fish sect and the Tradewind Tower had clashed many times. Now that so many people from the 10,000 Fish sect had come, it was definitely not a good thing. They could not help but feel nervous. Soon, dozens of figures appeared and closed in. They all had ferocious gazes. With one look, one could tell that they were up to no good. This is my Tradewind Tower's territory. What are you doing here? The only remaining Realm 6 Elder of the Tradewind Tower had white hair. He shouted in a deep voice with a shocking aura. Back when they entered Boulder Small World, the four factions split up and agreed not to cross the boundary. This was to avoid unnecessary conflicts. However, they could not win against the will of the people. As time passed, some things would always quietly change. A Realm 6 Elder of the 10,000 Fish sect walked out with a smile. It's nothing. Our 10,000 Fish sect master came out of closed-door cultivation and learned that the Tradewind Tower master had not come out yet. He probably has not recovered from his injuries, so he specially asked us to send a bottle of healing medicinal pills. Hand over the medicinal pills, the elder said directly. That won't do. Our sect master specially instructed us to personally deliver them to the Tradewind Tower master. The 10,000 Fish sect elder chuckled and narrowed his eyes. A cold light flowed in his eyes. There was even some mockery in his eyes. Could it be that your Tradewind Tower master's injuries are that severe? Rather than calling it a medicinal pill, it was more of a test. They wanted to see how severe the Tradewind Tower master's injuries were. If the Tradewind Tower master's injuries were really severe, the 10,000 Fish sect might take action later. For a time, there was a stalemate. Almost all of the 10,000 Fish sect had moved out. They had not come with good intentions. Except the medicinal pills. Thank Sect Master Wanren for me. A voice suddenly rang out, as if it was carried by the wind. It was soft, but it clearly entered everyone's ears. It was the voice of the Integrity Wind House's master. Although the house master of the Trade Wind did not appear, since he had spoken, no matter how unwilling the elders of the 10,000 Wall sect were, they could not directly refuse. Who knew how serious the house master of the Trade Wind's injuries were? If he was almost fully recovered, then he wouldn't be inferior to sect head Wanren. At that instant, as the look in his eyes changed, the 10,000 Wall sect elder still handed over the bottle of medicinal cores, because he could not figure out the Tower Master's current situation. Once he put down the medicinal cores, he immediately bid farewell and returned. Not long after, a tyrannical and sharp aura suddenly erupted. It flew over from afar at an extremely fast speed. In just a short while, it arrived at the trade wind tower. That figure stood in the air like a heavenly saber. The saber might he exuded was tyrannical and direct, covering the sky and earth and suppressing all directions. Originally, the Boulder Minor world couldn't withstand too much power. However, after hundreds of years of evolution and the conscious strengthening of the major forces on Myriad Origin Island, it was now able to withstand the impact of the Seventh Realm. Otherwise, in the past, the Seventh and Sixth Realms wouldn't be able to hide in this minor world. Otherwise, the minor world would collapse. Sect Head Wanren, this person was Sect Head Wanren. At that time, his injuries were relatively light. After 10 years of seclusion to heal his injuries, he had almost fully recovered. The remaining small portion couldn't be healed by seclusion. He could completely recover slowly, so the impact wasn't great. After the elders of the 10,000 Walls sect returned and explained the situation, Sect Head Wanren made a judgment and immediately moved over. Tyrannical saber will swept across the sky like a heavenly saber hanging in the air, slashing towards the trade wind tower. The expressions of the trade wind tower's people changed drastically. That saber pressure was too strong and unbearable. Sect Head Wanren didn't say anything. He just stood in the air like that. He only exuded his saber will and saber pressure, but it suppressed the trade wind tower's people. He was forcing the trade wind tower's master to come out. From the words of the elders of the 10,000 Walls sect, Sect Head Wanren deduced that the trade wind tower's injuries weren't light. They were definitely much more serious than his, which was why he hadn't come out of seclusion just now. This was, without a doubt, an excellent opportunity. Sect Head Wanren, what is the meaning of this? The trade wind tower's master's voice sounded, drifting over with the wind. It's nothing. I'm just here to show my concern for your injuries. Sect Head Wanren's voice suddenly sounded. That voice was like the vibration of a saber. It didn't sound like he was here to show concern. Instead, it sounded like he was here to cause trouble. It's more or less done. Thank you for your concern, the trade wind tower's master replied without showing himself. Is that so? The instant Sect Head Wanren's voice sounded, his saber will suddenly burst forth. He raised his palm like a saber and suddenly chopped down. A several dozen meter long saber light immediately cut through the air, creating a pitch-black crack in the small world of boulders. The crack directly extended for several hundred meters. It was a ghastly sight as it chopped down. A loud boom suddenly rang out, and a pavilion was directly split apart, turning into ashes. A crack that was hundreds of meters long appeared on the ground, and it quickly spread out. This saber strike was very sudden. Although it didn't kill anyone, it still affected the trade wind tower's people, injuring them more or less. What are you doing? A figure suddenly soared into the sky, and a violent wind suddenly swept up between the heavens and the earth. It was the trade wind tower's master who had come out of his seclusion. He stared angrily at Sect Head Wanren, and the aura surrounding him was extremely violent, as if a hurricane was going to destroy everything. I'm sorry. This time, I had some progress in my seclusion to heal my injuries. Just now, I was attracted by the trade wind tower's aura and unconsciously used that saber strike. Although Sect Head Wanren was explaining, his tone was very casual. His eyes also became sharper. However, it seems that your injuries have not recovered yet. I wonder how many strikes you can take from me. As soon as he said that, an endless murderous aura filled the area. It was extremely terrifying. Sect Head Wanren's intention was very clear. He wanted to deal with the trade wind tower's master. This was because he had already seen that the trade wind tower's master was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. The trade wind tower's master's injuries were too serious. He probably hadn't even recovered half of his strength, while Sect Head Wanren himself had recovered 80 to 90% of his strength. The two of their strengths were originally about the same. One of them had recovered 90% of his strength, while the other had not even recovered 50%. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. This was undoubtedly a good opportunity. It was a good opportunity to get rid of the trade wind tower before the Yuanyuan Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance reacted. Moreover, the Alliance Master of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance was the strongest. However, his injuries would not be any worse than the trade wind tower's masters. He was probably also in seclusion now. He would not be able to stop Sect Head Wanren. The trade wind tower's master's expression became increasingly grave. His face turned pale and he fell silent. He knew that his injuries were very serious. After 10 years, he had only recovered 30 to 40% of his strength. The main reason was that he lacked resources. He could only recover bit by bit. However, it was obvious that Sect Head Wanren's injuries were almost healed. Otherwise, he would not have come looking for Sect Head Wanren so directly. How about it? It was just a fight. A fight to the death. I wonder if you can take one strike from me? Just as the trade wind tower was determined to fight with his life on the line and Sect Head Wanren's saber essence continued to gather and the saber light soared into the sky, a calm voice suddenly rang out. That voice was as clear as the flowing water of a clear spring. It was also as high and distant as the supreme stars. However, it was extremely clear and entered everyone's ears. This voice sounded a little familiar. It was as if they had heard it somewhere before. However, it also seemed like an illusion. It was as if they had seen something and suddenly felt that it was familiar. However, they had never seen it before. The trade wind tower's master's eyes fluctuated. He seemed to have thought of something and suddenly became excited. However, he did not dare to think further. Sect Head Wanren frowned slightly. Suddenly, a ferocious aura burst out. It was mixed with the tyrannical saber essence and soared into the sky. It was as if it was going to break the sky of the small world. Who dared to speak to him in such a manner? If it was not the Alliance Master of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance or Palace Master Yuanyuan, then who was it? He was well aware of the number of people who had entered the small world of boulders. His eyes carried an extremely terrifying ferocious aura. As light shot out in all directions, it was as if he wanted to tear everything apart. Under the gaze of his extremely ruthless eyes, two figures suddenly appeared beside the house master of the Integrity Wind. It was a man and a woman. They both looked very young, especially the man. His face gave off a somewhat familiar feeling, as if he had seen him somewhere before. The trade wind tower's master stared blankly at Xianxia. He felt as if he was dreaming. It was as if he had appeared in an illusion. It was unbelievable. Sect Head Wanren, try and take my sword. When Xianxia arrived, he had sensed everything that had happened. Immediately, a faintly discernible cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He did not even draw his sword. Instead, he used his fingers like a sword and gently pointed forward. The sword finger was light and slow. The trajectory was clear as if it did not contain any power. However, Sect Head Wanren's expression changed drastically. He roared and immediately drew his sword. All of his strength was channeled into the long sword. The sword trembled and let out a shocking sword chime. It shook the entire area. Sword will filled the air and shattered the void. In an instant, a sword light that was a few hundred meters long was released. It directly split the sky open, creating a pitch-black crack that was 1,000 meters long. Even the ground was slashed with a long mark under the pressure of the sword. This sword was extremely terrifying. Even the small world of boulders started to tremble. It was as if it was going to collapse because of this. Although the small world of boulders could already withstand the power of the seventh realm, Sect Head Wanren's sword was still extremely terrifying. It surpassed the power of an ordinary seventh realm. Faced with this sword, Xianxia's expression did not change. He continued to stab with his sword finger and directly destroyed the terrifying sword light. Then, it pierced through everything and pierced through the space between Sect Head Wanren's eyebrows. Killed with one sword. No, he did not even draw his sword. He killed Sect Head Wanren so easily with his finger in place of a sword. This scene was out of everyone's expectations. It also caused the expressions of the elders and disciples of Sect Head Wanren who were rushing over to change drastically. They all looked dazed and did not move at all. It was as if they had been petrified. At that moment, it was as if even the wind had stopped and solidified. It was silent. Tower Master, we haven't seen each other for many years. don't you recognize me? Chen Zong looked at the stunned Trade Wind Tower's master and revealed a smile that he had not seen in a long time. Coming. I have something to do this morning. 10,000 Origin Island began to become lively again. This was because the last forces of the Trade Wind Tower, the Palace of Origin, and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance came out of Boulder Small World and rebuilt on the original ruins. As for the 10,000 Ren sect, it was directly removed. The 10,000 Ren sect no longer existed on 10,000 Origin Island. As for the Trade Wind Tower's master's injury, it was naturally not difficult for Chen Zong and he recovered quickly. The Trade Wind Tower, the Palace of Origin, and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance completely united and formed the 10,000 Origin Alliance. Chen Zong was elected as the alliance leader. The Trade Wind Tower, the Palace of Origin, and the original alliance leader of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance were the elders. The Sixth Realm powerhouses were the elders of the 10,000 Origin Alliance. In order to prevent the God Worship sect, the Purgatory Demon sect, and the Infernal Order from attacking, the Boulder Small World was further strengthened. There was also a backup plan that could be used to enter the 10,000 Origin Island from a certain place in the 10,000 Origin Alliance before entering the Boulder Small World. This way, they could survive if they encountered an invincible enemy. In addition, outside the Boulder Small World and the 10,000 Origin Alliance, there were also formations left by Chen Zong that could withstand the attack of a pristine Saint Stage powerhouse for a short period of time. This period of time was enough for them to safely evacuate. Of course, if a great Saint Stage powerhouse attacked, no one would be able to escape. After making these arrangements, Chen Zong left behind a few sword techniques in the 10,000 Origin Alliance. These sword techniques were nothing to Chen Zong, but to the 10,000 Origin Alliance, they could be used as secret manuals. After leaving, he quickly brought Xianxia to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court was Chen Zong's starting point in the outer universe. Starting from the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, Chen Zong entered the Trade Wind Tower and then Mount Taihao, progressing step by step and becoming stronger until his current strength was astonishing. In the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, there were his master, senior sisters, and so on. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court was located in the Heaven Continent. It was the strongest force in the Heaven Continent and was also the actual ruler of the Heaven Continent. Although the Heaven Continent was called a continent, it actually had many islands and continents. They were like floating islands surrounding the largest island. There were hundreds of such islands. Some of the islands had rich and pure vitality, which was why cultivators had established their own forces. However, there were also islands where the vitality was thin and few people went there. Even birds and beasts did not live there. At this moment, on a very remote and desolate island, there were many caves. They were the caves of some ancient beasts, but after so many years, those beasts had already gone extinct. Immediately, a figure circled around a few times like a flowing light before swiftly entering an extremely ordinary and hidden underground cave. His presence was extremely faint as he continuously followed the tunnel and made many twists and turns. He swiftly headed underground and directly entered a depth of several hundred meters. This passageway was also crisscrossed like a maze. If one was not familiar with it or lacked guidance, it would be very easy to get lost. However, this figure seemed to be very familiar with the path. He headed straight for the correct path and finally arrived at the destination. It was an underground cave that was almost 1,000 meters deep. In the depths of this cave, there were a few other figures. "You're back. Eldest senior brother." The three figures stood up one after another to welcome the person who had entered from the surface. One of them was Xianxia. "Eldest senior brother, how's the situation outside?" Xianxia immediately asked. The person who was addressed as eldest senior brother, if Chen Zong was here, he would be surprised to find that it was the eldest disciple of Master One-Hearted Tao Master, Luo Beichuan, who was originally known as the Northern Tao Heavenly Wolf in the Void. After a few years, 100 years, Luo Beichuan had actually entered the Void. The aura he exuded was not weak at all. He had obviously reached the 5th level. The people of the Infernal Order are on the move everywhere. Those who do not surrender will be exterminated. Luo Beichuan let out a long sigh. It's not safe for us to hide here. The people of the Infernal Order may find us at any time. Luo Beichuan's words instantly silenced Yu Wuxia and the other two. Now, Master was injured and was recuperating. His strength was still there, but he could not fully unleash it. Eldest senior brother Luo Beichuan was at the peak of the 5th level. He himself was also at the 5th level. His two junior brothers and junior sisters were slightly weaker, only at the 3rd level. With such a lineup, if they encountered the people of the Infernal Order, even if they could kill some of them, they would not be able to escape death in the end unless they surrendered. It was impossible for them to surrender. They would never learn how to surrender in their entire lives. This was precisely because of their unyielding character. However, they also did not want to die. It was precisely because of this that they hid everywhere and fled to this desolate island to hide. However, by doing so, they were only delaying the time of death. The people of the Infernal Order would find this place sooner or later. On Heaven Continent, in a certain open space near the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, a crack suddenly appeared and turned into a door. Then, two figures stepped out. It was as if they were taking a leisurely stroll. "Who's there? Capture them." A shout suddenly sounded and a murderous aura swept over. A few black-robed figures burst out at an astonishing speed and rushed toward Chenzong and Yunyanxin like a gust of wind. Their speed was indeed very fast, but to Chenzong and Yunyanxin, it was very slow. They did not move their bodies and did not even raise their arms. They only released a bit of sword power and these black-robed figures directly froze in the void, not moving at all. This aura. Chenzong frowned slightly. His eyes fell on these black-robed figures and felt that they were very familiar. Infernal Order. These black-robed figures were members of the Infernal Order. Had the infernal demonic sword already infiltrated here? Heaven Continent, where the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was located, was actually very inconspicuous in the outer universe and belonged to a relatively remote corner. However, after hundreds of years, it was still unavoidable that the Infernal Order would eventually target it. The Infernal Order and the Purgatory Demon sect revived and gradually revealed the powerful strength that they had accumulated for many years, trying to run rampant in the universe and invade everything. However, these two forces seemed to have a tacit understanding and did not target any place at the same time. In other words, where there was the Purgatory Demon sect, there would definitely be no Infernal Order, and where there was the Infernal Order, there would be no Purgatory Demon sect. This directly avoided the confrontation and conflict between the two major forces of the evil Tao. This disappointed those who originally hoped that the two forces would clash. If the two major forces of the evil Tao were to clash, it would be equivalent to internal strife. At that time, the threat to the other forces would be sharply reduced. Unfortunately, the Purgatory Demon sect and the Infernal Order were very clear about this. Next, Chenzong naturally interrogated them for information. Soon, Chenzong and Yunyanxin both knew what had happened. It turned out that 10 years ago, when the Infernal Order descended on this universe, they first demanded that the major forces surrender and that those who did not surrender would be exterminated. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court did not surrender but chose to resist and fight to the death. At first, the Infernal Order was not strong enough and was even beaten back. However, after mobilizing powerhouses as reinforcements, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's resistance was directly crushed. The founder of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was a 7th realm emperor-level powerhouse. However, he had left for many years and never returned. Now, the strongest powerhouse in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was a 6th realm peak-level emperor-level powerhouse. In the face of a 7th realm powerhouse, they were powerless to resist. In the end, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was destroyed. However, there were still some 6th realm powerhouses who escaped alone or with a few disciples. They scattered everywhere, but they were still constantly pursued, found, and killed. Chenzong asked many people he knew, but basically all of them were dead. The ones he was most concerned about were his master and senior sister. Unfortunately, there was no information about his senior sister. However, there was information about his master, because his master had already become one of the higher-ups of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's Tao Alliance and was designated as the candidate for the alliance leader. He was also known as the One-Heart Tao Emperor. This meant that his master had already broken through to the 6th realm and become an emperor-level powerhouse. This was a good thing. However, under the invasion of the Infernal Order, it was not a good thing either. However, there was still no news of his master's death. Perhaps he was still alive. Holding on to a bit of hope, Chenzong casually crushed the members of the Seamless Demon cult, then immediately charged into the sky with Xianxia. He sent out his Chaos Origin Heart Force to cover the entire area, quickly searching for the Seamless Demon cult. They would search in Heaven Continent first. If they could not find him, then they would leave Heaven Continent and search in other continents. As long as he was still alive, they could always find him. As he searched, Chenzong frowned. The situation had obviously changed greatly compared to before. It was even more dangerous. The Purgatory Demon sect and the Infernal Order were becoming more and more rampant. Not only that, but they were also becoming more and more powerful. They had destroyed several holy lands one after another. If he had not returned in time, he was afraid that Taihao Mountain would not have been able to hold on and would have been destroyed. The 10,000 Origin Island was destroyed because of the Cult of Gods. Now, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was destroyed because of the Infernal Order. The Purgatory Demon sect, the Infernal Order, and the Cult of Gods. These were the three major malignant tumors of the outer universe. It seemed that he should do his part for the outer universe and eradicate these three malignant tumors as much as possible. The mixed elements heart force was unfathomable and mysterious. However, it was silent, like the spring wind and rain, silently covering everything. The aura of the One Heart Sutra. Chenzong was instantly delighted. With Chenzong's current cultivation, once the mixed elements heart force was fully released, it could directly cover the entire Heaven Continent. However, it would take some time to spread. After searching continuously, Chenzong finally found the remnant aura of the One Heart Sutra on a deserted and remote island. It was very subtle. If Chenzong had not deduced the One Heart Sutra to an unprecedented level and condensed the mixed elements heart force, he would not have been able to detect it. Let's go. Carrying Xianxia, Chenzong once again tore through the void. In just an instant, he had crossed a great distance and directly arrived at the deserted island. Since there was the remnant aura of the One Heart Sutra here, although it was not very strong, it meant that someone who cultivated the One Heart Sutra had stayed here. The One Heart Sutra was a unique inheritance of the One Heart Palace. It was very difficult to learn, and even more difficult to understand. The remnant aura of the One Heart Sutra here was definitely not at the beginner level, but at a deeper level. Apart from his master and third senior sister Xianxia, who else could have mastered such a profound One Heart Sutra? Therefore, Chenzong deduced that the remnant aura of the One Heart Sutra here should be related to third senior sister or his master. Heaven Continent, in a desolate and remote island, in an underground cave that was 1,000 meters deep. Xianxia circled around Chenzong, looking left and right as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Are you really fifth junior brother? Xianxia mumbled as she planned to examine Chenzong thoroughly. It's me, third senior sister. Chenzong smiled helplessly. His third senior sister had left a deep impression on him the first time they met. She was such a violent woman. Immediately, Chenzong looked at the upright figure with an iron-blooded aura and said, eldest senior brother. Fifth junior brother. A sincere smile appeared on Luo Beichuan's cold face. Luo Beichuan was very grateful to Chenzong. Back then, with Chenzong's guidance, Luo Beichuan finally grasped the opportunity to break through from the third realm to the fourth realm. After that, Luo Beichuan improved by leaps and bounds, constantly rising from the fourth realm to the peak. Finally, in the void, he broke through the fourth realm to the fifth realm and became a sovereign realm master. However, Luo Beichuan was very reluctant because he knew of the existence of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and that there were higher levels in the path of cultivation. In the universe, the fifth realm was just barely enough to enter the ranks of masters. As a talented individual who was also known as the youngest dominator in the void, he had higher aspirations. If he didn't know about the existence of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and the universe, it would have been fine. However, now that he knew about it, it was like an indescribable temptation that constantly attracted him. He thought of all kinds of methods and tried all kinds of methods but failed again and again. By chance, Luo Beichuan chose the last step, which was to step into the universe. Stepping into the universe at the fifth realm of the void would cause him to be suppressed by the universe. Luo Beichuan was very decisive and directly abolished his cultivation and started cultivating again. With such decisiveness, Luo Beichuan's talent was indeed outstanding. He succeeded in changing his cultivation and improved by leaps and bounds. In just 1 or 200 years, he cultivated to the fourth realm and even reached the peak of the fourth realm. Under the invasion of the infernal order and facing a life-and-death crisis, his potential exploded and he broke through to the fifth realm. It had to be said that Luo Beichuan's talent was indeed amazing. Of course, in addition to his talent, there was also his very decisive nature. It was not easy to cultivate to the fifth realm. Many people cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years and still couldn't break through to the fifth realm. However, Luo Beichuan had been crippled as soon as he said so. He had changed his cultivation as soon as he said so. There had not been a single moment of delay, but he had still succeeded. Although he had suffered quite a bit and experienced quite a few setbacks during this period, he had still succeeded. In the entire Nine Heavens Imperial Court, the fifth realm's strength was considered to be at the level of a master. Of course, in the entire universe, the fifth realm was just barely stepping into the ranks of a master and barely having the qualifications to roam the universe. Only when one broke through to the sixth realm could one truly be called a master of the universe. In any case, Luo Beichuan's arrival in the universe and his cultivation to the fifth realm was an excellent start. If it wasn't for the invasion of the infernal order, there was a great possibility that he could break through to the sixth realm if he continued to cultivate steadily. Chenzong was happy for Luo Beichuan. This was the eldest senior brother of the one-hearted palace. The other two, a man and a woman, both looked very young. In fact, they were also very young. They were not even 100 years old, not even 50 years old. Their cultivation was only at the third realm. The young man and woman were sizing up Chenzong with curious gazes. Fifth junior brother, let me introduce you. Noticing their gazes, Yu Wuxia immediately smiled at Chenzong. He said, "This is Qingying, and this is Tianqiu. Qingying and Tianqiu are both disciples that Master has accepted in the past few decades. Qingying is the sixth junior sister, and Tianqiu is the seventh junior brother. Qingying, Tianqiu, this is Master's fifth disciple, your fifth senior brother Chenzong," Yu Wuxia said to the young man and woman. "Greetings, fifth senior brother." Qingying and Tianqiu hurriedly bowed to Chenzong. They were actually very curious about this fifth senior brother. After being accepted as a disciple by the one-hearted Tao Emperor, they also entered the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and heard about the legends left behind by Chenzong. First, he rose to prominence in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court as a nobody. Then, he entered a stronger force than the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, the Tradewind Tower. Then, he entered the sacred land of the Sword Path, Taihao Mountain, to cultivate. He even ranked first on the 3 lists of the universe and became famous throughout the universe. His achievements were extremely shocking. A legend, he was a legend. When they found out about it, their reverence was like an endless torrent of water. They were very much looking forward to the day when they could see this legendary fifth senior brother of theirs with their own eyes. What they did not expect was that they would meet him under such circumstances. But no matter what the circumstances were, it was a great honor to be able to meet this legendary fifth senior brother. Yun Yanqin was also once from the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Now, she was Chenzong's Tao companion and was respected as their senior sister. As their senior brother, it was his first time meeting his junior sister and junior brother. Naturally, he had to express his gratitude. Chenzong took out some things as a greeting gift. To Chenzong, these were just ordinary things. But to the 2 young people who were only in the third realm, they were precious treasures. Not to mention them, even Yu Wuxia, who had just entered the fifth realm, was shocked. But Chenzong was a great sword saint. With such great strength, the things he collected were naturally extraordinary. Although they were shocked, Qingying and Tianqiu still accepted Chenzong's gift in the end. Perhaps sensing Chenzong's aura, the heart-intent Tao Emperor, who was recuperating in seclusion, also came out of seclusion. "Master." Chenzong and Yun Yanqin immediately greeted him. Get up, get up." The heart-intent Tao Emperor chuckled. He saw Chenzong again, the disciple he was most satisfied with so far. The joy in his heart was indescribable, and it directly overflowed on his face. Chenzong's powerful senses also sensed that the heart-intent Tao Emperor's aura was a little chaotic. Obviously, his injuries had not healed, and they were not light. But this was nothing to Chenzong. He could casually take out the many healing pills in his storage divine tool, and they could treat such injuries. The injuries could not be delayed. Chenzong took out the most suitable healing pills and gave them to the Heart Intent Dao Emperor. The Heart Intent Dao Emperor immediately swallowed them. As he circulated his cultivation technique to dissolve the effects of the pills, he chatted with Chenzong. The Heart Intent Sutra was so outstanding that he did not need to go into seclusion to refine pills. The reason why the Heart Intent Dao Emperor had gone into seclusion to recuperate was because his injuries were severe, and he lacked the help of suitable pills. He could only go into seclusion without any interference, and the effects would be better. As the pills entered his mouth, he refined them continuously, releasing pure and gentle energy that filled the Heart Intent Dao Emperor's body, causing his injuries to gradually heal. Chenzong could acutely sense that the Heart Intent Dao Emperor's aura was rising and becoming more stable. His pale complexion also gradually improved. Chenzong, Qingying is a disciple I took in 40 years ago, and Tianchu is a disciple I took in 20 years ago. The Heart Intent Dao Emperor smiled. The Heart Intent Sutra is difficult to learn and difficult to master. I've left behind many inheritances in our original space, but unfortunately, very few people have mastered it. Chenzong knew that the Heart Intent Sutra was difficult to master. Otherwise, the Heart Intent Palace would not only have a few people. He did not expect to find 2 people who could master the Heart Intent Sutra in the outer universe. It was not bad, and the Heart Intent Sutra could be passed down better. Chenzong suddenly thought of something. The outer universe was so vast, and it was unknown how many times bigger it was than the void. 1,000 voids could not compare to the outer universe. No, even 100,000 voids could not compare to the outer universe. There would also be more geniuses in the outer universe than in the void. Perhaps there would be more people who were suitable to cultivate the Heart Intent Sutra. In this way, the Heart Intent Sutra could be passed down better. Suddenly, the expression of Chenzong, who was chatting with the Heart Intent Dao Emperor, changed slightly. "Master, someone's coming," Chenzong said. "Who?" The Heart Intent Dao Emperor's expression was stern. "People from the Infernal Order," Chenzong said. "What?" The expressions of the Heart Intent Dao Emperor and the others changed drastically. They knew very well how terrifying the Infernal Order was. The 9 Heavens Imperial Court had been destroyed just like that. Many of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's experts had also been killed by the Infernal Order's experts. It could be said to be a one-sided massacre. And that was only a small part of the Infernal Order's strength. The few of them were quite lucky, and they had been hiding all over the place. In the end, they had escaped and fled here. They planned to leave Heaven Continent and go further away. However, the Infernal Order was running rampant in this universe, so they could only hide here and did not dare to move at will. Only Luo Beichuan would go out to scout for information once in a while. Once the right time came, he would immediately leave this place. They did not expect the Infernal Order to come looking for them. "Chenzong, take your senior brothers and sisters and leave. My injuries are almost healed." "I'll hold them back," the Heart Intent Dao Emperor said solemnly. He had decided to sacrifice himself so that his disciples could have a chance to escape safely. Chenzong was the disciple he thought most highly of. The true inheritance of the One Heart Sutra would also fall on him. As for his eldest disciple, Luo Beichuan, he was indeed talented, but compared to Chenzong, there was still a clear gap. "Master, if there's anything, I'll do it for you," Chenzong said with a smile. At this time, there was no need for his master to risk his life. The most powerful person from the Infernal Order was only at the 7th realm. What difference was there between a mere 7th realm and an ant in front of him? As soon as he finished speaking, Chenzong's figure flashed, and he immediately left the underground cave and appeared outside. He was so fast that the Heart Intent Dao Emperor could not react in time. "Chenzong. 5th junior brother. 5th senior brother." The group of people were startled, and immediately shouted. "Don't worry, Master. Those people from the Infernal Order are nothing to Chenzong," Yunyanxin said with a smile. Although Yunyanxin had not broken through to the Great Saint Realm, he was still at the peak of the pristine Saint Realm. His divine sense could easily cover the entire deserted island. Therefore, Yun Yanqing could also sense the strength of those who came. The difference was too great. The seventh realm in the inner universe was only equivalent to the heaven realm, but Chen Zong was a great sword saint who far surpassed the heaven realm. He was even a tyrannical existence who could fight ancient Phoenix Mountain's divine ancestor without retreating. Normally, birds and beasts would fly away from this desolate and remote island. But in this chaotic situation where the seamless demon cult was invading, this island became the first choice for many people to avoid disaster. The members of the Infernal Order seemed to understand this as well. They searched the islands one by one. Whenever they found someone, they would either surrender or be killed. There was no third option. As for killing them, it was not impossible. The problem was that it was impossible. The Infernal Order was too powerful. Although only a small portion of them had come to Heaven Continent, there were several 7th-level cultivators and even more 5th-level cultivators. As for 5th-level cultivators, there was no need to mention them. There were also countless 4th-level cultivators. The strongest cultivators in Heaven Continent were the 6th-level cultivators. There were probably less than 10 of them in total. They were not even as strong as this small portion of the Infernal Order disciples. Now, a 7th-level cultivator had led 2 6th-level cultivators and 10 5th-level cultivators to search the deserted islands. They had even killed countless people who were unwilling to surrender. Now, they had finally arrived here. With just a few clues, this 7th-level Infernal Order elder was certain that someone was hiding here. According to normal circumstances, if Chen Zong did not find them, then the result would be that one Heart Dao Emperor and the others would be captured alive or suppressed and killed. After all, the difference in strength was too great. It was so great that even if they wanted to escape, there was no hope. However, there were no ifs, because Chen Zong had arrived. With a flash, Chen Zong appeared on the surface from the 1,000-meter-deep underground cave. He appeared behind the group of Infernal Order elders and disciples. "Are you looking for someone?" A faint voice that seemed to contain a hint of mockery rang out, startling the Infernal Order elders. Even the 7th-level cultivator was shocked. He had actually appeared behind them so soundlessly. If he did not take the initiative to make a sound, they would not have noticed him at all. He instantly turned around. A terrifying aura exuded, an evil and sinister aura. It spread out like a wildfire and locked onto Chen Zong. When he saw Chen Zong and saw how young Chen Zong was and how his aura had locked onto him, the 7th-level Infernal Order elder immediately calmed down. Perhaps the other party was able to silently appear behind them due to some special means. "Who are you?" However, this 7th-level Infernal Order elder was still very cautious and immediately asked. "The people who will kill you." Chen Zong's reply wasn't loud, but it was clearly heard by every member of the Infernal Order. They were instantly enraged, and the aura that was locked onto Chen Zong instantly surged. Pretending to be mysterious. "Since that's the case, let's just take him down and properly entertain him." The 7th Realm Elder let out a cold snort and his expression became cold. He waved his hand and someone attacked. Chen Zong's chi was hidden. Therefore, no one could determine Chen Zong's cultivation level from his chi. However, he looked so young. At most, he was in the 5th level. Even if he was more outstanding, he would only be in the 6th level. Such a young 6th realm cultivator would be considered a top prodigy in the entire universe. It was impossible for such a young 6th realm cultivator to appear in a remote place like Heaven Continent. However, the one who attacked was still a 6th realm cultivator. It was enough to take him seriously. Faced with the attack of the 6th realm disciple, Chen Zong's expression didn't change. He just flicked his finger lightly and an invisible chi shot out. It was impossible to dodge and instantly hit the 6th realm disciple, piercing through his forehead and shattering his soul. Instant kill. "I'll take care of you first, then I'll uproot the Infernal Order and completely exterminate them." Chen Zong's voice sounded. Although it was soft, it carried an indescribable killing intent and determination. No one doubted the determination contained in it. Although they felt that Chen Zong was boasting, the fact that he killed a 6th realm disciple immediately caused the other Infernal Order disciples' expressions to change. Especially the 7th level elder. Although he was a normal elder in the Infernal Order, he was still a 7th level cultivator after all. He could easily defeat and kill a sixth realm cultivator. However, he also felt that it wouldn't be that easy for him to kill a sixth realm cultivator. It wasn't possible for him to kill a sixth realm cultivator with just a flick of his finger. If he could do it, then he must be very, very strong among the 7th level cultivators. Explode. In an instant, this elder directly exploded. The other Infernal Order disciples also exploded. Dark aura spread out and covered the sky and earth in all directions, forming an existence similar to a precept domain. This was the shrunken version of the Infernal Order. It was very different from a real precept domain. However, for normal cultivators, there was no way to deal with it. Chenzong smiled slightly. It was just a small trick. His aura leaked out and instantly wreaked havoc like a thunderstorm. It rushed in all directions and set off a monstrous sword aura that broke through everything. It was as if it could shatter the vacuum and shatter the 9 heavens. The shrunken version of the Infernal Order didn't even last for 1/100th of a second before it was shattered by Chenzong's monstrous sword aura. It didn't have the slightest ability to resist. These Infernal Order disciples also couldn't move under Chenzong's monstrous sword aura. Solidification, the space around them seemed to have been frozen. They couldn't move at all. The disciples of the Infernal Order were like mosquitoes that were frozen in a spider's web. They couldn't even struggle. They could only open their eyes, filled with fear and uneasiness. Especially the 7th realm elder. With his powerful strength, he could clearly feel that he couldn't move at all. What kind of powerhouse was this? Could it be a saint-level powerhouse? Otherwise, even a saint-level powerhouse wouldn't be able to make him like this, right? The panic in his heart couldn't be described with words. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't open his mouth. It was as if his mouth was glued tightly. Die. Chenzong only said one word softly. It was as if his words were the law. The shocking sword aura also exploded in an instant. It turned into invisible sharp swords that hung in the air. It was as if a heavenly sword had crashed down from the sky and directly blasted towards the members of the Infernal Order. The sword aura was formless and soundless. It couldn't cause any damage to the body, but it would directly damage the soul. Chenzong was a great sword saint. His sword aura was at the level of a great sword saint. Against a group of people who were at most at the 7th realm, the difference between them was like that of ants. It was immeasurable. Under the impact of the shocking sword aura, the souls of these people, including the 7th realm elder, were directly torn apart and destroyed. Their vision instantly turned black, and they directly fell into a bottomless abyss, sinking forever. They were dead, their souls and wills were completely crushed, and their souls were scattered, leaving behind only empty shells. After the sword aura dispersed, the frozen space around them also returned to normal. Their bodies immediately collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Powerful auras erupted, and they charged out of the underground cavern. It was Master, the one-hearted Tao Emperor, eldest senior brother, and third senior sister. Even the 3rd realm 6th junior sister and 7th junior brother had charged out fearlessly. However, when the one-heart Tao Emperor and the others appeared on the surface, they only saw a single person standing in midair. Wasn't that their disciples, junior brothers, senior brothers? Where were the people from the Infernal Order? Didn't they come, or did they already leave? Then, they also saw the motionless black-robed figures on the ground. There was still a faint aura left on them. Wasn't that the aura of the Infernal Order? These were the people from the Infernal Order. They're all dead? Chenzong, this. The Heart Tao Emperor opened his mouth, but his mind was in a mess. He didn't know how to ask. Don't worry, Master. These people are already dead, Chenzong directly replied. This directly made the Heart Tao Emperor and the others breathe a sigh of relief. Let's go. Leave this place immediately. The Heart Tao Emperor had just breathed a sigh of relief, but he immediately became tense again. He quickly said, the other people from the Infernal Order will quickly know about these people's deaths. If they rush over quickly, it'll be extremely disadvantageous for us. Don't worry, Master. Even if a saint from the Infernal Order comes, there's no need to avoid them. Chenzong said with a slight smile. His calm voice contained an incomparable might, and it directly dispersed the panic that rose in everyone's hearts. We're not afraid of saints. The Heart Tao Emperor and the others' expressions changed drastically. They revealed a very complicated expression. Saint, if it was in the past, when they hadn't entered the universe or just entered the universe not long ago, they wouldn't have any concept of this word. However, now they were clear about the division of the path of cultivation. The ruler of the void was only at the 5th level in the universe. In the universe, the 5th level could barely be considered a powerhouse. It was only equivalent to stepping through the threshold of powerhouses. They barely had the qualifications to roam the universe. Only by breaking through to the 6th level, which was above the 5th level, and becoming an emperor could one be considered a true powerhouse. Only then would one truly have the qualifications to roam the universe and not die so easily. Above the 6th level, there was the 7th level. Above the 7th level, there was the half-saint level. It was an existence that was stronger than the 7th level. How strong was it? It wasn't clear because they didn't even have a direct idea of the strength of the 7th level. They only knew that it was very easy for a 7th level to defeat a 6th level. It was also very easy for a half-saint to defeat a 7th level. As for above the half-saint level, it was the saint level. It was said that the saint level was a terrifying level that far surpassed the half-saint level. There were very few saints in the entire universe. Each of them was a super existence that oversaw a holy land. A holy land, the 9 heavens imperial court was very strong, at least in their eyes. However, the strongest was only at the 6th level. There wasn't even a 7th level. In the entire 9 heavens universe, there wasn't a 7th level either. In the Holy Land, it was said that the 6th level was very common. There were also a lot of 7th level. There were also many half-saints, and there were even saint-level powerhouses guarding. However, Qianzong said that even if a saint from the infernal order came, there was no need to avoid them. What did this mean? Did it mean that his disciple wasn't afraid of saints? What did it mean to not be afraid of saints? It meant that the other party was also a super existence of the saint level. Could it be that his disciple was actually a saint-level powerhouse? It was impossible. How old was his disciple? It was said that every saint-level powerhouse was an old monster that had lived for tens of thousands of years. How could he become a saint level in a few hundred years? I am a saint level. As if sensing the doubts in everyone's eyes, Qianzong directly responded. I'm a saint level. Nianqin is also a saint level. For a moment, the single-hearted Tao Emperor and the others were in a daze. Their eyes were numb, and the words just now seemed to be echoing in their ears. Their hearts were in turmoil. Saint level, his disciple, junior brother, and senior brother turned out to be a saint-level expert. To them, saint-level experts only existed in legends. Not only that, but even his Tao companion, Nianqin, was also a saint-level expert. Saint-level experts were high and mighty. To them, they were legendary existences. Now, there were 2 living saint-level experts in front of them, and they were so close. Unbelievable, unbelievable, Qianzong and Nianqin looked at each other and smiled. They didn't disturb them and let them be immersed in their shock. With them around, there wouldn't be any danger. Even if a saint-level expert attacked, he wouldn't be able to hurt them at all. Not to mention Nianqin's super strength at the peak of the pristine saint level, there was also Qianzong, a super great sword saint who could fight a divine ancestor with his full strength. Even if a divine ancestor attacked, he would be blocked. Moreover, it was still unknown whether there was a divine ancestor in the outer universe. After a while, the single-hearted Tao Emperor was the first to completely wake up. Even so, he still couldn't calm down. The way he looked at Qianzong was different. That was a saint-level expert. However, the single-hearted Tao Emperor didn't show any reverence. First, he was Qianzong's master. Second, the Heart Sutra was indeed very powerful. It could strengthen the mind and strengthen one's divine decree. Who would believe that my disciple is a saint-level expert? The single-hearted Tao Emperor laughed in the end. Luo Beichuan and the others also woke up. However, their cultivation of the Heart Sutra wasn't as profound as the single-hearted Tao Emperor's. Therefore, deep in their hearts, there was still a kind of reverence, especially for Qingying and Tianqiu. Eldest senior brother, third senior sister, I'm still your 5th junior brother. Qianzong immediately smiled. His sincere tone startled Luo Beichuan and Yu Wuxia for a moment, but they soon smiled. It was still the 5th junior brother they knew. As for Qingying and Tianqiu, this was also the first time the two of them had met Qinzong. Moreover, they were only at the third realm, so they instinctively felt reverence for him. It was inevitable, and Qinzong could do nothing about it. I almost didn't dare to talk to you anymore, Yu Wuxia said with a smile. Out of habit, he wanted to pat Qinzong on the shoulder, but when he raised his hand, he suddenly stopped. Qinzong also noticed this and could only sigh in his heart. This was the difference, the absolute difference in strength. Unless Yu Wuxia could cultivate to the saint level one day, there was no way to eliminate this difference. However, it was still considered good. Nianqin, you stay here and protect Master. I'll be right back, Qinzong said. Once he finished speaking, he took a step forward and disappeared as if he had entered the void. Immediately afterwards, everywhere on Heaven Continent, wherever there were disciples of the Infernal Order, a figure would step out of thin air. As soon as he appeared, before he could become clear, he would shoot out sword chi with a flick of his finger, killing the black-robed disciples of the Infernal Order one by one. Qinzong was extremely fast, and under the cover of his mixed Yuan heart force, nothing on Heaven Continent could hide from him. In less than half a day, all the disciples of the Infernal Order on Heaven Continent had been eliminated by Qinzong. It didn't matter if they were at the 6th realm or the 7th realm, they couldn't withstand a single flick of sword chi from Qinzong's finger. They were instantly killed. It's done. Qinzong immediately smiled when he reappeared before the single-hearted Tao Emperor and the others. He spoke casually as if he had just returned from a stroll. Yun Yanqin smiled slightly. The single-hearted Tao Emperor and the others were stunned, and then their eyes widened. It's done, what does he mean? All the disciples of the Infernal Order on Heaven Continent are dead, Qinzong added. The single-hearted Tao Emperor and the others felt as if their heads were about to explode. Is this the ability of a saint-rank expert? In less than half a day, thousands of disciples of the Infernal Order on a continent had actually all died. They wouldn't find it strange if a saint-rank expert killed hundreds or even thousands of people with a single strike, but these people were scattered all over Heaven Continent and didn't gather together. If they wanted to kill them, they would have to search everywhere, and that would take a lot of time. Master, I have an idea. Qinzong suddenly said as he looked at the single-hearted Tao Emperor. The single-hearted sutra is difficult to grasp, but if you can grasp it, even if it's only the first layer, the 10-hearted intense, it'll be of great help to your cultivation. The single-hearted Tao Emperor listened quietly. The single-hearted sutra is difficult to learn and master. It won't be so easy to pass it down. Qinzong said seriously, why don't we set up a sect of our own with Master as the leader? Set up a sect, the single-hearted Tao Emperor and the others muttered to themselves, but their eyes gradually lit up. Pass it down, this was a huge matter to any power, a matter of the utmost importance. Only by passing it down would they be considered alive. It wasn't just a power, it was the same for an individual. After all, the second founding elder of the Taihao Mountain had created the void-killing sword mantra. He wanted to pass it down, but he was unable to find a suitable successor. In the end, he took a fancy to Qinzong. Even though he did not take Qinzong as his disciple, he still passed the void-killing sword mantra to Qinzong and passed it down. That way, even if he died, there would still be Qinzong who possessed the void-killing sword mantra. The single-hearted sutra was an extremely astonishing supplementary cultivation method. The single-hearted Tao Emperor naturally wanted to pass it down and even develop it. Otherwise, he would not have left behind a few secret realms in space, leaving behind the introductory cultivation method of the single-hearted sutra so that others could obtain it. However, it was very unfortunate that after so many years, many people had obtained the introductory cultivation method of the single-hearted sutra. However, there were very, very few who were able to grasp it. Otherwise, there would be more. The environment of the universe was better than space. It was larger as well. There were more people and more geniuses. Naturally, there would be more people who could cultivate the single-hearted sutra. Qingying and Tianqiu were the disciples that the single-hearted Tao Emperor had accepted in the past few decades. They had already grasped the basics of the single-hearted sutra. The single-hearted Tao Emperor's experience was limited to the Nine Heavens universe. In the Nine Heavens universe, he could find 2 people who were suitable to cultivate the single-hearted sutra within a few decades. In such a vast universe, the scope and number of people were hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times more than the nine heavens universe. There would definitely be more people who were suitable to cultivate the single-hearted sutra. He did not ask for the single-hearted sutra to spread throughout the universe, but at least it could be passed down. Tempted, the single-hearted Tao Emperor was very tempted by Qinzong's words. In fact, he had this idea a long time ago. However, he did not dare to think too much about it because his strength was not enough. At least, he had to wait until he broke through to the seventh realm before he considered establishing his own sect. Now that Qinzong had brought it up, a saint-level expert had brought it up, it meant different things. Master, establish the single-hearted Tao. You will be the sect leader. Qinzong saw that the single-hearted Tao Emperor was very tempted. He said again, Nian Xian and I can be the elders. Okay. The single-hearted Tao Emperor was also a very decisive person. In that case, we will establish the single-hearted Tao. We will establish a sect for the single-hearted Tao. Under such circumstances, the Tao of one heart was hastily created in a few sentences. Establishing a sect and passing it down was naturally not a simple matter. However, the current environment did not allow for such complications. They could only first confirm their intentions, the name of the sect to be established, and so on. They had to confirm some basic things. Currently, there were only 7 single-hearted Tao emperors. The strongest was the saint level, and the weakest was the third realm. The gap between their levels was very big. It was like the gap between heaven and earth. The single-hearted Tao Emperor was the sect leader of the single-hearted Tao sect. He was called the single-hearted Tao Master. Luo Beichuan and Yu Wuxiao were both fifth realm. They were temporarily listed as the elders of the single-hearted Tao sect. The single-hearted Tao Master was the title of the single-hearted Tao Master. He was also a sixth realm emperor. As for Qingying and Tianchu, they were only third realm. Of course, they could not hold any positions. They were only disciples. As for Qinzong and Yun Yanqin, although Yun Yanqin did not cultivate the single-hearted sutra, she was Qinzong's Tao companion. Therefore, these two saints became the Tao protectors of the single-hearted Tao sect. They were Tao saints of the single-hearted Tao sect. Their status was extremely high, and they were not inferior to the single-hearted Tao master. With these two saints, the potential of the single-hearted Tao sect was unfathomable. It could even be considered a holy land, the smallest holy land. Of course, the single-hearted Tao Emperor also intended to establish the single-hearted Tao sect as a unique sect. It would not have as many disciples as other factions. It would take the path of elites. Qinzong did not object to this. In fact, even if there were some people in the universe who could cultivate the single-hearted sutra, not all of them would be accepted into the single-hearted Tao sect. In the end, only a small portion of them would be accepted into the single-hearted Tao sect. On this deserted and remote island, Qinzong and the single-hearted Tao Emperor started to discuss various matters regarding the single-hearted Tao sect. The single-hearted sutra was extremely superb. Just the mastery of the single-hearted 10 intents alone was enough for an ordinary genius to have the possibility of catching up to a top genius. After all, they could not maintain the single-hearted 10 intents all the time like Qinzong. The time they could use it every day was limited. However, during that period of time, it was extremely helpful for cultivation and comprehension. However, it was also because of this that the cultivation of the single-hearted sutra was extremely difficult. The single-hearted Tao Emperor could be considered very lucky to have met two suitable ones within a few decades. After the initial definition of the single-hearted Tao sect, the rest could only be slowly perfected in the future. Qinzong made a move and left this place. He was prepared to bring his master, senior brothers, junior sisters, and junior brothers to find a suitable place to establish the foundation of the single-hearted Tao sect. A good place was even more beneficial for cultivation. The cultivation of the single-hearted sutra did not require any unique environment. Whether it was a place with barren vitality or a place with rich vitality, there was basically no difference. This was because the single-hearted sutra had nothing to do with vitality. However, if the single-hearted Tao sect wanted to establish the Tao and take root in this universe and pass it down, it also needed to cultivate other cultivation techniques and martial arts. The single-hearted sutra was an extremely important support. However, the cultivation of other cultivation techniques required a good environment. As for Qinzong's single-minded chaotic prime realm, he had embarked on a different path. Even though Qinzong did not mind passing it down, there were many factors that contributed to him being able to embark on this path. None of these factors could be missing, and it would be difficult for him to recreate it. Qinzong had initially established the Tao of One Heart, but there was no suitable location for it at the moment, and it was impossible for him to bring everyone around. Everyone was not strong enough, and bringing them along would affect Qinzong's efficiency to a certain extent. In addition, Qinzong also had follow-up plans, so it would be inconvenient to bring them along. In the end, they decided to send everyone to Taihao Mountain first. With Qinzong's current status and importance in Taihao Mountain, no one would say anything if he sent a few people there, even if they did not join Taihao Mountain and stayed there temporarily. Moreover, they were Qinzong's original sect. After temporarily settling his master and the others, Qinzong began to investigate information about the Infernal Order, the Infernal Demon Gate, and the Church of Gods. Purging the outer universe, eradicating the 3 major malignant tumors, and returning the outer universe to a peaceful state. Competition would always exist, and life and death were unavoidable. However, these were all normal and belonged to the normal environment of the universe, and also the normal environment of the world of cultivators. The goal of the Infernal Demon Gate and the Infernal Order was to suppress or eradicate all the other forces and dominate the universe. The Church of God's goal was similar. This was not a good thing for the universe. It was like throwing a large amount of garbage into a pool of clear water, directly harming the living creatures living in the water. When one did not have the ability, one could only watch from the sidelines. However, when one had the ability, one had to take action. In the past, Qinzong had won first place on the 3 lists consecutively and was recognized by the will of the universe. When he broke through, he also received great help from the will of the universe. This was equivalent to a debt of gratitude. Now, Qinzong had to repay it. Moreover, there were benefits to doing so. The will of the universe was high and mighty, overseeing everything. If one purged the malignant tumors of the universe, one would also receive the will of the universe's favor. When that time came, while one was in this part of the universe, one would receive the will of the universe's favor, and one's force would also receive the will of the universe's care. No matter which aspect one looked at, one had to take action. Taihao Mountain was a powerful sacred ground. Even though they suffered heavy losses from the attack of the Inferno Demon Gate, the second High Elder had broken through to the Saint Realm. Qinzong had returned as a Grand Sword Saint. Together with Qinzong's Tao partner, Sword Saint Qing Huang, the overall strength of Taihao Mountain had grown even stronger. Soon, Qinzong found out the locations of several strongholds of the Purgatory Demon Gate, Infernal Order, and God Worship Sect. Taking Yun Yanxin with him, Qinzong immediately set off and rushed there as fast as he could. The sword might of a great sword saint was released in an instant, and it immediately spread out in all directions, covering everything within a radius of 100,000 meters. The members of the Purgatory Demon sect who were within the range of the sword might were like mosquitoes that had fallen into a spider's web, unable to move, and could only feel fear. Destroy. It was as if Qinzong's words were law. It was as if he had transformed into a high and mighty god, and he softly spat out a word. The word sounded very subtle, but it was also like a thunderclap that could split heaven and earth. The monstrous sword might struck down in an instant, rolling along with countless accents, and directly hitting the disciples of the Purgatory Demon sect who were within 100,000 meters of the sword might. They were all hit by the sword might, and their bodies involuntarily trembled. Their eyes were filled with intense fear and terror, but there was nothing they could do. The light quickly dimmed. Their souls scattered. With the impact of Qinzong's sword might at the great sword saint level, even a quasi-saint would find it difficult to resist, let alone a group of cultivators whose strongest was only at the half-saint level. They were like ants. Silently, in less than a breath's time, thousands of people were directly buried here, dying an unnatural death. No wounds could be seen on their bodies, but there was no vitality left. Their spirits had been completely shattered and they had died. After doing all this, Qinzong also took the wealth of this place and the things he wanted. He might not be able to use them himself, but he could give them to Taihao Mountain to cultivate disciples. He could also keep some for Isandao. To establish a sect and pass it on, in addition to the martial arts manuals, it also needed resources. Otherwise, in the absence of resources, it would become difficult to pass it on. Just like how a clever housewife can't cook without rice. The first stronghold was eliminated. Not long after, with his super-fast speed, Chenzong arrived at the second stronghold. He didn't make a move, and he didn't need to. In the absence of a saint-level expert as an enemy, he only needed to release the shocking sword might. Suppress, destroy the spirits, their souls scattered, and they died completely, leaving only an empty shell. The third stronghold, the fourth stronghold. With Xianxia, Chenzong constantly moved to eliminate the strongholds of the three malignant tumors as quickly as possible. It didn't matter which one it was, as long as it was close enough. Chenzong's killing speed was extremely fast, and he didn't waste any time to prevent the other strongholds from reacting. Kill, 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 he killed silently. His hands were not stained with the slightest trace of blood, but he killed a lot of people. The sixth stronghold was a stronghold of the god-worship sect. Or rather, it was not an ordinary stronghold, but the headquarters of the god-worship sect. The void was torn apart by an extremely tyrannical force, and an amazing divine might poured out from the crack like a torrent bursting a dam. It was extremely violent and ferocious, as if it was going to destroy the mountains. The god-worship sect had descended and crossed the boundary. It was because his sect was about to be destroyed by Chenzong. Once it was destroyed, he would lose his stronghold in this universe, and it would be difficult for him to enter this universe again. It should be known that he had paid a great price to finally step into this universe. If he lost it now, the loss would be disastrous. Therefore, he descended to eradicate this threat. Chenzong's expression changed involuntarily. Spiritual god worship sect, it turned out to be a divine demon expert at the spiritual god realm. Not bad. If it was at the divine lord realm, he would have to be very cautious, because the strength of a divine lord realm expert was extremely tyrannical. Even the weakest divine lord realm expert was not confident that he could defeat him. If it was a powerful divine lord realm expert, he would be lucky if he could survive. In Chenzong's eyes, a divine lord realm expert was a divine lord realm expert. If he could refine and absorb it, his cultivation would be further improved, and he would be closer to the perfection stage. The perfection stage, Chenzong estimated that once his cultivation reached the perfection stage, he would be able to contend with an ordinary divine ancestor realm expert with his own ability, even without using the ocean-suppressing pearl. What did that mean? It meant that from now on, he would surpass the level of great sword saint and truly step into the divine ancestor realm. Even if he was just an ordinary divine ancestor realm expert, if he used the power of the ocean-suppressing pearl, he could reach a high level among the divine ancestor realm experts. The divine power became even more vast, tyrannical, and astonishing. Chenzong did not interrupt it, but allowed the divine demon expert to descend. When the divine demon finally descended, Xianxia retreated to one side. This tyrannical aura made her realize that this divine demon was a spiritual god realm expert that surpassed the principal god realm. He was not someone she could fight against. When the divine demon completely crossed over and descended into the outer universe, Chenzong also erupted in an instant, releasing monstrous sword power and releasing the inner universe. The inner universe was released, the prodigious astral sword domain, and the ocean-suppressing domain. Chenzong did not make a move, but once he made a move, he used his full strength in order to prevent the divine demon expert from escaping. Suppression, the pitiful divine demon expert had just descended, but before he could fully display his divine power and speak, he immediately felt his surroundings being confined. Even the divine demon body that he was so proud of was suppressed in an instant. The invisible pressure was extremely tyrannical, like an ancient divine mountain, immediately making it difficult for him to move. Erupt, because of the fear in his heart, he instantly unleashed all of his power, even if it would cause some damage to his body. However, it was already too late. An extremely dazzling light suddenly lit up in front of him. At first, it was incomparably faint, but in the blink of an eye, it became blazing and filled his eyes as if it had transformed into a world. Triple divine firmament, Chenzong attacked with his full strength. He didn't give the spirit god realm fiend god any chance to escape. He attacked with a fatal blow. He wanted to take the spirit god's life with a single sword strike. Can't dodge, can't block, the divine demon was directly hit by triple divine firmament. The terrifying sword intent and sword chi entered his body, wreaking havoc and wantonly destroying his vitality. Even the tyrannical divine demon body could not withstand it in the slightest. Suppression, kill, absorption of divinity, the entire process was extremely short, from beginning to end in less than a breath's time. This pitiful divine demon had just descended, and he was finished off before he could even display his powerful strength. Chenzong glanced at the divine firmament. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly absorbed it into his inner universe and rapidly refined it. At first, Chenzong still needed some time to refine the divine firmament, but now, he only needed less than 3 breaths' time to refine it. After 3 breaths' time, Chenzong had completely refined the divine firmament. Chenzong also felt that his cultivation had increased a little, but it was not very obvious. If I want to raise my cultivation to perfection, I'll probably need 3 more divine firmament. Chenzong could not help but secretly estimate, if it's divine firmament, I'll probably need more than 100. Thinking of this, Chenzong could not help but reveal a bitter smile. 3 strands of Lord God level divinity were equivalent to 3 Lord God level divine demons. Killing 3 Lord God level divine demons was extremely difficult. Moreover, with his current strength, he would not be able to kill a divine firmament powerhouse under normal circumstances. He might even be killed instead. Therefore, it was impossible for him to kill 3 divine Lord level god fiends. As for killing more than 100 divine firmament powerhouses, well, for the current Chenzong, it would not be difficult to kill a divine firmament powerhouse in a one-on-one situation. Even if it was a 1-on-2 or even a 1-on-3 situation, he would only need to spend a little more time and effort to kill them. But where would he find more than 100 divine firmament powerhouses? It seemed that it was only possible to break into the divine firmament. Not to mention that he could not enter the divine firmament, even if he could, he would not do so. The divine firmament was the original world of the divine firmament. In the divine firmament, the strength of the divine firmament could be released to the greatest extent. The strength of the same divine firmament in the divine firmament was definitely several times stronger than in other worlds. Gently shaking his head, Chenzong cast these thoughts aside. It was useless to think too much. Everything depended on luck. As for the rest, he would first eliminate the 3 malignant tumors. Dense demonic aura surged like the waves of the sea. It surged back and forth and spread in all directions, directly forming a desolate region. It was like a barrier that surrounded the surroundings, sealing off the sky and firmly protecting the interior. The interior was a vast expanse of land. Demonic chi billowed on the ground, surging endlessly like a tidal wave. Loud roars rang out continuously, filled with violence and savagery, as though they were enraged and wanted to destroy everything. They were extremely violent. The gigantic figure traversed across the sky, its wings spread out, covering thousands of meters, covering the sky and the sun. The extremely terrifying demonic aura was overwhelming. In the distance, there was a gigantic figure that was thousands of meters tall running on the ground like a mountain. Although its speed was not very fast, every step it took would cause the ground to shake, as if it had triggered a magnitude 10 earthquake, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack. This land was extremely vast, located in the center of the land, and there were countless huge palaces. These palaces were filled with an ancient aura, and the style of construction was very ancient. Every palace was filled with a tyrannical aura, especially a few of the palaces. The aura was extremely tyrannical, beyond the ordinary, reaching the level of the saint realm. If an outsider came here, they would be shocked to find that there were many saint-level cultivators in the purgatory demon sect. Of course, some of the saint-level cultivators had a strange chi. It wasn't normal, it seemed to be full of violence and madness. In the main huge ancient palace, there were many people gathered. Each of them was abnormally tall and strong, and some of them looked even weirder, as if they had no bones. They were like poisonous snakes, emitting a frightening cold aura, and even their eyes had the characteristics of snakes. But everyone in this palace had a tyrannical aura. Sect leader, 3 of our strongholds have been uprooted, and the losses are great. An abnormally majestic expert of the purgatory demon sect, whose body was more than 5 meters tall, spoke. His voice was like rolling thunder, reverberating in the hall, and its power was extremely shocking. Have you found out who did it? The entire body of the Purgatory Demon sect leader was abnormally huge, but he seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist, so vague and mysterious. When his voice rang out, the layer of demonic chi that had transformed into mist fluctuated, surging endlessly like a tidal wave, causing his voice to fluctuate, bringing with it a kind of heavy sound wave that swept over and entered everyone's ears. We haven't found out yet, but we can be sure that it was done by one person, a tyrannical sword saint. Sword saint? It seemed like a sigh. There are very few powerful sword saints in the entire outer universe, so it's easy to find out. Sect leader, I suggest that we set up traps in the future strongholds, directly kill this sword saint, or suppress him, and refine him into a puppet to fight for our sect. Chen Zong took Xianxia, constantly going to strongholds one after another according to the information found by the Taihao Mountain. These strongholds were either the Purgatory Demon sect, the Infernal Order, or the God Worship sect. In any case, in Chen Zong's eyes, these three forces were the malignant tumors of the outer universe, which would endanger the stability of the outer universe and threaten the will of the outer universe. If the outer universe was compared to the human body, then the will of the outer universe was equivalent to a person's thoughts and will. The invasion of the three forces was like a virus raging in the human body, wantonly destroying the human body's mechanisms, and in the end, may cause the human body to be completely damaged, and then affect the spiritual will. This was not allowed by the will of the universe. But the will of the universe could not directly eradicate them, so it could only rely on other forces. This stronghold was the fifth stronghold of the Purgatory Demon sect, and if the total stronghold was counted, it should be the 13th. In the previous stronghold, Chen Zong failed to find the enemy, who should have retreated after hearing the news. Chen Zong was a step late. He only hoped that this stronghold would not fail. When he arrived at the stronghold, Chen Zong frowned slightly. At first, he did not feel any strong aura fluctuations, but when he carefully sent out the mixed yuan heart force to sense, Chen Zong's mouth suddenly hung a slight smile, which disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared. Interesting. Chen Zong thought. Because Chen Zong's mixed yuan heart force sensed that there were some auras hidden in this stronghold, some very strong auras, which had reached the level of the saint level, and each was different. 4. Saint level. In other words, in this stronghold of the Purgatory Demon sect, there were a total of 4 saint-level experts hiding, waiting for Chen Zong's arrival, and then erupting with tyrannical power to kill Chen Zong, or suppress Chen Zong. This situation made Chen Zong feel that it was interesting. This was the counterattack of the Purgatory Demon sect. It was really interesting, but, was it enough to only send out 4 saint-level experts? The truth would let them know that their thoughts and actions were too naive. 4 saint-level experts. One of them had a stronger aura, which should be at the level of the great saint realm, but, as long as there were not several great saints or divine ancestors, they could not do anything to him, not to mention that there was Xianxia, a top little saint realm expert, on his side. However, Chen Zong also thought that the strength of the Purgatory Demon sect seemed to be very strong, unexpectedly strong. To be able to send out 4 saint-level experts, including the great saint realm expert killed by him and the saint-level demon puppet killed by Xianxia, this strength was not inferior to the powerful holy lands in the inner layer of the mysterious world of the ancient universe. Suddenly, Chen Zong became more and more interested in the Purgatory Demon sect, and at the same time, he thought of the Infernal Order. This demon sect could be evenly matched with the Purgatory Demon sect, so its strength must be very strong, not inferior to the Purgatory Demon sect. Otherwise, it would have been annexed or destroyed by the Purgatory Demon sect. For saint-level experts, no matter what, the Purgatory Demon sect should have put in a lot of effort. In this case, he could not let down their good intentions. His figure flashed. Chen Zong stepped into the stronghold without hesitation, as if he did not know anything, but after stepping into the stronghold, the attack did not come immediately. Are you still not going to take action? Chen Zong stood in the empty stronghold, his expression unchanged, but a slight smile hung at the corner of his mouth, and his voice was neither slow nor fast. Xianxia was shocked at first, his eyes flickered, and immediately swept in all directions. His tyrannical sword essence also gathered, and an amazing blazing aura suddenly spread out, as if to burn everything. But in an instant, the sword essence was restrained and calmed down. So it's you. Unparalleled sword saint of Mount Taihao, Chenzong. A strange sound rang out, seemingly coming from all directions. It was like the rumbling of thunder, emitting waves of intense rumbling sounds. A terrifying aura also burst out, coming from 4 different directions. The bombardment came, sealed off the surroundings, and isolated everything, as if to suppress Chenzong. The Purgatory Demon Sect's invasion of Mount Taihao was originally in the bag. After all, the Sword Saint of Mount Taihao was restrained by 2 great demons of the Purgatory Demon Sect, and even fell into a disadvantageous position. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated, and the first elder of Mount Taihao had also fallen. Under such circumstances, it was only a matter of time before Mount Taihao was breached. Unexpectedly, Chenzong's return was directly a variable, the biggest variable. Because of Chenzong's return, not only did the Purgatory Demon Sect fail in that battle, but they also suffered heavy losses. As a result, Chenzong was completely remembered by the Purgatory Demon Sect. They didn't expect that this time, Chenzong would walk right into their trap. In the eyes of the Purgatory Demon Sect, this was indeed the case. They could take this opportunity to suppress Chenzong, and it would be best to capture him and refine him into a divine puppet. With such strength, after being refined into a divine puppet, he would directly become the top combat force of the Purgatory Demon Sect. Unfortunately, although their idea was very good, things didn't go as they wished, and Chenzong directly exploded. The astral sword domain, released from the inner universe, was directly equivalent to the superposition of 2 great path domains, and its power was even more shocking. But that wasn't all. Chenzong also activated the power of the ocean-suppressing orb and released the ocean-suppressing domain. Within a radius of 100,000 meters, the astral sword domain covered the entire area. In the sky, there were stars twinkling endlessly, and there were a total of 10,000 stars. In the middle, there was a huge galaxy, and in the middle, there was a dark red true sun that burned endlessly. The flame at the very center was a kind of black, as if it was the black of darkness, and it made people's hearts palpitate when they looked at it. Around this dark red true sun, there were 15 planets. The planet closest to the true sun looked the smallest, and the 15th planet farthest away looked the largest, and the aura that it exuded was also the most powerful. This represented the single-hearted sword technique and the ultimate technique, Taihao. Not far away, a silver divine halo that was thousands of meters long traversed the universe, like a true dragon cruising, and filled with an indescribable sharpness, as if it could cut and tear everything apart. Its speed was extremely shocking, as if it could ignore the distance of time and space and travel freely. Divine firmament, below, there was a dark blue sea that filled the air, and it surged endlessly, directly covering and suppressing everything around it. Under such a powerful force, even a divine ancestor would feel the obvious pressure, let alone a few saints. Suppression, including the only great saint, they were suppressed by Chenzong's astral sword domain, and for a moment, they were unable to move. Draw the sword. Without any hesitation, Chenzong slashed out with his sword, and divine firmament, 3 times stronger than before, directly attacked the great saint expert. As for the 3 pristine saints, they couldn't break free from the suppression of the astral sword domain, no matter what secret techniques they used. This suppression was too strong. Death. In just a short time, all 4 saints were killed, and none of them were left alive. They didn't even have a chance to attack. I believe that the Inferno Demon Gate will feel the pain of killing them. Chenzong secretly smiled. Even for a powerful ancient holy land like the Myriad Swords Peak, the loss of 4 saint-level powerhouses, especially a great saint, was still very heavy. Nianqin, let's go. Chenzong called Yu Nianqin, and prepared to go to the next stronghold. In the vast universe, the void was boundless. There was only darkness as far as the eye could see. Countless stars were entrenched in it, either rotating or revolving. On one of the deserted stars, there were only 2 figures. One was Chenzong, and the other was Yu Nianqin. Nianqin, have you really thought it through? Chenzong's expression was grave, and his tone was somewhat cautious. Because Yu Nianqin's decision was too shocking, they couldn't act rashly. Once the decision was made, once it started, it couldn't be reversed. Even a top divine ancestor like the Eternal Sword Master couldn't reverse it. What would the consequences be? It was hard to say. It was very likely that all their previous efforts would be wasted, and they would become disabled or even die directly. This was a risk. Chen Zong was against risking their own lives, but this was Yun Yanqing's decision. "I've thought it through." Yun Yanqing's expression was firm, and she didn't waver at all. "I have a feeling that by burning my bloodline, not only can I break the memory seal and recover my memories, but I also have a chance to ascend to the peak because I've already comprehended the Taihao spirit that belongs to me." Okay. In this case, no matter how much Chen Zong objected, it was useless. As an excellent cultivator, Chen Zong deeply understood the difficulties and dangers of the path of cultivation, and he could understand it better. "Back off." Yun Yanqing's expression was grave, and she took a deep breath. This time, it was equivalent to abolishing the powerful bloodline power that had reached the saint level. It was the super-powerful bloodline power that the ancient phoenix ancestor had given to Yun Yanqing. Such a saint-level bloodline had brought extraordinary talent and strength to Yun Yanqing. Being able to break through to the saint level in such a short time, in addition to her own efforts, at least half of the reason was due to the ancient phoenix bloodline. But now, Yun Yanqing planned to abolish this bloodline, because the existence of this bloodline sealed her memories. That kind of feeling was very uncomfortable, and she didn't like it. But because the price of abolishing the bloodline was too great and too heavy, Yun Yanqing had been thinking for a while, and she finally made up her mind now. It was also because she had comprehended the Great Sky Spirit. Different people would have different understandings of the Great Spirit, but as long as one could comprehend it, they would be able to benefit from it. There were several ways to abolish a person's bloodline. One of them was the most direct way to abolish a person's bloodline. However, doing so was equivalent to wasting a person's bloodline power. Yun Yanqing did not intend to use this method. He would burn the ancient phoenix bloodline completely and thoroughly so that he could find an opportunity to sublimate in the extreme realm and break through to the great sage realm. This was Yun Yanqing's plan. With a shout, an astonishingly blazing aura suddenly erupted, rushing in all directions. An ancient phoenix mark suddenly appeared between Yun Yanqing's eyebrows. It was incomparably red, as if it was about to drip blood. However, it then burned with incomparable intensity. Layers of golden red flames spread out, sweeping in all directions. Yun Yanqing's body was completely set ablaze. The terrifying blazing flames continued to spread, flowing on the ground and surging in the sky like the water of the sea. At the same time, an extremely resounding cry rang out, shaking up the space. It directly blasted open cracks in space, which spread out with shocking speed like a bolt of lightning. It was like a twisted spider web that covered the surroundings. Immediately, a phoenix phantom appeared in the sky. At first, it was only a few dozen meters in size, but it continued to expand. Soon, it reached a few hundred meters in size, and then it broke through 1,000 meters. It reached a few thousand meters in size, and finally, it reached 10,000 meters. The Crimson Phoenix Phantom, which was 10,000 meters in size, hovered in the sky. Wisps of golden red flames continued to burn on its body, burning wildly as if they would never be extinguished. The flames that spread out from Yun Yanqing's body also continued to spreading out on this small deserted star. Chen Zong stood in the void of the universe outside the star, staring at this scene with a solemn expression. The super-strong mixed Yuan heart force also spread out, covering all directions. He was highly aware of everything, and did not miss anything. Once there were any signs of trouble, he would do his best to suppress it, even if he had to pay a price. This was his way of protecting Yun Yanqing. The mark between Yun Yanqing's eyebrows became clearer, and the golden red flames that burned around her body also gradually changed, turning into a pure pale gold color. When the flames completely turned pale gold, the aura that it exuded suddenly rose to a new height, surpassing the peak of the pristine Saint Realm and stepping into the great Saint Realm. This was Yun Yanqing beginning to burn the origin of the ancient phoenix bloodline. Ordinary burning of bloodline power could be exchanged for greater power, but there would also be sequelae. However, as long as one rested and recuperated, one would completely recover, only consuming some resources and time. However, if one burned the origin of bloodline power, it was equivalent to a permanent loss. The possibility of recovery was very low, unless one had a great opportunity. Therefore, those who had mastered the power of bloodline power would not choose to burn the origin of bloodline power. It was equivalent to overdrawing one's potential, and it would affect one's future cultivation and strength. If one really had no choice but to burn the origin of bloodline power, one would usually burn a small part of it. However, Xianxia did not stop at all. She was burning the origin of bloodline power completely, and wanted to burn it completely. As the origin of the ancient phoenix bloodline power at the saint level burned frantically, the pale golden flames also continued to deepen, turning golden. In the sky, the golden-red flames burning on the body of the 10,000 meters flaming phoenix phantom also turned pale gold, and also turned pure gold. As the color of the flames changed, the aura emitted became more tyrannical, more terrifying, and more shocking. Such an aura fluctuation had been constantly spreading, and it was going to spread further. Unfortunately, Xianxia had already been prepared. He released the inner universe, and this tyrannical aura was sealed within the range of the inner universe. Otherwise, it would definitely attract many powerhouses. As long as it was not a divine ancestor, Xianxia was confident. However, it was better to avoid trouble. Who knew if there would be some accidents if many powerhouses or even cosmic beasts were attracted? Sometimes, a little accident could lead to serious and bad consequences, and it was too late to regret. Cosmic beasts were all at the saint level, and there were even many at the great saint level. For example, the tide dragon that he had seen with his own eyes in the past was a great saint-level cosmic beast. The flames turned pure gold, and the aura emitted increased by a lot after entering the great saint realm. The ancient phoenix mark on Xianxia's glabella also flew out, and turned into a small pure gold phoenix, burning incessantly. At the same time, in the mysterious ancient world of the inner universe, the ancient phoenix patriarch, who was sleeping, suddenly shook and directly woke up. How could it be? How dare she? The ancient phoenix patriarch's huge pale gold eyes were filled with disbelief. The person he had chosen as the bloodline inheritor was actually going to abolish her bloodline. That was the saint-level ancient phoenix bloodline. As long as she had this bloodline, she could reach his height in the future. How amazing was that? Now, the other party was actually going to give it up. Incomprehensible. The ancient phoenix patriarch expressed that he could not understand, but the distance was too far, and he was powerless to stop it. The ancient phoenix bloodline origin was completely burned, burning to the extreme, and directly burned into nothing. Even Xianxia's original bloodline was burning together, turning into a force that pushed Xianxia's realm to begin to sublimate. Extreme sublimation, the small deserted star was also constantly being refined under the burning of the terrifying great saint-level golden flames. The impurities were burned into ashes, and completely turned into nothingness. In the end, only a fist-sized star core origin was left. It was dark gold, as if the dark gold flames had condensed into a substance and compressed it. A true sun also appeared in the sky, suspended above the 10,000-meter golden flame phoenix shadow, and shone in all directions. This was the Taihao spirit that Xianxia had comprehended. The true sun fell, and the dark gold star origin in the sky suddenly merged with each other. During this process, Xianxia could not interfere. It was all up to Xianxia. When the two merged into one, the true sun erupted, and directly exploded, turning into countless starlight. Tens of thousands of rays fell, and directly rushed into the 10,000-meter golden flame phoenix shadow. It was as if tens of thousands of swords had pierced through the golden flame phoenix shadow, and the golden flame phoenix shadow was shattered. Xianxia's eyes suddenly narrowed. The most critical moment had arrived. Whether they could succeed or not depended on this moment. Silence, as the golden flame phoenix shadow was shattered, everything fell into silence, as if it was a silent world. Xianxia's body trembled, and the flames on her body flickered, as if they were about to be extinguished. Once the flames were extinguished, she would be completely destroyed, and there would be no possibility of recovery. As the flames flickered, they were like a candle in the wind, on the verge of collapse. However, Xianxia's expression was firm, and she did not compromise at all. She made a last stand with her supreme belief and supreme will. Condense, in an instant, the shattered golden flame phoenix turned into countless rays of light, spinning like stardust. They quickly converged toward the center, and turned into a huge stardust vortex. It spun endlessly, as if it was drawing the power of the entire universe. Xianxia's inner universe released outward, and he felt that it was difficult to support it. Fall, the stardust vortex suddenly fell, and bits of golden light flickered, sprinkling on Xianxia's body. The flickering flames, like a candle in the wind, instantly stabilized, and then gradually became more intense. Xianxia's aura, which had declined to the extreme, also stopped declining, stabilized, and then began to strengthen. However, Qianzong did not let down his guard at all. He was still staring, and his mixed yuan heart force was slightly fluctuating. The ocean-suppressing orb was also constantly operating. It only needed a moment to release all its power, suppress Xianxia's power, and interrupt this change. Doing so might cause Xianxia to lose all her power, but at least she could save her life. As long as she could save her life and survive, it meant that there was still hope. No matter how difficult it was, there was still hope. However, if she died, everything would be useless, because if she died, there would be no hope. Flames, the pure golden flames burned fiercely, incessantly, and without end. The star, which was barren and devoid of life, had long been burned to ashes by the terrifying flames, leaving only the most basic and core star origin. However, it was also integrated into Xianxia's Taihao spiritual fire, which then shattered the golden flame phoenix that was manifested by burning the ancient phoenix bloodline origin. The series of changes did not stop at all. The starfire vortex condensed and fell, completely covering Xianxia's body, as if it had turned into a huge cocoon. It was a huge cocoon that flickered with countless stars, completely covering and wrapping Xianxia. Qianzong found that his mixed yuan heart force was also isolated, unable to penetrate into the huge cocoon and observe Xianxia's situation. In this way, everything depended on Xianxia's own fate. Even if he sacrificed the sea-suppressing orb, he would not be able to interfere in the slightest. Suspended in the vast void of the universe, Qianzong stared at the starry cocoon while paying attention to the movements around him, preventing any external objects from approaching and disturbing him. Suddenly, Qianzong felt a strange movement. He raised his head and stared up, as if he wanted to see something. In Qianzong's super-sensitive perception, there was a mysterious and unfathomable power condensing in the void above. The will of the universe. Qianzong was secretly shocked. Why was the power of the will of the universe condensing? No, to be precise, why was the will of the universe condensing a mysterious and unfathomable power? Why, could it be, in the sky above, it was originally a dark void, as if there was no end in sight. However, countless streams of light converged, and each stream of light was so small that it was difficult to detect. Only a few people could perceive it. Countless streams of light converged in the sky above, forming a huge eye. It seemed to be golden, but also seemed to be empty. It was the eye of the heavenly Tao, the manifestation of the universe's will. As the eye of the heavenly Tao appeared, Qianzong immediately felt an indescribable power permeate the air and descend, as if suppressing everything. Time, space, and everything else came to a standstill in an instant, and he could not move at all. Qianzong even found that he couldn't move his body. Even the speed of his thinking was stretched infinitely, becoming very slow. His usual thinking was also slowed down by more than 100 times. After the eye of the heavenly Tao glanced at Qianzong, Qianzong felt as if he had been seen through. All his secrets seemed to have been exposed, and this feeling made Qianzong extremely shocked. Although his current strength was not yet at the divine ancestor level, he could still contend with some divine ancestors to a certain extent if he used all his strength. However, under the gaze of the eye of the heavenly Tao, he felt as if he had been completely seen through, and even his thinking was stagnant. It was really terrifying. The eye of the heavenly Tao only glanced at Qianzong for a moment, and then immediately moved its attention away. Its attention fell directly on the starlight cocoon, which seemed to have become transparent, but Qianzong still could not see anything. A sudden change occurred. From the eye of the heavenly Tao, strands of starlight flew out, as if thousands of stars were descending, bringing with them an incomparably mysterious aura. It was extremely mysterious, and they fell on the giant cocoon one after another, and then penetrated into the giant cocoon. In the next moment, the eye of the heavenly Tao dissipated, but before it disappeared, it seemed to look at Qianzong again, and this look seemed to convey a message. This was a kind of feedback to Qianzong. Feedback to me? Qianzong found that the confinement around him had disappeared, and could not help but think. In fact, he actually had some connection with the will of the outer universe. Being ranked first on the 3 lists, he had received great care from the will of the universe, and after his breakthrough, he had received a lot of help. And now, his action of eliminating the Purgatory Demon sect, the Infernal Order, and the God Worship sect was helping the will of the universe to clean up the cancerous tumors of the outer universe. It was natural that the will of the universe would give him feedback. However, because his path of cultivation was different, it was his own path of cultivation. Perhaps the will of the universe could not provide him with any help in this regard. Everything could only depend on one's own efforts. Xianxia was his Taoist companion, so this reward fell on Xianxia. This was good. Giving Xianxia was actually the same as giving to himself. Involuntarily, Chenzong's heart gave birth to some expectations. Then, Xianxia, who had received the gift of the will of the universe, could have a better breakthrough. If the breakthrough succeeded, what would it be like after the breakthrough? The light on the starlight cocoon flickered incessantly, gradually dimming, and its power was completely restrained. Vaguely, Chenzong seemed to be able to feel that the power contained in the starlight cocoon was constantly increasing. It was a kind of change, a kind of qualitative change, a kind of metamorphosis. Stronger, full of stamina. Time passed, day by day, and even month by month. Chenzong cultivated while paying attention to the movements around him, guarding Xianxia. When half a year had passed, suddenly, there seemed to be an extremely resounding cry that resounded through the 9 heavens. Immediately after, strands of starlight shot out from the giant cocoon, intertwining and crisscrossing in the sky, as if they were threading a needle. It was also as if a great master of painting was using the void of the universe as a canvas to sketch out a world-shocking work of art. In an instant, the shadow of a phoenix appeared in the dark void of the universe. This phoenix was a little different from the golden phoenix. Its whole body was burning with white gold flames, and countless starlights surrounded it, merging with the white gold flames. In terms of shape, this white gold phoenix was more slender, and its posture was more graceful. It had a kind of misty, illusory color, so mysterious and magical. The white gold flames made Chenzong feel a trace of danger. Although it was difficult to feel the temperature, the danger was always there. It was as if the white gold flames contained an incomparable horror that could burn everything and completely turn everything into ashes. However, Chenzong had a kind of doubt. Could it be that Xianxia's bloodline was not abolished? It was just that the shadow of the phoenix was different from the one after the ancient phoenix bloodline was stimulated. Could it be that the bloodline had changed? For a moment, Chenzong did not know what was going on. He could only wait for Xianxia to come out. While waiting, the white gold phoenix shadow kept shrinking. It was originally 10,000 meters in size, but it kept shrinking to 9,000 meters, 8,000 meters, 7,000 meters. Although it shrank, it was more solid, and the aura it emitted was more tyrannical. When the white gold phoenix shrank to 1,000 meters in size, it almost condensed into a substance, and the aura it emitted increased sharply again. However, it was more than that, and it continued to shrink. The amazing aura continued to spread, and Chenzong could not isolate it. An extremely powerful aura immediately spread out from the distance. It swept out like a violent sea, sweeping away everything in its path in a mighty and invincible manner. Chenzong narrowed his eyes slightly and stared directly. He saw a huge figure approaching at an amazing speed. A giant beast, a cosmic beast, moreover, it was a mature cosmic beast. The aura emitted by this cosmic beast was extremely tyrannical. It was at the level of the great saint realm, and it emitted an indescribable heat that seemed to be able to burn everything. The terrifying high temperature surged wantonly. In the blink of an eye, it could be seen that it was a giant beast in the shape of a snake dragon. Its body stretched more than 1,000,000 meters. It was so huge that it could easily crush stars. Its power was terrifying. Flaming dragon snake. Chenzong's expression changed slightly, and the information of the cosmic beast that he had read flashed in his mind. Suddenly, the corresponding name and information emerged. The flaming dragon snake was one of the cosmic beasts. It was born to control the fire of the dragon snake. This flame was so amazing that the temperature was so high that it could easily burn stars into nothingness. At the level of the great saint realm, the flaming dragon snake was very terrifying. Ordinary great saints were not willing to provoke it at all. After all, the body of the cosmic beast was so huge and tyrannical that it was extremely difficult to destroy it. It was difficult for divine ancestors to do so. In other words, it was very difficult for a great saint realm to kill the flaming dragon snake. It would be easier for a divine ancestor to do so. This flaming dragon snake seemed to be attracted by Xianxia's aura. Looking at its posture, it seemed that it intended to swallow Xianxia in one bite. Or rather, it would be good for it to swallow the platinum phoenix just now. How could Xianxia let the flaming dragon snake do so? His figure flashed, and he took a step forward, directly blocking the front of the flaming dragon snake. In comparison, Xianxia's body was like a speck of dust. There was an indescribable gap between him and the flaming dragon snake. Looking at the million-meter-long flaming dragon snake charging towards him, Xianxia's eyes narrowed unconsciously. The momentum was too terrifying. It was more terrifying than a mountain crashing directly, especially when the flaming dragon snake possessed boundless power. Such a direct collision would directly blow up a little Saint Realm expert, and even a great Saint Realm expert would find it difficult to withstand. Inner Universe Expansion, Stellar Sword Realm, See Calming Domain. In an instant, Xianxia unleashed his full power. Unfortunately, it could only cover an area of 100,000 meters, while the flaming dragon snake was 1,000,000 meters long. It was impossible to completely cover it. However, Xianxia had a way. The power of the sea calming pearl was immediately mobilized by Xianxia. Endless seawater surged and surged endlessly. It continued to rise, and a giant of water was formed. He used all his strength to form a giant of water that was 10,000 meters tall. 10,000 meters was insignificant for the flaming dragon snake, but it was huge for Xianxia. When the sea calming pearl was not suppressing, it could form such a giant of water. Immediately, a giant sword of water that was 7,000 to 8,000 meters long was formed, exuding a terrifying sword power. Slash, even in the face of the million-meter-long flaming dragon snake, Xianxia had no intention of retreating or dodging. He directly faced it head-on. Although the giant of water was huge, its slash was not slow at all. It was extremely fast, and the power it contained was extremely shocking. It directly slashed a huge crack in the universe void. The giant sword slashed out waves, one after another, representing each sword of the single-hearted sword technique. The 15 layers of waves carried terrifying power as they blasted toward the blazing dragon serpent, intending to shatter it. The sword light that was tens of thousands of meters long was extremely shocking. It could easily destroy mountains and even cause the ground to collapse. However, compared to the blazing dragon serpent that was 1,000,000 meters long, it was still far from enough. Facing the slashes of the 15 wave-like sword lights, the flaming dragon snake did not have the slightest intention of dodging. It continued to charge forward. For an cosmic beast, it did not even need to unleash any attack. Just a simple charge was enough to release an unparalleled terrifying power that could easily turn stars into dust. The sword lights slashed out one after another, but they were all shattered. Not even a splash of water could be seen on the head of the blazing dragon serpent. This was because the surface of the blazing dragon serpent's body was terrifyingly hot. Once such a huge beast charged into the seawater in its path would evaporate in an instant. Eternal Star, Xianxia burst out with all his strength. No matter what, he had to stop the blazing dragon snake from getting closer. Otherwise, not only would it disturb Xianxia, but it might even endanger her life. The 10,000-meter-tall water giant raised the 8,000-meter-long water sword. The sword's power was so strong that it could break through the universe. Such power was enough to surpass the great saint realm and reach the divine ancestor realm. In an instant, behind the water giant, a dark blue shadow of a star condensed and suddenly grew to 100,000 meters in size. 100,000 meters was not small for the blazing dragon snake. Compared to its body length, it was almost 1/10 of its size. The blazing dragon snake was a snake, and its head was the largest, but it was still less than 100,000 meters in length. As the deep and boundless blue star rotated, it quickly absorbed power from all directions. It was as if starlight was gathering from the void and entering it, causing the dark blue star to emit an ancient aura to continue to solidify. Its aura also became more and more terrifying. Around the 100,000-meter eternal star, the void of the universe collapsed. Each crack was tens of thousands of meters long. It was extremely terrifying. Such power made the blazing dragon snake's eyes tremble, and there was a change. Cosmic beasts were not brainless. On the contrary, cosmic beasts had a certain level of intelligence, but they never communicated with cultivators. Why? Because of his bloodline. The bloodline of the cosmic beasts was extremely shocking. In their eyes, there was no comparison at all. After all, the cosmic beasts were born with the power of the saint level. After they grew up, they could reach the great saint realm. Some of the stronger cosmic beasts could even reach the divine ancestor realm, or even the top divine ancestor realm. However, the upper limit of the blazing dragon serpent was the peak of the great saint stage. Ancient Stars unleashed his full power, and 100,000-meter-long deep blue star slashed out with the water giant's sword, crushing everything in its path as it headed straight for the blazing dragon snake. The strength of a great saint could not really threaten the fiery dragon serpent, but the power of a divine ancestor could. The fiery dragon serpent was frightened by the eruption of Xianxia's power. Without any hesitation, it opened its huge mouth and spat out a terrifying torrent of flames. This torrent was incomparably blazing, incinerating everything. It even carried pieces of meteorite fragments, and its might was terrifying to the extreme. Rumble, the torrent of flames collided directly with ancient stars. One was a blazing flame with high temperature. The other seemed to be formed by the condensation of endless sea water. They were different and restrained each other, and the aftermath of the collision was even more terrifying. However, although the fiery dragon serpent's attack was very strong, it was only at the great saint realm. The most powerful thing about the cosmic beasts was their bodies. Under the bombardment of ancient stars, the torrent of flames was suddenly broken apart, and ancient stars blasted towards the fiery dragon serpent at an astonishing speed. The fiery dragon serpent saw that its torrent of flames could not do anything to it, so it closed its mouth without hesitation. Its huge body suddenly trembled, and the edges of the huge scales on its body suddenly lit up with a dazzling red light, as if flames were flowing, and finally converged on its head, especially its forehead. On the forehead of the fiery dragon serpent, a flame quickly condensed, and the light shone in all directions, turning into a huge flame shield. With this, the fiery dragon serpent lowered its head slightly, and burst out a terrible attack, blasting directly towards ancient stars. The most powerful thing about the cosmic beasts was their bodies. The strength of a great saint realm cosmic beast's body was enough to withstand the frontal bombardment of many great saints. Only the power of a divine ancestor could threaten them. Collision. In an instant, ancient stars paused, and then there was a cracking sound, and cracks appeared and spread rapidly. In the next breath, it collapsed into countless fragments, and the fragments collapsed again completely. However, the fiery dragon serpent's collision was also stopped in an instant, and it could not move forward. Its huge body was even forced back by the impact, and the flame shield shattered in an instant. The scales on its forehead cracked and shattered, and a large amount of blood flowed out, and it collapsed directly. Under the impact of such a tyrannical and violent blow, the fiery dragon serpent could not withstand it. Its huge head shook, and it felt a little dizzy. Xianxia was secretly shocked. What a terrifying body! Ancient Star's sword directly had the power of a divine ancestor, but it only caused minor injuries. The body of the fiery dragon serpent was really terrifying. His strength was quickly recovering, and Xianxia was accumulating strength, ready to burst out again, and slash out the most ferocious and tyrannical sword. But the fiery dragon serpent shook its head, and quickly turned around and left. Seeing this scene, Xianxia was suddenly stunned, but he did not intend to pursue it, because it was very difficult to kill the fiery dragon serpent if he chased after it, and it was even very difficult to do so, unless his own strength broke through to the divine ancestor realm, and then there was hope with the help of the sea-suppressing orb. But, even if he killed the fiery dragon serpent, what could he do? Would it bring him any benefits? It did not seem to bring him much benefit. Xianxia gave up chasing until the huge body of the fiery dragon serpent disappeared, and then he released the power of the sea-suppressing orb, and the water giant dissipated. Time continued to pass, until 3 years had passed. The giant cocoon began to fade. No, it did not fade. Instead, it turned into strands of silk, like a cocoon being peeled, and integrated into the interior, where they were absorbed by the life inside. In the next moment, the 100-meter large platinum-colored phoenix in the sky suddenly spread its wings, and an incomparably terrifying aura burst out. It directly rushed to the highest point of the sky, then turned around and suddenly rushed down. A rumbling sound burst out, and endless platinum-colored light blasted in all directions like thousands of swords, covering everything. Every platinum-colored sword light penetrated everything, and it was extremely sharp and terrifying. The temperature contained in it was completely restrained, but it could burn everything. A moment later, the platinum-colored light was restrained again, and it turned into a platinum-colored flame that burned endlessly. In the platinum-colored flame, a figure stood out of thin air. Xianxia, it was Xianxia, who had burned her ancient phoenix bloodline to sublimate to the extreme and received a gift from the will of the universe. Xianxia was sure that she had succeeded. Not only had she succeeded, but she had also broken through. Now, the aura that Xianxia exuded was so strong that it directly reached the level of a great sage. It was not the level of a beginner in the great sage realm, and it was extremely powerful. Although the platinum-colored flame did not emit any heat, Xianxia was afraid. This performance showed that the temperature of the flame was completely restrained, and it was even more terrifying under restraint. Gradually, the platinum-colored flame integrated into Xianxia's body, and Xianxia's body seemed to become real from illusory. The robe on her body was different from before. It was a very fitting and close-fitting sword robe. This sword robe was platinum-colored and had an indescribable sense of mystery. The patterns on it were crisscrossed, and each pattern seemed to be like a feather. There was a profound and mysterious fluctuation contained in it, but it did not leak out at all. Those patterns were like the patterns of phoenix feathers, but they also looked like the shape of flames. They were mysterious and deep, as if they were endless. In the middle of her eyebrows, there seemed to be a platinum-colored mark, which exuded an indescribable nobility and mystery. Xianxia opened her eyes and looked at Xianxia. It was a familiar and joyful look. It was not a familiarity that came from getting along with each other over the years, but a familiarity that came from a long time ago. With this look, Xianxia could be sure that Xianxia's memory had recovered. It was really recovered. Xianxia. Xianxia opened her mouth, and her voice was full of joy and excitement. My memory has recovered. My memory has finally recovered. She was overjoyed. At that moment, the void of the universe around her surged, and an indescribable change appeared vaguely under the influence of her joyful mood. Her cultivation had made a breakthrough, and so had her strength. She had advanced from the little saint realm to the great saint realm. Moreover, it was not an ordinary great saint realm. However, Xianxia did not care about this, nor did she feel happy because of this. What she was really happy about was that the seal on her memory had been lifted, and her memory had finally recovered. Her memory had recovered. This was a great joy, but Xianxia was also very curious. Was the bloodline gone or had it transformed? The ancient phoenix bloodline is gone. Xianxia replied, but my own bloodline had been sublimated to the extreme before, but I almost failed. I accidentally received a mighty force that integrated into my bloodline. Under the extreme sublimation, I made a further breakthrough, and my bloodline transformed. Xianxia knew what the mighty force Xianxia was talking about was. It was the mighty force of the universe that the will of the universe had manifested as the eye of the heavenly way. This mighty force had a great effect on Xianxia. Not only did it allow her to make a successful breakthrough, but it also allowed her to make a further breakthrough in the extreme sublimation. It caused her bloodline to undergo earth-shaking changes, and she was completely free from the influence of the ancient phoenix bloodline. According to Xianxia's senses, this new bloodline also belonged to the phoenix bloodline. However, it had nothing to do with the ancient phoenix bloodline. It was a brand new bloodline, a terrifying bloodline that was much stronger than the ancient phoenix bloodline. This kind of phoenix bloodline was called the star-burning true phoenix. The star-scorching true phoenix was an extremely powerful existence that had disappeared for many years. Who would have thought that Xianxia's bloodline would transform to this extent? As a result, not only did Xianxia break free from the suppression of the ancient phoenix bloodline, but he also recovered his memories. Moreover, his bloodline surpassed the ancient phoenix bloodline in all aspects, reaching a higher level. This meant that Xianxia's potential was higher and deeper, and his future path would be wider and longer. Joy, excitement, and then calmness returned. The two continued to move. However, during this period of time, a full 3 years, all the strongholds had been evacuated or moved away, and there was no way to find them. Helpless, Chenzong and Yunyanqin could only temporarily return to Taihao Mountain. On the way back, they would also look for a suitable place to establish a sect for the Tao of One Heart. It wasn't easy to find a suitable place. Establishing one's Tao as the foundation for all generations could not be taken lightly and had to be cautious. Because once a choice was made and a foundation was established, it would not be changed unless there was no other choice. For example, the Wanren sect, Yuanyuan Palace, and Trade Wind Tower on Wanyuan Island were forced to move away due to pressure from the Eagle God sect. However, after they found out that the Eagle God sect did not go to Wanyuan Island and observed for a few more years, they all moved back. Why? Because they had established their foundation on Wanyuan Island. Their roots were on Wanyuan Island, and this was a fact that could not be changed so easily. In the end, they returned to Wanyuan Island. They did not expect that after they returned and settled down, the Eagle God sect would directly descend, resulting in the tragedy that followed. If Chenzong had not returned, Trade Wind Tower and the others would have been destroyed sooner or later. After breaking through, Yunyanqin's flying speed was at least 10 times faster than before. He was not inferior to Chenzong by much. The two returned to Taihao Mountain at an astonishing speed. In just a few years, Taihao Mountain had not changed much. Master Xianxia Dao Emperor and the others were also peacefully cultivating on Taihao Mountain. With the resources provided by Chenzong, they had improved a lot in the past few years, and their strength had also improved significantly. Both Qingying and Tianchu had broken through to the 4th realm. Of course, part of the reason for this was because their natural talents were pretty good, but it was also closely related to the cultivation environment and cultivation resources. Xianxia Dao Emperor and the others were naturally very happy with Chenzong's return. After all, they were not from Taihao Mountain. It was not a good thing for them to stay here for a long time. After all, this was not their territory. However, things were different now that Chenzong was back. He gave them a sense of confidence. After meeting his master and the others, Chenzong took Yunyanqin to meet the 3rd generation Taihao. You've understood? As soon as Taihao saw Yunyanqin, he was stunned. Then, he showed a touch of excitement and asked in a hopeful tone. After receiving Yunyanqin's affirmative answer, Taihao, the 3rd generation of Taihao, had an indescribable feeling at that moment. He was extremely excited. For many years, he had been looking for a suitable candidate to cultivate. Unfortunately, he had not succeeded. Even Chenzong, who he thought the most highly, had failed. However, Chenzong's failure was different from the others. The others failed because they could not understand the spirit of Taihao or died prematurely. Chenzong's failure was because he was too outstanding. As a result, he walked his own path of cultivation. There was only one example of a new path that was completely different from the orthodox path of cultivation. Indeed, it was not possible to inherit the position of Taihao. After all, there were no hard and fast rules. However, the problem was that Chenzong was unwilling. Moreover, Chenzong's strength was much stronger than that of the 3rd generation Taihao. Now that Yunyanqin had understood the spirit of Taihao and had successfully broken through to the Great Saint Realm, he could pass on the position of Taihao and become the 4th generation Taihao. This was worthy of celebration. For the 3rd generation Taihao, this was great news. How many years had it been? How many years had it been? Unable to wait any longer, the 3rd generation Taihao immediately announced that the Taihao succession ceremony would be held. This was a big deal, especially in the current situation where there were a lot of bad guys and the entire outer universe was in chaos. Taihao Mountain holding the Taihao succession ceremony was tantamount to announcing that Taihao Mountain had one more Great Saint Sword cultivator. In the outer universe, the Great Saint Realm was the pinnacle and the strongest existence. How astonishing would it be if the Great Saint Realm was added to the Great Saint Realm? It was enough to bring great excitement to the Holy Lands Alliance, and it would also serve as a great deterrent to those evil forces. It was at such a juncture that a grand succession ceremony was needed instead of keeping a low profile. Why would they do this? Naturally, it was to inspire and intimidate the enemy. At the same time, they had also decided on some discussions and plans. With the succession ceremony as the pretext, If there were strong enemies from the Inferno Demon Gate, Infernal Order, and God Worship Sect, they would take advantage of this opportunity to wipe them out in one fell swoop. At the very least, they had to inflict heavy losses on them and greatly weaken the strength of these 3 malignant tumors. Of course, the consequences of doing so were dangerous. If there were too many strong powerhouses attacking, it might have the opposite effect. However, this was indeed a very good opportunity. If they did not take advantage of it and take the risk, they did not know when they would be able to inflict further damage to the 3 malignant tumors. As for the danger, it was inevitable, but if they were prepared in advance, the danger would be minimized as much as possible. Invitation. For a time, Taihao Mountain immediately sent out invitations to the other surviving Holy Lands to attend the succession ceremony, inviting them to attend. Originally, there were more than a dozen Holy Lands in the outer universe, but after a few hundred years, 6 of them had been destroyed one after another. Now, only 7 Holy Lands were left. The ancient Yuan Holy Land, known as the number 1 Holy Land, had the longest history in the outer universe and had the most powerhouses. Although there was only one great saint, there were as many as 3 little saints. Previously, Taihao Mountain only had 1 eminent saint stage and 1 pristine saint stage powerhouse. Taihao Mountain's succession ceremony? In other words, Taihao Mountain will have 1 more great sword saint. Great Saint Gu Yuan, who was in the ancient Yuan Holy Land, was stunned when he heard the news. There were not many Holy Lands in the outer universe that had a great saint overseeing them, only 8. In other words, in the entire outer universe, there were no more than 10 great saints, including lone cultivators. So, why hadn't there been more than 10 great sage realm experts since ancient times? Of course, there were more. However, the outer universe was very interesting. Once one reached the Great Saint Realm, they would inherit the position of Holy Land Supreme, just like Taihao Mountain. The previous generation of Holy Land Supreme would leave to seek the mysteries of the universe, and even enter the core universe to pursue the further path of cultivation. Perhaps one could enter the inner universe, but was it necessary? The upper limit for entering the inner universe was the divine ancestor level, but entering the core universe could make one a god. Which was better? Of course, it was the latter. In the core universe, great saints were considered great beings. Under normal circumstances, they could protect themselves and pursue the path of practice better. It would be easier for them to break through to the level of divine ancestor compared to when they were in the inner universe. In that case, why would they need to go to the inner universe? It would be a waste of time. As a result, the number of great saints in the outer universe had always been maintained at a small number. Otherwise, if they had been passed down from generation to generation without leaving, then it was not impossible for the entire outer universe to accumulate dozens of great saints. Of course, it was not so easy to reach the Great Saint Realm. It was also difficult for a little saint to break through to the Great Saint Realm. The Great Sky Sect was destroyed, and the Great Saint was naturally killed. For the Holy Lands Alliance, it was a great loss. Now, Taihao Mountain was going to hold the Taihao Mountain succession ceremony, which was equivalent to announcing that Taihao Mountain had 1 more Great Saint Realm Master. Moreover, it was a great sword saint with extremely strong offensive abilities. For the Holy Lands Alliance, this was great news. With 1 more great sword saint, the high-level combat power of the Holy Lands Alliance would obviously increase. At such a critical juncture, the 3rd generation Taihao would not leave, and the Holy Lands Alliance would not lack a great sword saint. The ancient Yuan Sacred Land, Wanfeng Sacred Land, 3000 Wind Sacred Land, Unwavering Sacred Land, Startling Rainbow Sacred Land, and Firmament Sacred Land were all shocked. These 6 great holy lands all had great saint powerhouses overseeing them. Including Taihao Mountain, they were the only 7 great holy lands in the outer universe that had great saints overseeing them. Among them, the ancient Yuan Sacred Land was the strongest with 1 great saint realm master and 3 little saints, followed by Wanfeng Sacred Land with 1 great saint realm master and 2 little saints. The other great holy lands had 1 great saint realm master and 1 little saint realm master. In terms of strength, they were about the same. However, Taihao Mountain was ranked 3rd because Taihao Mountain was the holy land of sword cultivators. The combat power of sword cultivators was often more outstanding among those of the same level. After receiving the invitation, the powerhouses of the 6 great holy lands were shocked and decided to participate. Of course, they did not dare to send great saints to participate. It was not that they did not want to give face, but they were worried that the Purgatory Demon Gate, Infernal Order, and others would take the opportunity to attack. There was a big difference between having a great Saint Realm Master and not having one. A great Saint Realm Master was enough to fight against several little saints. Although a great Saint Realm Master could not personally participate in the inauguration ceremony, they could still send a little Saint Realm Master. Although a little Saint Realm Master was very strong, they were still incomparable to a great Saint Realm Master. The gap was very obvious. Even if a strong enemy attacked, they could still hold on. With the strength of a great Saint Realm Master and the activation of the Great Mountain Guarding Array, it would be difficult to break through in a short time unless the enemy's strength was too strong. If the Purgatory Demon Gate and Infernal Order had such strength, the Holy Lands in the outer universe would have been destroyed long ago. Moreover, after the Great Holy Lands formed an alliance, they had overcome some difficulties. Now, in the past few years, they had successfully built void gates in various Holy Lands. Once it was opened, reinforcements could arrive in a very short time. The inauguration ceremony would be held 3 months later. This was very normal. After all, to hold such a ceremony, it was necessary to send out a notice in advance so that people would know and allocate time to participate. Otherwise, they would only be notified when the ceremony was held. Sometimes, people would not have the time to participate. In addition, these 3 months were actually the time that Taihao Mountain used to make preparations. In order to prevent the Purgatory Demon Gate, Infernal Order, and God Worship sect from attacking, it would be better to resist their attacks and also better to kill them and cause more damage. The arrangements were carried out secretly. Shenzong and Yunyanqin were constantly cultivating and improving. In the outer universe, there was a turbulent undercurrent. After the news that the inauguration ceremony of Mount Taihao was about to begin spread, the originally active Purgatory Demon Sect and Infernal Order did not seem to have any special reaction, as if they did not receive the news at all. But, did they really not receive the news? No, of course they had received the news. Furthermore, they had received the news as soon as possible. The reason why they didn't seem to have made any moves was just a facade. In fact, the Inferno Demon Sect and the Infernal Demon Cult had already joined forces in secret. They had secretly mobilized a sufficiently powerful force and were constantly gathering together in an attempt to directly destroy the Taihao Mountain on the day of the inauguration ceremony. It was not in the Purgatory Demon Sect, nor was it in the Infernal Order, but in a secret place of darkness. "My lord, have you arranged your people?" An incomparably dull voice came from a huge, terrifying figure that emitted endless evil aura, as if it came from an ancient time and space, causing the void to tremble incessantly. It was like the roar of an ancient beast, containing a ferocious power that shook the heavens and the earth. It has been prepared long ago, just waiting for the inauguration ceremony of Mount Taihao to begin. In another place, there was a figure shrouded in a dark mist, faintly discernible like a phantom, and the voice that came out was also erratic. "Ha ha ha ha, good, this time, we will attack and destroy Mount Taihao in one fell swoop, and we will also wipe out the other participants of the inauguration ceremony of Mount Taihao in one fell swoop." A thunderous laughter came from the huge figure that was emitting billowing evil aura. "When the time comes, we will push all the way, destroy all the remaining 7 holy lands, and unify the universe." The two figures laughed. One laughed loudly and wantonly, while the other laughed in a restrained and deep manner. But no matter what kind of laughter it was so carefree, as if they had already destroyed the 7 holy lands, eradicated all resistance in the outer universe, and completely occupied the outer universe. Of course, whether it was the Purgatory Demon Sect or the Infernal Order, they both intended to monopolize the outer universe, but that was impossible. The strength of the Purgatory Demon Sect or the Infernal Order alone was not enough to truly occupy this part of the universe, so they could only cooperate. As for how the universe would be divided after the various holy lands were eradicated and all resistance was defeated, that was a matter to be dealt with in due time. Perhaps it would be a 50-50 split, with each side occupying half of the development, or perhaps it would be a life and death battle. However, they did not forget about the Church of God. The God Worship sect's goal was also this universe, but their goal was to develop faith, which was different from the Purgatory Demon Gate and the Infernal Order. They were not on the same path, and there had been many conflicts between them. Naturally, the Purgatory Demon Gate and the Infernal Order would not ally with the god-worship sect. First, the 7 Holy Lands would be eradicated, and then the god-worship cult. Time flew by. 3 months later, the Taihao succession ceremony of Taihao Mountain was about to officially begin. The Gate of the Void that had just been built on one of the peaks of Taihao Mountain suddenly lit up. Not long after, a figure appeared and stepped out. His entire body was filled with a powerful aura and various Taoist rhymes surrounded him. He was clearly a saint-level powerhouse. Pristine Saint Stage. This was a Pristine Saint Stage expert from the ancient Yuan Sacred Land. As the representative of the ancient Yuan Sacred Land, he came to participate in the Taihao inauguration ceremony on Taihao Mountain. In addition to this Pristine Saint Stage expert, there were also several 7th, 6th, and even 5th level cultivators who were participating. They were the more outstanding people in the ancient Yuan Sacred Land who were qualified to participate. It didn't take long for the representatives of the various Holy Lands to arrive at the brilliant Sky Mountain. The transmission time of the Gate of the Void was not long. The shortest was 12 breaths while the longest was 12 breaths. In addition to the representatives of the various Holy Lands, all the powerful Emperor-level forces also sent people. Of course, these Emperor-level forces could not directly arrive through the Gate of the Void. After receiving the invitation, they could only immediately select suitable people to set off and arrive as soon as possible. With the speed of an Emperor-level expert, they could still fly a long distance in 3 months. Of course, if they were too far away from the brilliant Sky Mountain, they would not be able to arrive in time and would have to give up. Only some forces that were closer to the brilliant Sky Mountain and hoped to arrive in 3 months sent people to set off. When all these people arrived, the brilliant Sky Mountain became even more lively. The inauguration ceremony had begun, and the 3rd generation Taihao had appeared. Is that the legendary Taihao Sword Saint? The representatives from the Emperor-level forces stared at the imposing figure and felt a kind of vast and boundless sword power. It was like a true sun across the sky, and they were all shocked. The strongest person in the Emperor-level forces was at most at the half-saint level, but most of them were in the 7th realm. There were no saint-level experts at all. If there were a saint-level expert, the Emperor-level forces could become a Holy Land. Many of the Holy Lands in the universe came about this way. Legend had it that the Taihao Sword Saint of the brilliant Sky Mountain was a saint-level expert who was more powerful than an ordinary saint-level expert. They had only heard of some legends about him but had never seen him in person. They did not expect to see it with their own eyes. Immediately, Yun Yanqin also appeared. He stepped on the void and walked over. He was wearing a platinum sword robe with phoenix feathers embroidered on it. His body was filled with endless sword Dao charm. It was very shocking, as if it was constantly bombarding the void of the universe. The stronger one was, the more obvious it was to feel it. The pristine saints from the ancient Yuan Sacred Land and other major holy lands were slightly stunned. Why isn't it him? They were all very puzzled. The major holy land's ability to gather information was still very strong. Previously, Taihao Mountain was attacked by the Purgatory Demon sect and had almost been breached. At the critical moment, the most outstanding disciple of Taihao Mountain had returned and directly displayed unparalleled strength to repel the Purgatory Demon sect. However, they did not get any more information because the Purgatory Demon sect would not have spread such news. Taihao Mountain had also chosen to hide it in order to preserve some trump cards. They speculated that the returning disciple of Taihao Mountain should also be a saint-level expert. Otherwise, he would not have been able to repel the Purgatory Demon sect. Therefore, they expected that the person who would inherit the position of Taihao would be that person. According to the information they knew in the early years, this person was a man. But now, there was a woman who wanted to inherit the position of Taihao. What was going on? Could it be that the disciple had turned from a man to a woman because of some opportunity? Their puzzlement was deeply hidden in their hearts. The inauguration ceremony really began. The 3rd generation Taihao read out the Tao text, which reverberated in all directions, causing the great Tao of the universe to resonate and vibrate endlessly. The mystery released was astonishing to the extreme. The rumbling continued and became more intense, as if it was about to materialize. It was like a long river was surging endlessly, gathering from afar and intertwining in the sky above Taihao Mountain. The rumbling of the great Tao could be clearly felt from tens of thousands of miles away. It was like a long river, but also like a huge chain that traversed the universe. It was majestic and majestic, with endless divine power. This kind of power was astonishing to the extreme. For many people, such a scene was the first time in their lives that they had seen such a scene. They immediately exclaimed in surprise, their mouths wide open, as if they could swallow a big fist. Today, the third generation Taihao of Taihao Mountain, under the witness of the great Tao of the universe, passes the position of Xianxia. He is the fourth generation Taihao of Taihao Mountain. After the Tao text was read out, the third generation Taihao made the final announcement. His voice overlapped with the momentum of the great Tao of the universe, producing an earth-shattering rumble that was like rolling thunder that resounded through the ages. I, Xianxia, from today onwards, will take over as the fourth generation Taihao of Taihao Mountain. Under the witness of many people and the will of the great Tao of the universe, Xianxia's voice was full of solemnity and holiness. It resonated with the great Tao of the universe, and the divine power of the sword way descended in an instant. Recognition: this was the direct recognition of the will of the great Tao of the universe. From now on, Xianxia was the current generation Taihao of Taihao Mountain, and also the fourth generation Taihao. A sudden change occurred. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from all around Taihao Mountain, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying aura erupted. This aura was filled with an astonishing evil spirit and was extremely ferocious. It was like a torrent that rolled endlessly, as if it was going to destroy the mountains as soon as it appeared. Immediately after, another aura erupted. This aura was extremely dark and cold, but it also had a kind of erratic and elusive aura, as if it was all-pervasive. Purgatory Demon Sect. Infernal Order. They're really here. The eyes of the third generation Taihao and Xianxia, the fourth generation Taihao, shone with a strong light. They were not surprised at all, because all of this was within their plan and control. Even the others did not panic. After a moment of shock, they immediately calmed down. Kill. The people of Purgatory Demon Sect and Infernal Order attacked directly, and Taihao Mountain's protective mountain array was activated, firmly protecting Taihao Mountain. All of this was not out of the expectations of Purgatory Demon Sect and Infernal Order. After all, Taihao Mountain was not that stupid. It could even be that Taihao Mountain deliberately spread the news to lure them to attack and destroy them. Taihao Mountain and the Holy Lands Alliance wanted to destroy the Infernal Order and Purgatory Demon Sect. In turn, the Infernal Order and Purgatory Demon Sect wanted to destroy the Holy Lands Alliance and so on. This was a mutual process, an irreversible process. The great protective array of Taihao Mountain was constantly bombarded. However, the reconstructed Great Protective Array was several times stronger than before, so it wasn't that easy to break through. Furthermore, Taihao Mountain had made even more ample preparations this time. Outer Array, rise. Following the order of the former Second Grand Elder and now the First Grand Elder, the Killing Sword Master, the protective mountain array that had been set up 3 months ago suddenly emerged from the void one by one. As soon as these protective mountain array appeared, it immediately began to operate like a millstone spinning endlessly. Terrifying sword might also burst out continuously. Kill, kill, kill. The sword formations were purely offensive sword formations. Apart from the power of killing, they had no other function. However, when the power of killing burst out, it was extremely terrifying. It was as if a sword emperor had completely unleashed his power and displayed his superb swordsmanship killing moves. Moreover, there wasn't just one such sword formation, nor was there just 10 of them. Instead, there were a few hundred of them. A few hundred such sword formations were equivalent to a few hundred sword emperors attacking with their full strength without regard for anything else. One by one, the sword formations were activated. As they operated, they released a shocking amount of sword power. The sword light shone like a long river flowing in all directions. It was like a storm was sweeping, like thunder was raging, like a raging fire was burning the sky, and like a sea was drowning a city. Each sword formation had emperor-level power, and they were all different. The sword chi was like thunder, fire, sea, and ice. They all had their differences. Before the Purgatory Demon Sect, the Infernal Order, and the God Worship Sect rose up, the outer universe was in a relatively peaceful state. At that time, the Taihao mountain was very powerful. Even so, there were only a little more than 100 emperor-level masters in the Taihao mountain, not even 200. Now, because of the Purgatory Demon sect, the Infernal Order, and the God Worship sect, the Taihao mountain had lost a lot of emperor-level masters. Although some emperor-level masters were trained and successfully broke through to the emperor level, they still could not make up for it. At most, there were only about 100 of them. Now, there were hundreds of such emperor-level sword formations. It meant that the Taihao mountain suddenly had hundreds of Jiandi-level masters. How terrifying was this power? Moreover, these hundreds of emperor-level sword formations were activated suddenly. The Purgatory Demon sect and the Infernal Order were caught off guard. In just one move, a large number of people were killed and strangled by the sword formations. This was an emperor-level sword formation. Its power was equal to an emperor-level sword cultivator, but in terms of lethality, it was more powerful than an emperor-level sword cultivator. With the original ability of the Taihao mountain, it was impossible to set up so many emperor-level sword formations. At most, it could only set up a few. Fortunately, Chenzong brought resources from the inner universe. In the inner universe, Chenzong obtained countless resources. These resources were not very useful to Chenzong, but it was undeniable that their value was amazing. Especially the resources of the inner universe, at the same level, were better than the resources of the outer universe. These hundreds of emperor-level sword formations consumed more than half of the resources that Chenzong brought back to set up. The sword formations were activated and strangled. Sword chi swept in all directions. Countless raging fires spread and thunder raged. In an instant, the casualties were shocking. Break the formation! The experts of the Purgatory Demon Gate and the Infernal Order roared. They did not dare to underestimate the power of hundreds of emperor-level sword formations. If they allowed them to continue operating until their power was exhausted, they did not know how many casualties would occur. It would definitely be very disastrous. One had to know that even if an emperor-level expert were to face the attack of an emperor-level sword formation, they would be able to withstand it for a while, but they would not be able to withstand it forever. An emperor-level expert would die upon contact. Moreover, there were not just 1 or 2 emperor-level sword formations, nor were there 10 or 20 of them. There were more than 300 of them. If these sword formations were not destroyed and allowed to continue operating, the resulting slaughter would be extremely terrifying. Immediately, the great emperors and half-saints of the Purgatory Demon sect and the Infernal Order all attacked, exploding with astonishing power, constantly bombarding the sword formation. Even the saint-level experts attacked. Under the attack of the saint-level experts, the sword formations that were able to withstand a few attacks of the half-saints were suddenly unable to withstand and were destroyed in an instant. In the end, more than 300 emperor-level sword formations were destroyed and could no longer pose the slightest threat to the Purgatory Demon sect and the Infernal Order. However, during this period, the Purgatory Demon sect and the Infernal Order also suffered great losses. There were many casualties, and corpses were scattered all over the place. It could be said that the corpses were like mountains. In just a short period of time, while the Taihao mountain side was still intact, the Purgatory Demon sect and the Infernal Order had suffered great losses. This was definitely not a good thing for the Purgatory Demon sect and the Infernal Order. However, since they had already made their move, it was impossible for them to retreat even if they suffered heavy casualties. This time, they had mobilized a large force and even mobilized most of their forces in order to break through and destroy Mount Taihao. Then, they would use Mount Taihao as a springboard to attack other Holy Lands and truly eradicate the Holy Land Alliance in the outer universe. As long as the Holy Land Alliance was eliminated, the Infernal Order and the Purgatory Demon sect's resistance in the outer universe would disappear. In front of them, the remaining forces would not be a concern at all. They would be as weak and laughable as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Of course, it did not mean that the Infernal Order and the Purgatory Demon sect could do whatever they wanted after the Holy Land Alliance was eliminated, because they still had to deal with the God Worship sect. But no matter what, destroying the Holy Land Alliance was always the right thing to do. After the hundreds of Emperor-level sword formations were destroyed, the experts of the Inferno Demon sect and the Infernal Demon cult began to attack the Grand Protective Formation of the Taihao Mountains. They wanted to break through the Grand Protective Formation. As long as they could break through the Grand Protective Formation, they would be able to invade and slaughter the people of the Taihao Mountains in one fell swoop. The Great Protective Array suddenly trembled. Even though it had been strengthened by several times and could better withstand the attacks, it could only withstand for a short while. It could not last long at all. If the attack continued, it would definitely be destroyed. However, the Great Protective Array of the Taihao Mountain was not only able to withstand attacks, it also possessed an astonishing offensive power. As the Great Protective Array operated, countless sword lights swam around, emitting endless sword cries, like a long river flowing endlessly. Countless sword chi also burst out from the Great Protective Array, shooting out continuously, killing the people of the Purgatory Demon Sect and the Infernal Order one by one. In the end, it was still not enough. The power of the Great Protective Array was not weak. Even a half-step saint would not be able to do anything if they were hit, but it was difficult to deal with a saint. However, a saint would naturally be dealt with by a saint. The third Taihao and the fourth Taihao burst out with a shocking sword power. Astonishing heat surged out in an instant, sweeping across the sky. Then, the two immediately rushed out of the Great Protective Array and directly attacked the saint powerhouses of the Purgatory Demon Sect and the Infernal Order. The first Doyen, Sword Saint Wuxia, also burst out in an instant. With a sword in hand, his murderous intent and monstrous murderous aura merged into the saint long sword in his hand. This was a middle-grade saint weapon. Chenzong brought it back from the inner universe and gave it to Sword Saint Wuxia. Although the sword did not contain any murderous aura, it contained an astonishing sharpness. It was extremely terrifying, allowing Sword Saint Wuxia to unleash his swordsmanship and killing moves more thoroughly. Although he had just broken through to the saint level, with such a saint weapon, Sword Saint Wuxia's strength was not inferior to some veteran pristine saints in the outer universe. Kill. The other pristine saints from the sacred lands who came to participate in the inauguration ceremony also burst out. They directly rushed out of the Great Protective Array and unleashed their overbearing strength to kill the people of the Purgatory Demon Sect and the Infernal Order. In total, Taihao Mountain had sent out 2 great sword saints and 7 pristine saints. Such a lineup was extremely overbearing and shocking. However, from the Purgatory Demon Sect and the Infernal Order's camp, there was also an extremely shocking aura that spread out in all directions. It was extremely overbearing and shocking. Great Saint Realm. There were also Great Saint Realm powerhouses from the Purgatory Demon Sect and the Infernal Order's camp. In a one-on-one fight, the truth was that Mount Taihao was no match for the Inferno Demon Gate or the Infernal Demon Cult. This was because both sides were very strong. After countless years of accumulation, coupled with some terrifying and strange methods, they had given birth to many powerhouses, including many saint-level powerhouses. In the past, Chenzong was attacked by 4 Saint Realm powerhouses from the Purgatory Demon Sect. There were 3 pristine saints and 1 great Saint Realm powerhouse. In the end, they were directly suppressed and killed by Chenzong. Even so, there were still many Saint Realm powerhouses from the Purgatory Demon Sect. Why couldn't they directly destroy Taihao Mountain before? It was because when the Purgatory Demon Sect attacked Taihao Mountain, they also sent some powerhouses to other sacred lands to intimidate those sacred lands so that they could not send great Saint Realm powerhouses to support Taihao Mountain. However, this time, most of their forces were gathered at Taihao Mountain. They planned to unite and destroy Taihao Mountain in one fell swoop. Taihao Mountain, the 3rd generation, your opponent is me. A terrifying roar suddenly rang out. It was like the roar of thousands of beasts that directly reverberated in all directions, shaking heaven and earth. Following that terrifying voice, a huge body that was at least 100 meters tall appeared. It was extremely overbearing and surrounded by endless murderous aura. It was like the surging waves of the sea that endlessly rushed over. One blow, the blow came across the sky. It was a punch, a huge arm, and a huge fist. The punch was like a meteor that erupted with terrifying power. It smashed the vacuum, causing the 3rd generation's expression to change drastically. However, the 3rd generation's Taihao Mountain did not retreat, because his Taihao spirit was upright and overbearing, and so was his Taihao sword technique. Slash, he raised his sword and slashed out. The sword light suddenly burst out with incomparably intense light, like a scorching sun that released endless power, shattering everything and directly slashing out. On the other side, a dark figure seemed to have escaped into the void. It silently appeared behind the fourth generation's Taihao, Yunyanxin, and rapidly closed in on him. Then, it exploded with an extremely terrifying blow. The power of this blow was extremely shocking, and it could easily pierce through a star. However, at that moment, Yunyanxin seemed to have sensed it. He instantly turned around, and the Qinghuang sword also burned in an instant. The sword slashed down from the sky like a brilliant sun, and it was accompanied by a resounding cry. True Phoenix sword technique. This was Yunyanxin's swordsmanship. Originally, Yunyanxin had the ancient Phoenix bloodline in his body. He had cultivated the ancient Phoenix Mountain's sacred Phoenix sword technique, which was considered a very superior swordsmanship. However, the ancient Phoenix bloodline had disappeared. Under extreme burning and extreme sublimation, and with the gift of the universe, his bloodline finally transformed into a bloodline that was stronger and more superior than the ancient Phoenix bloodline, the star-burning true Phoenix bloodline. During the 3 years of bloodline transformation, Yunyanxin's comprehension had also been raised to the extreme. He further comprehended the mysteries of swordsmanship and his own bloodline. After returning to Taihao Mountain, he continued to practice swordsmanship with Chen Zong. Under Chen Zong's guidance, he successfully improved the sacred Phoenix sword technique to the extreme, and then broke through the limit. The true Phoenix swordsmanship was a new swordsmanship that Yunyanxin created based on the holy Phoenix swordsmanship and based on her own star-burning true Phoenix bloodline. Its profundity and power surpassed the holy Phoenix swordsmanship and reached an even more astonishing height. In terms of grade, the true Phoenix swordsmanship was not inferior to the supreme secret of the Stellar Sword Palace in the inner universe, the Stellar Sword Palace. The Qinghuang sword burned with the star-burning true Phoenix's bloodline fire. The terrifying flame called the star-burning true flame burned through the void as the sword slashed out. Fight, fight, fight! The Purgatory Demon sect and the Infernal Order came prepared and attacked with almost all of their forces. Taihao Mountain was also prepared to meet the attack and began an extremely fierce battle. The 7 pristine Saint Realm experts unleashed their full strength to fend off the Saint Realm experts of Purgatory Demon Gate and Seamless Devil Cult. The 3rd generation Taihao and the 4th generation Taihao were also locked in a fierce battle with the great Saint Realm experts of Purgatory Demon Gate and Seamless Devil Cult. In Taihao Mountain, the Gate of the Void lit up again and a figure stepped out of the Gate of the Void and descended on Taihao Mountain. This time, I'll kill all of you here. The person who came was an old man, a very strong and stalwart old man. His body seemed to contain an incomparably vigorous power that constantly surged, causing the surrounding void to vibrate incessantly. It was as if he could trigger a void tsunami and destroy everything if he wanted to. This old man was a great saint expert, one of the 2 great saint experts of the ancient Yuan sacred ground. As for the other great saint expert, he needed to guard the ancient Yuan sacred ground to prevent any unexpected situations, because no one knew if the Purgatory Demon sect and the Infernal Order would secretly spy on them and attack at any time. There was even the existence of the God Worship sect. Therefore, the great saint experts of the other sacred grounds could not come. Even if the Gate of the Void was connected, if there was an accident and they could not rush back in time, it would most likely lead to the destruction of the sacred ground. This could not be taken lightly. However, it was also very good that the ancient Yuan sacred ground could send a great saint expert as reinforcements. After all, the strength of a great saint expert was not to be underestimated. The stalwart old man's tiger-like eyes flickered incessantly, containing an extremely terrifying power. Suddenly, he burst out and soared into the sky, like a meteorite breaking through the vast sky, directly rushing out of the mountain guarding formation and towards the camp of the Purgatory Demon sect. In just one move, he had killed many people of the Purgatory Demon sect. Your opponent is me. A great saint expert of the Purgatory Demon sect who was besieging the 3rd generation Taihao immediately attacked the old man. This time, the Purgatory Demon sect and the Infernal Order had sent out 4 great saint stage powerhouses and 10 pristine saint stage powerhouses. In terms of numbers, they were superior to the Holy Land Alliance from the Taihao Mountain. Inside Taihao Mountain, a pair of sharp eyes were watching the battle outside. The owner of those eyes was none other than Chen Zong. Chen Zong did not make a move right away. Instead, he stared and observed. As the strongest cultivator of Taihao Mountain, Chen Zong was treated like a trump card. The Infernal Demon Gate and the Infernal Order combined were indeed very powerful, but it was still impossible for them to destroy the Taihao mountain with their current strength. Therefore, everyone felt that the Purgatory Demon Gate and the Infernal Order would either not come, or they would definitely make a big move instead of a small-scale attack. From the looks of it, the Infernal Demon Gate and the Infernal Order had indeed mobilized an extremely powerful force. However, it was still not enough. It was simply impossible for them to breach Mount Taihao with just this amount of force. So, what else did they have up their sleeves? Chenzong could not help but look forward to it. This was because the 4 great Saint Stage powerhouses and 10 pristine Saint Stage powerhouses from the Purgatory Demon Gate and the Infernal Order were no match for Chenzong even if they all joined forces. Releasing the inner universe and activating the Sea-suppressing orb, he could directly suppress all of them and kill them all in a short period of time. Now, Yun Yanqing was fighting against 2 enemies by himself. He displayed the powerful True Phoenix Sword technique and blocked the Avicii. He was not defeated by the attacks of 2 great Saint Stage powerhouses of the demonic sect. The others were the same. In the distance, there were 2 figures standing in the universe, staring at this side. The aura emanating from their bodies was extremely powerful. Holy Lord, it seems that this force alone is not enough to destroy Mount Taihao. A thunderous sound came from the huge figure surrounded by boundless baleful aura. It shook the surroundings, and the space cracked. Then, use a stronger force. Not far away, a figure that seemed to exist between the real and the illusory spoke as well. Let the universe see what our divine gate is capable of. The sect leader of the Purgatory Demon sect couldn't stop laughing. Soon after, he waved his hand and shot out waves of shocking energy, bombarding a certain spot in the universe. However, he didn't break it. Instead, he left a mark. In the blink of an eye, thousands of marks were spread out, forming a huge circle that was hundreds of thousands of meters in size. It was like a void gate that connected to the headquarters of the Purgatory Demon Gate. A terrifying aura suddenly spread out from the hundreds of thousands of meters in size. It shook continuously and was very terrifying. It became more and more intense, like a torrent that had burst a dam. A roar was also heard. The roar was extremely terrifying. It was vigorous and ancient, as if it could easily shatter the stars. A huge figure appeared, and then, with a terrifying and boundless power, it slowly appeared from the hundreds of thousands of meters in size. A giant beast, it was a giant beast of the universe. It was a giant beast of the universe that looked like a crocodile. The aura it exuded was extremely terrifying. As soon as this giant beast appeared, it exuded a terrifying aura that seemed to suppress the surroundings. It was as if time and space had frozen. Holy Lord, this star-swallowing giant crocodile is a giant beast god puppet that our divine gate has spent a lot of effort to capture and refine. The sect master of the Purgatory Demon Gate was 1,000 meters tall, but when he appeared on the head of this giant beast, he seemed incomparably small as a speck of dust. A giant beast of the universe. The sect master of the Infernal Order's tone was full of amazement. A giant beast of the universe was an extremely tyrannical existence in the outer universe. It was a top life form with a huge body and a huge amount of power. Once it grew up, it would be at the level of a great saint or even stronger than a great saint. Moreover, its body was huge and tyrannical. Cultivators of the same level could not do anything to it in a one-on-one battle. It was not that no one had ever thought of attacking a giant beast of the universe. Unfortunately, a giant beast of the universe was too strong and difficult to kill. When it was angry, its power was very terrifying. Unless one had absolute strength, no one was willing to provoke it. A great saint was the most powerful existence in the outer universe. Unless many great saints joined forces, it was possible to kill a giant beast of the universe. However, the price to pay was not small. It was unexpected that the Purgatory Demon Gate had captured a giant beast of the universe and refined it into a puppet. This was a giant beast of the universe that had grown up to the level of a great saint. It was unexpected that the Purgatory Demon Gate had such a foundation. However, the process must have been very difficult. Controlling the star-swallowing giant crocodile puppet, it immediately headed in the direction of Taihao Mountain. Its huge body, which was hundreds of thousands of meters long, moved and accelerated. Suddenly, there were countless turbulences in the void, sweeping wildly. The waves were surging endlessly, shattering everything. A terrifying aura blasted out unreservedly, pouring out and rushing in the direction of Taihao Mountain. Suddenly, everyone's expression changed drastically. Star-swallowing giant crocodile. The third generation Taihao's expression suddenly changed. Why is the star-swallowing giant crocodile here? The expressions of the great saints from the ancient Yuan sacred ground changed drastically, as did the other sacred grade powerhouses. Such a huge beast with such a terrifying aura was enough to show how terrifying the star-swallowing giant crocodile was. The star-swallowing giant crocodile was somewhat different from other giant beasts of the universe. It fed on stars and could easily devour them, digesting the power of the stars to grow. The star-swallowing giant crocodile did not master the power of fire, thunder, or ice. What it had was pure physical strength. Its physical strength was incomparably terrifying, and its brute force was more terrifying than other giant beasts of the universe. Once attacked by the star-swallowing giant crocodile, the mountain-guarding Grand Formation of Taihao Mountain would not be able to withstand it at all. It would be directly blasted apart. It was not that the mountain-guarding Grand Formation of Taihao Mountain was too weak, but that the star-swallowing giant crocodile was too strong. Ha 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 ha, the divine puppet is out. Taihao Mountain is finished. A great saint from the Purgatory Demon Gate suddenly laughed wildly. Back then, in order to capture the star-swallowing giant crocodile, the Purgatory Demon Gate had prepared for thousands of years, spent a lot of resources, and even lost many people before they finally succeeded. After that, they spent many years and countless resources to refine the star-swallowing giant crocodile into a divine puppet. The divine puppet of the star-swallowing giant crocodile had only been completely refined in recent years. Otherwise, it could have been used long ago. With the terrifying strength of the star-swallowing giant crocodile, Taihao Mountain and the other holy lands would not be able to withstand it. Wherever the star-swallowing giant crocodile passed, it would be directly destroyed and completely destroyed. Is this the trump card of the Purgatory Demon Gate? Chen Zong's eyes suddenly lit up, but his expression was a little solemn. This was because Chen Zong had previously faced a cosmic beast, the blazing dragon serpent. Although the blazing dragon serpent had retreated in that battle, Chen Zong knew how powerful the cosmic beast was. It was simply impossible to kill it. Now, the star-swallowing giant crocodile was not inferior to the blazing dragon serpent in the slightest. Its strength was tyrannical and extremely terrifying. It was simply difficult to kill. Unexpectedly, this was the trump card of the Purgatory Demon Gate. Chen Zong's expression became more and more solemn. He had no choice but to appear. Otherwise, if the star-swallowing giant crocodile rushed over, no one would be able to stop it. With a flash, Chen Zong immediately turned into a shocking sword light, rolling up endless majestic sword power. In an instant, he rushed out of the mountain-guarding formation of Taihao Mountain and rushed towards the star-swallowing giant crocodile. Regardless of whether he could kill the star-swallowing giant crocodile, he had to at least stop it and prevent it from attacking Taihao Mountain. Otherwise, Taihao Mountain would not be able to withstand it. At that time, not only would Taihao Mountain be destroyed, but countless people would also be destroyed and killed. Only a few people would be able to escape and survive. The sword light was earth-shattering and extremely tyrannical. In an instant, it crossed the universe and rushed directly towards the star-swallowing giant crocodile as if it could destroy the stars. In an instant, the sword light seemed to have exploded, and it transformed into a torrent that surged endlessly. It was like a river of sword light that surged mightily. Everywhere the sword light passed, space collapsed, and countless cracks appeared. The edges of the river of sword light were even suffused with an expanse of pitch black, and it emitted an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. Boom! 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 The sword lights were like a long river, and they continuously bombarded the head of the star-swallowing gargantuan crocodile. The sword lights shattered and sputtered like starlight. Every spot was filled with sword aura, and every spot was filled with an extremely shocking power. Naive. The Purgatory Demon Sect Master stared at this scene from afar and sneered. Although the power of the sword attack was indeed very strong and made him fearful, it was impossible for it to defeat the star-swallowing gargantuan crocodile puppet. The Purgatory Demon Sect Master and the Infernal Order Sect Master did not make a move. Firstly, they thought that the star-swallowing gargantuan crocodile was enough. Even if the two of them joined forces, they would not be able to do anything to the star-swallowing gargantuan crocodile's attack. At most, they could delay it for a while. Secondly, the star-swallowing gargantuan crocodile's body was huge and unparalleled. It was extremely terrifying. Once it started fighting, it would not care about anything else. If they were to get close, they might be affected. Qianzong did not expect the first attack to cause any damage to the star-swallowing gargantuan crocodile. After all, he knew that when he faced the blazing dragon snake, the star-swallowing gargantuan crocodile's body was much stronger than the blazing dragon snake. After being bombarded by Qianzong's sword-light river, the star-swallowing gargantuan crocodile was not injured at all. It did not stop at all and continued to charge forward. Its speed was constantly increasing, and the power of the collision was increasingly tyrannical. It carried an extremely terrifying power that could shatter everything. With such power, the stars would be directly shattered if they were to be brushed by it. If they were to be hit head-on, they would be crushed into powder in an instant. Retreat, in an instant, Qianzong pulled away from the star-swallowing gargantuan crocodile. Then, he fully activated the inner universe and released it. The prodigious astral sword realm was activated, and tens of thousands of stars shone incessantly across the sky. Then, deep blue seawater surged and suddenly surged out from the void, covering all directions and covering a radius of 100,000 meters. It was surging and vast. Those who witnessed the release of the inner universe for the first time were shocked. What was that? It was actually so shocking. Immediately, the endless seawater surged and surged, rapidly rushing into the sky. It condensed and turned into a 10,000 meters tall, deep blue water giant, standing in the void of the universe. What is that? All of them were shocked beyond words. Although it was nothing compared to the star-devouring titanic crocodile, it was still much taller than the other experts. Even the Purgatory Demon Sect Master, who was over 1,000 meters tall, looked extremely small in front of the giant. Not only was it huge, but the fluctuation of aura emitted by the water giant was also extremely strong. It was incomparably tyrannical. There was a faint feeling that it had surpassed the level of Great Sage Realm. The expressions of the Purgatory Demon Sect Master and the Infernal Order Sect Master changed greatly. They had a vague feeling that something bad was going to happen. The star-devouring gigantic crocodile is incomparably tyrannical. We won't be able to withstand it. The sect master of the Purgatory Demon Sect mumbled as though he was trying to convince himself. Afterwards, the 10,000-meter-tall giant extended its hand and grabbed at the ocean with its palm facing downwards. As the huge waves surged, a huge whirlpool was created. It spun violently as if it wanted to crush everything. Afterwards, strands of powerful energy separated from the endless ocean and gathered towards the center of the whirlpool. As soon as they gathered, they began to solidify. Swoosh! 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 An astonishing sword power was born and spread out. A huge sword hilt emerged from the center of the whirlpool, rising bit by bit towards the water giant's huge open palm. It stretched out its palm. It seemed to be slow, but in fact, it was only a short moment. An 8,000-meter-long giant sword of water rushed out of the whirlpool and fell into the palm of the water giant. It was held tightly. The moment the water giant held the giant sword of water, an extremely terrifying sword power erupted in an instant, rushing in all directions. Slash! The water giant waved the giant sword and slashed out instantly. A huge sword light that was tens of thousands of meters long traversed the vast sky and directly slashed towards the star-devouring titanic crocodile. Qianzong was also very clear that this sword could not do anything to the star-devouring titanic crocodile. However, this sword was only a prelude. It represented the sign that Qianzong was going to go all out. Slash! 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 In an instant, 16 sword lights that were tens of thousands of meters long slashed through the sky. Their trajectories were different, but each sword light contained an extremely terrifying power. This power was extremely shocking. Each sword light was stronger than the previous one. It was the single-hearted sword principle. The single-hearted sword principle was Qianzong's fundamental swordsmanship. It was constantly integrated with the mysteries of other swordsmanships, constantly perfecting and improving. Over the years, the single-hearted sword principle had been even more refined. Qianzong had also created the 16th sword, which was much more powerful than the 15th sword. The further the sword moves of the single-hearted sword principle progressed, the more terrifying the increase in power was. It was the same 30% increase, but 30% of 100 and 30% of 1000 were two different concepts. The difference was huge. However, the continuous bombardment of the 16-sword light still could not do anything to the star-devouring titanic crocodile. Even the most powerful 16th sword was also shattered, unable to stop the star-devouring titanic crocodile at all. It even left a white mark on the star-devouring titanic crocodile's forehead. The Purgatory Demon sect leader's face was full of mockery. Rumbling sound suddenly rang out. In an instant, an incomparably shocking aura spread out and directly impacted in all directions. It was extremely shocking. The aura was vast and boundless, and it even emitted a supreme mighty force that seemed to be able to suppress the world. Behind the 10,000-meter-tall water giant, countless mysterious auras appeared. Strands of auras seemed to be shuttling out of nothingness, quickly intertwining with each other. It was as if a huge door of nothingness had been opened. The auras entered the door and turned into chains, pulling out an ancient star from the distant, ancient time and space. That star came from the distant spacetime. It was the ancient star. As soon as it appeared, it filled the air with an extremely shocking power. That was the power of unparalleled power, the power of boundless power, the power that could crush everything. Ancient star, compared to when he was fighting with the blazing dragon snake, the power of this sword was even more powerful. It was only because over the years, Qianzong had also comprehended it and further improved it. The ancient star's shadow, which was 100,000 meters in size, came from the distant spacetime. The aura it carried was extremely terrifying and shocking, suppressing all directions. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding spacetime was suppressed and solidified. This was an effect brought about by pure power. There was nothing special to speak of. It was just pure power, an extremely powerful and boundless power that forcibly suppressed everything. Feeling the fluctuation of the aura emitted by the ancient star, everyone's expression changed drastically. Even the huge eyes of the star-devouring giant crocodile trembled slightly. Being refined into a puppet did not mean that the star-devouring giant crocodile had completely lost its consciousness. Retaining part of the consciousness of a living creature and refining it into a puppet was the unique feature of the Purgatory Demon sect's powerful technique. Even so, the star-devouring giant crocodile did not have any intention of stopping. It continued to charge forward. Firstly, its body was extremely powerful, and it was full of confidence. Secondly, with such a huge body charging at such a fast speed, it was not easy for it to stop. It needed some time. The 100,000-meter-tall ancient star rapidly condensed and continued to condense. The aura it exuded also became increasingly tyrannical and terrifying. However, it did not stop there. Tens of thousands of stars that flickered in the innerverse sky fell one after another, turning into meteors that fused with the 100,000-meter-tall ancient star. They were embedded in it, embellished, and sparkled incessantly, making it appear even more magnificent. At the same time, the ancient star's power continued to increase. In the end, it was twice as powerful. An increase of twice as powerful was undoubtedly very terrifying. Its power was even more shocking. Compared to the battle with the blazing dragon snake, it was twice as powerful and 3 times as powerful. Slash, as the water giant slashed out with its sword, the ancient star, which was embellished with tens of thousands of twinkling starlights, suddenly blasted out. It was as if it was invincible in the universe. Qianzong's power was also continuously depleted until it was almost depleted. Fortunately, the mixed Yuan heart force's recovery speed was astonishing, and it quickly recovered. The ancient star blasted out across the sky, and the star-devouring giant crocodile charged forward. In an instant, they came into contact and collided. The rumbling sound reverberated through the ages and spread throughout the universe. Everyone felt a tremor in that instant. An incomparably shocking tremor swept across the sky. The tremor was formless, but it was like an extremely terrifying current. Wherever it passed, the void was completely shattered. It was as if it was a porcelain that had been shattered. In the next moment, the ancient star burst open, and a little bit of starlight also collapsed and disappeared. The star-devouring giant crocodile's terrifying charging momentum was also restrained. Not only was it restrained, but it was also repelled by a certain distance. Although the distance it was repelled by was nothing compared to the huge body of the star-devouring giant crocodile, this retreat swept up a terrifying power. The void around it was once again shattered, revealing a complete darkness. It was a darkness that made people's hearts palpitate. Vaguely, there seemed to be some figures of the universe's fierce demons and even the universe's dark demons. However, under the extremely terrifying power, they were crushed into powder in an instant. They didn't even have time to scream. The star-devouring giant crocodile's charging momentum was restrained and even repelled. This scene immediately made everyone fall into an incomparable shock. The Purgatory Demon's sect master opened his mouth wide, unable to close it. In order to capture the star-devouring giant crocodile, the Purgatory Demon's sect had spent a lot of time and paid a great price. Even he, a top great Saint Realm sect master, could not restrain the star-devouring giant crocodile's charging in a one-on-one battle. It was not a simple charging, but an ability of the star-devouring giant crocodile. The star-devouring giant crocodile's forehead caved in directly. The dent was very clear. A large piece of its extremely tough scales was shattered, and its internal bones were also damaged. However, that was all. Although it looked shocking, it did not affect the star-devouring giant crocodile that much. Chen Zong's expression could not help but turn slightly gloomy. Even if the power of the ancient star had greatly increased, it was still not enough to kill a powerful cosmic beast like the star-devouring giant crocodile. If this sword hit the flaming giant dragon snake, it would definitely cause greater damage. However, the star-devouring giant crocodile's body was too tyrannical. Its strength was more than twice that of the flaming giant dragon snake. In this case, I can only use the new unique skill that I have comprehended over the years, Chen Zong thought to himself. The aura around his body suddenly changed. Chen Zong discussed the Tao with his master, Wholehearted Tao Emperor. Although Wholehearted Tao Emperor's current cultivation level and strength were far inferior to Chen Zong's and was only at the 6th realm, he was only at the Earth rank in the inner universe and was nothing at all. Wholehearted Tao Emperor had a unique and profound understanding of the Tao of cultivation. After years of accumulation in the void, the eruption and further consolidation after entering the inner universe, and with the assistance of the 5th realm of the Wholehearted Sutra, Wholehearted Tao Emperor's gains were astonishing. His Tao of cultivation was different from Chen Zong's. They had different directions and naturally had different mysteries. Low cultivation level and strength were shackles, but Wholehearted Tao Emperor's realm was actually not low. Some of his insights on the Tao of cultivation were unique, and after a few exchanges, he gave Chen Zong a lot of inspiration. Of course, Wholehearted Tao Emperor also benefited greatly from his exchanges with Chen Zong. His cultivation level had already reached the peak of the 6th realm, and he was only a step away from the 7th realm. He could break through at any time. Among Wholehearted Tao Emperor's comprehensions, what Chen Zong gained the most was his profound ultimate skill, All Things to Ruin. It was a move that fused all the power and profundities of the one-hearted Taoist emperor, turning it into a terrifying power of destruction and obliteration. As the power erupted, it could obliterate everything, turning it into nothingness and directly returning to nothingness. This move was naturally not very strong in Chen Zong's eyes when Wholehearted Tao Emperor used it, but one should not forget that Wholehearted Tao Emperor was only at the 6th realm. Chen Zong comprehended the mysteries of All Things to Ruin and combined it with his own swordsmanship to finally create a new ultimate skill, an extremely terrifying ultimate skill. Chen Zong had never used this unique skill before. Now, he had no choice but to use it. However, Chen Zong wasn't confident in his heart. He didn't know if this unique skill could deal with the star-swallowing giant crocodile. The star-swallowing giant crocodile's body was too strong. But no matter what, he had to try. The aura emitted by the 10,000-meter-tall water giant suddenly changed. Within the deep blue, traces of black permeated. Like lines, they covered the entire body of the water giant in the blink of an eye. The black lines spread out in all directions, as if they were engravings. They looked very mysterious, causing the water giant to have a deep and mysterious aura. This aura was very terrifying, like an abyss or a black hole. The black lines continued to spread from the water giant's body to the 8,000-meter-long water sword in its hand. Its aura became more and more terrifying, making people feel uneasy. Heaven and earth. As the black lines spread, a terrifying aura filled the air. A voice came from the mouth of the water giant. It was extremely dull, like rolling thunder that resounded through the void of the universe. That was Qianzong's voice, which contained shocking sword power. All things, the terrifying destructive aura grew stronger and stronger. It continued to soar and become more and more shocking. The surrounding void was shrouded in darkness. That kind of darkness was about to turn into the darkness of the void. Return to ruins. When the last 3 words were uttered, the giant sword in the water giant's hand turned completely black. It was an unparalleled black, like a black hole that devoured all power. Slash, the sword slashed out in an instant. The pitch-black light blasted forward silently, bombarding the star-swallowing giant crocodile that continued to charge forward. Wherever the darkness of the sword passed, everything turned into nothingness and was completely annihilated. Shock, horror, everyone was in the same situation. The power of this sword strike was restrained, but when their divine senses approached, they were immediately annihilated into nothingness. If they hadn't decisively cut off their divine senses, they would have been affected by the aura and even their souls would have been affected. Terrifying power, terrifying killing move, return to ruins, the pitch-black sword light slashed out, devouring and destroying everything. It directly slashed the star-swallowing giant crocodile. The star-swallowing giant crocodile instinctively felt uneasy, but its huge body and the charge that it had launched made it unable to dodge. It could only erupt with all its power to resist the slash of the sword. The pitch-black sword light was tens of thousands of meters long. It directly slashed the star-swallowing giant crocodile's head. The sword light did not disperse immediately, but it slowly cracked. However, when it cracked and dissipated, Qianzong also saw that the scales on the star-swallowing giant crocodile's head were silently disappearing. It was vanishing into nothingness. When the sword light dispersed, a scar that was tens of thousands of meters long appeared on the star-swallowing giant crocodile's head. The scales and flesh within had completely disappeared, and it was thousands of meters deep. Although thousands of meters were nothing compared to the star-swallowing giant crocodile's huge body, it was still shocking to see that it was tens of thousands of meters long and thousands of meters deep. In particular, the aura that emanated from it was extremely terrifying. It was constantly being annihilated, and it constantly deepened and expanded the scar. In just a few breaths of time, the scar deepened by hundreds of meters and expanded by thousands of meters, making the scar look even bigger and more eye-catching. It was a pity that it only lasted for a few breaths of time before all the power was used up. It's effective. Qianzong immediately thought from within the water giant. His eyes lit up, and he secretly sighed, it's a pity that the all things to ruin sword is still in its infancy. It's not complete yet, or its power would have been multiplied at the very least, causing even greater damage. The wholehearted sword way had 4 great techniques right now: Taihao, Xianxia, Eternal Stars, and All Things to Ruin's End. Taihao was the true sun, blazing and violent to the extreme. Xianxia was speed and sharpness, unparalleled speed and extreme sharpness that could pierce through everything. Eternal Star was power, pure power to impact and suppress. As for the return of all things in heaven and earth, it did not have the violence of blazing heat, the sharpness of extreme speed, or the impact and suppression of pure power. It only had a very mysterious and terrifying power, a terrifying power that could destroy and annihilate everything. In terms of lethality, All Things to Ruin's End was the most powerful of the 4 great techniques. It was also the most unfathomable. Again. Qianzong shouted in a low voice, and his strength condensed again. The super-fast recovery speed of the mixed Yuan heart force gave Qianzong the ability to erupt again. This time, the eruption was not an ordinary eruption, but a threefold eruption. Threefold. All Things to Ruin's End, the terrifying pitch-black sword light was still tens of thousands of meters long, but it was much more condensed than before. It was as if it was about to materialize. It silently carried a terrifying power as it slashed out with the separation sword in an instant. The star-swallowing giant crocodile still could not dodge. This was also the disadvantage of being a cosmic beast. Their overly large bodies affected their movements to some extent. Even if they had mastered any ability, it would take some time to complete it. 3 times all things to ruin's end slashed out and once again hit the star-swallowing giant crocodile's head. It cut through the sword mark, and in an instant, its flesh and blood melted, annihilating into nothingness at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the sword mark that was tens of thousands of meters long, thousands of meters deep, and hundreds of meters wide directly intensified, turning into a huge sword mark that was more than 50,000 meters long, nearly 20,000 meters deep, and more than 1,000 meters wide. The terrifying power of annihilation was constantly permeating the sword mark, constantly seeping into it, causing the sword mark to constantly expand. When the power of annihilation was exhausted, the sword mark expanded and deepened a lot. However, it was still not enough. It was not enough to kill the star-swallowing giant crocodile. Instead, it angered the star-swallowing giant crocodile, which let out a terrifying roar and sped up to rush towards the water giant, wanting to smash the water giant into pieces. Cosmic beasts are too difficult to kill. Xianxia could not help but secretly sigh. The Purgatory Demon Sect Master and the Infernal Order Sect Master also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Originally, they thought that the star-swallowing giant crocodile puppet would be destroyed. Now, it seemed that the cosmic beast was indeed very strong. Its huge body was its greatest reliance. Otherwise, with the other party's sword technique, if it were the two of them, they would not be able to resist at all. Even the powerful body of the star-swallowing giant crocodile was not lightly injured. If it were not for the cosmic beast's tyrannical body, it would have been killed long ago. Xianxia could not help but frown and ponder. Immediately, he rushed towards the star-swallowing giant crocodile's slightly opened mouth. The water giant dissipated in an instant, and everything was restrained. Only Xianxia's body rushed into the star-swallowing giant crocodile's body. Since it was difficult to break from the outside, then he would break it from the inside. He would use all things to ruin's end to break it. Naturally, there was great danger in doing so, but Xianxia had the ocean-suppressing pearl, so he did not have much to worry about in terms of safety. He could protect himself. Burst, after Xianxia rushed into the star-swallowing giant crocodile's mouth, he kept going deeper and then burst out. He once again activated the power of the ocean-suppressing pearl. In a short time, his mixed yuan heart force had recovered to its peak. This time, Xianxia condensed a 10,000-meter-tall water giant inside the star-swallowing giant crocodile's body. Once again, it burst out and performed all things to ruin's end thrice. The pitch-black sword light slashed out and instantly annihilated the insides of the star-swallowing giant crocodile. The cosmic beast's body was extremely powerful, and its defense was extremely shocking. Its vitality was even more exuberant. However, the defense of the insides of the body was still much weaker than the exterior. After all, the exterior had extremely tough scales, but the insides did not. It was just pure flesh and blood. Such a sword caused more than double the damage to the insides of the star-swallowing giant crocodile's insides. It was even more terrifying. Moreover, Xianxia did not slash out this sword, but pierced it. It went straight in and stabbed towards the brain of the star-swallowing giant crocodile. Even if it was refined into a puppet, the star-swallowing giant crocodile still retained part of its consciousness. The advantage was that it could fight on its own without needing to be controlled. However, if its brain was destroyed, it would lose its ability to move. With this sword, the star-swallowing giant crocodile's brain was finally hit. The annihilation aura immediately spread out and wantonly destroyed the brain of the star-swallowing giant crocodile. The huge body of the star-swallowing giant crocodile suddenly trembled violently, triggering countless void waves that struck the surroundings. It struggled frantically in the universe. What's going on? What did that damn thing do? The Purgatory Demon Gate Master's expression changed drastically. At this moment, the star-swallowing giant crocodile's struggle became weaker and weaker. In the end, it became still and could not move. The terrifying aura was also slowly dissipating. Although it would take hundreds or even thousands of years for it to completely dissipate, everyone knew that the star-swallowing giant crocodile was done for. Death. After the death of the star-swallowing giant crocodile puppet, its gigantic body floated across the universe. It no longer had the terrifying aura that could shatter stars. Stunned, everyone had stunned faces. They never thought that the star-swallowing great crocodile would actually be killed. It should be known that cosmic beasts were difficult to kill or even impossible to kill. This was the common understanding of the entire outer universe. Even if several great saints joined forces, at most, they could only restrain and repel the cosmic beasts. It was simply impossible to kill the cosmic beasts because the cosmic beasts' bodies were too large and very tyrannical. Their defensive power was astonishing. Moreover, the vitality of cosmic beasts was extremely tenacious, and their self-healing ability was also very strong. Ordinary attacks could not do anything to them at all. Even if a divine ancestor-level attack could injure a cosmic beast, as long as the damage was not super strong, it could not really threaten the life of the cosmic beast. The return of all things in heaven and earth that Xianxia had just executed had reached the level of a divine ancestor. If Xianxia were to fight with the ancient Phoenix ancestor again, the ancient Phoenix ancestor would definitely not dare to take this move head-on. However, when such a terrifying attack landed on the star-devouring giant crocodile, it only caused ordinary injuries and was unable to threaten its life. In the end, he took a risk and entered the star-devouring giant crocodile's body. Only then did he break it from the inside. However, he also benefited from the terrifying annihilation power of the all things returned to ruin sword. If it were any other supreme technique, it would be difficult to achieve. A streak of sword light with endless light and sharpness shot out from the mouth of the star-devouring giant crocodile. Impossible. Even after killing the star-devouring giant crocodile, his aura didn't drop much. The hierarch of infernal order was shocked. His senses were much sharper than the others. Qianzong's aura did not drop by much because Qianzong's primordial heart force recovered very quickly. Even if it was depleted, he could completely recover in a short period of time. After killing the star-devouring giant crocodile, Qianzong's strength was nearly depleted. He did not appear immediately. Instead, he waited for some time until his mixed yuan heart force had recovered more than half before he appeared. What to do? Even a powerful existence like the star-devouring giant crocodile had been killed. And yet, the other party's aura had not fallen by much. Instead, it was still recovering. This was an astonishing recovery speed. We can't fight him head-on. Even though the Purgatory Demon Gate sect master was incomparably furious, he didn't completely lose his mind. He was very clear on how terrifying an expert who could kill the star-swallowing giant crocodile puppet was. What was even more terrifying was that this expert's strength recovery speed was extremely shocking. Who would be able to match his powerful battle prowess and astonishing recovery speed? Even if he and the hierarch of infernal order worked together and used everything they had, they still wouldn't be a match for him. Anger spurred him to attack and kill Qianzong, but his remaining reason kept warning him that Qianzong was an extremely terrifying existence and was not someone he could fight against. With such a powerhouse guarding Taihao Mountain, even if they were twice as strong, they still wouldn't be able to destroy Taihao Mountain, let alone their current strength. Even if they could, they would suffer heavy losses. Once they suffered heavy losses, how could they resist the attack of God Worship Sect? They would have to prepare for God Worship Sect's invasion of the entire outer universe. Retreat, they could only retreat. Their long preparation was useless now. They could only retreat. They had no choice but to retreat because Qianzong's strength was too tyrannical. Even the star-swallowing giant crocodile couldn't block his sword. If it were other great saints, they wouldn't even be able to withstand a single sword strike. They might even be killed directly. The hierarch of infernal order also ordered a retreat. In an instant, a group of Purgatory Demon Gate and Infernal Order saint-level powerhouses retreated as fast as they could. As for the people and demon beasts below the saint level, whether they could retreat or not depended on their own ability. Chase, Taihao Mountain's side began to chase, trying to kill as many enemies as possible to reduce the enemy's strength. Trying to escape? Qianzong sneered and immediately slashed out with his sword. Divine Firmament, unleashing his ultimate skill, the sword slashed across the sky and turned into an extremely sharp ray of light. It was extremely dazzling. In an instant, it pierced through the space and traversed the universe. Although they were tens of thousands of meters apart, it was as if the end of the world was right in front of them. They couldn't dodge it at all. They were hit in an instant and couldn't resist it at all. die. Even if a saint-level powerhouse had an extremely amazing life-saving ability and was not easy to kill, under Chenzong's sword, they were still pierced through. As the sword chi raged wildly, it completely destroyed their life force. Sword after sword, the sword light continued to traverse the vast sky, tearing everything apart. Kill. 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 One after another, the pristine Saint Realm powerhouses were hit and died. As the four eminent Saint Realm powerhouses from Purgatory Demon Gate and Infernal Order were more powerful, their speed was more than 10 times faster than a pristine Saint Realm powerhouse when they fully unleashed their secret techniques. In addition, they were tens of thousands of meters away from Chenzong. When they unleashed their full power, they quickly fled far away. For a moment, Chenzong couldn't catch up with them. As for those pristine Saint Realm powerhouses, even if they unleashed their full power and were tens of thousands of meters away, they still couldn't avoid Chenzong's sword attack. Death. Out of 10 pristine Saint Realm powerhouses, only 2 managed to escape. 8 of them died under Chenzong's sword. As for the other people from Purgatory Demon Gate and Infernal Order, they were also killed in the pursuit. They suffered heavy losses. Chenzong took a step forward and traversed through time and space, quickly chasing after a great Saint Realm powerhouse. Every time he killed a Saint-level powerhouse, the Purgatory Demon Gate and Infernal Order's losses would be greater. If they killed a great Saint Realm powerhouse, their losses would be even greater. Chenzong also knew that under such circumstances, he could only chase after a great Saint Realm powerhouse. So be it. At the same time, the experts of the Infernal Demon sect and the Infernal Demon cult who were fleeing frantically suddenly had a drastic change in their expressions. Because in front of them, there was a tyrannical burst of chi and blood. That aura was terrifying to the extreme, with a sense of supremacy. As the chi exploded, cracks began to appear as if the universe was being torn apart. The horrifying chi became even more tyrannical and rushed towards them like a tidal wave. Divine Demon. The Purgatory Demon Gate sect master and Infernal Order sect master's expression changed drastically. Damn it, why? Would a divine demon appear at this time? Moreover, there was more than one of them. There were more than 10 of them and it was still increasing. The number of cracks was also increasing. More than 100, a total of 100 cracks appeared in all directions. Terrifying chi poured out crazily. Following that, more than 100 powerful figures crossed the cracks and arrived at the outer universe. Divine Demon, more than 100 figures appeared from the cracks. They were all Divine Demon powerhouses who had crossed over from the Divine Demon boundary. Righteous God level, spiritual God level. As for Divine Master level Divine Demon powerhouses, they were still unable to cross over because the upper limit of the outer universe was the Divine Ancestor level. A Divine Master level Divine Demon powerhouse was equivalent to a Divine Ancestor level Divine Demon powerhouse. Once they entered the outer universe, they would be strongly suppressed by the will of the universe. Under such suppression, even Divine Master level Divine Demons would find it difficult to bear. At present, only those below the Divine Master level could cross over and enter the outer universe. The more powerful a Divine Demon powerhouse was, the more obvious the suppression they would be subjected to when they entered the outer universe. Even if they developed faith and possessed the power of faith, they would still be affected by the will of the outer universe unless they had developed and accumulated a large amount of power of faith over a long period of time. Otherwise, they would be slightly suppressed and unable to fully exert their strength. In any case, Divine Demons were terrifying. Their natural advantages gave them extremely powerful strength. Their tyrannical bodies gave them powerful defense and vitality. Now it seemed that the God Worship sect had come prepared. These Divine Demon powerhouses were waiting for them. They were even waiting for the Purgatory Demon Gate, Infernal Order, and Taihao Mountain to fight. It would be best if both sides suffered heavy losses. They would then appear to clean up the mess and destroy these powerful forces in one fell swoop. As long as these powerful forces were destroyed, then in the entire outer universe, no one would be able to stop the God Worship sect. No one would be able to stop the Divine Demons from descending and developing faith in this universe. They would then completely occupy this universe and turn it into the backyard of the Divine Demon boundary. Run. The sect master of the Purgatory Demon Gate and the sect master of the Infernal Order had no intention of fighting the Divine Demon powerhouses. It should be known that it was not just one or two divine demon powerhouses, but hundreds of them. Even if it was only 100 divine demon powerhouses, their combined strength was terrifying. It would not be easy to deal with them. Moreover, there were many divine demon powerhouses in the spirit god realm. If the star-swallowing great crocodile puppet was still here, then they could indeed put up a fight. Chase, the divine demon powerhouses immediately erupted with terrifying strength and power. Their speed was astonishing as they chased after the great crocodile. Chen Zong swung his sword and hit a great saint powerhouse. The sword light was like a rainstorm, turning into a long river that swept over and drowned the great saint powerhouse in an instant. It was as if the great saint was going to be devoured, obliterated, and killed. Divine demon. Feeling the sudden eruption of aura, Chen Zong's expression suddenly changed. His eyes narrowed slightly, and cold light flickered endlessly. At this time, the divine demon also came to join in the fun. Moreover, there was more than one divine demon aura. At least in Chen Zong's super strong perception, he had already sensed dozens of divine demon auras. Some of the divine demon auras were astonishingly strong. They were clearly at the spirit god realm. 8 spirit gods. Chen Zong's expression was dignified, but at the same time, he was a little excited. 8 spirit gods meant 8 spirit god divinities. Once such divinities were refined, his cultivation would improve a lot, and he would be one step closer to the perfection stage. As for the divine demon god divinities, they were not of much help to him now. However, the divine demon god divinities could be absorbed and refined by other pristine saint stage experts or half-step saint stage experts. It would greatly increase their chances of breaking through to the saint stage. For example, if the second senior statesman wanted to break through to the saint stage with his own ability, it would be very difficult. Because of this, he had not broken through for a long time. However, with the help of the divine demon god divinities, the difficulty was sharply reduced, and the success rate directly increased by several times. In addition to the explosive potential in the life and death battle, he had successfully broken through. Divine demon, since you've come, don't think about going back alive. With a low shout, Chen Zong immediately gave up on pursuing the other members of the Purgatory Demon sect and the Infernal Order. He moved toward the nearest divine demon aura and instantly flashed. Hundreds of gods and demons crossed over and descended upon the outer universe. The power of the gods and demons was vast and mighty. It was as if the sea was flowing and the mountains were moving. The terrifying power seemed to sweep across the universe, sweeping everything in its path. The third Taihao Saint's expression changed greatly, but he did not retreat. He immediately raised his sword to meet the attack and rushed towards a spiritual god expert. Yun Yanxin, the fourth Taihao Saint, held a sword in his hand that was burning with flames. It was the true flame of the burning star. It was difficult to sense the fluctuation of its aura as it was completely restrained, making its power even more terrifying. Sword Saint Wusha's sword swept across the sky with extreme murderous intent and instantly struck towards a divine demon expert. A great battle broke out once again. The previous battle was against the Purgatory Demon sect and the Infernal Order. However, with Chen Zong around, the Purgatory Demon sect and the Infernal Order not only failed to break through Taihao Mountain, but also suffered heavy losses. The cosmic beast star-swallowing giant crocodile puppet that they had painstakingly spent many years and countless resources to refine was killed by Chen Zong. The master of the Purgatory Demon sect and the master of the Infernal Order could only retreat. This battle was the second battle that followed immediately after the arrival of the divine demons that the god worship sect believed in. This battle would be even more dangerous than the previous one. Retreat, those below the saint level retreated into Taihao Mountain to be protected by the great formation of Taihao Mountain. With this great formation, even a great saint expert would need some time to break through, and that little time would be enough for Chen Zong and the other great sword saints to provide reinforcements. The 6 pristine saint realm experts from the other holy lands also launched their attacks one after another. They didn't retreat from the battle against the Inferno Demon sect and the Seamless Demon cult. It was impossible for them to retreat at this time. The great Saint Realm expert from the ancient Yuan Holy Land also launched his attack against a spirit god Divine Devil. The Divine Demon experts were extremely powerful and almost invincible among those of the same level. However, when they entered the outer universe, they were suppressed by the will of the outer universe, causing them to be unable to exert their full strength. This way, the saint-level cultivators could resist for a while. However, to Qinzong, even a divine demon at the same level as him in peak condition was no match for him unless it was a divine master. However, the willpower of the outer universe was extremely oppressive, and Almighty were unable to cross over to the outer universe. This meant that Qinzong was almost invincible in the outer universe. Lu Yin released his inner verse, covering an area of 100,000 meters. His prodigious astral sword domain was activated, causing specks of starlight to appear. Soon, 10,000 specks of starlight had appeared within the inner verse, and they flickered endlessly as they explained an indescribable mystery. Under the suppression of the universe, everything seemed to freeze, and the righteous God found it hard to move. Starlight flickered, transforming into streaks of starlight sword chi that shot down from the sky, striking the righteous God and piercing through, tearing apart, and killing it. At the same time, Qinzong also collected the quintessence. The righteous God that Qinzong had to risk his life in the past was now defenseless in front of Qinzong, and they could be easily killed by Qinzong. Only god fiends at the spiritual god realm were qualified to fight Qinzong. However, they were only qualified to fight Qinzong unless they were at the peak of the spiritual god realm. Similarly, there were differences in strength among the great sage realm. A top great saint could suppress a weaker great saint, such as a divine ancestor. The Eternal Swordmaster was a top divine ancestor, and he could easily defeat an ordinary divine ancestor. Kill, numerous righteous gods were killed by Qinzong. It didn't take long for more than 10 righteous gods to die under Qinzong's sword, and their righteous god divinities were collected by Qinzong. 3 times the divine firmament, a sword light tore through the sky with extreme speed, and it was indescribably swift. It was swift to the point of being impossible to guard against. A spirit god realm fiend god expert was immediately struck by it, and then his body was penetrated. This was only a comparatively ordinary spiritual god realm divine demon expert, and he was utterly unable to withstand Qinzong's sword strike. Under the raging sword chi, he was instantly killed. Suddenly, a terrifying gaze swept across the void and landed directly on Qinzong. The gaze was so condensed that it seemed to be able to penetrate Qinzong. Qinzong sensed it and stared at it in an instant. It was a 3-meter-tall divine demon expert. He wore a black and red full-body armor, and even his head was covered. Only a pair of eyes that seemed to have condensed into a solid form could be seen, and they emitted an extremely shocking cold light. This divine demon expert wore a full-body armor, and his aura was extremely forceful and domineering. He emitted a terrifying will of ultimate darkness and destruction. The weapons in his hands were 2 huge axes. They were completely black and red in color, and they also emitted an extremely terrifying darkness and destruction aura. The void around the axe's blades unconsciously cracked open, and countless fine cracks appeared. Terrifying, this was an extremely terrifying divine demon expert, and he was definitely a peak spirit god expert. His gaze was so condensed that it seemed to be able to materialize, and it carried an extremely terrifying darkness and destruction aura that invaded through the void. It seemed to want to destroy Qinzong, and it actually made Qinzong feel a trace of threat. Qinzong couldn't help but feel a little excited. A strong opponent, however, Qinzong didn't immediately attack. Instead, he teleported and charged towards the other divine demon experts. Qinzong felt that it wouldn't be easy to kill this divine demon expert. Once he attacked and engaged in a fierce battle, it was very likely that the battle would take a long time to determine the victor. However, there were still many divine demon experts. If he was entangled, the other divine demon experts would wreak havoc and very likely break through Taihao Mountain. At that time, all the disciples of Taihao Mountain would be slaughtered. Although Taihao Mountain could be rebuilt with the help of a saint expert, the rebuilt Taihao Mountain would no longer be the current Taihao Mountain. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he was determined not to give up Taihao Mountain. Once he gave up, it would be over. Kill. Kill, kill. 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 One divine demon expert after another was killed by Qinzong. Damn it. The pinnacle spiritual god divine demon expert in black and red battle armor and wielding 2 dark destruction axes flew into a rage when he saw this scene. It seemed as if he was about to explode. Black and red aura instantly gushed out and became even more terrifying. The surrounding space completely collapsed and revealed an extremely shocking darkness. The aura of destruction it emitted also became even more terrifying. Kill! The top spirit god divine fiend god waved his giant axe and slashed out two terrifying dark destructive rays of light that were thousands of meters long. They instantly smashed towards Xianxia. Wherever they passed, everything was annihilated and turned into ashes. The aura that was emitted made the pristine saint stage experts tremble involuntarily even though they were far away. Even an expert like the third-generation Tai Hao couldn't help but have a solemn expression on his face as he was secretly fearful. What terrifying strength! The two giant axes that were thousands of meters long were slightly affected when they slashed into the inner universe. However, the effect wasn't obvious and only slightly reduced their speed. Xianxia's figure flashed and easily evaded the attack. He easily dodged the axelight's chop, and at the same time, he swung his sword to kill a principal god. Every time he killed a divine demon expert, the cultivators would be safer. The divine demon expert was no match for Xianxia and he could easily kill them with a single slash of his sword. After killing a divine demon expert, his divine divinity was also absorbed by Xianxia into the inner universe for refinement. This caused Xianxia's cultivation base to rise again. When Xianxia returned to the outer universe, his mixed Yuan heart force vortex had a radius of 40 miles. Now that it had increased to 42 miles, his cultivation base had become more profound. At the same time, his strength had also increased and become more powerful. More than 20 divine demons had died under Xianxia's sword, which greatly weakened the strength of the divine demons. However, it was still not enough. A divine demon expert was equivalent to a pristine saint expert. However, the number of pristine saints on the Taihao Mountain's side was less than the divine demon's side. The difference was too great. It was already good enough for them to remain undefeated in a one-on-one battle. On the other hand, the divine demon's side had more than 10 divine demons. On the other hand, the Taihao Mountain side did not have many great saints. Including Xianxia, there were only 4 of them. There was a great disparity in numbers and strength. Ask for help, they had no choice but to ask for help from the other holy lands. The great saints of the other 6 holy lands were shocked when they heard about it. First, it was the joint attack of the Infernal Order and the Purgatory Demon Gate. After their failure, it was the God Worship sect's attack. However, when they thought about it, it didn't seem strange that the God Worship sect would attack. The main point was that the God Worship sect had sent over 100 divine demons. Over 100 divine demons. What a terrifying force. When they joined forces, they could easily destroy any holy land. It was an unstoppable force. Fortunately, Taihao Mountain had the peerless Sword Saint, a great sword saint with extremely terrifying strength, holding the fort. He was able to hold off most of the God-fiend experts by himself, which was why they were able to hold on. However, they could not hold on forever. They could only ask for help. In an instant, after weighing the pros and cons, the great saints of the 6 holy lands moved out. Firstly, the Purgatory Demon Gate and the Infernal Order's attack on the Taihao Mountain had failed. They had retreated. Secondly, if the Taihao Mountain was destroyed by the divine demons, the other holy lands wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of the divine demons and would be destroyed as well. Therefore, they had to support the Taihao Mountain in this battle. They had to stop the divine demons and even kill them as much as possible. As for the Purgatory Demon Gate and the Infernal Order, they could only hope that they wouldn't attack. In fact, the Purgatory Demon Gate and the Infernal Order didn't plan to attack because they weren't fools. If they attacked the other 6 holy lands now, they might have a chance to destroy them. However, wouldn't that be paving the way for the God Worship sect? The God Worship sect was so powerful that hundreds of divine demons had descended. Of course, the other holy lands would have to face them head-on. It would be best if both sides suffered heavy losses. Even if the holy lands couldn't withstand the attacks and were annihilated in the end, the divine demons wouldn't be unscathed. They might even suffer heavy losses. After all, the peerless Sword Saint's strength was terrifying. He could even kill a cosmic beast puppet like the star-swallowing great crocodile. Once the holy lands were destroyed, the divine demons would suffer heavy losses. That would be the time for the Purgatory Demon Gate and the Infernal Order to strike again. They would take the opportunity to destroy the god-worship sect and truly invade the outer universe. In this way, they could kill two birds with one stone. Why not? At this time, the great saints of the 6 holy lands arrived at the Taihao mountain through the Void Gate. Descending, powerful auras descended one after another. Each aura was so powerful that it was like the sun and the moon in the sky. They exuded an unparalleled and terrifying power, sweeping across all directions and covering heaven and earth. These were the reinforcements of the great saint realm experts from other holy lands. They arrived at Taihao Mountain through the Void Gate at the fastest speed and in the shortest amount of time. As soon as they arrived, they released extremely powerful auras. 6 of them. The arrival of 6 great saints greatly alleviated the pressure on Taihao Mountain's side. These 6 great saint realm experts were all veteran great saint realm experts. Since they were in the outer universe, it was equivalent to fighting on home ground. They had more advantages and could completely block the 6 spiritual god realm experts. It was even possible for them to fight one against 2 divine demons for a short period of time. Kill. Kill, kill. Chen Zong sped up his killing of the divine demons. None of the divine demons were a match for Chen Zong. They were easily killed by Chen Zong one by one. The divine demon expert wearing black and red full body armor and wielding 2 battle axes seemed to have gone mad. He kept swinging his axes and madly chased after Chen Zong, trying to kill Chen Zong with his battle axes. However, Chen Zong was very agile and kept dodging. As he dodged, he kept killing the divine demon experts. The powerful divine demon expert could not do anything to him. He became more and more furious and the power of his attacks became more and more terrifying. One by one, the divine demons were slaughtered by Chen Zong. They had no power to resist at all. The other divine demons retreated and distanced themselves from Chen Zong. A sudden change occurred. The divine demon with the battle axes suddenly rushed towards Xianxia at an extremely fast speed. It was like a cosmic hurricane sweeping through everything in its path. The battle axes were raised and suddenly slashed out. They drew a mysterious trajectory and appeared very violent. Due to some reasons, the martial arts of divine demons were often closer to the mysteries of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Therefore, they were more powerful and more difficult to resist. Therefore, although this battle axe looked very violent and crude, it was in fact extremely profound. Xianxia could not avoid it at all. Since he could not avoid it, he could only take it head-on. True phoenix swordsmanship. In an instant, the star-burning true flame erupted and covered the green brilliance sword. The power of the green brilliance sword was also stimulated to the extreme in an instant. A clear mark of the true phoenix appeared in Xianxia's heart. The power of her bloodline erupted and her strength multiplied. Chop, it was too hasty and he didn't have the time to display the power of his ultimate skill. However, it was just a sword technique. The power of this sword technique was extraordinary. A sword soared through the sky. However, the tomahawk godfiend's attack was ferocious, terrifying, and boundless. The green brilliance sword struck horizontally. At the moment of collision, the power that covered it was immediately shattered. The terrifying power passed through the sword and directly bombarded Xianxia's body. She fell down and trembled all over. She spat out a mouthful of blood. In terms of strength, Xianxia, who had stimulated the bloodline of the star-burning true phoenix, was not considered weak in the great saint realm. Compared to the 3rd generation Taihao, there was not much difference. However, the tomahawk godfiend's strength was extremely terrifying. He was a top spiritual god-level divine demon expert. Even after entering the outer universe and being suppressed by the universe's will, his strength was still very shocking. Xianxia was no match for him. It was just a face-to-face encounter, although there was some element of an attack. It was undeniable that the tomahawk godfiend's strength was much stronger than Xianxia's. One strike, with just one strike, Xianxia was directly injured. She was also very shocked. How could he be so strong? Without any hesitation, Xianxia immediately took advantage of the momentum and burst out at an astonishing speed. She rushed into the distance like a phoenix. She couldn't fight with the tomahawk godfiend. The difference in strength was too great. Once she fought with him, she wouldn't be able to withstand one strike and would be injured directly. She might be seriously injured or even killed in a few moves. It was true that great saints didn't die easily, but it also depended on the situation. Everything was relative. Even if one had a true immortal body, once a way to counter it was found, they would be slowly obliterated. The so-called immortality and invincibility were all relative. You might be invincible in the outer universe, but that might not be the case in the inner universe. You might be invincible in the inner universe, but that might not be the case in the core universe. Xianxia burst out at full speed to escape. The tomahawk godfiend roared and also burst out at an astonishing speed to chase after her. His speed was several times faster than Xianxia's. As he closed in on her, the tomahawk godfiend raised his tomahawk godfiend again. The light on the tomahawk godfiend's blade flickered incessantly. The terrifying dark aura of destruction became stronger and stronger, and the universe void around the tomahawk godfiend's blade collapsed again. The power of this strike was much more terrifying than the previous one. Xianxia's expression changed greatly. At the same time, an extremely dazzling sword light suddenly traversed the vast sky and arrived in an instant. The speed of the sword was indescribably fast, as if it could surpass the void in an instant. It mercilessly stabbed at the tomahawk godfiend. It was Xianxia who had made his move. Xianxia had been dodging the tomahawk godfiend's pursuit because Xianxia felt that the tomahawk godfiend's strength was extremely tyrannical. He was afraid that the outcome of the battle would not be determined in a short period of time. Moreover, there were many experts on the godfiend's side. If he was caught in a bitter battle, some of the other godfiend experts would be unstoppable. It was very likely that they would break through Taihao Mountain. But now, the tomahawk godfiend had attacked Xianxia and injured Xianxia with one strike. Xianxia could not just stand by and watch. In addition, there were more great saints from the 6 great holy lands coming to reinforce their forces. In addition, Xianxia had killed more than 30 godfiends. The rest of the godfiends had scattered, and it was difficult to chase after them. Xianxia decisively stepped in to save Xianxia. The tomahawk godfiend, which was about to strike Xianxia, suddenly changed its direction and slashed directly at Xianxia's Xianxiao sword that streaked across the sky. The tomahawk godfiend's battle strength was top-notch, and its realm was also very high. It was able to catch the Xianxiao sword. The sound of an intense collision resounded in all directions. Countless sparks burst forth. Immediately, a tyrannical power came crashing down. Then, an extremely fast sword light shot out. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, in just an instant, there were 16 consecutive swords. 16 sword lights pierced through the sky. The trajectory of each sword light was extremely mysterious and difficult to dodge. However, the tomahawk godfiend's realm was very high. It turned the impossible into the possible and blocked the 16 sword lights. The extremely violent battle axe instantly counterattacked. Its power was incomparably terrifying, causing Xianxia to feel a sense of horror as if he had been cleaved alive. However, Xianxia did not dodge the tomahawk godfiend's attack. Instead, he directly struck with his sword, carrying an extremely tyrannical power. The single-hearted sword technique could be strong or weak. It could be hard or soft. It could be fast or slow. Everything was within Xianxia's control. Using the strong to defeat the weak. The weak to defeat the strong, Xianxia had grasped all of these essences and was able to use them freely. The tomahawk godfiend's attack was indeed extremely tyrannical and terrifying. It was as if it could shatter a star with a single strike. However, Xianxia was not afraid at all. With the continuous improvement of his cultivation, the strength of his body also continued to increase. In addition to the tyrannical protective secret technique of the cosmic true body, Xianxia's body's defensive power was extremely shocking. Even the full-force attack of a divine demon expert could not affect Xianxia at all. Even a divine demon expert at the spiritual god level would not be able to hurt Xianxia so easily. Of course, this tomahawk godfiend was a top-notch spiritual god-level master with extremely tyrannical strength. He was especially good at explosive attacks. Xianxia couldn't withstand it with his cosmic true body alone, but it was impossible for him to withstand it with his body. He swung his sword to meet the tomahawk godfiend's tomahawk godfiend. The terrifying power was like the collapse of a star. The sword in Xianxia's hand suddenly trembled. The sky sword suddenly bent, but it straightened in an instant and bounced back. Then, the shadow of a star seemed to be dragged out from the endless time and space. As soon as it appeared, it filled the air with a terrifying power that could suppress eternity. Eternal stars, the sword slashed out with pure power. It was a sword that could suppress everything. It was an extremely tyrannical sword. Under the eternal stars, the void of the universe did not shatter. It did not shatter at all because it was suppressed by the tyrannical power of the eternal stars. It became more and more solidified. Under the sword, the star came from eternity and collided with the tomahawk god-fiend. As the tomahawk god-fiend roared, his eyes emitted an extremely shocking light. His body burned with blazing black and red demonic flames that poured into the tomahawk in his hand. He slashed out wildly with a force that was even more violent than a cosmic hurricane. Countless black and red tomahawk shadows with a terrifying power that could destroy everything blasted towards the 10-meter-tall shadow of the star. They wanted to shatter the shadow of the star. However, under the eternal stars, the tomahawk shadows collapsed one after another as if they could not be shaken. In the end, when cracks appeared on the ancient star and it was about to collapse, the tomahawk god-fiend was also blasted away by the power that erupted from the ancient star. Xianxia had a smile on his face. Without using the sea-suppressing pearl, his strength had indeed reached the peak of the great saint level. He was even more tyrannical than the tomahawk god-fiend, but not by much. However, this was also because the tomahawk god-fiend was suppressed by the will of the outer universe. He could not fully unleash his strength. If he could unleash his full strength, their strength should be about the same. However, there were no ifs. In that case, he would suppress it. He believed that the tomahawk god-fiend's divinity would be exceptionally powerful. It would be stronger than the divinity of an ordinary spirit god and would bring him greater benefits. Sea-suppressing pearl. In an instant, the power of the sea-suppressing pearl was activated by Xianxia and swept out in all directions, including the tomahawk god-fiend. Feeling the impact of this terrifying power, the tomahawk god-fiend's eyes under the helmet widened as if they were completely burning. A terrifying aura continued to erupt, increasing the tomahawk god-fiend's strength continuously. The two tomahawks in his hands approached each other and turned into a tomahawk that was more than twice its size. Its appearance became even more domineering and ferocious, like the gaze of an abyssal demon dragon. Slash, when the tomahawk god-fiend slashed out, it tore everything apart and broke the heavens and the earth. Its power increased exponentially, surpassing the spirit god level and entering the almighty level. Slash, the black-red destructive light instantly split the sky, as if it could shatter the universe. The divine ancestor's divine master level power poured out. Although it had just reached the threshold of the divine master level, it had already surpassed the spiritual god level, which made Xianxia secretly shocked. He did not expect the tomahawk god-fiend to have such a technique and to be able to unleash such a terrifying attack. At a glance, Xianxia could tell that the reason the tomahawk god-fiend could unleash such a powerful attack at the divine master level was closely related to the tomahawk god-fiend's battle axe. The tomahawk god-fiend combined into one and released a terrifying power, which was why it could unleash such a powerful attack. Rise, in an instant, a giant of water stood up in the sea-suppressing domain. It was 10,000 meters tall, and it stretched out its huge palm. With its palm facing down, it suddenly grabbed an 8,000-meter-long giant sword of water. The giant sword in its hand instantly emitted a terrifying aura that swept through everything. Then, under Xianxia's control, the giant of water raised its sword and slashed out. The moment the sword slashed out, a huge shadow of a star also appeared. The eternal star, which was 100,000 meters in size, crossed through time and space to descend upon this part of the universe, crushing everything as it charged forward. This was a divine ancestor-level sword attack. With such power, even the ancient Phoenix Patriarch did not dare to underestimate it. In an instant, it crushed the divine master-level attack that the tomahawk god-fiend had unleashed with all its strength. The tomahawk god-fiend had no chance of dodging, so it could only wave its giant axe to resist. However, all its resistance was completely crushed by Xianxia's powerful attack. Wherever the eternal star passed, the tomahawk god-fiend's armor, which had amazing defensive power, suddenly cracked and shattered. In the end, it fell apart and disappeared completely, revealing an extremely strong body that released endless black-red flames and an endless destructive aura. It roared repeatedly, but it was useless. In front of the eternal star, everything was like an ant that was crushed into dust. The tomahawk god-fiend was indeed very strong. Among the experts present, no one could compare to him except for Chenzong. They could even be killed in a few blows. But now, this tyrannical tomahawk demon god had died under Chenzong's sword, under the ultimate sword technique, eternal stars. It took some time to kill the tomahawk god-fiend. Although it wasn't a lot, experts could do a lot of things in a breath's time. Now that he had finally killed it, Chenzong immediately extracted the strand of divinity and absorbed it into the inner verse, where he quickly refined it. This spirit god-level divinity was indeed more powerful than an ordinary spirit god-level divinity. Therefore, the difficulty of refining it was also a little higher. However, it was nothing for the current Chenzong. Refining, absorbing, the primordial heart force vortex expanded once more. From 42 miles, it continued to expand, gradually closing in on 43 miles. The further it went, the more difficult it was to expand. This was because the more it expanded, the more it was much longer than the inner one. In the end, the primordial heart force vortex stopped at 43 miles. That strand of spirit god-level divinity had increased Chenzong's cultivation by 1 mile. It was indeed several times more than an ordinary spirit god-level divinity. No wonder it was so powerful. However, there was still a difference of 7 li between 43 li and 50 li. 7 li sounded like it was, although it didn't seem big, it was actually very big. If it was just absorbing spirit god-level divinity, Chenzong didn't know how many strands of spirit god-level divinity he would need to fully replenish it. For a top-notch spirit god-level divinity like the tomahawk god-fiend, even if he had 10 more strands, it probably wouldn't be enough. This was because the higher the cultivation, the more difficult it would be to raise it. Of course, if he had mastered god-level divinity, as long as he had 2 or 3 strands, Chenzong felt that he should be able to raise the primordial heart force vortex to the realm of 50 miles. Once his cultivation reached the realm of perfection, his strength would definitely skyrocket and become even more tyrannical. Coupled with the sea-suppressing pearl, it probably wouldn't be impossible for him to kill some weaker master gods. Restraining his thoughts, Chenzong once again held his sword and attacked the other god-fiend experts. Now that the tomahawk god-fiend, who was the most tyrannical and most threatening, was dead, the other god-fiends were nothing to Chenzong. When Chenzong killed the tomahawk god-fiend, the other god-fiends also witnessed it with their own eyes. They were instantly scared out of their wits and immediately fled, because if they didn't leave, it was very likely that they would be killed one by Chenzong. The god-fiends wanted to escape, but the experts of the Taihao Mountain Holy Land Alliance would not let them escape. They immediately seized the opportunity to pursue and attack, injuring or even killing the god-fiends as much as possible. Chenzong also immediately attacked. As he waved his sword, it traversed the sky like a silver aurora and directly attacked the fleeing god-fiends. In the end, more than 70 of the god-fiend experts who had descended were killed, and less than 30 escaped. These 20-odd god-fiends had directly fled back to the god-fiend realm. It was extremely difficult for those who had fled back to the god-fiend realm to enter the outer universe again. It was almost impossible, unless something major happened. We won. For a moment, the people of Taihao Mountain were a little dazed. First, the Purgatory Demon sect and the Infernal Order joined forces to attack. When the star-swallowing giant crocodile puppet appeared, it made countless people feel despair. This time, they were doomed. Fortunately, Chenzong appeared and unleashed his terrifying strength. In the end, he risked his life and killed the star-swallowing giant crocodile puppet, repelling the joint forces of the Purgatory Demon sect and the Infernal Order. Before they could enjoy their victory, the god-worshipping sect had directly attacked. More than 100 god-fiends, each of them exuding an incomparably terrifying aura. They were 100 saint-level experts. The direct attack of such a lineup once again made people feel despair, and they were about to fall into the abyss of despair. Fortunately, it was Chenzong who unleashed his strength. With a sword in hand, he continuously slaughtered the god-fiends. He was invincible. Then, with the reinforcements of the other great saints from the other 6 holy lands, they were able to resist the invasion of the god-fiends. In the end, Chenzong killed the most powerful god-fiend expert, frightening the other god-fiends and telling them to flee. Now, they had truly won. Everyone, the god fiends have retreated and fled back to the god fiend world. We can't pursue them across the god fiend world. Chen Zong's gaze swept across the great saints around him. Everyone listened quietly to Chen Zong's words, because Chen Zong's strength was the strongest. No one present was a match for Chen Zong. Not only were they not a match for Chen Zong, but it was also difficult to say whether they could even withstand a few strikes from Chen Zong. Even the oldest great saint from the ancient Yuan Holy Land, whose strength was stronger than the third-generation Taihao, admitted that he was not a match for Chen Zong. But the infernal demon sect and the infernal order are still here. They may attack again at any time. Chen Zong smiled slightly. This time, the infernal demon sect and the infernal order have suffered great losses. The cult's losses were not small, but they were not completely annihilated. After a while, they will regroup and launch another attack. We all understand what the Peerless Sword Saint said, but the location of the headquarters of the infernal demon sect and the infernal order is very difficult to find. The current generation great saint of the ancient Yuan Holy Land frowned slightly and said, otherwise, we would have joined forces to eradicate the infernal demon sect and the infernal order as much as possible. The infernal demon sect and the infernal order were malignant tumors of the universe. Although they called themselves holy sects and holy sects, they were very clear about their status in the outer universe and how unwelcome they were. It was because of this that their headquarters were built in a very secretive place. It was difficult to detect, even by divination. Otherwise, they would have been found and targeted long ago. It was not that the Holy Lands Alliance did not have the ability to fight back. It was just that they could not find their headquarters and could not make an effective counterattack. They were constantly attacked by the infernal demon sect and the infernal order. When the people of the infernal demon sect and the infernal order escaped, I left a trace of my aura on them. Chen Zong smiled slightly and said, with this trace of my aura, I can track their whereabouts. Chen Zong's words immediately made the eyes of the powerhouses lit up. In fact, they had tried similar things before. Unfortunately, the people of the infernal demon sect and the infernal order were very vigilant, so they could not succeed. However, Chen Zong's method was not ordinary. The mixed element heart force was a power that was different from the orthodox path of cultivation. If Chen Zong did not want to, other cultivators would not be able to sense it. The strongest powerhouses in the outer universe were only at the level of a great saint. At such a level, they really could not sense the presence of the mixed element heart force. However, Chen Zong could. Great! The group of great saint stage experts was overjoyed. In that case, we'll have to trouble the Peerless Sword Saint. As long as we find the nest of the infernal demon sect and the infernal order, we must uproot them and destroy them completely. Before the infernal demon gate and the infernal demon cult had appeared, the outer universe had been relatively peaceful. Although there had been disputes and even hatred between cultivators, everything had been within the bounds of normality, and everything had been in an orderly fashion. Alright, after I find the nest of the infernal demon sect and the infernal order, I'll call you all. Chen Zong nodded. The operation to find the nest of the infernal demon sect and the infernal order was not suitable for a large-scale operation. Otherwise, if so many great saints were to be mobilized, it would immediately alert the infernal demon sect and the infernal order. However, if Chen Zong were to act alone, not only would he be faster, but he would also be more stealthy. Chen Zong could also use techniques such as space-time travel. Even if he was discovered, the possibility of him escaping was very high. In addition, the major holy lands could not be without a powerhouse. Otherwise, if an accident were to happen during this period, it would be over. The great saints all returned to their respective holy lands to take charge. Especially at this critical moment, the strength of the Taihao mountain was the strongest. There were the third-generation Taihao and the fourth-generation Taihao of the Great Saint Realm. In addition, there was the Little Saint Realm powerhouse, Sword Saint Wuxia. There were a total of 3 great saints. In addition, Chen Zong also took out some righteous god divinity and handed it to the third-generation Taihao to arrange. He would try his best to let the great saints of the Taihao mountain break through to the Great Saint Realm. If they succeeded, the overall strength of the Taihao mountain would be even stronger. As for Chen Zong himself, he began to act. The immemorial heart force was invisible, colorless, and formless. It was attached to the Purgatory Demon Sect Master's body, and he couldn't detect it at all unless his realm surpassed Qinzong's. Relying on this trace of perception, Qinzong really found the location of the Purgatory Demon Sect's headquarters. It was a continent floating in the void of the universe. Under Qinzong's gaze, the continent seemed to be infinitely large, filling the entire field of vision of his eyes. It also seemed infinitely small, like a speck of dust. The size seemed to be changing at any time, and there was an illusory feeling. Qinzong could even sense that only a great Saint Realm expert with a high realm could sense and see the existence of this continent at a close distance. If one was below the Great Saint Realm, their realm was not enough, and they couldn't see it at all. This was because the continent was shrouded in layers of formations. The power of these formations was extraordinary, mysterious, and unpredictable. The Purgatory Demon Sect had spent countless years painstakingly building these formations, and they were all interconnected, completely enveloping this continent. These formations not only had amazing defensive power, but also could distort the surrounding void, forming illusions that were difficult to detect. Without the realm of a great saint, it was impossible to see through the illusions created by the distorting void of those formations. How many great saints were there in the entire outer universe? The outer universe was so vast that it would take a lot of time for a great saint to travel throughout the entire outer universe. It would take more than a few thousand years, and tens of thousands of years was nothing. It was extremely difficult for a few great saints to find the headquarters of the Purgatory Demon Sect and the Infernal Order in the outer universe. This time, if Qinzong hadn't followed the aura of the immemorial heart force and tracked it, he wouldn't have noticed it deliberately if he was just passing by. In other words, if other great saints passed by here without knowing, they wouldn't necessarily notice the location of the Purgatory Demon Sect's headquarters. It was so secretive. But now, Qinzong had found it. It was finally found. Qinzong didn't act rashly, but carefully observed and felt. I see. After researching for a few years, Qinzong revealed a look of sudden realization. His eyes were filled with astonishment. He was shocked by the methods of the Inferno Demon Gate. How could Qinzong not be shocked? Why, it turned out that the headquarters of the Purgatory Demon Gate was not only surrounded by many formations, but also formed a void layer. How should he put it? The interlayer of space was like the gap between the outer universe and the interlayer universe. It was an interlayer, and there were deep and shallow ones. In the interlayer, there would often be a lot of darkness and evil, such as the universe's ferocious demons and the more mysterious and terrifying dark demons. But in fact, there was a limit to the ferocity of the universe's ferocious demons and dark demons. Although they had once wreaked havoc in the universe, causing bloody disputes and countless deaths, they had now been suppressed. They had even been reduced to training grounds for some Holy Land disciples, such as Taihao Mountain. The headquarters of the Purgatory Demon Gate had spent many years to build layers of formations. The real effect of these formations was to build a void layer, enveloping the continent of the headquarters of the Purgatory Demon Gate. Simply put, the headquarters of the Purgatory Demon Gate was like an artificially created void layer that existed in the void layer. According to Qinzong's observation, this void layer was not as simple as one layer. There were at least several layers. Incredible, the more Qinzong observed, the more surprised he became. Immediately, he restrained all his aura and began to slowly approach, trying not to attract the attention of the Purgatory Demon Gate headquarters. Qinzong got closer and stepped inside. He could feel a trace of resistance from the formation. However, this resistance wasn't very strong. Qinzong stealthily infiltrated the formation and stepped inside. In an instant, the scene in front of him changed greatly. Originally, Qinzong could see the large or small continent of the Purgatory Demon Gate headquarters, but now, the continent had disappeared as if it had never appeared. What Qinzong could see was a piece of nothingness. The nothingness of the void was like entering the void layer of the universe. It was not dark, but there was no light either. It was just like the color of nothingness. Here, Qinzong could not even feel the existence of the universe's pneuma. Nothingness, a kind of nothingness. Amazing. Qinzong suddenly thought of the key. Without the pneuma of the universe, it meant that if one's strength was consumed here, it would be difficult to replenish it. One could only take elixirs and the like to replenish it. For a sage expert, there was some impact, but in fact, it was not particularly big, unless there was a continuous high-intensity battle. Another point was that Qianzong felt that in this nothingness, the aura of the great way of heaven and earth seemed to be affected. There was a kind of interference. Compared to the outside world, it was more vague, and the difference was not very obvious. The impact on other practitioners was not so significant. For Qianzong, there was no impact, because Qianzong did not need to rely on the great way of the outside world. His inner universe contained the sword principle. That was the sword principle that completely belonged to him. This place was a piece of nothingness, and there seemed to be no sense of direction. Qianzong could not distinguish it for a while. He could only fly forward based on the feeling he had just entered, and restrain his aura. Forward, 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 as if there was no end to it. While moving forward, Qianzong also carefully felt all the fluctuations and mysteries. And here, it was difficult to feel the passage of time. Have I reached the end? Not knowing how much time had passed, Qianzong finally saw a faint flash of light. Looking carefully, he found that it was a thin film that was difficult to detect. When Qianzong came into contact with the membrane, he felt a resisting force slowly seeping in and silently breaking through. Qianzong's figure flashed and he entered the membrane. However, there was nothing in front of him. When he looked behind him, the membrane had returned to normal. The formations are interlocked, forming a void interlayer, separating the continent of the headquarters of the Inferno demon sect from the outer universe. Even if someone found it, it would be difficult to directly invade. Qianzong thought secretly, and continued to move forward and explore. This was the second interlayer, and the existence of the qi of the universe could not be felt. The interference of the great way of heaven and earth was becoming more and more intense. If a sage entered here, he would really be affected. If there were a few more interlayers, and the deeper the interlayer, the stronger the interference of the great way of heaven and earth would be, it was definitely not a good thing for a sage. For a moment, Qianzong thought of many things. But such an environment had no effect on him, but he could not only consider himself, but also the other sage. After all, if he wanted to attack and destroy the Inferno demon sect, Qianzong did not have absolute confidence with his own strength. No one knew what dangers existed in the headquarters of the Inferno demon sect. Just as a headquarters, that was impossible. The more important the headquarters, the stronger its defensive power should be. So if he was alone, it was hard to say. Even if he activated the power of the sea-suppressing pearl and had the battle strength of a divine ancestor, he dared not easily say that he could destroy the headquarters of the Inferno demon sect. What if there was an accident? Therefore, it was better to enter with the other great saints. However, before that, he still needed to explore for a while. He needed to find out more, understand more, and grasp more information before returning. He would then bring the other great Sage Realm experts over and attack the Purgatory Demon Sect headquarters in one fell swoop to destroy it. Destroy the headquarters of the Inferno Demon Sect first, and then destroy the headquarters of the Infernal Order. The headquarters of these two malignant tumors were located in different locations, and they were very far apart. It was very likely that they did not know the location of each other's headquarters, or even if they knew, it would be difficult to break in directly. Otherwise, they would have destroyed each other long ago. After all, the Inferno Demon Sect and the Infernal Order were not an alliance in the true sense. Their purpose was to invade the outer universe and dominate the outer universe. Two tigers could not live on one mountain. This was the principle because everyone wanted to be king, but there could only be one king. It was impossible for others to share their status and power. The reason why the Inferno Demon Sect and the Infernal Order could still coexist peacefully was that they had a common enemy, and that was the Holy Lands. The power of the Holy Lands could not be underestimated, especially when they joined forces. The Inferno Demon Sect or the Infernal Order alone could not compete with the Holy Lands Alliance, not to mention now that the God Worship sect had invaded. The Inferno Demon Sect and the Infernal Order could only join forces. First, they would join forces, then destroy the Holy Lands Alliance, and then eliminate the God Worship sect. After occupying the outer universe, that would be the time when the victor between the Inferno Demon Sect and the Infernal Order would be decided. The victor would naturally occupy the outer universe and become the overlord and king of the outer universe. However, the loser would not necessarily be able to do so. After a period of time, Qianzong crossed the second void mezzanine, broke through the thin film, and entered the third void mezzanine. As expected, the interference of the great Tao of heaven and earth in the third void mezzanine became stronger and more obvious. If the first void mezzanine did not affect the sage realm, then the second void mezzanine would affect the small sage realm more obviously. The effect on the great sage realm was very slight, but the great sage realm would start to be affected in the third void mezzanine. If there was a fourth void mezzanine, then the effect would become even stronger. If there was a fifth void mezzanine, then the effect would become even more terrifying. Fortunately, it did not affect him much. He continued to go deeper. Finally, Qianzong sneaked into the fourth void mezzanine. As expected, the effect and interference became stronger. However, if an outsider is affected and interfered with here, then the people of the Inferno demon sect should be affected as well. Qianzong thought to himself. After breaking through and reaching the fifth void mezzanine, Qianzong came to the edge of the void mezzanine. However, he stopped and did not continue to break through. This was because he felt that if he continued to break through, it would arouse the vigilance of the other party. In the vast universe, countless stars flickered endlessly, containing infinite mysteries. Rays of light of different colors and auras burst out at an astonishing speed, surging across the vast sky. There were a total of 8 rays, each of which exuded a tyrannical aura of the Great Saint Realm. The 8 Great Saint Realm experts were the Great Saint Realm experts of the Holy Lands Alliance. At this moment, they moved one after another and burst out with extreme speed. Qianzong was the leader, followed by Great Saint Gu Yuan, the third-generation Taihao, and so on. As for Yun Yanqin, the fourth-generation Taihao, he was guarding Taihao Mountain. Everyone, this is the Void Sky Boat. It's fast and can conceal its aura. Great Sage Ancient Yuan said as he took out a black flying ship the size of a palm. With a shake, the black flying ship turned into a stream of light and shot into the distance. It rapidly expanded and turned into a crescent-shaped flying ship that was 100 meters long, exuding a mysterious aura. This aura was faintly discernible, as if it existed, but also as if it didn't. Great Saint Gu Yuan took the lead and entered the boat, followed by the other Great Saint Realm experts. Under the control of Great Saint Gu Yuan, the boat's aura was completely concealed and it escaped into the void mezzanine, advancing rapidly. In this way, it would be even more secretive and not easy to be discovered by the Purgatory Demon Sect and the Infernal Order. It flew silently and quickly towards the direction of the Purgatory Demon Sect's headquarters. It didn't take long for them to arrive. Is this the place? Everyone was in the Great Saint Realm. At this moment, under Qianzong's reminder, they immediately sensed more carefully and finally found the location of the Purgatory Demon Sect. At the same time, they were even more shocked when they heard Qianzong's description. It's so secretive. No wonder we couldn't find it. It's all thanks to Peerless Sword Saint this time. Since we found it, let's destroy the Purgatory Demon Sect in one fell swoop and eradicate the Infernal Order. Not only was the headquarters of the Purgatory Demon Gate found by Qianzong, the headquarters of the Infernal Order was also found by Qianzong. The headquarters of the Infernal Order was also very secretive, it was not inferior to the Purgatory Demon Gate in the slightest. However, the strength of the Holy Lands Alliance was limited. They couldn't divide their forces and attack from 2 different directions at the same time. Just in case, no one knew what kind of forces and dangers were lurking in the headquarters of the Infernal Demon Gate and the Infernal Order. The Void Sky boat stealthily entered the first mezzanine without being affected. It continued to move forward and broke through the thin film to enter the second mezzanine. However, the Void Sky boat began to be affected here, but the effect was not very strong. When it entered the third mezzanine, the effect on the Void Sky boat began to become stronger. There were as many as 5 interlayers, and this was only the third one. After entering the fourth path, the Void Sky traveling boat was greatly affected. It could only be put away and could no longer be used. This feeling. As soon as they left the Void Sky traveling boat and lost the defense of the Void Sky traveling boat, they immediately felt that there was no vital chi here. The great Tao of heaven and earth was in chaos, which directly affected their strength. The most important thing for a cultivator was the control and application of the great Tao, followed by their cultivation. When both were affected, it would directly affect their strength. Caution, they had to be more cautious. If they were discovered by the Purgatory Demon Gate here, no one knew what kind of danger they would face. With Chen Zong as the leader, he led everyone to restrain their breath and slowly advanced. They broke through the 4th interlayer and entered the 5th interlayer. After entering the 5th interlayer, the feeling of being disturbed became more and more intense. In such a place, except for Chen Zong, the other 7 great Saint Realm experts could not exert much of their strength. At most, they could only exert the strength of the pristine Saint Realm. In front of the thin film of the 5th interlayer, Chen Zong and the other 7 stopped. Everyone, this should be the last layer. Chen Zong said, once we break through this layer, it will arouse the vigilance of the Purgatory Demon Gate. At that time, we may be directly attacked by the Purgatory Demon Gate. Everyone, be prepared. Don't worry, the Peerless Sword Saint is already prepared. We're fully prepared. We're just waiting to kill our way into the Purgatory Demon Gate's lair. The great Saint Realm experts expressed one after another, their eyes flashing incessantly. If they were not worried about being discovered, they would have already erupted with extremely powerful breath fluctuations. They were ready to break through. The moment the last layer of the thin film was torn apart and penetrated. In the Purgatory Demon Gate's lair, the towering demon statues suddenly trembled, their eyes emitting crimson light that was extremely evil. What's going on? The demon gods are warning. Someone has broken in. Kill. No matter who it is, kill them all. This was the lair of the Purgatory Demon Gate. The lair should be the most secretive and would not be found. Only then would they have a stable base camp. Even if the expedition failed, they would have a place to recuperate, recover, and have the ability to make a comeback. Now, someone had broken into their lair. How could they accept this? Kill, no matter who it is. No matter where they come from. As long as they dared to break into their base camp, they must be killed. All of them must be killed. Immediately, the people of the Purgatory Demon Gate took action. The sect master of the Purgatory Demon Gate exuded an extremely terrifying breath fluctuations. Although the joint attack of the Infernal Order on Mount Taihao had failed and they had suffered great losses, there were still powerful forces in the lair of the Purgatory Demon Gate. They moved, the demon statues trembled one after another. Countless dust and debris fell from their bodies. A terrifying breath also diffused from the statues, turning into gusts of wind that whistled and rushed out. As they collided with each other, they turned into a roaring hurricane that raged endlessly. There were a total of 24 such demonic god statues. After the fragments on each statue fell off, the aura emitted by the 5-meter-tall demonic god statues became even more terrifying. Layers of ripples were emitted as they continuously charged forward. The breath raged endlessly like a storm. Immediately, the 24 demon statues erupted with astonishing power and rushed out of the cave. The extremely astonishing breath directly traversed the vast sky and oppressed everything. It was as if the sky had collapsed and oppressed. Chen Zong and the others felt it directly, and their expressions changed drastically. Great Saint Realm, it was the breath fluctuations of the Great Saint Realm. There were still Great Saint Realm powerhouses in the lair of the Purgatory Demon Gate. This was expected by everyone, and it was not surprising. The sect master of the Purgatory Demon Gate himself was a peak Great Saint Realm powerhouse. But now, it was not as simple as 1 or 2 or 3 great saints. The breath that erupted was in everyone's senses. There were a total of 24 of them. Each of them was at the Great Saint Realm, and the breath fluctuations that they exuded were incomparably evil and ferocious. 24 great saints, how was this possible? With such a powerful force, the Purgatory Demon Gate should have been able to sweep the outer universe. Even in the heyday of the Holy Land, the number of Great Saint Realm powerhouses would not exceed 20. What about the Purgatory Demon Gate? Counting the 24 here, plus those that were defeated before, there were even more. Such power was enough to sweep everything away. Why didn't the Purgatory Demon Gate do that? They did not know that although these 24 Purgatory Demon God statues were powerful, they could not leave the lair of the Purgatory Demon Gate. They could only be used as guards to guard the base camp. Otherwise, the Purgatory Demon Gate would have taken them out long ago. No Holy Land could resist and would be directly swept away. Everyone, be careful, Chenzong said. With his super-strong senses, Chenzong felt that the breath of the Great Saint Realm was not just 24. In other words, the 24 Great Saint Realm breaths that erupted were almost the same. They had the same root and origin, and their strength was also average. It was equivalent to the level of a newly broken through Great Saint Realm. In addition, there were 3 more powerful Great Saint Realm breaths that were hidden and had not erupted. One of them had reached the peak of the Great Saint Realm. The Lord of the Purgatory Demon Gate, although their breaths were very hidden, Chenzong's mixed yuan heart force was more mysterious and could directly sense them. At the same time, the 24 demon god statues came one after another. Their breaths traversed the sky, and black and red continued to spread. They were incomparably demonic and ferocious, as if they had come from hell. They were extremely terrifying and directly covered everything. In the distance, the Lord of the Purgatory Demon Gate also saw the intruders. Peerless Sword Saint Chenzong, it's him. The Lord of the Purgatory Demon Gate's heart was beating wildly, and an indescribable sense of fear suddenly burst out from his heart. He was helpless. When he attacked the Taihao Mountain previously, he was well aware of the powerful strength of the star-swallowing giant crocodile, but it was destroyed by the Peerless Sword Saint Chenzong. The power of the 10,000-meter-tall water giant was too terrifying and horrifying. So much so that he did not dare to face Chenzong head-on because he knew very well that his own strength was not enough to contend with him. He could not even block his opponent's killing blow. He did not expect Chenzong to invade here. How did he find me? The Lord of the Purgatory Demon Gate gritted his teeth, but he was very puzzled. He was obviously very secretive, but he was still found. How did he find him? Puzzled, extremely puzzled. Since you're here, don't think about leaving alive. The Lord of the Purgatory Demon Gate's eyes slowly emitted an incomparably terrifying light. This is the headquarters of the God's Gate. Here, our strength is stronger. When the time comes, we will capture you and refine you into a puppet. We will be invincible for the God's Gate. The Peerless Sword Saint's strength was extremely tyrannical, and he was at the peak of the Great Saint Realm. He was even the kind of terrifying existence that could kill a cosmic beast alone. If such a person was refined into a puppet, he would directly become the strongest combat force of the God's Gate. At that time, not only could they sweep the Holy Land Alliance, but they could also defeat the Infernal Order and truly dominate the universe. Thinking of this, the Lord of the Purgatory Demon Gate was even more determined to capture Chenzong, even if he had to pay a price. After all, the benefits of refining Chenzong into a puppet were too great. It was so great that just thinking about it made his heart beat wildly. The battle broke out, and so did the fierce battle. 8 against 24. The 24 fiendish demon gods from the purgatory charged towards them, their evil auras filling the air, making it hard for them to breathe. Other than Chenzong, the other 7 great saints looked extremely solemn. They felt as if they were being crushed by an invisible demonic mountain, or as if they had fallen into a demonic sea vortex and were about to be torn apart. With a boom, Chenzong immediately released his inner universe, which covered an area of 100,000 meters, resisting the evil aura attack of the 24 fiendish demon gods. The other 7 great saints also released their great path domains to resist. Divide, the 8 great saints immediately spread out, maintaining a certain distance from the 24 fiendish demon gods from the purgatory, not allowing them to surround them. This was because the 24 fiendish demon gods had the same aura and were of the same origin. It was very likely that they were skilled in joint attacks. If they surrounded them, they would probably explode with even more overbearing strength. Chenzong's strength was the strongest. He directly surrounded the 8 fiendish demon gods from the purgatory and released them into his inner universe. He activated the prodigious astral sword domain, and thousands of starlight flashed continuously. Immediately, the power of his inner universe multiplied, and its suppressive force became even stronger. However, it was still not enough to suppress the 8 overbearing fiendish demon gods from the purgatory. Dark blue seawater surged out of nowhere and swept out in all directions, merging into the inner universe and releasing it outwards. This caused the suppressive force of the inner universe to increase exponentially. Suppress, the 8 fiendish demon gods from the purgatory were immediately suppressed. There was a certain connection between their auras and their strength. They kept exploding, but it was difficult to break through this suppression. Endless auras kept converging from all directions, rushing into the bodies of the fiendish demon gods from the purgatory, helping them to resist and struggle. Kill! Chenzong brandished his sword and immediately unleashed a burst of power. In an instant, 16 beams of sword light tore through the sky and shot towards one of the purgatory demon gods. The extremely sharp sword radiance was astonishing and immediately tore apart the purgatory demon god's body. However, Chenzong's expression changed slightly. The feeling of the sword's edge told him that the purgatory demon god's body was too strong. His swordsmanship could only barely break it open. It had to be known that the heavenly will sword was a supreme saint item. It was shockingly sharp, and the single heart sword technique was even more frightening. Even so, it had only barely managed to break through his defenses and not kill him. The toughness of his body was truly terrifying. The fiendish demon gods unleashed their attacks one after another, unleashing powerful attacks. Fist after fist, claw after claw. The might of each attack was extremely powerful, and there was a faint feeling that they were going to break through the innerverse and outerverse. Bombardment! In an instant, the attacks arrived. The power of each attack was so strong that it could easily crush mountains. They blasted towards Chenzong without mercy. Chenzong had no intention of taking the attacks head-on. Although the defense of the true body of the universe was astonishing and his body was extremely strong, there was no need for that. After all, he was a swordsman. The true body of the universe and his strong body were for better survival. There was no need for him to take the attacks head-on unless he could not avoid them. His figure flashed, and he immediately dodged the 8 extremely powerful attacks. His body and sword became one, and he directly broke through the attacks. Divine firmament, there was no need for him to unleash his full power. The speed of the sword was extremely fast and sharp. Piercing through, the body of the purgatory demon god was immediately pierced through. The sword chi continued to wreak havoc in his body, causing destruction in a frenzy. However, endless auras continued to surge in from all directions. Even the innerverse could not block them out. The auras merged into the body of the injured purgatory demon god, causing his heavy injuries to heal rapidly. This scene made Chenzong frown slightly. With an incomparably strong body, astonishing defensive power, and the help of the aura here, once injured, he could quickly heal. How could he kill such a strong enemy? Difficult to deal with, very difficult to deal with. Ha 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 ha, exhaust their strength. In a secret place in the distance, the Purgatory Demon Gate's main spectator was secretly excited and looking forward to it. In the God's Gate's main camp, the demon god puppets were almost immortal because they were replenished by the main camp. Their bodies were strong, their attack power was strong, and their self-healing ability was amazing. They were difficult to kill, and their recovery speed was extremely fast. Such demon gods were simply terrifying. Even if their overall strength was not as good as their opponents, they could still exhaust their opponents to death. At that time, they would be able to obtain 8 great saints and refine them into divine puppets. The power of the God's Gate would directly skyrocket, especially when one of them was an extremely strong existence like the unparalleled Sword Saint. When refined into a divine puppet, they would be invincible in the outer universe and dominate the universe. What a beautiful future. On the other side, the 7 great saints were also locked in a bitter battle. Chenzong fought 8 purgatory fiendish demon gods alone, leaving 16 purgatory fiendish demon gods. Great Saint Ancient Yuan was second only to Chenzong in strength, and he fought 3 purgatory fiendish demon gods alone. The 3rd generation Taihao was also comparable to Great Saint Ancient Yuan, but there was not much difference between them. Therefore, he also fought 3 purgatory fiendish demon gods alone. The remaining 10 purgatory fiendish demon gods were split between the other 5 great saints and 2 great saints. One purgatory demon god alone could not be considered very strong, but once there were 2 purgatory demon gods, they could form a force that greatly increased their strength. When 3 purgatory demon gods joined forces, it was even more terrifying. As a result, the 7 great saints fell into a bitter battle. They were directly at a disadvantage and could only bitterly hold on. If this situation continued, if there were no accidents, it was very likely that they would be exhausted and captured alive. Once captured alive, the consequences would be very bad. But if it really came to that, they would rather self-destruct than be captured alive. If they self-destructed, they could still drag a few of them down with them. On the other side, Qianzong, who was fighting 8 purgatory demon gods alone, once again erupted. A sword slashed across the sky, and the true sun surged, emitting unparalleled light and heat. The heat seemed to be able to burn everything and turn everything into ashes. Taihao, Qianzong had not used Taihao's ultimate technique to fight for quite some time, but this did not mean that Taihao's power was weak. On the contrary, as Qianzong continued to perfect the technique, Taihao's power was also improving bit by bit, becoming more and more tyrannical. Taihao was extremely violent, and its high temperature burned everything. It was extremely terrifying, and it was extremely suitable to use it now. When the sword slashed out, the true sun surged, burning with endless flames that burned everything, and directly hit one of the purgatory demon gods. Under the suppression of the inner verse, the purgatory demon god could not avoid such a powerful attack at all. After being hit in an instant, its tyrannical body could not resist and was immediately broken, the terrifying heat burning wantonly. Endless aura surged in from the outside, trying to repair it, but under the burning of Taihao's flames, the aura was constantly weakened. Taihao, 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 sword after sword burst out. With Qianzong's current cultivation, the burden of using Taihao's ultimate technique would not be too obvious as long as it was not 3 times the power. He could use it for more than 10 times in a row. In an instant, the true sun surged across the sky and hit the other 7 purgatory demon gods, burning them directly. Moreover, Qianzong's attack was very rhythmic, and directly hit the 8 purgatory demon gods. All the demon gods bombarded and gathered together. Erupt, 3 times, eternal star, the shadow of a huge star seemed to be dragged out of the eternal time and space, and an incomparably vigorous aura suddenly suppressed all directions, as if time and space had frozen. 3 times the power of the eternal star directly burst out, crushing everything in its path. It could not be blocked, even though the demon gods' bodies were strong and had amazing defense, they could not resist at all. Under the terrifying eternal star, they were instantly crushed and crushed. Shattered, they had not recovered from the heavy injuries caused by Taihao's ultimate technique, and now, with 3 times the power of the eternal star, they were all shattered. The demon gods of purgatory could indeed recover at an amazing speed and could be called immortal. However, they were not truly immortal. As long as they were completely shattered, it would be difficult for them to recover. Even if they could recover, it would take a long time. Moreover, after being shattered by 3 times the power of the eternal star, the Taihao fire continued to burn, burning them into ashes and completely turning them into nothingness, eliminating the possibility of regeneration. Death, under Qianzong's sword, the 8 demon gods of purgatory died one after another. This scene stunned the purgatory demon gate master, who was still in his imagination. How could it be? How could it be? It was just a simple face-off. How could the powerful demon gods be blasted into pieces? How could the unparalleled sword sage's strength be so terrifying, to such an extent? If the 8 demon gods of purgatory were blasted into pieces, then the remaining demon gods of purgatory would not be able to withstand it. Qianzong rushed forward, his sword sweeping across the sky and instantly killing one of the demon gods. This sword was so powerful that it did not penetrate the demon god, but instead sent him flying. The sword was extremely fast, like an aurora, and arrived in an instant. 6 demon gods were sent flying at the same time, crashing into each other. 3 times the power of the Taihao fire, a huge true sun shot out, directly bombarding the 6 demon gods of purgatory. 3 times the power of the eternal star attacked, crushing everything in its path. Another 6 demon gods of purgatory were blasted into ashes by Qianzong's ultimate technique, never to exist again. In just 3 breaths of time, 14 of the 24 demon gods were killed by Qianzong, leaving only 10. The threat was greatly reduced. Come back. The purgatory demon gate master immediately called back the 10 demon gods of purgatory, because if he did not call them back, the unparalleled sword sage Qianzong's strength was enough to kill them all. At that time, there would be nothing left. The 10 demon gods of purgatory were extremely fast. They turned into 10 streams of light and flew away. Chase! Qianzong and the others immediately chased after them. They were extremely fast, especially with Qianzong in the lead. His strength was the most tyrannical, and he was like a backer that made people feel at ease. They believed that with the unparalleled sword sage Chenzong, even if they encountered any danger, they would be able to survive. For example, if the 24 demon gods of purgatory were not accompanied by the unparalleled sword sage, they would have exhausted all their strength. In the end, they would either self-destruct and take a few people with them, or be captured alive and refined into puppets to fight for the purgatory demon gate. This piece of land belonged to the purgatory demon sect. It took the purgatory demon sect a lot of time to build it. There were many strange beasts running around. They were all new species that the purgatory demon sect had researched for many years. They existed for two purposes. First, to provide materials for the purgatory demon sect's further research. Second, to provide troops for the purgatory demon sect to conquer the world. These strange beasts were not very strong, at most at the half-saint level, and could not become high-end combat forces, but they were very useful as troops. Chenzong and the others did not pay attention to these strange beasts. As long as they really killed the purgatory demon sect, these strange beasts would eventually become training targets for the disciples of the Holy Land. In the pursuit, they came to the center of the continent, where there was a strange-looking palace, like the head of a huge demon, with 3 horns pointing to the sky, containing a kind of amazing power, as if it could pierce the sky. That was where the 10 demon god puppets had fled into the palace of the giant head. Chenzong and the others stopped in their tracks. They could sense that the aura emitted by the demon's head palace was extremely obscure and terrifying. It was as if some ancient demon was in a deep slumber. Once it awoke, it would be able to destroy the world. This feeling made Chenzong and the others afraid, so they were not willing to rush in, for fear of encountering an accident. In the headquarters of a strong enemy, no matter how cautious they were, it was too much. Even if Chenzong's strength was extraordinary, and after activating the power of the sea-suppressing pearl, he could surpass the great saint realm, he was not willing to take such an inexplicable risk. Because Chenzong knew very well that his strength was not enough to run rampant, and there were others who were stronger than him. Even if there was an upper limit of power in the outer universe, there were always exceptions. For example, he was an exception. By activating the power of the sea-suppressing pearl, he could break the upper limit. Who could guarantee that no one had a supreme treasure? Even though supreme treasures were very rare and precious, they still existed. Breakout, the ocean-suppressing orb was activated, and the domain of the ocean-suppressing orb immediately spread out. Chenzong also slashed out with his sword. The sword light directly stretched out and became hundreds of meters long. It slashed in the air towards the giant demon's skull palace, intending to cut it apart. However, the powerful sword light, which was enough to severely injure a great saint, could not break the palace at all. The moment the sword light slashed the palace, a luster appeared on its surface and flashed past. The luster was extremely tough and resisted the sword light's slash. At the same time, it rebounded with a force and shattered the sword light. This scene caused everyone to be shocked. The peerless sword saint was the strongest among the 8 of them. That strike had made their hearts tremble, but it couldn't do anything to the demon's head palace. If it were them, it would be even worse. However, this sword move was not Chenzong's most powerful move. Since that was the case, Chenzong decided to use it. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound. As the sea surged, it continued to rush up into the sky. Then, it condensed into a giant. The 10,000-meter-tall water giant appeared again, exuding a terrifying sword power that suppressed all directions. It's amazing. Although it was not the first time they had seen it, seeing it at such a close distance and feeling the terrifying aura it contained, the 7 great saints could not help but be amazed. Powerful, extremely terrifying. That kind of aura directly frightened and made them tremble from the bottom of their hearts. Immediately, the 10,000-meter-tall water giant grabbed the sea below with its huge palm and grabbed an 8,000-meter-long dark blue sword. The sword power exuded by the giant sword was monstrous and terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it seemed to suppress all directions. Rumble, as the giant sword was lifted, there were bursts of terrifying sounds that continued to explode. The continuous impact and vibration caused the void at the edge to shatter. The 10,000-meter-tall water giant held an 8,000-meter-long water sword. This was the strongest form that Chenzong could activate. It was a form that surpassed the great saint realm. It was an extremely powerful form that he had used in a fierce battle with the ancient Phoenix Grand Elder. In an instant, there seemed to be a continuous rumbling sound behind the 10,000-meter-tall water giant. It seemed to be transmitted into the ancient time and space. Invisible chains condensed and extended into the depths of the void. Then, with great force, they dragged out a huge star shadow that was at least 100,000 meters long. Ancient star, after the ocean-suppressing orb was activated, it would form a ocean-suppressing domain, which was of the water attribute. The 10,000-meter-tall water giant and the 8,000-meter-long giant sword that were condensed from it also contained extremely rich water power. Such power was naturally not suitable to use the Taihao unique skill because the Taihao unique skill was of the fire attribute. If it was used by the water giant, it would be difficult to increase its power. Instead, it would be weakened because of this. The most suitable move was the ancient star. It was a move that used tyrannical power to crush everything. The 10,000-meter-long star shadow was dragged out. It was as if it had come through the ancient time and space. It directly emanated an extremely terrifying power that suppressed everything. All the void around it froze. Then, as the water giant slashed out with the sword, the ancient star also moved forward and struck down in an instant. Explode, terrifying power erupted completely, and a blow that surpassed the great Saint Realm was launched. It blasted mercilessly towards the Demon Skull Palace. A layer of light flickered on top of it, and it instantly became dazzling, exuding an astonishing power. With a boom, the ancient star directly bombarded the light of the Demon Skull Palace. Suddenly, they resisted each other. The ancient star wanted to break and crush the light with its tyrannical power, but the light of the Demon Skull Palace surged endlessly like flowing water. It resisted the bombardment of the ancient star and did not let it break. It also constantly vibrated and counterattacked, trying to bounce the ancient star away and collapse. Creaking sounds continued to be heard. It was the sound of the Demon Skull Palace's light being overwhelmed. It was the sound of it being unable to withstand the bombardment of the ancient star. The light flickered more and more fiercely, indicating that the layer of protection could not hold on. It was indeed difficult for an attack of the Great Saint Realm to break through that layer of protection, but the power of Chen Zong's sword had surpassed the Great Saint Realm and directly reached the Divine Ancestor Realm. The upper limit of strength in the outer universe was the Great Saint Realm. If one wanted to reach the Divine Ancestor Realm, one would have to rely on the power of a treasure. However, treasures were extremely rare and very rare. At least, Chen Zong had never heard of one in the outer universe. It was also not recorded in the ancient books of Taihao Mountain. Even if it did exist, it was estimated that it was extremely rare, hundreds or thousands of times rarer than in the inner universe. Inside the Demon Skull Palace, 10 purgatory demon celestial puppets of the Great Saint Realm stood quietly around, and 3 Great Saint Realm powerhouses also appeared among them. One of them was the Purgatory Demon Gate Master. Feeling that the palace's protection was being attacked and was about to break, the Purgatory Demon Gate Master's expression changed greatly. For now, this is the only way. The Purgatory Demon Gate Master gritted his teeth. It was all because of the Peerless Sword Saint. If it were not for him, Taihao Mountain would have been destroyed by them. Even the Holy Lands Alliance would have been finished by now, and the outer universe would have fallen into their hands. But there were no ifs. The Peerless Sword Saint had returned just like that. He had returned at the most critical moment and had shown his terrifying strength. He had repeatedly ruined the God's Gate's plans and operations, and now he had directly attacked their headquarters. He had gone too far, but what could they do? Strength was strength, and strength was strength. If their God's Gate was strong, they could be unscrupulous and did not need to hide their headquarters. Sacrifice. The Purgatory Demon Gate Master suddenly gritted his teeth. His eyes were scarlet, and his heart was angry and cold. This was the last way. It was a way he was unwilling to use because the price was too high and full of uncontrollable consequences. Once it reached this step, it would be a dead end. There was no room for turning back. Once it was carried out, the headquarters of the God's Gate was also very likely to be destroyed and difficult to rebuild. Countless years of effort would be in vain. All efforts would be in vain. However, if they did not carry out the sacrifice, the palace's defense would not be able to withstand the Peerless Sword Saint's powerful sword attack. Once it was broken, no one present would be a match for him. They would all be suppressed and killed. Thinking of the consequences, the Purgatory Demon Gate Master could not help but go crazy. Crazy, the final madness. In an instant, following the order of the Purgatory Demon Gate Master, the 10 great saint-level Purgatory Demon Celestial Demon puppets erupted with an astonishing aura, and then burned. The black-red flame burned fiercely, burning more and more vigorously, and the aura became stronger and stronger. Immediately, the 10 demon celestial demon puppets rushed directly into the vortex in the center. The vortex was not big, about 1 meter in radius. It was suspended in the air and slowly rotated. When a Purgatory Demon Celestial Demon God rushed in, the vortex suddenly shook, like a mouth that swallowed it. Immediately, a layer of black-red flame burned, and the vortex expanded to 10 meters. The second one, the third one by one, they rushed into the vortex and were devoured. As they were devoured, the vortex continued to expand. Soon, it had expanded from 1 meter to 99 meters in size. Black and red flames burned around it. The flames were extremely strange. Beside the huge black-red flame vortex, the void gradually became chaotic and distorted. The flow of time was also greatly affected and became incomparably chaotic. Time and space were all distorted, as if they were separated from this side of time and space. When the 10 Purgatory Demon Celestial Demon puppets were completely submerged, the vortex remained fixed at 99 meters in size. Not enough, still 1 meter, not enough. The Purgatory Demon Gate Master was anxious. If it was less than 100 meters, the sacrifice would not be successful. If it failed, there would be nothing left. Immediately, a ruthless glint flashed in the eyes of the Purgatory Demon Gate Master. He immediately attacked, suppressed the 2 great saints, and threw them into the vortex. The obvious difference in strength and the lack of preparation caused them to fall into the vortex and disappear. However, the vortex did not break through to 100 meters in the end. It was still a little short. How can it be? How can it be like this? The Purgatory Demon Gate Master was trembling all over. Almost, just a little, but there were no more great saints. He was burning with anger. The leader of the Purgatory Demon sect had gone mad. He had gone completely mad. Ancient Demon God, I beg you to awaken with my life. Come. With a crazy roar, the body of the leader of the Purgatory Demon sect suddenly burned with a layer of blood-red flames. In an instant, it became incomparably blazing. Then, with the last madness, he rushed towards the vortex. The last madness of his life was so gorgeous and desolate. When the leader of the Purgatory Demon sect burned himself and rushed into the vortex, the protective layer of the palace could not withstand it. Under the huge shadow of the stars, it directly collapsed. Rumble, the palace began to collapse. The power of the eternal stars was extremely tyrannical and terrifying. It crushed everything and swept everything in its path. At the same time, after the vortex swallowed the leader of the Purgatory Demon sect, it finally broke the limit and reached a size of 100 meters. The burning black-red flames became more and more blazing and violent, as if they were going to burn the sky and the earth. An extremely terrifying aura also spread out from it, wantonly surging. That aura was full of ancient, profound, mysterious, and supreme taste. It was also full of an evil aura. It was incomparably evil. With a rumble, the 100-meter vortex seemed to be exploded from the inside by an invisible force. It directly skyrocketed to a size of 1,000 meters. The aura it emitted became more and more terrifying. Then, an arm stretched out from it. It was an extremely terrifying arm, incomparably huge. The first finger that appeared was a total of 7 fingers. Each finger was 100 meters long and covered with thick dark green scales. Each scale was more than twice the size of an adult's palm. There seemed to be countless patterns inside the scales. They looked very mysterious and profound, as if they were full of mysteries. An astonishing aura spread out from the scales. It seemed to have turned into a substance. It turned into wisps of flame that swayed incessantly, covering the fingers and the arm as if they were burning. The fingers were 100 meters long. Needless to say, the arm was incomparably huge. That extremely terrifying demon arm seemed to have appeared from the endless demon abyss. As soon as it appeared, the will of the outer universe immediately shook. It filled the air with a terrifying aura, wanting to suppress it. An extremely ferocious aura also erupted from the demon arm. It fought against the will of the outer universe, making endless invisible roars. It was incomparably terrifying. Then, the 7 fingers of the arm opened slightly and slapped at the eternal star's shadow that was falling from the sky. In an instant, the entire eternal star's shadow seemed to have no resistance and was directly shattered. Although the eternal star's shadow had consumed a lot of power when it shattered the palace's defense, the remaining power was still very terrifying. It could easily suppress a great sage, but it was shattered by this huge demonic arm. How terrifying was that? This scene naturally fell into the eyes of Xianxia and the others. What is that? The expressions of great sage Gu Yuan and the others changed drastically. They were extremely shocked as they felt an extremely ferocious aura attacking them. The aura seemed to have originated from an ancient time and space. It was endlessly descending and attacking them. It was extremely terrifying. Just a trace of the aura was enough to make them shiver all over. Even their souls trembled as if they were about to fall into a boundless purgatory. Horrifying, it was extremely horrifying. At this moment, after the huge and terrifying demon arm shattered the eternal star's shadow, it only paused for a moment. Then, it slapped towards Xianxia and the others. The 7 fingers seemed to have turned into 7 heavenly pillars. They were constantly magnified in the eyes of the 8 people. The terrifying aura also spread, making them fall into the abyss and never be reincarnated. Great Saint Gu Yuan and the others, who were about to retreat, suddenly stopped. They did not want to retreat. Instead, they were suppressed by the aura contained in the palm that was slapping towards them. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. He was horrified. As he stared, he felt that the huge demon palm was rapidly enlarging in front of him. It was as if it had replaced the heaven and earth and replaced the void. It directly suppressed everything. Xianxia felt that he could not resist. Since he could not resist, he might as well not resist. That's it. Let's sink. Let's sink. Give up all resistance. Don't struggle. The eyes of the 7 great saints had become blank. Even the most powerful peak Great Saint Gu Yuan, was the same. Even the 3rd generation Taihao, who was extremely powerful in sword principle and sword will, could not avoid it. Only Xianxia had not completely sunk. Burst, sword will continued to grow stronger and stronger, breaking the feeling of sinking into oblivion. However, the feeling of sinking into oblivion continued to grow stronger and stronger as the giant demonic palm slammed down. Yi Futian's spirit was once again in a trance, and the water giant was fluctuating non-stop. Burst, Xianxia unleashed his power once again. Traces of blackness emerged from the 8,000-meter-long water sword and quietly spread out. The blackness spread extremely quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the 8,000-meter-long water sword turned completely black. It was pitch black, boundless, and filled with an extremely terrifying aura. Slash, Xianxia unleashed all his strength and slashed out with his sword. He did not hold back at all. The pitch-black sword light surged like a torrent and broke through the air in an instant. This was the most powerful sword move that Xianxia had mastered. All things in the world returned to ruins, the pitch-black sword light surged like a raging tide. It was vast and boundless. Everything in its path was turned into nothingness. However, under the attack of the demon's arm, the pitch-black sword chi raging tide was constantly shattered and dissipated. In the end, it completely dissipated before it could touch the demon's arm. This scene instantly caused Xianxia to be indescribably shocked. How could this be? One must know that the all things in the world returned to ruin sword move that he had unleashed with the full power of the sea-suppressing orb was at the divine ancestor level. Even the ancient Phoenix Patriarch would not dare to underestimate the sword move. He would not dare to take it head-on. Otherwise, he would be injured. However, such a powerful sword strike was like a small stone thrown into water, disappearing without a trace. Just what level had the power of this arm reached? Shudder, he could not help but shudder. He shuddered from the bottom of his heart. It seemed to be a kind of suppression, a suppression of the essence of life. It was like the difference between a python and a flood dragon. A python could turn into a flood dragon. It was a kind of transformation in the level of life. However, the aura that the demon's arm exuded was so terrifying that it gave him a sense of suppression in the level of life. Chenzong could not help but be shocked. In terms of level, he was in the Great Saint realm, second only to a divine ancestor. With the sea-suppressing orb, he could have the battle strength of a divine ancestor. In terms of the level of life, the Little Saint realm, Great Saint realm, and Divine Ancestor realm were the same. The only difference was in the level of cultivation and strength. Therefore, even a top divine ancestor like the Eternal Sword Master could only surpass him in terms of cultivation and strength. They could not suppress him in terms of the level of life. Now, he was being suppressed. It was a kind of suppression in terms of the level of life. How could this be? What kind of existence was this? In an instant, Chenzong could not help but think of the unknown place that he had entered when he was in the ancient mystic world's Myriad Swords Mountain. At that time, he had entered a space-time fragment where there was a sky tower. He had met the first Taihao in the sky tower. From the first Taihao, he had learned more about the core universe. He had even been taught the ancient god language. However, the ancient god language was unfathomable. He had not given up on comprehending it until now, but he had not gained much. It was too difficult. However, all kinds of information had given Chenzong more secrets. Divine ancestors were considered strong in the core universe. However, there were still people who were stronger than them, and that was comprehending the truth. The truth of Tao and the truth of the universe. Those who comprehended the truth would have their strength transformed. Once the transformation happened, although they were still in the divine ancestor realm, the essence of their strength would be different. Naturally, their strength would increase greatly. After comprehending the second truth, not only would their strength transform again, but their level would also break through. At the same time, it would bring about a leap in the level of life. They would become a demigod, and after that, a true god. Then, could the owner of this demonic arm be a god? It should be a demigod. Even if it was only a demigod, it was many times stronger than him. They were not at the same level at all. It was like the difference between an ant and a true dragon. A demigod, how could it come to the outer universe? Chenzong, who knew more secrets, thought it was impossible. Demigods could only stay in the core universe. It was impossible for them to appear in the outer universe. The will of the universe did not allow it. Not only the will of the outer universe did not allow it, but the will of the core universe also did not allow it. For the outer universe, the power of a demigod was too tyrannical, and its realm was too high. The outer universe simply couldn't withstand such a powerful existence. If it was hit, the entire outer universe would fall apart and be destroyed. But now, why did this terrifying demonic arm appear? Could it be that it was not a demigod? Was it just a more unique and powerful life form? Chenzong did not understand, nor did he have more time to think about it. He could only erupt and use the all things in the world to return to ruins once again. Only this extremely powerful sword could resist a little and buy a little bit of time. Retreat. Without hesitation, Chenzong immediately dispersed the water giant and the giant sword, and retreated with extreme speed. While retreating, he also pulled the third-generation Taihao and great sage Guyuan. As for the other great saints, Chenzong could not pull them. He could only wake them up as much as possible and let them retreat on their own. As soon as they were woken up, they immediately retreated with extreme speed. However, the demonic arm continued to slap them. It was as if it was just following the momentum, but it was difficult to dodge. Bang, bang. Bang, 3 great saints who were slower were hit by the demonic palm one after another. Their powerful strength did not protect their bodies. Instead, they were smashed like watermelons. Their flesh and blood splattered and were burned into nothingness by the invisible flame formed by the terrifying aura. This scene suddenly changed the expressions of Chenzong and the others. They were horrified. How could it be so terrifying? The demon's arm smashed the 3 great sage experts to pieces as if it was swatting flies. They turned into powder and disappeared completely. Their souls were scattered and their bodies were destroyed. It was as if they had never appeared. It did not stop at all and continued to attack Chenzong and the others. The attack of the demon's arm did not seem fast, but it had an endless power, as if it had replaced the heavens and the earth. Everything was covered by it, and there was no way to escape. Their escape was only temporary. It was just a kind of struggle, the last struggle. Great Sage Gu Yuan and the others were shocked to the extreme. They broke out desperately, and even burned their own power in exchange for greater power and faster speed. Chen Zong's expression was cold and his eyes were sharp. He also broke out with all his speed. At this time, he could no longer care about the others. His opponent was too terrifying. His strength was simply terrifying to the extreme. It was indescribable. They were not on the same level at all. The gap between them was so big that it made one despair. What should I do? There was nothing he could do. It seemed that he was in despair and could only wait for death. However, the experience of his youth, the teachings of his father, and the continuous training that followed made Chen Zong always adhere to the belief of self-improvement. Even if he was in a desperate situation, he would not give up in the face of despair. He still had to fight for a chance of survival. He fought until the end. Even if he failed, he would have no regrets because he had done his best and did not hold back. However, if he did not fight with all his might and died in the end, he might regret it. Die, Chen Zong did not want to die. However, sometimes, you can't do whatever you want, and you can't do whatever you want. Why do you cultivate? Why do you want to become stronger? Is it because you want to enjoy the feeling of great power? Or do you want to have a long or even endless life? Both, but in the end, you still have to control yourself. Perhaps some cultivators did not understand it well enough. However, it was an instinct that originated from the depths of the soul. Control yourself and control your fate. Only with great power can you control your own fate and not be forced to act against your will by various external reasons. The stronger you are, the more you have the right to be free. But now, it was still not enough. It was far from enough. Therefore, he could only use his last burst. The ocean-suppressing pearl, this was a treasure, a rare and precious treasure that could increase one's strength to a whole new level. However, in the face of such danger, Chen Zong had no choice but to activate this treasure at the cost of damaging the sea-suppressing orb. He had to overexert himself in order to unleash its power. Burst, at that moment, under Chen Zong's control, the sea-suppressing orb began to violently tremble. The water inside surged, becoming extremely violent as if it wanted to destroy everything. Rumbling sounds could be heard as a shocking aura spread out. Cracking sounds could also be heard as a crack appeared on the surface of the sea-suppressing orb. The crack rapidly expanded and eventually covered the entire sea-suppressing orb. It completely shattered, revealing a ball of deep blue light. As soon as the dark blue light appeared, it immediately released an incomparably terrifying might. It was several times more powerful than when he used the ocean-suppressing orb earlier. Chen Zong immediately understood what was going on. This shattered shell was the carrier of the sea-suppressing orb's power. To a certain extent, it was also a kind of restraint, like a container. Now that the container had shattered, the restraint had also disappeared. Once the restraint disappeared, it was like a flood that had broken through a dam, completely erupting with terrifying power. The restraint was also a kind of protection. It restrained and protected the power of the ocean-suppressing pearl. Once it was used, it could be taken back and reused again and again. But now, the restraint was gone, which meant that the protection was gone. The power of the ocean-suppressing pearl burst out all at once. Even Chen Zong, the controller, was frightened by this kind of power. In front of this kind of power, he had no power to resist. Fortunately, this power was under his control. Stretch, beneath Chen Zong's will, the deep blue energy began to stretch out, turning into a deep blue greatsword that was 10 meters long. There was no hilt nor was there a need for a sword hilt. Only the sword blade was needed. This was because Chen Zong didn't need to use his hands to wield this sword. Instead, he could directly control it with his primordial heart force. The water sword fluctuated and emitted a terrifying power. It was far more powerful than when Chen Zong used the ocean-suppressing pearl. It was more than several times more powerful. All things in the world returned to ruins. With a low chant, a black light immediately appeared in the depths of the water sword. It quickly spread out and turned into a black line that stretched out. However, the black color covered the spine of the sword. It could not cover the entire sword because the sword was too strong. Even so, the power of the sword increased a lot because of this. It was even more terrifying. Kill, under the control of Chen Zong's mixed Yuan heart force, the 10-meter-long dark blue sword body immediately erupted and directly blasted towards the demonic arm that was slapping through the air. The endless terrifying demonic aura turned into flames that crazily burned everything, intending to incinerate the water sword. However, the power of the ocean-suppressing pearl was very terrifying and difficult to destroy. This was because this was a one-time explosion of the treasure's power. It was an overdraft explosion that could not be recovered. After this explosion, it would be exhausted and would no longer exist. Tyrannical, it was incomparably tyrannical. Such an attack was 10 times stronger than all the previous attacks. Chen Zong was certain that the ancient Phoenix old ancestor wouldn't be able to resist or evade this attack. He would be directly smashed into pieces and die. Even the tyrannical Eternal Sword Sovereign wouldn't be able to block such a tyrannical attack. Chen Zong's heart was filled with apprehension. He did not know if the attack that he had unleashed at the cost of the ocean-suppressing pearl could threaten the demonic arm and save them from danger. Everything depended on this attack. It was a completely restrained attack. It was difficult to see anything from its appearance. However, the power within was indeed very terrifying and shocking. The sword light blasted towards the demonic arm. It was not destroyed by the terrifying aura of the demonic arm. It finally hit the palm of the demonic arm. After a slight pause, it suddenly burst out and turned into layers of dark blue waves with black threads of power. Each wave contained a terrifying destructive power that could destroy everything and turn everything into nothingness. Under the impact of the terrifying annihilation waves, the demonic palm suddenly stopped. It continued to unleash a terrifying power to resist the waves of annihilation. The frightening pressure also weakened significantly, and the impact on Chen Zong and the rest became much weaker. The ocean-suppressing pearl, which had been completely destroyed at the cost of unleashing its full power, had unleashed its strongest sword attack. All things in heaven and earth returned to nothingness. It was more than 10 times more powerful, and the level of its power had also changed. There was a feeling that it had surpassed the divine ancestor realm and was moving towards the first level of true essence. It was even more shocking. The demonic arm completely stopped. Chen Zong and the others seized the opportunity to escape at full speed. According to the situation, there was hope that they could escape from this place. Then, the waves of destruction were broken and consumed. However, the demonic arm was forced to retreat. The last attack even cracked the demonic arm. A few scales with drops of blood sputtered out. It was like a meteor piercing through the sky, shooting towards Chen Zong. Sensing this, Chen Zong took the opportunity to collect the scales that were stained with blood. He did not reduce his speed and escaped at full speed. The demonic arm paused. When it was about to attack again, Chen Zong and the others had already escaped far away. Pursuit, the demonic arm moved again, as if it was enraged. It brought along endless smoke and fire aura as it chased after Yi Futian. Everywhere it passed, layers of the void collapsed, and the ground exploded. Countless strange beasts that lived on the ground were also torn apart by this terrifying aura. Then, they collapsed and disappeared completely. Invincible, Chen Zong and the others had already escaped into the spatial mezzanine formed by the matrix and continued to advance. However, the demon's arm continued to push forward. The first spatial mezzanine was directly broken and destroyed by such a domineering force. It could not be stopped, nothing could be stopped. Nothing could be stopped. It was defeated in an instant. Finally, Chen Zong and the others rushed out of the Purgatory Demon Gate's base camp. Then, everything collapsed as if it was annihilated. It was like a grand firework in the universe. In the firework, an incomparably huge arm rushed out. The arm was covered with scales. Its aura became more and more terrifying and astonishing. It was also constantly growing. Rumble, above, endless aura rapidly emerged and condensed from all directions. It contained an indescribably terrifying power. It was extremely tyrannical and carried an indescribable anger. Chen Zong immediately knew that it was the manifestation of the universe's will. Obviously, the demonic arm's power was too tyrannical. It had offended the outer universe's will, causing the outer universe's will to directly manifest and suppress it. Under normal circumstances, the outer universe's will rarely manifested unless it was under special circumstances. Now, it was a special circumstance and also the most dangerous one. A huge single eye appeared in the sky. The eye was 10 miles in size. Endless light condensed and circulated in the pupil. Endless power was also constantly condensing in it, turning into bolts of lightning that wandered and raged endlessly. An extremely terrifying aura permeated the air. Strong, unparalleled strength, extremely shocking strength. Shenzong and the others were shocked. This kind of power could easily kill a great saint. In an instant, a terrifying bolt of lightning with a diameter of 10 miles shot down from the single eye. It blasted mercilessly at the expanding demonic arm. It was an unavoidable direct bombardment. Under this blow, the demonic arm suddenly trembled. Countless scales were also shattered. The blood also evaporated into ashes in an instant. Under that blow, the demonic arm was directly injured. An extremely terrifying hell suddenly penetrated the layers of the void interlayer and came from the depths of the purgatory demon gate's lair. It shook the universe and shattered everything. Everything was shattering, as if the void of the universe was collapsing. Endless darkness quickly spread out, and an extremely terrifying evil aura surged and filled the air like an ocean. In the distance, Shenzong and the others felt chills all over their bodies. Strong, whether it was the attack of the Eye of the Heavenly Tao or the aura fluctuations that erupted from the depths of the Inferno Demon Gate headquarters, they were extremely powerful. A great saint would die upon contact and instantly turn into ashes. Even a divine ancestor can't withstand it, Shenzong said to himself with absolute certainty. Even a top divine ancestor like the Eternal Sword Master, who was extremely powerful and could easily defeat an ordinary divine ancestor, was inferior in the face of such power. It was a power that surpassed the level of a divine ancestor. The continent where the Purgatory Demon sect was located began to crumble under the terrifying power. A gigantic figure seemed to have forcefully crossed over from the void, exuding a terrifying aura that was boundless and invincible. Endless demonic flames continued to spread, covering the sky and earth, covering a radius of a few hundred miles. Hundreds of miles below, the demonic fire burned wildly, exuding an extremely terrifying aura that burned everything. It continued to expand, spreading to thousands of miles away. Boom, the Eye of the Heavenly Tao once again shot down a terrifying lightning. The lightning contained the will of judgment, as if it wanted to judge all people who dared to defy its majesty between heaven and earth. When the attack fell, it cut open the void of the universe, illuminating all directions. Shenzong's eyes seemed to have been split open, and waves of enlightenment constantly emerged. Profound, mysterious, and unfathomable. The attack of the Eye of the Heavenly Tao seemed simple, but in fact, it contained unparalleled and unimaginable profoundness. The great saints couldn't understand such profoundness, but Shenzong vaguely understood it, because Shenzong's comprehension and realm were above those of the great saints. He was barely touched and inspired. All kinds of understanding of the past emerged together, and when they collided, they stimulated wisps of spiritual light, turning into waves of enlightenment. In the depths of Shenzong's eyes, wisps of sword light seemed to emerge. The sword light surged and collided with each other constantly, as if many sword practitioners were fighting and killing each other with their swords to prove their swordsmanship. That's right. Every wisp of sword light in the depths of his eyes represented a swordsmanship. They were completely different swordsmanships that contained their own mysteries. They collided and corroborated each other. Shenzong pushed the mysteries of the origin of chaos to the extreme without holding back. Countless spiritual lights were produced from the collisions, which were then absorbed and refined. The attack of the Eye of the Heaven Tao smashed apart the layers of vortexes and mist, and it directly blasted onto the enormous and terrifying figure within it. It directly injured the enormous figure, and it caused the enormous figure to emit a wave of terrifying hells. Heavenly Tao, I didn't hesitate to return from the past. Why would I be afraid of you? Amidst the howls, there was another roar. Others could not hear this voice, but Shenzong could, because this voice was in the ancient god language. Although Shenzong did not comprehend any mysteries of the ancient god language after he obtained it, he could understand the meaning behind it. It was precisely because he understood the meaning behind the words that Shenzong was even more shocked. Returning from the past, what did this mean? If he understood it literally, didn't it mean that this terrifying demon had traveled through time and space from the past to the present? How incredible was it to travel from the past to the present? There was also another explanation, which was that it had died in the past, but now it had come back to life. In short, no matter which explanation it was, Qianzong was shocked and incredulous. The eye of the heaven Tao did not speak, but endless power continued to condense, becoming more and more powerful. Countless bolts of lightning continued to gather, and the aura that erupted became more and more terrifying. It was full of destructive power that wanted to destroy everything. Qianzong discovered that the originally blazing white lightning was actually changing. The color slowly deepened, and finally turned black. It was a kind of black that seemed to want to turn everything into nothingness. It contained the ultimate destructive power, and it was pitch black and boundless. This trace of black immediately brought an indescribable feeling to Qianzong, and it made Qianzong associate it with his most powerful sword. Everything in the world would return to nothingness. Wasn't that sword a tyrannical ultimate technique that could completely destroy everything? It was also because of the power of that sword that it was difficult for Qianzong to perfect it. It would take a long time. But now, he had been touched and gained inspiration. With this as a catalyst, he began to improve it further. Strike down, the eye of the heaven Tao exploded again and struck down directly. It was a bolt of pitch-black lightning that annihilated everything. It wanted to turn everything into nothingness. Heaven Tao, you can't do anything to me. The demon roared again, and its body expanded again. It directly exceeded 100,000 meters and was incomparably huge. Its entire body burned with terrifying demon flames, and its terrifying aura soared into the sky. Immediately, a pitch-black light struck out from the horn on its forehead, shattering everything. After the collision, the void directly turned into nothingness. The area hundreds of miles in radius seemed to have completely disappeared, revealing the void mezzanine, and also revealed the universe's fierce demons and dark demons. Under this terrible power, they were all annihilated and turned into ashes. Qianzong even saw the great undead world of the interlayer universe. What a terrifying attack! Fury, the will of the universe, was enraged to the extreme. It had never been so furious before. Every time it attacked in such a rage, it consumed its source energy. Every time it consumed, it would take a long time to recover. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the will of the universe wouldn't do such a thing. Even when the Inferno Demon sect, the Infernal Demon cult, and the God Worship cult were wreaking havoc everywhere, it still hadn't done so. This was because it was not that easy for the three malignant tumors to really shake its foundation, not to mention the Holy Lands Alliance and other forces were resisting. However, the current situation had exceeded the Holy Lands Alliance's tolerance level. It had exceeded everything. If it did not take action to counterattack, it was very likely that it would be destroyed. Ancient demon god, if you don't wake up now, you won't have the chance. The demon suddenly roared. Once again, only Qianzong could understand what it was saying. The roar spread out, layer by layer, piercing through the void and rumbling into a place far, far away. After several breaths of time, deep within the headquarters of the Seamless Demon cult, a giant eye suddenly opened. This was a vertical eye. It was incomparably black, so black that it seemed boundlessly deep, like an unfathomable abyss. As the eye opened, an extremely terrifying aura spread out, causing the earth to tremble and the mountains to shake. What's going on? The leader of the Infernal Order was shocked. The other elders and disciples of the Infernal Order also felt the tremor and were shocked. This was the Infernal Order's base camp. How could this happen? Feeling the increasingly tyrannical ancient aura, as if it came from a distant time and space, the leader of the Infernal Order trembled. He seemed to have thought of something and became inexplicably excited. It's true. Could it be that the previous records are true? That there is really an ancient god sleeping here in our Holy Lands Alliance? The demonic aura billowed. It was ancient, deep, and boundless. It became denser and denser, constantly spewing out from the depths, constantly spreading and covering everything. When someone was covered by the ancient, pitch-black demonic aura, they unconsciously showed a happy and satisfied expression. The traces of pitch-black demonic aura seemed to contain an inexplicable power. When it integrated into their bodies, it made them feel that their strength was constantly increasing and increasing. Even their bodies were strengthened and pushed to a higher and stronger level. The disciples of the infernal order felt the same, the elders felt the same, and even the leader of the infernal order felt the same. His cultivation base was at the peak of the great sage realm. Now, under the nourishment of the demonic aura, it was actually slowly and gradually increasing. It was simply unbelievable. One should know that at his level, it would be difficult for him to improve by himself. But now, he felt that he was improving. It was a wonderful feeling. However, extreme joy begets sorrow. The bodies of the disciples were filled with demonic aura. Then, their vitality was also integrated into the demonic aura. It was as if it was forcibly devoured and rushed out of their bodies. Dried corpses. In just a short moment, the disciples who were immersed in the improvement of their strength turned into dried corpses along with the demonic aura leaving their bodies. Then, it was the elders, and finally, the leader of the infernal order. No, how can this be? The leader of the infernal order was shocked. He quickly mobilized his strength to resist, unwilling to let his vitality be devoured. However, it was all in vain because the difference in strength was too big. Moreover, in order to improve himself, the leader of the infernal order even took the initiative to absorb a large amount of demonic aura. His vitality was completely absorbed and devoured. Then, it broke out of his body unstoppably. No. In an extremely shrill cry, the pitch-black demonic aura rushed out of his body like a demonic dragon, and the leader of the infernal order also turned into a dried corpse in the midst of his cry. Numerous pitch-black demonic dragons, some of them were 100 meters long, some were 10 meters long. They coiled around the land endlessly, letting out bursts of roars, and then rushed into the ground one after another. Rumble, the entire land suddenly shook violently, as if some terrifying existence was awakening. Collapse, the ground collapsed, and an incomparably huge pitch-black figure also appeared. It was a figure that was 10,000 meters tall. As soon as it appeared, it grew with the wind, reaching 100,000 meters in size. This was a one-eyed demonic god. His entire body exuded an incomparably terrifying aura. Every trace of his aura spread out, as if it could shatter the world and open up a demonic abyss. He stood there, and the ground collapsed. His feet stepped on the void, an endless aura surrounded him, constantly growing stronger. Since I, the ancient devil, have awakened, this universe should evolve again. This terrifying demonic god seemed to be muttering to himself, but when his voice rang out, it was like a muffled thunder, rumbling endlessly. Coincidentally, that idiot ancient demon has been targeted by the heavenly axiom of this universe. This is my opportunity. The ancient devil laughed heartily. His laughter was even more shocking and grand, shaking the world and shattering everything in all directions. The eye of the heavenly axiom was now dealing with ancient demon with all its strength. Although it felt that the ancient devil had awakened, it was powerless to deal with it. Suddenly, the ancient devil raised his extremely strong arms. Endless demonic power condensed on his body, and demonic light shone everywhere. Space-time. Reversal chaos. Space-time. Reverse chaos. As the one-eyed ancient demon god unleashed his full power, the blow turned into a mighty black light that shattered the sky. Suddenly, a huge hole appeared in the universe void. Demonic light surged like a surging tide. Even the will of the universe could not stop it in time. At that moment, the will of the universe was concentrating on dealing with the ancient demon god. It was unable to take care of the one-eyed ancient demon god. This was an excellent opportunity to severely injure the will of the universe. The demonic light was like a surging tide, constantly spreading out and surging in all directions, causing the huge hole to grow bigger and bigger. It was as if a curtain had been pulled open, revealing the scene behind it. It was an expanse of nothingness, an expanse of gray and chaotic nothingness. That gray and chaotic void directly revealed an extremely terrifying aura fluctuation, as if it contained an unparalleled mystery, but also an unparalleled great danger. Ha 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 ha, return to the chaos. The one-eyed ancient demon god laughed. He had been sleeping for countless years since ancient times. At that time, the universe had not yet been broken. There was no such thing as an outer layer, an inner layer, and a core layer. There was only one universe. A unified universe. That universe was called the chaotic universe. However, due to the Great War, the chaotic universe had collapsed and eventually divided into 4 layers. There were interlayers between each layer. Now, the ancient demon god and the ancient demon god had reappeared. Their purpose was simple, which was to break this universe and return to the chaos. They could not be stopped. The outer universe was the weakest among the 4 layers of the universe. The will of this universe was also the weakest. The ancient demon god and the ancient demon god were powerful demigod-level existences. The will of the outer universe had to gather all its power to contend with them. If it was the will of the inner universe, the ancient demon god and the ancient demon god would not be able to contend with it and would be suppressed. However, if it was the core universe, the will of the universe was extremely tyrannical. The ancient demon god and the ancient demon god could only be obedient. If they dared to stir up trouble, the consequences would be severe. Not only would they be easily suppressed, but they would also be obliterated. The ancient demon god and the ancient demon god had the same idea. Therefore, they had been lurking in the outer universe and had fallen into a deep sleep. Their power had been reduced to the minimum. They did not attract the attention of the outer universe until they had awakened. The grayish chaos continued to expand and penetrate deeper and deeper into the void. It penetrated the void interlayer and headed towards the great undead world in the interlayer universe. In the undead world in the interlayer universe, the undead saints were all shocked. They felt as if the sky of this world was being penetrated, as if a terrifying and irresistible force was invading. Rumble, the outer universe and the mesosphere were constantly approaching each other. The proximity of the 2 universes caused a collision of auras. The tremors were endless, and the ground of the necromancers in the mesosphere cracked. In the outer universe, storms appeared out of thin air. These storms raged endlessly and became more and more violent. When some of the weaker stars were hit by the storm, cracks began to appear. Layers after layers of cracks were scraped up. It was extremely terrifying. This unforeseen event happened abruptly, and the power of the external universe's will was directly damaged. The power of the Eye of Heavenly Tao suddenly weakened, and it fluctuated incessantly, as if it was unable to maintain itself. This is a good opportunity. Guyao immediately seized this opportunity. His body's frightening strength erupted in an instant. The horn on his forehead lit up once again. Endless energy surged and poured into the horn on his forehead. The light was black-red in color. It was incomparably deep and incomparably demonic. Fire, this ray of light was extremely black and red, and it carried an extremely terrifying power as it blasted into the sky. The Eye of Heavenly Tao was directly bombarded. There was no way for it to dodge, and it could only barely resist. However, because the ancient devil's attack had reversed time and space and evolved into chaos, the power of the external universe's will was reduced to the extreme, and it could not withstand it at all. Gotcha sounds rang out as cracks appeared on the Eye of the Heavenly Tao within a radius of 10 miles. The cracks spread out rapidly as if they were porcelain that had been shattered. How can this be? Chen Zong stared at this scene with his eyes wide open. He could not believe it. That was the Eye of Heavenly Tao, the manifestation of the universe's will. How could it be shattered just like that? However, the truth was right in front of him. He was not in an illusion. The Eye of Heavenly Tao was indeed broken, and countless cracks appeared. It was as if it would shatter with a touch. Again. The ancient devil roared again, and another terrifying black and red ray of light shot out from his horn. It shot over as if it could destroy everything, and once again blasted towards the Eye of Heavenly Tao. Shatter, the Eye of Heavenly Tao could no longer withstand it and was directly shattered. It instantly turned into countless fragments and sputtered away. A sorrowful cry also sounded the moment the Eye of Heavenly Tao was shattered. It reverberated between heaven and earth and spread throughout the vast universe. Drops of crimson blood began to form in the sky and then fell one after another. The sky was crying blood, a sense of sadness spread throughout the universe. Chen Zong only felt his heart heavy and empty, as if he had lost something. Chen Zong also knew that the Eye of Heavenly Tao had been shattered, and the sky was crying blood. It was most likely that the external universe's will had also been shattered. Shattering the universe's will, what a terrifying existence. It was definitely at the demigod level. In the face of such a powerful existence, even the universe's will could not withstand it. Chen Zong was also no match for it. This time, he was afraid that it was really over. Unfortunately, at the cost of the complete destruction of the ocean-suppressing pearl, he could not escape in the end. Since that was the case, he would fight it out. Even if he risked his life, he would definitely not allow himself to be captured without a fight. Chen Zong's eyes suddenly lit up, and a hint of determination appeared. This determination was so thorough, and his eyes were so bright and sharp. His heart pressed forward, and there was an invincible belief growing and surging in his heart. At this moment, nothing could affect Chen Zong's belief. The most refined, pure, sincere, and strong belief surged endlessly, like layers of a raging tide, surging and surging, constantly rising, and urging the sword will to become more and more astonishing. The sword will was pure and strong, and it seeped out of his body and directly affected the surrounding void, as if it was going to tear space and time apart. The chaotic origin heart force nebula vortex in the inner universe also spun wildly, and its rotation speed reached the extreme, as if it was going to break its original limit and reach another high speed. The inner universe also shook violently. The chaotic origin realm in the heart force was constantly surging. In Chen Zong's mind, Yun Yanxin's face suddenly flashed. "Yanxin, I'm afraid I won't be able to see you again." And his father and the others, he did not know if they were still alive after so many years. If they were alive, he would not have the chance to see them again. This was a regret, a reluctance to pass away, but there was nothing he could do. He was still not strong enough, otherwise, it would not be like this. But even if he died, he was not willing to die so easily. When he burned himself, he erupted with the strongest sword that could penetrate the heavens and the earth. This sword did not seek to kill the demigod demon, but it had to injure him. This was the dignity of a swordsman, and also the final perseverance of a swordsman. The inner universe surged wildly, and the chaotic origin heart force nebula vortex spun faster than the limit. His belief became more and more firm, and the sword will became more and more tyrannical. There was a trace of light, and it was extremely sharp. Fusion, all the power was contained in the heavenly will sword, and then it really affected the surroundings. The strongest sword, the sword of a lifetime. This sword should be sublimated to the extreme, and Chen Zong saw the mystery of a higher level of swordsmanship. What a pity! Chen Zong could not help but sigh secretly. As a swordsman, he had been pursuing the peak of swordsmanship all his life, and had been walking on the path to the peak of swordsmanship. It was just that he had not glimpsed the higher realm, and he did not expect to see it at this moment. But after this, his soul would be scattered, and he would die. He would never have the chance to pursue it again. What a pity, what a great pity. There was a sudden change. In the shattered eye of the heavenly way, a spiritual light suddenly flew out. The spiritual light was extremely fast, and in an instant, it flew toward Chen Zong, and directly sank into the heavenly will sword in Chen Zong's hand. Then, an amazing suction force burst forth, as if to devour everything. It directly sucked in the scales and blood of the ancient demons in all directions, and directly crushed them, turning them into wisps of pure power that sank into the heavenly will sword. The void shook, and time was in chaos. Chen Zong only felt that the world was spinning. Die. The ancient demon also sensed this change and immediately roared angrily. He immediately raised his huge demonic arm and directly pushed it forward. The palm contained a terrifying and boundless ferocious power. It was as if it could shatter the vacuum. Everywhere it passed, everything was cut open and flattened. The impact of the terrifying aura was unstoppable, and the expressions of Chen Zong and the others changed drastically. In the next moment, as time and space surged, the bodies of Chen Zong, the third-generation Taihao, the great Saint Gu Yuan, and the others seemed to be distorted by time and space. They constantly shrank inwards, and finally collapsed into a point, and then disappeared. At the same time, the huge demonic arm just happened to push horizontally, flattening an area, and completely obliterating that part of the void. However, the ancient demon was very clear that his attack did not hit those little bugs, and they still escaped. The reason why they could escape was that the last power of the heavenly way had protected them and sent them away. However, they were just a few little bugs, and were not a threat at all. There was no need to pay attention to them. Chaos reappears. That is the world we are waiting for. Gu Yao quickly forgot about Chen Zong and the others. He let out an earth-shattering roar and erupted once again. His arm swept out for 3,000 miles, shattering countless voids. He broke through the heavens and the earth and saw the primal chaos. A gray area also spread out continuously. Chaos reappears. As the ancient demon continued to erupt, it was as if they were opening up the chaos. Ancient aura also appeared, and that was the awakening of an ancient existence. Who is breaking the world to reproduce the chaos? This is a great opportunity, and we must not miss it. If we break the world to reproduce the chaos, we will have the hope of becoming the master of the chaos. Fight, we must fight. Terrifying auras erupted one after another. Then, terrifying wills swept out in all directions. Everywhere they passed, the void cracked and even collapsed under the influence of the wills. How terrifying. The thoughts were formless and intangible, but they were so powerful. Time and space were reversed, and chaos was repeated. The world of the outer universe was broken, and the will of the outer universe was also shattered. The great chaos was like a curtain that slowly opened, revealing the deeper mysteries. The entire outer universe was filled with continuous roars, trembling, and shaking. Countless destructive storms were swept up, raging wildly in all directions. The weaker stars were swept up layer after layer under the attack of the cosmic storms. If there were any life forms inhabiting them, they would be directly swept away and disappear without a trace. This was an upheaval that no one knew how long it would last. This upheaval was extremely shocking, and it brought about great changes as well as great disasters. Those who couldn't withstand this disaster would be completely annihilated by this upheaval. What's going on? In Taihao Mountain, the cosmic storms were attacking, and the void was shaking endlessly, but they were resisted by the protective formation of Taihao Mountain. Yun Yanxin was very uneasy. For some reason, Yun Yanxin suddenly felt an inexplicable pain in her heart at a certain moment. It was as if a piece of her heart had been dug out, but it recovered in an instant. Chenzong, could something have happened to Chenzong? Yun Yanxin was very anxious. She made up her mind and immediately turned into a brilliant sword light, filling the air with unparalleled divine might. In an instant, she broke through the sky and rushed out of Taihao Mountain. The moment she rushed out, she waved her hand and shot out another sword light, which left a line of words on a mountain wall. She was going to find Chenzong. She did not know where Chenzong was at this moment. She did not know if he had been killed. But Yun Yanxin could not wait in Taihao Mountain with peace of mind. She had to go find him. She had to choose a direction based on her senses. It was better than not doing anything. The drastic change in the outer universe was constantly approaching the interlayer universe. Because of this, the interlayer universe was also in a state of upheaval. The environment of the interlayer universe was different from the outer universe. It was a large world that was directly composed of heaven and earth. When they were so close, it was like two stars approaching each other, and their force fields collided and caused tremors. The tremors of the interlayer's great undead world were like an earthquake. Countless cracks, craters, and collapses appeared on the surface of the ground. Countless undead fell into the cracks and shattered. The casualties were extremely heavy, far surpassing that of the outer universe. The ancient profound world and the celestial and demon world in the inner universe were also affected and trembled slightly. What's going on? The Eternal Sword Master, who was guarding the celestial and demon gate, was shocked. His strength was extremely tyrannical, and his realm was also extremely high. He immediately felt the slight tremors, and the tremors rapidly. It brought a vague sense of strangeness that made the Eternal Sword Master feel. The ancient sword sovereign wasn't the only one who sensed it. The other divine ancestors sensed it as well. What was going on? Within the god and devil world, the powerful Lord God level gods and devils immediately sensed the tremors, and the tremors grew more and more intense. As for the core universe at the center of this universe, it wasn't calm either. It was also gradually trembling. There were demigod-level masters in the core universe. The demigod-level masters' understanding of the universe had reached an extremely profound level. After sensing the tremors, they immediately traced the source. Rise. On the peak of a floating mountain, an old demigod stretched out his hand and pointed at the void in front of him. Suddenly, the space-time there fluctuated continuously as if it was distorting. Then, like ripples of water, an image appeared. It was the scene of the ancient demon in the outer universe fighting against the eye of heavenly Tao and the awakening of the ancient demon. So it's them. The old man stared at the image. His turbid and abyss-like eyes revealed a look of contemplation. After a few breaths, he came to a realization. They're actually still alive. That's right. The ancient demon and ancient demon have been extremely powerful since the ancient chaotic universe. The upheaval of the chaotic universe didn't cause them to die. Instead, they fell into a deep slumber. Now that they've awakened, they're going to reunite this incomplete universe and return it to the chaotic universe. The evolution of the universe and its return to the chaotic universe is a major event. It's a great opportunity. Ha 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 ha. Since I, Dian Yuan, have encountered such an opportunity, I won't decline it. I'll fight for the position of a ruler. Who knows, I might be able to see the wonders of a true god. The old man laughed loudly. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared into the space-time. In another place, there was a boundless land of lava. Magma churned endlessly and scorching light permeated the air. Tongues of fire soared into the sky as if they wanted to incinerate the world. In the largest magma lake, there was a huge lotus blooming, covering several hundred li. The lotus was crimson red, as if the lava had solidified into a crystal. It was exceptionally beautiful. In the middle of the lava lotus, there was a huge figure sitting on a lotus platform that was dozens of miles wide. His body seemed to be burning with a layer of crimson divine fire that would never be extinguished. Is the universe about to return to the chaotic universe? The opportunity has reached its peak. It's time for me, Crimson Lotus, to go out. Huge rocks were scattered across the vast land. Each rock was hundreds of meters, thousands of meters tall. There were even rocks that were tens of thousands of meters tall. They were scattered all over the place like mountains. A giant that was hundreds of meters tall and looked like a savage wearing a short skirt was running among them. He carried a huge battle axe on his back. Suddenly, there was a vibration. The savage sensed it. He was also a demigod. After a few minutes, the barbarian demigod suddenly grinned, revealing a mouthful of extremely white and fine teeth. Then, he pulled out the huge battle axe on his back and suddenly swung it forward. The battle axe slashed forward. It was direct and simple, but there was an indescribable mystery contained in it. The void between heaven and earth was split open. Wherever it passed, a rock that was tens of thousands of meters tall was also split into pieces. With a step, the savage demigod rushed into the crack created by the battle axe and disappeared. In the core universe, there was more than one demigod master. Instead, there were many demigods. Every demigod had a very long lifespan. They could be said to be infinite. As long as they did not seek death, they would not die. These demigods had lived for endless years. Their knowledge and experience were also very rich. Some demigods liked to be quiet. They would stay in one place for a very long time and slowly comprehend. Some demigods would split a wisp of consciousness to travel the human world and comprehend the various aspects of the mortal world. However, no matter which demigod it was, at this very moment, they felt the great movement in the universe. They all took action to fight for the opportunity. The current universe was incomplete, and if the incomplete universes were to fuse and evolve into a new chaos verse, it would become a complete universe. At that time, the heavenly Tao would be completely perfected, and the path to becoming a true god would reappear. There was hope for becoming a true god. This return to chaos was a disaster for most living creatures. It was an irresistible disaster. However, for a small number of masters, it was an opportunity. An extremely great and heaven-defying opportunity. The four incomplete universes were all shaking. The frequency of their vibrations was getting closer and closer. The outer universe was constantly approaching the middle universe. Then, they began to collide. In the midst of the extremely intense collision, they began to merge. Time and space were distorted. Its mighty force was so strong that it could not be resisted. One could only go with the flow. It was unknown when and how long had passed. Finally, it calmed down. Chenzong woke up. He quickly scanned his surroundings. However, he found himself in an unknown place. All around him, there was a gray aura. It completely covered the top, bottom, left, right, front, and back. However, it did not approach him at all. Where is this? Chenzong could not help but think hard. Previously, the extremely terrifying demon that was suspected to be a demigod appeared and fought against the Eye of the Heavenly Way. However, for some reason, the Eye of the Heavenly Way suddenly fell into a disadvantageous position and was even shattered. After that, he wanted to fight with his life. He was about to completely erupt with an extremely powerful sword. It was a sword that transcended his current realm. It was a sword that touched upon a higher realm. It was also the sword that he could release so far. Chenzong even felt that the sword could surpass the power when he activated the ocean-suppressing orb. However, at the last moment, it was taken away by the final power of the will of the outer universe. Otherwise, he would have died. Chenzong knew very well that even if that sword attack was extremely powerful and far exceeded his current level, it still wouldn't be able to affect that extremely powerful and terrifying demon. The disparity between them was too great. He would still be smashed into dust by that demon's attack and disappear completely. Now, he was lucky that he had been taken away by the outer universe's will. Thank you. Chenzong could not help but say. He sighed slightly, but he did not know who to say it to. The will of the universe had always been fair and just. It had always been supreme and had never favored anyone. Of course, some of the more outstanding ones would more or less receive some care. For someone like him to be saved by the will of the universe should be an extremely rare situation. Speaking of which, the third generation Taihao and the others seemed to have been taken away by the will of the universe with him. However, they were not with him now and he did not know where they had gone. Looking around, Chenzong found that this place seemed to be very small, but also very big. It seemed to be boundless and gray. When he was about to touch the gray aura at the edge, he felt a trace of fear for no reason. It was as if there was great danger in danger, as if it could annihilate him into nothingness. The heavenly will sword suddenly trembled. Chenzong immediately grasped it. Then, a message flowed out from the heavenly will sword and entered Chenzong's mind, causing him to be silent for a moment. So that's how it is. Chenzong could not help but sigh again. The message just now was actually a fragment of information left to him by the will of the outer universe. The message mentioned that it was about to dissipate. Before it dissipated, it gave the last bit of its origin to Chenzong, or rather, to the heavenly will sword, so that the sword would slowly transform to a higher level in the future. In addition, the heavenly will sword also had additional mysterious abilities. After that, it mentioned that this place was a chaotic lesser void. It was also an existence similar to a chaotic cage. At this moment, the outer universe was colliding and merging, evolving into a chaotic universe again. There was great danger in danger, and this chaotic cage was a kind of protection. If he wanted to leave, he had to break this cage. According to the remnant message left by the will of the universe, if he could break this chaotic cage, he would have the power to protect himself in the new chaotic universe. The four incomplete universes continued to merge, and in the process of merging, it triggered spontaneous combustion disasters, causing countless deaths and injuries. Countless stars fell apart, and countless worlds collapsed as a result. Countless lands and skies shattered, and countless creatures and dead spirits turned into dust. Some well-hidden relics also appeared as a result, and countless treasures appeared. Many cultivators also obtained opportunities from them, and since then, they had advanced by leaps and bounds. Change, every day, the universe was changing, and it could be said to be a world-changing change. However, all of this had nothing to do with Chenzong, because Chenzong was trapped in a chaotic cage. It was a restraint, but also a kind of protection. Only by breaking the cage could one leave, but to break the cage, one would need to be more powerful. If one was not powerful enough, one could only be trapped here. There was no danger to one's life, but one could not leave. Everywhere was gray, and one could not see the sky, the earth, or anything. It was fine for a short period of time, but as time went on, one might be driven crazy. Now, Chenzong did not feel anything special. He drew his sword, and the sword light suddenly broke through the air and slashed directly at the gray chaotic cage, trying to cut it open. Chenzong did not expect to be able to cut it open with one strike. He just wanted to give it a try. The sword light slashed into the gray chaotic airflow, and was immediately melted and obliterated, directly turning into nothingness. So powerful. Chen Zong's pupils could not help but shrink. His strike just now was only a move of the single-hearted sword technique, but it was also very powerful. It was at the peak of the Great Saint Realm, but it could not do anything. It was obliterated by the chaotic airflow, and could not penetrate the layer of chaotic airflow at all. Again. Explode, divine firmament, an extremely fast strike with astonishing penetrating power was launched, but it was still obliterated by the chaotic airflow. The third strike, 3 times the power of divine firmament. However, this strike was still obliterated by the chaotic airflow. The fourth strike, 3 times the power of Taihao, the fifth strike, 3 times the power of eternal stars, the sixth strike, 3 times the power of all things in the world, failure, failure, failure. Failure after failure caused Chen Zong to be even more shocked. This was especially true for the return of all things in the heavens and earth. Its power was extremely terrifying. It was pure destruction and annihilation. However, it only managed to annihilate a few strands of chaotic airflow before it was completely exhausted and shattered by the other chaotic airflow. From the looks of it, the power of the return of all things in the heavens and earth must be increased by at least 10 times before it can forcefully break through the chaotic airflow and break through the shackles of the chaotic cage. Chen Zong was even more shocked when he made such a calculation. 10 times, at the very least, he would need to increase his power by 10-fold on top of his original 3-fold power. That was an astonishing increase that not even a sacred ancestor would be able to achieve. Just thinking about it made Chen Zong feel suffocated. It was unbelievable that he could increase his power by at least 10 times in the future. Maybe he could do it in the future, but he didn't know how long it would take. If he had the ocean-suppressing pearl, he might be able to do it under full power. Here, Chen Zong had already tried. His mixed yuan heart force was harder to cultivate than in the outside world, and the improvement was very slow. Although the mixed yuan heart force was not very dependent on the environment, it could not be completely removed. Although it could still be improved in the chaotic cage, it would be very, very slow. In other words, it was difficult for him to increase his strength through cultivation. Since I can't improve my cultivation, I can only start from swordsmanship and unique skills. My single-hearted swordsmanship still has room for improvement, and the 4 unique skills can also be improved. However, no matter how much I improve, it will be difficult to increase their power by more than 10 times. Deep thought, Chen Zong kept pondering. It was too difficult to increase the power of swordsmanship and unique skills by 10 times. It was extremely difficult, to the point of being unbelievably difficult. However, it was not impossible. At least, when he was about to fight with the powerful demigod-level demon, the sword that he was about to unleash had already surpassed his own limits. It could be said that he had already surpassed half of his limits. He had taken one step over the threshold and stepped into a new realm. Although that was not his true realm, it had left an impression on him. It gave him a more intuitive and clear direction to move forward. At least he did not have to blindly fumble about, but had a goal. The next realm. Chen Zong's eyes were shining. If I can really understand the next realm of swordsmanship, the power of my sword will be greatly improved. However, it should not be able to directly increase it by 10 times. Chen Zong had never heard of increasing the power of swordsmanship and swordsmanship by more than 10 times when the realm of swordsmanship and swordsmanship was improved. It would be amazing if it could be improved by 10 times. Even if it is improved by 5 times, it will be good. Chen Zong thought to himself. He would improve the realm of swordsmanship, even if it was 5 times first. Then, he could make breakthroughs in other aspects and continue to improve until it was 10 times stronger. Then, he could forcibly break through the chaotic airflow. However, Chen Zong still had doubts in his heart. If he could forcibly break through the chaotic airflow by 10 times, would he really be able to break the cage of chaos? It was hard to say. However, he could not even break through the chaotic airflow now, let alone other things. The road had to be taken step by step. Now, he would first comprehend the mysteries of swordsmanship and swordsmanship at a higher level and try to master it as soon as possible. In addition, the message left by the will of the universe clearly stated that the last bit of origin had been given to the heavenly will sword, which would allow the sword to transform. How would it transform? Thinking of this, Chenzong could not help but carefully feel it. With this feeling, he immediately felt that the heavenly will sword was indeed transforming. No, to be precise, it was not transforming, but repairing. This was because the original heavenly will sword was very powerful. It was at least at the level of a supreme treasure. However, because the battle was too intense and the opponent was too strong, the heavenly will sword was damaged and broken even though it was killed in the end. The bit of origin given by the will of the universe was not much compared to the origin of the heavenly way of the universe. It was only a very small part, not even 1%. However, it contained amazing power. That bit of origin of the heavenly way of the universe had accelerated the restoration of the heavenly will sword, allowing it to transform to the level of a divine implement. I wonder if it can become a supreme treasure in the end, Chenzong could not help but think to himself. Also, what is the ability that the will of the universe spoke of? Casting aside his thoughts, Chenzong began to comprehend the swordsmanship. Sometimes, he quietly sat cross-legged in the void to comprehend. Sometimes, he would stand up and draw his sword to practice his swordsmanship. The restoration of the heavenly will sword was not affected by this at all. Time passed unconsciously as he comprehended and cultivated. However, within the cage of chaos, Chenzong could not feel the passage of time at all. Everything seemed to be still. The gray color, the seemingly endless flow of time, coupled with the fact that he could not make a breakthrough repeatedly while comprehending and cultivating, gradually, a trace of darkness grew in his heart. Damn it, why can't I make a breakthrough? I'm clearly just a little bit away from a breakthrough. Why can't I make a breakthrough? Irritated, Chenzong felt extremely irritated. This was the accumulated frustration from the repeated failures of breaking through and the oppressive environment of this place for a long time. This irritability had reached an extreme. To the point where Chenzong could no longer ignore or contain it. Finally, it completely exploded. Destruction, Chenzong's heart was filled with extreme irritation. This irritation urged Chenzong's heart to transform into a desire for destruction. He wanted to destroy everything. However, Chenzong did not completely lose his rationality. The heavenly will sword also sensed Chenzong's current state of mind. Suddenly, the sword trembled, and a wave of coldness swept over, strengthening Chenzong's remaining rationality, which was like a candle flickering in the wind. After that, Chenzong closed his eyes, and his eyelids covered his eyes that were bloodshot and filled with madness. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, his originally chaotic aura also gradually calmed down. It was as if a violent storm was gradually calming down. His breathing began to become rhythmic. His breathing became more rhythmic, and his breathing became more rhythmic. It also became longer and more subtle. After a quarter of an hour, Chenzong opened his eyes again. The bloodshot eyes were gone, and so was the madness. There was only calmness, as calm as the abyss. His heart was also as calm as the abyss. Because Chenzong knew very well that irritability and anger could not solve the problem at all. Even if he let himself freely vent, it would only be a moment of pleasure. Although it was a moment of pleasure, the meaning behind it was very profound, which was that he could not control himself. Controlling oneself was not only to control one's body, but also to control one's heart. To control one's body and mind, to control everything, was the true control of oneself. If one could not control one's body and mind and let go of any one of them, it would become a habit. Often, one would have the thought of venting only once. Once it happened, it would be inevitable to let it go a second time, a third time, and after a few more times, it would be difficult to stop. In the end, it would become a habit, and one would just let it go. Controlling one's body and mind was not temporary, and it was also permanent. No matter when and where, it would not change because of external factors and internal factors. It was very, very difficult. At least, one thing was proven just now. Chenzong, with his strong willpower, almost couldn't bear it. If not for the heavenly sort of will to remind him at the last moment, and the fact that he did have a little bit of rationality left, he might really have vented. Venting once was nothing. The scary thing was that after that, it was as if a crack had appeared in a 1,000-mile dike. After calming down, Chenzong did not immediately comprehend. Instead, he emptied his mind and entered a kind of calmness, neither too fast nor too slow. Cultivation was never something that could be achieved overnight. Instead, it needed to be improved slowly and accumulated bit by bit. More haste, less speed. Maybe I can find inspiration from the restoration of the heavenly sword of will, Qianzong said to himself. During this time, Qianzong had comprehended part of the mysteries of the power of the chaos cage. This kind of chaotic airflow was formed by a very terrible power. This power had surpassed the power of the divine ancestor level. It was a kind of essential transformation. Therefore, Qianzong associated it with the transformation of power brought about by comprehending the first level of the true essence of the universe after the divine ancestor level. In other words, if he wanted to break the chaos cage, he had to comprehend the first level of the true essence of the universe. However, it was very difficult to comprehend the first level of the true essence of the universe. Even in the core universe, there were many divine ancestor level masters, but only a few could comprehend the first level of the true essence of the universe and transform their power. Those people in the core universe could be regarded as real masters. As for those who comprehended the second level of the true essence of the universe, they became demigods. The sun rose and the moon set. The cycle of day and night was endless. The 4 seasons rotated, and the world changed. Time flew by. Gradually, the fusion of the universe accelerated. The tremors became more and more intense, and more disasters occurred. More and more creatures died. But in the later stages of the fusion, the chaotic universe gradually took shape. The tremors began to weaken, and the disasters gradually decreased. Those who died were long gone, and those who survived had more or less obtained opportunities to become more powerful. The creatures born in the new chaotic universe had more extraordinary talent and were more suitable for cultivation. More resources and treasures were born. But all of this had nothing to do with Qianzong. Or rather, it had nothing to do with the current Qianzong. In the chaos cage, Qianzong was still comprehending. After receiving a bit of the origin of the will of the outer universe, the heavenly will sword was constantly repairing itself. Gradually, it produced extraordinary power. It was an indescribable mystery, and Qianzong was comprehending this mystery. He had been comprehending it since its birth, and his gains were astonishing. Finally, that bit of heavenly path origin from the outer universe was completely absorbed by the will heavenly sword. The will heavenly sword's restoration had reached its peak. There was a violent tremor, and a shocking aura emanated from it. A wave of power emanated from the depths of the sword, surging endlessly. The aura was biting cold as it covered the sword. Strong, very strong. This level of power made Qianzong secretly happy. The power of a supreme treasure. No, it's not the power of a true supreme treasure. It should be a half-supreme treasure. A half-supreme treasure was between a sacred implement and a supreme treasure. It was at the level of the Vermilion Bird Holy Land's Vermilion Bird Heavenly Flame. Its power was obviously superior to a sacred implement, but it was still inferior to a true supreme treasure. Although it was not a true supreme treasure, a half-supreme treasure was still very good, especially the heavenly will sword. Previously, in order to escape, he had not hesitated to completely destroy the sea-suppressing orb to explode with an extremely powerful sword. He had used it to block the demon's attack and escape. Losing the sea-suppressing orb naturally caused Qianzong's overall power to decrease greatly. It was difficult for him to reach the level of a divine ancestor. But now, the heavenly will sword had been repaired from a sacred implement to a half-supreme treasure. Its power had increased by several times. The heavenly will sword, a half-true treasure, is no less effective than the true treasure, the ocean-suppressing pearl. After carefully sensing it, Qianzong could not help but laugh. The ocean-suppressing orb was different from the heavenly will sword. The heavenly will sword was a sword, while he was a sword cultivator. A sword and a sword cultivator were more compatible. Secondly, the heavenly will sword was one with his inner universe, which meant that Qianzong could fully utilize every bit of the heavenly will sword's potential. In this way, the heavenly will sword in his hands would not be inferior to the sea-suppressing pearl. Carefree, Qianzong couldn't help but feel happy. Through the restoration of the heavenly will sword to a half-true treasure, I can also feel its mysteries. It's time to continue comprehending the sword principle. This time I will definitely be able to comprehend a higher level of the sword principle. His shining eyes became clear, and then he closed them. All distracting thoughts were eliminated. His mind chaotic prime was also operating to the extreme. Chen Zong's mind seemed to be divided into thousands of parts, and each part could be comprehended independently. All kinds of mysteries were constantly being comprehended by Chen Zong. Endless mysteries of swordsmanship emerged one after another. These mysteries of swordsmanship constantly collided, merged, and burst forth into new and higher mysteries of swordsmanship, advancing layer by layer. This was the limit of the current stage. The next step was to break the limit and push the realm of swordsmanship and sword principle to a higher level. The higher realm of swordsmanship and sword principle was incomparably superior. Chen Zong was not absolutely confident. To put it simply, his current sword principle realm had already reached the limit of the current stage. It belonged to the limit of the saint level. Pristine saint, great saint, and even divine ancestor level all belonged to the saint level. In other words, his swordsmanship and sword principle realm had reached the limit of divine ancestor level sword cultivation. Speaking of which, he was not inferior to a top divine ancestor sword cultivation like the eternal sword sovereign. It was only in terms of application that there was a gap due to the difference in time. However, he had previously discussed the sword principle with the eternal sword sovereign. After that, he had gone through many battles and constantly improved. As a result, he was now not much worse than the eternal sword sovereign. Comprehension, continuous comprehension. In Chen Zong's mind, there seemed to be thousands of sword lights flashing and disappearing. They were constantly in a state of disillusionment. Every time they were disillusioned, Chen Zong would be inspired. The inspiration also continued to accumulate, becoming more and more vigorous. It continued to accumulate, waiting to erupt and undergo a qualitative change. After an unknown period of time, suddenly, there seemed to be a sword chime that sounded from the void of the chaotic cage. Chen Zong's long hair suddenly fluttered. Every strand of hair was suffused with a layer of luster and revealed an incomparably shocking sharpness. The sharpness seemed to be able to penetrate and tear through everything. Sword essence, that was the pinnacle of sword will. This sword will was changing rapidly, evolving towards a higher level. Traces of mysterious aura were also spreading, constantly spreading out and filling the surroundings. This kind of mystery was not only about sharpness, but also caused the originally extreme sharpness to begin to converge, as if returning to its original state. However, the sharpness was not damaged at all, nor was it weakened at all. Instead, it became even more tyrannical and shocking. Erupt, after the sword essence had transformed to the extreme, it completely erupted. The converged sharpness was also released in an instant, as if it was going to tear through everything. The void of the chaotic cage faintly trembled. Chen Zong's closed eyes then opened. His eyes shone brightly, like the sharpness of a divine sword tearing through everything. The void of the chaotic cage shook again, as if it was going to set off a frenzy. Release, the continuous release of the sword essence became more and more tyrannical, affecting the surroundings and causing waves of fluctuations. Every part of his body was gushing out an astonishing amount of sword chi. It was pure sword chi. It was an extremely profound sword chi that contained an indescribable mystery. It carried an even more superior sword intent after the transformation. Is this a higher level of sword principle? Chen Zong's eyes shone with boundless light, as though there were two swords contained within them. Boundless sword energy circled around his body, causing him to radiate a brilliant light. This kind of light was not as intense and dazzling as the sun. Instead, it had a kind of clarity, a kind of extremely pure light. What level of sword principle is this? Although he knew that his sword principle had broken through to a higher level, Chen Zong actually did not know much about this realm. The heavenly will sword suddenly trembled, and another piece of information swept over like a torrent, rushing directly into Chen Zong's mind and being received by Chen Zong. I see, I see. Although the sword principle realm is divided carefully, it can't be separated from the words divine transcendence. Sword principle at the divine transcendence realm, followed by the divine transcendence realm. My previous sword principle realm was at the divine transcendence realm, at the peak of the divine transcendence realm. Peak. After the divine transcendence realm, it is the transcendent realm. The transcendent realm of the transcendent realm is an extremely brilliant sword principle, beyond imagination. Its sharpness is completely restrained, truly returning to its original state. but when it erupts, it will be enhanced to the extreme in an instant, surpassing the limit. This sword principle realm is also called the divine transcendence realm. It is the true divine transcendence realm, meaning that one sword can connect with the gods. This divine transcendence realm was not the same as the divine transcendence realm in the void of his hometown in the outer universe. The name was the same, but the meaning was completely different. The sword can connect with the gods. Chenzong muttered to himself, revealing a look of disbelief and joy. According to the information given to him by the heavenly will sword, the divine transcendence realm of the divine transcendence realm had its own mysteries in addition to its astonishing sharpness. Then, what is the mystery of my divine transcendence realm of the divine transcendence realm of the divine transcendence realm? Chenzong carefully comprehended. Different sword cultivators, after mastering the divine transcendence realm of the divine transcendence realm of the divine transcendence realm, would have different mysteries, and these mysteries would be closely related to their own experiences and temperament. As Chenzong comprehended, a wisp of sword chi also appeared on Chenzong's fingertip, flickering in and out. Its sharpness was restrained, like flowing water, making it difficult for people to perceive its mysteries. But gradually, some kind of mystery seemed to be stimulated from the sharpness, and an extremely shocking sharpness directly gushed out. The sharpness was unstoppable, as if nothing in the world could resist it. Sever. Chenzong's eyes shone with unparalleled coldness. Cutting through everything and being extremely sharp, this is the secret of my godlike sword Dao. Immediately after, the aura changed again. It changed from an extremely sharp aura to an extremely powerful and domineering aura. Chenzong was secretly shocked. How could this be? My celestial sword realm has more than one profound mystery. There's a second one. Chenzong was secretly surprised. Soon after, he was shocked again. This was because Chenzong felt that his celestial sword realm seemed to be nurturing other auras, which represented different mysteries of the celestial sword realm. Generally speaking, most swordsmen who raised their sword Dao to the godlike sword realm would only master one profound mystery. Very few could master two. As for three, it was simply amazing. But now, he had actually grasped two of the mysteries of the Ascension sword realm, and there seemed to be a third one being born. This was simply unbelievable. Immediately after, Chenzong laughed heartily. The more mysteries of the Ascension sword realm he grasped, the better. This meant that his sword Dao would be more comprehensive and powerful. I wonder if I can break this chaos cage and get out now. Chenzong could not help but think. After a long period of comprehension and research, Chenzong already knew that the airflow of the chaos cage was the power after comprehending the first level of the true essence of the universe. In other words, if he wanted to break it, he had to comprehend the first level of the true essence of the universe and transform his power. But now, his cultivation had not reached the completion of the inner universe. In addition, he was completely isolated from the outside universe in the chaos cage. There was no way for him to comprehend the first level of the true essence of the universe. Moreover, his cultivation path was created by himself and was unique. He still did not know how to comprehend the true essence of the universe. However, the celestial sword realm is to break through the saint realm, which is the transcendence realm. It's comparable to comprehending the first level of the true essence of the universe, Chenzong said to himself. Not every swordsman who comprehended the first level of the true essence of the universe could master the celestial sword realm. In fact, most swordsmen who comprehended the first level of the true essence of the universe were still in the saint realm. It's a new month. I need a few monthly tickets to keep up appearances. Inside the chaotic cage, Chenzong's expression was solemn. He raised his sword to his eyebrows. His eyes were at the same level as the sword as he stared ahead. His ascension-level swordsmanship allowed Chenzong to see the flow of the chaotic airflow more clearly. The chaotic airflow did not flow completely in one direction. Some of it flowed forward, while some flowed backward. They formed a cross, and small cyclones were born where they intersected. The cyclones spun endlessly like vortexes, containing a terrifying force. Xianxia! Chenzong shouted and swung his sword. The sword light turned into an aurora that tore through the air and tore through everything. Streaks of chaotic aura were torn apart in an instant. Xianxia's sword had an irresistible force. The mysteries of the celestial plane of swordsmanship were brought to bear. The unique mysteries of the celestial plane of swordsmanship were infused into the sword, making the sword even more powerful. However, when Xianxia's sword hit a chaotic cyclone, it broke through it. But Chen Zong also keenly felt that the power of Xianxia's sword was constantly being weakened by the chaotic cyclone. One streak, 2 streaks, 3 streaks, Xianxia's sword broke through one cyclone after another, but it was constantly weakened. In the end, after breaking through 5 chaotic cyclones, its power was completely drained. It could no longer move forward, but it had not even penetrated half of the chaotic gas layer. Again. This sword was 3 times the power of Xianxia's sword. Its power was even more powerful. The sword tore through the sky and once again broke through the chaotic airflow and shattered the chaotic vortexes. It was extremely powerful and unstoppable. However, in the end, it was still a little short and was unable to completely break through the layer of chaotic airflow. 3 times the power of the ancient stars, a huge shadow of a star emerged and quickly solidified before pushing out. The void produced a series of explosive sounds as if it was being crushed. Streams of chaotic airflow were suddenly crushed under the ancient star. Streams of chaotic airflow were also crushed, but at the same time, the ancient star was continuously weakened by the power of the chaotic airflow. In the end, it was completely consumed. It was still unable to break through the layer of chaotic airflow. Not enough. Chen Zong withdrew his sword. His eyes narrowed and his brows furrowed as he pondered. Even though his way of the sword had broken through to the Ascension realm, the power of the single-hearted sword principle had increased by several times. The power of the 4 ultimate techniques had also increased, especially the divine clouds and eternal stars, which were compatible with the mysteries of the Ascension realm. However, it was still not enough to break through the chaos cage. I need to become stronger. Chen Zong muttered to himself. His tone was incomparably firm and filled with shocking sharpness. Since the 2 profundities of the godlike sword realm were the sharpness that could cut through everything and the domineering power, then he would deduce the 2 ultimate techniques of divine firmament and eternal star to further perfect and increase their power. As for the 3rd profound mystery, it was still evolving. Chen Zong did not know when it would be completed. Meditating, continuously meditating. Every time he gained something, Chen Zong would swing his sword and attack, using the chaotic airflow as an enemy to perform his ultimate techniques. Over and over again, he continued to modify and perfect the 2 ultimate skills, divine firmament and eternal stars. They continued to improve and their power became more and more tyrannical. Time passed, but Chen Zong could not feel it. He had completely forgotten about it. He immersed himself wholeheartedly in meditating. Other than the fact that it was difficult to increase his cultivation level, all other aspects were constantly improving and reaching a higher level. On this day, Chen Zong woke up from his meditation again. His eyes shone brightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. A smile appeared on his face. I've already comprehended the 2 ultimate techniques of divine firmament and eternal star to the extreme, Chen Zong said to himself. It's difficult to improve further. I need enough practice. Then, let's break through now. Just one sword. In an instant, the chaotic origin heart force nebula vortex in the inner universe suddenly spun violently. Now, the chaotic origin heart force vortex had been continuously cultivated. Although the improvement was slow, it had reached the level of 46 miles, which was much more powerful than before. Shrink, the chaotic origin heart force vortex in the violent vortex began to shrink inwards. The more it shrank, the stronger the power nurtured within. This was Chen Zong's secret method of erupting the chaotic origin heart force. Previously, Chen Zong could only achieve 3 times the compression and 3 times the eruption. However, after a long period of meditation, he finally comprehended a stronger eruption that exceeded 3 times and even 4 times. However, it was not so easy to perform this higher eruption. It required some time to prepare. In just one breath, Chen Zong's chaotic origin heart force nebula vortex had shrunk to the extreme. It had shrunk 5 times, which meant that it would erupt with 5 times the power. 1 breath was the time of a normal blink of an eye. It was very short, but for a powerhouse, 1 breath was enough to change a lot. For example, Chen Zong could swing hundreds or thousands of swords in 1 breath. Therefore, 1 breath was very short for an ordinary person, but for a powerhouse, one breath could be very long. After one breath, 5 times the eruption, the divine firmament sword. This sword strike was sharp to the extreme, and it swept through everything before it. It directly shattered strands of chaotic chi and destroyed numerous chaotic chi vortexes, and it pressed forward like a hot knife through butter. It tore through all obstacles and destroyed, tore apart, and slashed apart everything in its path. This sword was the full power of Chenzong's sword. Under 5 times the eruption, it was impossible to perform a second sword in a short time. This sword carried all of Chenzong's hopes. If it still could not break through the layer of chaotic airflow, then he did not know how long it would take for him to be able to master a stronger attack. After all, he had already dug out his potential to the limit. It was impossible for him to go any further in a short time. One by one, he broke through the layers, penetrating everything. The last chaotic cyclone was finally broken, and the power of the sword light was left with only a trace. It directly rushed forward and disappeared. Chenzong could not help but feel nervous. Did this mean that he had broken the cage of chaos or not? Suddenly, the wisps of chaotic airflow began to fade and gradually disappeared. Chenzong was stunned at first, and then he was overjoyed. Finally, he had broken the cage of chaos. After breaking the cage of chaos, he could finally leave this place. The excitement in his heart was indescribable, but he gradually calmed down. It's not 10 times. Just a 10-fold increase in power is not enough to break the cage of chaos and get out. The level of the chaotic airflow was equivalent to the divine ancestor level power that had comprehended the first level of the truth of the universe. For the divine ancestor level power, it was a transformation and had begun to show essential differences. Even if the amount of power was the same, the essence was different. It was like a kilogram of wood and a kilogram of steel. They both weighed 1 kilogram, but the hardness of the steel was far greater than that of the wood. In this way, it was said that a 10-fold increase in power could break through the layer of chaotic airflow, but in fact, it was not. After all, the heavenly will sword had been upgraded to a semi-supreme treasure, and the increase in power had become more obvious. It was at least twice as strong as before when it was a top divine weapon. In addition, he had comprehended the Ascension-level sword principle and continued to study it, unearthing the mysteries of the Ascension-level sword principle and the power of the two mysteries. Under the superposition, the power was more than 10 times stronger than before. The other 3 times increase in power had also increased to 5 times. In this way, it was more than 10 times the increase in power. It was a transformation of the essence of power. After breaking the cage of chaos, I will have more power than before. Chenzong was secretly delighted. I will be much stronger than when I had the ocean-suppressing orb. I should not be inferior to the ancient swordmaster. No, the ancient swordmaster had not broken through to the ascension level back then, nor had he comprehended the first level of the true essence of the universe. I will be stronger than the ancient swordmaster then. According to the information left to him by the will of the outer universe, after breaking the cage of chaos, his power should be enough to protect himself in the new chaotic universe. Chenzong could not help but be shocked. The power to protect himself, was it only the ability to protect himself? It was simply unimaginable. It must be known that with his current power, Chenzong was confident that he could defeat the ancient swordmaster, who was a top divine ancestor expert. In the new chaotic universe, such power was only enough to protect himself. Then, how terrifying would the experts of the new chaotic universe be? Thinking about it, Chenzong could not help but feel extremely shocked, but at the same time, an indescribable feeling of excitement rose in him. Such a powerful new chaotic universe would have so many experts. It would be even more exciting. Now, he couldn't wait to see the new and more powerful chaotic universe. In addition, he did not know how many years had passed. He did not know how Nianqing was now, and he did not know if his father and the others were still alive. With a thought, Chenzong turned into a sword light. The sword light was extremely sharp, and it directly cut through the void and disappeared into it. In a certain part of the void of the chaotic universe, a crack suddenly appeared and rapidly expanded. Then, a stream of light with an indescribable mystery quickly flew out from it. The sword light was restrained, and a figure appeared. It was Chenzong. As soon as Chenzong appeared, he immediately felt that the extremely rich heavenly Tao aura was filled in all directions. This heavenly Tao aura was at least 10,000 times stronger than that of the outer universe. At the same time, the density and purity of the universe's vitality was also 10,000 times stronger than that of the outer universe. 10,000 times. Chenzong could not help but gasp. The will of the heavenly Tao in the new chaotic universe was 10,000 times stronger than that of the outer universe. What kind of concept was that? At that time, the will of the heavenly Tao in the inner universe was indeed stronger than the will of the heavenly Tao in the outer universe, but it was only about 10 times stronger. As for the core universe, although he had never been there, he expected it to be only about 10 times stronger than the inner universe. Even if it was more, it would not be more than 100 times stronger. Now, the will of the heavenly Tao in the new chaotic universe was 10,000 times stronger than that of the outer universe. The gap was really too big. Even the vitality of the universe was 10,000 times stronger than before. What did that mean? It meant that in the new chaotic universe, cultivation would become easier, even as simple as eating and drinking. It also meant that more powerful cultivators would be born. 1,000 years, I didn't expect that I would actually stay in the chaos cage for 1,000 years. After Chenzong inquired about the news, he immediately showed a face full of sighs and sighed from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Previously, he had cultivated for less than 1,000 years. He didn't expect to stay in the chaos cage for 1,000 years. It was even longer than his previous experiences. It was hard to imagine. 1,000 years later, the original outer universe, interlayer universe, inner universe, and core universe all disappeared. Or rather, they merged into a new chaotic universe. It was a super universe that was 100 times larger than the outer universe. It was extremely shocking. Not only that, but the human clan, origin clan, undead, demons, and other races coexisted. It was many times more complicated than before, and there were more experts. This was a great era, an extremely prosperous era. In this great era, there were countless geniuses and experts. 10,000 times the way of the heavens and the universe's chi. Even a pig can become very strong, Chenzong said to himself. Thinking about it, with more than 10,000 times more heavenly Tao and universal Yuan Qi than before, the difficulty of cultivation would be reduced by more than 10,000 times. In the past, those with mediocre aptitudes would find it difficult to enter the heavenly Tao. In the past, those with low aptitudes and slow cultivation could easily improve their cultivation. In the past, those with low aptitudes and slow cultivation could also easily comprehend the mysteries of the heavenly Tao and reach a higher level. However, a real expert can't be created by a superior environment. Chenzong was very clear about this. Any expert not only had extraordinary strength, but also had an amazing temperament. This temperament had nothing to do with their personality or behavior, but was closely related to the training they had undergone. With a good environment, it was easy to cultivate, and it could give birth to more experts. However, it was not that easy to become a true expert who could move unhindered in the world. It required enough tempering and unyielding tempering before there was any hope of success. In a huge city in the void, Chenzong was drinking wine as he pondered. The chaotic universe had changed. It was different from the universe of the past. Many things had disappeared, and many things had reappeared. Chenzong couldn't find any news about Taihao Mountain. There were two possibilities for this. The first was that Taihao Mountain had been unable to withstand the fusion of the universe and had been reduced to ashes. The second was that Taihao Mountain was too insignificant compared to the current chaos-verse. It no longer had the status of a holy land that it once had in the outer universe. It was precisely because they were too insignificant that they weren't that famous. No matter what, Chenzong knew that he had to find Taihao Mountain. Whether it had disappeared, it was very likely that Nianxin was still waiting for him in Taihao Mountain. In addition, he had to make a trip back to his void hometown to see if his father and the others were still alive. There was one more thing, and that was to restore the heavenly will sword to the level of a true treasure. How to repair it, Chenzong already knew that it was hunting. What should I hunt, fiendish demon? In the past, the will of the heavenly Tao in the outer universe had been defeated by that terrifying demon. Because of this, the will of the universe hated that demon to the core. Who said that the will of the universe didn't have emotions? In fact, it did, but it was different from humans. In most cases, the will of the universe was indifferent. It stood at a commanding height and overlooked all the vicissitudes of life. But sometimes, there was still a bias. For example, those who could be listed in the 3 lists of the outer universe would be favored by the will of the universe. The higher the ranking, the greater the favor. This itself was a kind of bias. Therefore, the origin of the will of the universe in the outer universe could restore the heavenly will sword to the level of a half-true treasure, but it was very difficult to further restore it to the level of a true treasure. Even in the current environment of the chaos verse, it would take a long time. A true treasure, in itself, had incredible power. It was equivalent to the power of a divine ancestor. It was very powerful. Even in the core universe of the past, a divine ancestor wasn't considered a weakling. Those who could be listed as a first-class master were not weak, even in the current chaos verse. Therefore, if he wanted to restore the heavenly will sword to the level of a true treasure as soon as possible, he would have to hunt down demons and devour their origin as nutrients to restore the heavenly will sword to the level of a true treasure in the shortest time possible. Qianzong increasingly felt that the complete heavenly will sword wasn't just a true treasure. After all, a true treasure was only at the level of a divine ancestor. But in the current chaos verse, a divine ancestor's intelligence was considered good and could barely be considered a master. Therefore, the complete heavenly will sword was very likely to be beyond the level of a true treasure. The environment had changed into the chaos verse. The value of the past divine crystals and other treasures had also decreased greatly. This meant that Qianzong's astonishing wealth had also decreased greatly. It had decreased by at least 10,000 times. Qianzong felt helpless, but he had to sell it because it had no value in the chaos verse. Cosmos divine crystals weren't the only currency in the chaos verse. Cosmos divine crystals could only be regarded as an ordinary currency used by those who were weaker. The best currency was the chaotic divine crystal. Qianzong didn't even have a single chaotic divine crystal. However, he was lucky. Qianzong actually had some antiques in his collection. The environment of the chaotic universe was more complicated than before. The past universe had become history. Even though it had only been 1,000 years, it was like ancient times to many people. After all, some creatures had survived the fusion of the universes, but there were more creatures who were born after the fusion of the universes and were directly born in the chaotic universe. Among these creatures born in the chaos verse, some of them were interested in the former universe and the things left behind by the former universe. They consciously collected them. Qianzong had a lot of them. He selected some of them to sell and received a lot of chaotic divine crystals. This is the chaotic divine crystal. Qianzong held an egg-sized divine crystal in his hand. It was gray all over. This gray color was very pure and exquisite. The power it contained was also very pure and vigorous. The value of a chaotic divine crystal was equivalent to 10,000 cosmos divine crystals. The difference was huge. Qianzong sold some of the so-called antiques that were worth hundreds of chaotic divine crystals. It was considered a big fortune. It's time to go. I'll continue to gather information in other places. Qianzong thought. He rode a sword light and flew out of the void city toward the outside chaos verse. Qianzong had already scouted this city. In the vast chaos verse, this void city was just a small city. It was just a small city with limited information in all aspects. If he wanted to find out more information, he would have to go to some of the bigger void cities. Now the cities in the chaos verse are divided into 3 levels: Void City, Universe City, and Chaos Level. Void City, Universe City, and Chaos City. I'll go to a Chaos City. I should be able to gather more information there. Maybe I can even find some information about Taihao Mountain. The sword light flew rapidly in the chaos void. The restrictive force was many times stronger than the outer universe. This meant that even Qianzong's speed was greatly affected. He was many times slower than before. If Qianzong had been in the outer universe in the past, with his current strength, he would have been able to travel 10,000 miles in a single breath. Now, however, his speed had been reduced by many times. Even with his current speed, he could only travel 50,000 meters in a single breath. 500 meters was 1 mile. Now, Chenzong could only travel 100 miles in a breath. This was extremely fast for ordinary people, but it was extremely slow compared to before. Moreover, Chenzong could feel that the reason he could travel 100 miles in a breath was because his sword principle had broken through to the godlike sword realm. Otherwise, his speed would be 10 times slower. He could only travel 10 miles in a breath. 10,000 meters. 10,000 meters, this kind of speed was really too slow. Even if it was 50,000 meters, Chenzong still felt that it was slow. Fortunately, he gradually got used to it. After all, it was not only him, but also the other cultivators. They were all greatly restricted. Unfortunately, the void teleportation formation in the void city was limited in scale. The teleportation distance was also very limited. However, it consumed a lot of Chaos Divine gems. In addition, although there were Chaos Divine boats that could fly across the sky, there were very few Chaos Divine boats in the void city. Usually, one would have to wait for a long time. Chenzong didn't want to wait. Let's fly first. We'll talk about it later. Not long after Chenzong flew out of the void city, a thick streamer burst out at an astonishing speed. It sped over at a speed of 100,000 meters in a breath and chased after Chenzong. After stopping in front of Chenzong, streamers appeared from the flying boat and quickly spread out. There were a total of 10 people, and they formed a circle to surround Chenzong. Vaguely, the auras of these 10 people were connected. They could condense into one at any time and erupt with even more tyrannical power. Chenzong could also clearly feel that the cultivation level of these 10 people was at the Great Saint Realm. What's the matter? Chenzong asked without changing his expression. He was a little surprised. In the past, the Great Saint Realm was rare. The number of great saints in the entire outer universe was very limited. However, in the chaotic universe, the Great Saint Realm was nothing. This was because the chaotic universe's heaven Dao was 10,000 times clearer and stronger than before. As a result, it was more powerful, clearer, and easier to comprehend. Therefore, the difficulty of breaking through to the Saint Realm was reduced by 1,000 times. By the same logic, it was easier for a pristine Saint Realm to advance to the Great Saint Realm. It was also easier for a Great Saint Realm to advance to the Divine Ancestor Realm. However, comprehending the first level of the true essence of the universe was much more difficult. This was because comprehending the first level of the true essence of the universe would make one a true expert in the chaotic universe. There was still a clear gap between a false expert and a true expert. Our young master invites you. One of them suddenly said with a smile. It seemed to be an invitation, but his tone and attitude were very tough. 10 people, 10 experts, were surrounding Chenzong. Their auras were connected, and they could set up a formation at any time to imprison the surroundings and suppress him. Who is your young master? Chenzong asked. Cut the crap. Take him down. Another person roared impatiently. Immediately, tyrannical aura fluctuations burst out from the 10 people, rushing in all directions. The power of the Great Saint Realm was also fully unleashed. If it was in the outer universe, such a burst of power would definitely cause a violent storm that would sweep across dozens or even hundreds of miles. But now, it could only affect a few hundred meters. The will of heavenly way of the chaotic universe was 10,000 times stronger. Although it could allow cultivators to feel and comprehend more clearly, it also had greater restrictions. When the auras of the 10 people burst out, Chenzong felt that their auras were directly connected as one, as if they had turned into a cage that fell directly. The heavenly way and pneuma in the cage decreased by more than half. I see. Chenzong understood in an instant. This formation could isolate to a certain extent, no, it should be said to weaken it. It turned the formation into a small cage and isolated it from the outside world, causing the heavenly way and pneuma in the small cage to decrease. It would affect the strength of the people in the small cage. It was indeed a good method, which was very rare in the outer universe. He's just an upper-level saint. Take him down, the leader said. All 10 great saints attacked at once. Rumble, as soon as he attacked, he sent out 10 palm prints from all directions. Each palm print contained an astonishing amount of power that seemed to be able to suppress everything. However, in the chaotic universe, their power was suppressed countless times and their destructive power was greatly reduced. Although Qinzong felt that the power was greatly reduced, it actually had no effect on him. It was because Qinzong's way of cultivation was different from that of orthodox cultivators. The level of his strength was not absolutely related to external factors. The 10 palm prints came in an instant, and each of them was very tyrannical, bringing some pressure to Qinzong. In terms of cultivation level, Qinzong was actually about the same as these 10 people. The only difference was that Qinzong had comprehended and mastered the Ascension Sword Realm. The Godspan Sword Realm was the highest level of the Tao of the Sword. It was equivalent to comprehending the first level of the true essence of the universe, which was beyond the sacred ancestor level. Without unsheathing his sword, Qinzong merely used his fingers as a sword to swipe across the air. His aura was restrained, as if there was no smoke or fire involved. The 10 palm prints shattered in an instant. He's very strong. He's not an ordinary upper saint. Work together. With a loud shout, waves of aura burst out in an instant, like thousands of waves crashing into the sky. Then, a huge palm appeared in the sky with 5 fingers spread out. Each finger was as thick as a person's waist, and it struck down from the sky. Strong, his power had increased explosively, reaching the level of a sacred ancestor. His methods were truly astonishing. As the palm fell, the huge palm was filled with astonishing power. Wisps of terrifying aura fluctuations lingered around it, like chains that were about to suppress and capture Qinzong. However, Qinzong smiled and swiped his fingers again. Layers of ripples spread out from his fingertips, but he did not tear the void apart. Without unsheathing his sword, Qinzong's current strength was very strong even among the sacred ancestor level. However, he still could not tear the space of the chaotic universe apart. It was enough to show how strong the space of the chaotic universe was. Under the sword, the huge palm print was immediately hit and cut open. Broken, the small world of the formation cage collapsed, and the 10 great saints were all injured. The sword chi entered their bodies and wreaked havoc inside them. It was extremely painful. Ah, it hurts. How can this be? How can this person be so strong? Qinzong did not immediately kill them. Instead, he captured all of them and began to interrogate them. For example, who was their young master? For example, more information about the chaotic universe. Qinzong did not know much about the small void city just now. After all, the small void city belonged to the lowest level of void city in the chaotic universe. There were fewer experts and the information they had was more ordinary. The more secretive the information was, the more powerful the expert was. Being weak was the original sin. If Qinzong was not strong enough this time, he would have been directly captured by these 10 people. The so-called young master invited him was just a casual excuse. I see. Qinzong interrogated all kinds of information from the 10 great saints. After combining them, he suddenly had a more intuitive and in-depth understanding of the chaotic universe. The cultivation system of the chaotic universe, or the division of cultivation levels, was different from before. The lowest level was the so-called foundation building, which was the foundation building. The foundation of cultivation was still at the mortal level. After that, it was called transcendental, which was the level beyond the mortal level. They had mastered incredible power and comprehended the great Tao. They had a preliminary understanding of the mysteries and mighty power of the great Tao and could easily kill a cultivator at the foundation building level. Above the transcendental level was the saint level, which was the so-called saint level. Foundation building, transcendental, and saint. In the past, there were many levels. For example, the transcendental level in the outer universe was divided into the 1st to the 7th level. In the inner universe, it was divided into the human, earth, and sky. Now, they were all classified as transcendental. Of course, there were also high and low levels in the transcendental level, but the division was not so detailed. After all, in the chaotic universe, the heavenly Tao was clearer, and the universe's yuan qi was denser. The babies born here had higher talent, and it was easier for them to cultivate. They could easily cultivate to the transcendent realm, and many could even break through to the saint realm. The saint level was the saint level. In the past, it was very difficult to break through to the saint level in the outer universe, and there was a great risk of death. However, breaking through to the saint level in the chaotic universe was almost no risk of death. It was much easier. The saint level was divided into 3 levels: lower saint, middle saint, and upper saint. Lower saint corresponded to the little saint level, middle saint corresponded to the great saint level, and upper saint corresponded to the divine ancestor level. Only the saint level could enter the void, but the flying speed was very slow. If the transcendents did not have any protection, they could easily die as soon as they entered the void. The void of the chaotic universe was filled with countless rays invisible to the naked eye. These rays were harmless to the saint level, but they were like poison to the transcendents. There was another level above the saint level called the true saint level. True saint, this was a cultivator who had comprehended the first level of the universe's true essence. He was already a true master, and in the chaotic universe, he would be a master overseeing a region. The information that these 10 great saints or middle saints knew was limited. They only knew that the highest level was the true saint level. However, if one is a true saint after comprehending the first level of the universe, then one should be a demigod after comprehending the second level of the universe's true essence. Xianxia thought, in that case, the so-called true god should be above the demigod level. I wonder if there are any true gods in the chaotic universe? True gods, that was a supreme existence, a legend, and a yearning. Xianxia did not know if there were any true gods in the chaotic universe. These 10 middle saints were useless and were directly killed by Xianxia. Before they died, their faces were filled with disbelief. "You will die. Our young master will not let you go," they roared one after another. The young master they were talking about was the young master of the Netherwind clan in the Netherlight city. The Netherwind clan was very strong, and there were true saints in the clan. True saint. Xianxia revealed a smile. He was also a true saint. If they really fought, it was not clear who was stronger and who was weaker. No fear. There are many races in the chaotic universe today, but they are mainly the human race, the origin race, the ancient demon race, and the divine demon race. In addition, what is the relationship between the ancient demon race and the demon that broke the will of the outer universe? In addition, there is the most mysterious god. What kind of existence is that? Xianxia's figure flashed and directly entered the chaotic flying ship. After exploring it for a while, he began to activate it. This was a low-level chaotic flying ship. It had basic protective measures that could isolate the attack of cosmic rays. Those below the saint realm would not be harmed if they stayed in it. The flying speed of the low-level chaotic flying ship was 100,000 meters in a breath. Of course, it was nothing in the past, but now it was not slow at all. At least it was faster than him flying at full speed. After all, he could only fly 50,000 meters in a breath at full speed. The difference was double. The difference was still shocking. Basically, a true Saint Realm expert who had comprehended the first level of the true Saint Realm's true Saint Realm flying speed was between 50,000 and 100,000 meters at full speed. Now, Xianxia was only flying at the lowest speed of a true Saint Realm expert. After all, the Ascension Sword Realm was not good at flying speed, but attacking. However, as long as Xianxia's cultivation broke through to the true Saint Realm and became a true Saint Realm expert, then his flying speed would skyrocket. It would not be difficult for him to reach 100,000 meters in a breath. As for now, Xianxia was using the low-level chaotic flying ship as a means of transportation. It was more comfortable and he could also control the chaotic flying ship while cultivating his sword skills. He had just stepped into the Ascension Sword Realm and had stabilized it. However, there was still a lot of room for improvement. Xianxia planned to go to the nearest universe city. He could inquire about more useful information in the universe city, such as the identity of the ancient demons and ancient demons. He wanted to know if they were related to the demons who had broken the outer universe's will. If so, they would be one of his hunting targets. The second target was naturally the Divine Demon Clan. After killing the Divine Demon Clan and absorbing their divinity, he would be able to improve his cultivation faster and reach the complete Saint Realm. To be honest, his current cultivation level was only at the middle Saint Realm. He was not even at the upper Saint Realm. If his cultivation level reached the complete Saint Realm, he should be able to reach the upper Saint Realm. Coupled with the Ascension Sword realm, his strength would become even more powerful. He would be even more powerful in the True Saint realm. Chaotic Universe, I, Xianxia, am here to prove my unparalleled sword. The void of the chaotic universe was boundless and limitless. The primal chaos flying ship maintained a speed of 100,000 meters per second, which wasn't considered slow. It wasn't considered slow in the primal chaos cosmos, but it was nothing compared to the primal chaos cosmos. In the flying ship, Xianxia controlled the direction of the flying ship while comprehending sword techniques. The primal chaos flying ship's flight required the consumption of primal chaos divine gems. However, the consumption of primal chaos divine gems for low-grade primal chaos divine gems was slightly better. Xianxia had obtained 100 primal chaos divine gems previously. After killing the 10 mid-level saints, Xianxia had also obtained some primal chaos divine gems from their storage items. 200 chaos divine crystals were enough to support the full-speed flight of the low-level chaos flying ship for more than 100 years. Time seemed to be worthless. In the chaotic universe, the lifespan of the Foundation establishment and transcendence was very limited. It was within 100 years and 500 years respectively. Only by breaking through to the Saint realm could one's lifespan exceed 1,000 years. The higher one's cultivation, the longer one's lifespan would be. However, even an upper-level saint's lifespan would not exceed 3,000 years. This was one of the limitations of the chaotic universe. However, a true Saint realm expert who comprehended the first level of the true essence of the universe would undergo a qualitative change. Not only would he possess more power, but his lifespan would also increase to 100,000 years. It was a huge improvement from 3,000 years to 100,000 years. The so-called comprehension of the true essence of the universe was actually a kind of breakthrough. A true Saint realm expert who comprehended the first level of the true essence of the universe would not only have a lifespan of 100,000 years, but his flying speed would also soar from less than 10,000 meters per second to at least 50,000 or even 100,000 meters per second. In short, there was a huge difference between comprehending the true essence of the universe and not comprehending it. It was like the difference between a Saint realm expert and a Saint realm expert in the outer universe. Time flew by unknowingly. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. The chaotic universe was too big. Although Xianxia had encountered other cultivators in the past 10 years, there were not many of them. Moreover, they were all separated by a certain distance. No one knew if they were strong or weak, so he couldn't easily come into contact with them. Cultivators had too many temperaments. Some people were modest and courteous at first, but after a while, they would reveal their true nature, just like wolves and tigers. After 10 years, Xianxia finally arrived at a universe-level city called Windbreak Universe City. The Great Cosmos City was even vaster than the Void City. It stood tall in the void and was incomparably huge, suppressing all directions. It was surrounded by wisps of black wind that blew endlessly. That wind made even Xianxia feel a trace of threat. In other words, if one did not have the strength of the true sage realm, it would not be easy to barge through the wind. One would die directly. Stepping out of the primal chaos flying ship, Xianxia kept it and began to queue up. He had to pay a primal chaos divine crystal before he could enter the Windbreak Universe City. Xianxia looked at the hundreds of people who were still in the queue. He couldn't help but think to himself. Hundreds of people were equivalent to hundreds of chaotic divine gems. There were more people who came before him. It was hard to imagine how amazing the wealth of a universe-level city was. After entering the Universe City, Xianxia followed his usual routine and found a restaurant. He ordered some of their signature wines and delicacies to eat and drink. He listened to the conversations of the people in the restaurant and made a simple preliminary understanding of the place. After enjoying the delicacies, Xianxia started. He began to inquire about information. The Windbreak Universe City was much better than the Void City from before. There was an organization in charge of selling information. As long as one paid a price, such as Cosmos Divine Gems or Primal Chaos Divine Gems, one could inquire about the information one wanted. Of course, the price was closely related to the degree of secrecy of the information. The more secretive it was, the greater the price one had to pay. Fortunately, Chenzong only asked for some relatively basic information, such as information about the various races in the chaotic universe, basic information about the major forces, and so on. The information about the cultivation realm was the same as what he had learned before. There were divine transcendents, true divine, and demigod. However, there were two levels of demigod. One was demigod, and the other was demigod ruler. Demigod ruler was more powerful than demigod. Its strength was extremely shocking and was known as the existence closest to true God. As for the power of demigod ruler, it was impossible to say. Even primal chaos divine gems couldn't buy information about it because it involved the mystery of the supreme heavenly Tao of the chaotic universe. True divine, demigod, demigod ruler, and above that is true God. Chenzong couldn't help but think to himself. His eyes emitted an incomparable radiance. In the chaotic universe, the true divine realm was called a powerhouse. However, it was only the beginning of a true powerhouse. The human clan and the origin clan were similar in appearance and life essence. Therefore, the two major races formed an alliance. The human race had 3 god dynasties and 1 ancient region. The 3 god dynasties were all established by ancient human demigods, and the ancient region was the core of the human race. It was guarded by a demigod sovereign. Of course, the ancient region and the divine dynasty weren't the only human demigods. There were also some forces guarded by demigods, but there weren't many of them. The origin clan's strength was similar to that of the human clan. Back then, the origin clan was the main force in the outer universe, but the human clan was the main force in the inner universe. The ancient demons had their ancient demon region, the ancient demons had their ancient demons abyss, and the original divine demons were in the 9 heavens of divine demons. As for the most mysterious gods, they didn't form similar forces. Instead, they were relatively scattered and existed in the form of temples. Those gods accepted the worship of all living things and existed silently. Some other races were at a higher level compared to them. Only a few races had demigod powerhouses, and most of them were at the true divine realm at most. Chenzong wanted to buy more information and learn more secrets. He also wanted to know the location of the sacred land of Sword Dao in the outer universe, Taihao Mountain, and so on. Unfortunately, it was too expensive. He didn't have enough chaos divine crystals left. Any information related to before the fusion of the universes was usually more expensive. There's no other way. I can only earn chaos divine crystals. Chenzong felt a little helpless. 1,000 years ago, his wealth was so shocking that it was comparable to the divine ancestors. He didn't need to worry about money at all. However, 1,000 years later, the world had changed and he still needed to work for it. What a busy life. So, how could he earn a large amount of chaos divine crystals in a short time? He took out a few of the remaining 10 chaos divine crystals and bought more information. Void Flaming Prison, Void Snowfield, Universe Thunder Prison Sea. These were some dangerous places or even forbidden areas in the chaotic universe. They were divided into 3 levels, Void Level, Universe Level, and Chaos Level. Among them, Void Level was the safest and most numerous. However, the Void Level was the most dangerous and forbidden area among the 3 levels. Even the safest Void Grade forbidden area would have a great risk of death if a Saint Rudiment Realm expert stepped into it. Even a true Divine Realm expert might not be able to come out unscathed if they stepped into it. The highest Chaos Grade forbidden area could even kill a demigod powerhouse if they entered it. Although these forbidden areas were extremely dangerous, they also contained treasures and opportunities. The predecessor of the chaotic universe was the 4 incomplete universes, and the predecessor of the 4 incomplete universes was the previous chaotic universe. The previous chaotic universe had given birth to countless experts and left behind countless treasures and opportunities. Some of these treasures had been destroyed and turned into nothingness as the universe broke apart. However, some of them had remained and formed many dangerous and forbidden zones. Now that the 4 incomplete universes had merged into the chaotic universe, all kinds of dangerous and forbidden zones had appeared. It had only been 1,000 years, and most of the forbidden areas had only been preliminarily explored. There were still many treasures in them. I'll go to the Void Flaming Prison. Chenzong made a decision after browsing the information. The Void Flaming Prison was a Void Grade forbidden area. Although it was very dangerous, with his strength, as long as he did not seek death, there should be no problem. In Windbreak Universe City, there were some cultivators who formed fixed or temporary teams. They would enter some dangerous or even forbidden areas to explore, search for treasures and opportunities, and so on. Through this, they could obtain wealth and exchange it for the resources they needed to strengthen their own cultivation. Qianzong planned to find a team that was more familiar with the Void Flaming Prison, which would be more convenient. Of course, the main reason was that if he wanted to go to the Void Flaming Prison alone, it would undoubtedly take a lot of time. Suddenly, Qianzong stopped in his tracks, and in the next breath, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He was incomparably carefree. Comprehended. He had finally grasped the third sword mystery of the Ascension Sword realm. The first was endless sharpness, which was a sharpness that pierced and cut through everything. The second was domineering, which was incomparably domineering, which could suppress everything. The third sword mystery that had appeared was berserk, which was different from domineering. The power of berserk was also very shocking, and when it erupted, it was as if heaven and earth were falling apart. Qianzong's lips curled into a smile again. This was because after the birth of the third sword mystery, the Ascension Sword realm was still nurturing the fourth sword mystery. This was simply unbelievable. There was more than one sword mystery in the Ascension Sword realm, but for sword cultivators who had just broken through, most could only grasp one sword mystery, and very few could grasp two sword mysteries. As for three, that was extremely rare, and it was almost impossible to grasp four. Of course, after a long time of continuous cultivation and comprehension, those sword cultivators who had mastered the Ascension Sword realm would still be able to comprehend and grasp more sword mysteries. However, for Qianzong to grasp three sword mysteries in such a short time, and now the fourth sword mystery was in the process of being born, it was simply unheard of. This meant that his sword Dao potential was extremely shocking. The time required to comprehend and grasp one sword mystery would be 10 times more than before, and the difficulty would also be 10 times more than before. I wonder what the fourth sword mystery is? Qianzong secretly guessed. This was the unearthing of one's own potential in the Ascension Sword realm, and it was an automatic comprehension, rather than one's own initiative. Therefore, he did not know what sword mystery it was, but no matter which one it was, it would definitely be helpful to him. The Void Inferno prison was one of the most dangerous places in the chaotic universe. It wasn't particularly dangerous, but it wasn't safe either. Transcendents would die instantly if they entered, and saints had a 50% chance of dying if they entered. If one was lucky, not only would they be able to come out alive, but they would also be able to obtain some treasures like Void Flame Prison crystals that could be sold for chaotic divine crystals. If one's luck was average, they wouldn't be able to obtain any Void Flame Prison crystals, and if one's luck was very bad, not only would they not be able to obtain any Void Flame Prison crystals, they would simply die inside. Qianzong joined a temporary team of 5 people. Other than Qianzong, the other 4 had entered the Void Inferno prison at least once. The one with the highest cultivation was called Lin Shuang. She was a female human cultivator and a pinnacle upper-level saint. The other 2 were twin brothers called Wu Yu and Wu Ming. They were also upper-level saints and were good at attacking together. They were very powerful and were not inferior to pinnacle upper-level saints. The 4th one was called Han Qi, an intermediate saint, and the last one was Qianzong, who reported his cultivation as an intermediate saint. Indeed, in terms of cultivation, Qianzong was an intermediate saint. Brother Chen, this is your first time here, so be careful. The Void Inferno prison is very dangerous, mainly from the magma pool, Han Qi said to Qianzong as they walked side by side. The name Qianzong was once famous in the ancient sealed world of the inner universe, and was also once the champion of the outer universe. But now, the outer and inner universes had become history. Even if it was only 1,000 years apart, it had become history that was studied. The Peerless Sword Saint Qianzong was once a popular name, but it had become a thing of the past. Perhaps only those who had studied the former universe would know, but there weren't many people like that. Among the 5, Qianzong and Han Qi were the weakest in terms of cultivation. As for who was the strongest, the information Qianzong bought mentioned that the source of danger in the Void Inferno prison was related to magma. Magma was everywhere in the Void Inferno prison, forming magma pools and even magma lakes. The temperature of the magma was extremely high, and it was shockingly hot. It could easily burn and incinerate everything. If a lower saint fell into the magma and didn't immediately escape, they wouldn't be able to withstand it and would be incinerated to ashes within 3 breaths. An intermediate saint could withstand it longer, but only for 10 breaths, and an upper saint could withstand it for 30 breaths at most. If he had some protective treasures, he would be able to resist for a longer time. As for how long, that would depend on the ability of the protective treasures. As for true Saint Realm experts, they could withstand falling into the magma under normal circumstances. However, the magma of a Nether Inferno prison was only the most basic danger. The truly terrifying danger came from a unique life form in the magma. This life form was called the Magma Beast. Let's stop here. It was Lin Shuang's 5th time coming to the Void Inferno prison. In the first 4 times, she had gained something, and in some cases, she didn't. She had discovered some mysteries. She pointed at a magma lake that was dozens of miles long. There are Void Inferno crystals in this magma lake, but there are also magma beasts living there. The most powerful ones should be upper magma beasts. Upper magma beasts corresponded to upper saints. With their strength, as long as they didn't encounter a large group of upper magma beasts, they could still withstand 2 or 3 of them. But their goal wasn't to kill magma beasts, but to retrieve the Void Inferno crystals hidden under the magma lake. Everyone, I'll enter the magma lake first to retrieve the Void Inferno crystals. I'll come out as soon as possible. If there are magma beasts chasing after me, I'll need you to stop them. Lin Shuang glanced at them and said. Her cultivation was the highest among the 5, so she should be the fastest. Don't worry, the Wu brothers immediately responded. Chen Zong and Han Qi also nodded. Lin Shuang activated the fire-defending hoop on her hand. A layer of light immediately spread out and covered her entire body. The fire-defending hoop was used to resist the invasion of flames and isolate the impact of magma. Although it couldn't last long, it could last for more than 100 breaths. In an instant, Lin Shuang jumped directly into the magma lake and was instantly swallowed up. Everyone immediately stared at her, waiting for her to appear. Time passed breath by breath. After about 30 breaths, a figure rushed out of the magma lake. It was Lin Shuang. There are magma beasts. Get ready to attack. Lin Shuang said as soon as she appeared. The moment she finished speaking, a huge figure rushed out of the magma lake, bringing with it layers of magma waves. The figure was shaped like a giant python. It was as thick as a bucket, but its body was very strange. It wasn't made of flesh and blood, but seemed to be made of countless crushed charcoal mixed with magma. It looked black on the surface, but it was broken into countless pieces. Between the broken pieces, the red light of magma shot out. It flowed endlessly like blood, exuding a terrifying aura. The aura of an upper-level saint. A high-level magma beast. Kill. The Wu brothers attacked at once. Their long sabers tore through the sky and slashed mercilessly at the high-level magma beast. The magma python's eyes were extremely red. Its eyeballs seemed to be made of rubies, emitting a terrifying cold light. It was so hot that it seemed to be able to burn everything. Then it opened its huge mouth and spat out a stream of magma. As soon as the stream of magma was spat out, it seemed to be able to burn everything. It directly shattered the saber light and attacked the Wu brothers. Combine. The Wu brothers immediately attacked again. Their long sabers slashed out, and the saber light merged into one. It turned into an even brighter saber light that cut through the stream of magma and slashed at the magma python. At the same time, Lin Shuang also took the opportunity to turn around and slash back. The sword chi was white and blue, and it emanated a shocking chill. It seemed to be able to freeze everything around it as it slashed at the magma python. Strictly speaking, an environment like the Nether Inferno would restrain cultivators who cultivated and comprehended the way of water, way of ice, and way of wood. But at the same time, cultivators of the way of water and way of ice could better threaten the magma beasts here, as long as they were strong enough. Water and ice and fire were opposites, but it was impossible to say which side would definitely win over the other. Everything depended on which side was stronger. Water could extinguish fire, and fire could melt water. Chen Zong and Han Qi didn't attack. The magma python was hit and fell into the magma lake, but it immediately rose up. More magma pythons followed, but they were all at the middle and low level. This time, Lin Shuang had obtained 3 Nether Inferno gems. They were quite valuable. Each Nether Inferno gem was worth 10 chaotic divine gems, so 3 Nether Inferno gems were worth 30 chaotic divine gems. However, Lin Shuang had taken the risk of entering the magma lake to obtain them, so according to the principle of distribution, Lin Shuang received half. As for the remaining half, Chen Zong and Han Qi were the weakest, so they were the weakest under normal circumstances. As a result, they each received 10%, while the Wu brothers received 30%. Han Qi found this to be normal, and Chen Zong had no objections either. Chen Zong's plan was very simple. He would first find a temporary group to enter the Nether Inferno. After all, he had never been here before, so it was always better to have someone lead the way. Once they were familiar with the environment, they would find an opportunity to leave the group. This was also why Chen Zong had found a temporary group. The number of chaotic divine gems Chen Zong needed was not 10, 20, or 100 or 200. He needed more. Therefore, unless he could obtain a large number of Nether Inferno gems, such as several hundred pieces, he would not be able to obtain them. However, there were 3 grades of Nether Inferno gems. The Nether Inferno gems were the lowest grade. The higher grade was called the Nether Inferno Saint Crystal, which was worth 100 chaotic divine gems. It was also Chen Zong's main target. As for the highest grade, it was called the Nether Inferno Divine Gem, which was worth 1,000 chaotic divine gems. If he could obtain several Nether Inferno Divine Gems, it would be worth several thousand chaotic divine gems, which would be enough for him to use for quite a long time. However, Chen Zong planned to earn enough chaotic divine gems here directly, so that he would not have to travel around in the future. Compared to other cultivators, Chen Zong was less reliant on the chaotic divine scripture because other cultivators could also use chaotic divine gems to cultivate other than using chaotic divine gems as currency. Chen Zong had no need for that. The second magma lake was entered by Wu Yu after activating the fire controlling ring. Whoever risked entering the magma lake to look for Nether Inferno divine gems would get 50% of the value. Generally, a magma lake was only suitable for entering once in a short period of time. This was because the magma beasts living in the magma lake would become active after a period of time. The active magma beasts were very terrifying because there were a large number of magma beasts lurking in each magma lake. It was very difficult to kill magma beasts in the magma lake. They entered one magma lake after another, but they did not go deep. Instead, they wandered around the periphery. The 2 brothers, Lin Shuang and Wu Yu, took turns to dive into the magma lake to search. Sometimes, they were unlucky and could not find 1 Nether Inferno divine gem. Sometimes, they were lucky and could find 4. Gradually, they had found more than 20 Nether Inferno divine gems. Flying Frost Sword Saint Lin Shuang, Dragon Slaying Double Blades Wu Yu and Wu Ming. Haha, what a coincidence. A loud voice rang out, and the laughter shook the surroundings. It was a very tall and imposing figure that was over 2 meters tall. His scarlet hair seemed to be burning, and his skin was dark red. There were strange patterns all over his body. He held a dark red staff that was as thick as an arm. It was covered with strange patterns, just like the surface of a magma beast. The aura it gave off was very shocking. There were 2 other figures behind him. They were also burly, but one of them wore dark red magma gloves, and the other held a magma warhammer. It's someone from the Fire Saint tribe. He's Hu Gang. Why did we meet him? Lin Shuang and Wu Yu's expressions changed. Their eyes were filled with vigilance. They immediately called for Chen Zong and Han Qi to retreat, quickly distancing themselves from the 3 people. Why is our luck so bad? Han Qi's expression was also bitter. Countless cultivators would enter danger zones and forbidden zones to explore and obtain treasures and opportunities. Danger zones and forbidden zones were filled with danger. The source of danger was not only the special environment of the zone itself, but also the unique life forms that were nurtured there. For example, the magma beasts in the Nether Inferno divine gems. The third type of danger came from other cultivators who also entered to explore. There were many races in the chaotic universe. The biggest ones were the humans, the origin race, the ancient demon race, and the god demon race. As for the god spirits, they were not a race. They were very mysterious beings. Most people had only heard of them and rarely seen them in their lives. Many people thought that the god spirits did not actually exist and were just made up. There were many other races below the big races. Some of them were very strong and had demigods. They were close to the big races. For example, the Fire Saint tribe was one of them. They were called strong races. The Fire Saint elder of the Fire Saint tribe was a demigod. He had a shocking record of defeating other demigods. Let's go. Lin Shuang immediately transmitted her voice to everyone and retreated without hesitation. Don't go. Hui Gang laughed loudly, and his speed exploded. His strong and burly body turned into a thick flame in an instant. The other two people from the Fire Saint tribe also laughed, and they immediately turned into flames and chased after Hui Gang. These strong races all had their own talents. The Fire Saint tribe could control fire and use fire escape techniques. The human race could not compare with them. Therefore, the strong races like the Fire Saint tribe were stronger in the beginning. It was just that their later cultivation was weaker. Otherwise, the Fire Saint elder would not be the only demigod. Hui Gang and the other two from the Fire Saint tribe were all peak upper-level saints. They were born with the ability to control fire. They were very powerful. In a place like the Void Inferno, they had the advantage. Lin Shuang and the others did not have the confidence to fight back. Once they fought, they might be killed. Run, however, Hui Gang and the other two were very fast. They immediately caught up and surrounded Lin Shuang and the others. Hand over all your treasures, and I will spare your lives, Hui Gang said with a hideous smile. In a forbidden land, it was normal for cultivators to kill each other. Even good friends could turn against each other because of benefits. Moreover, they were not on the same team. Hui Gang, fighting won't do you any good. Lin Shuang held her sword in front of her. Her expression was cold, and a cold aura spread around her. If we die, one of you three will die too. Ha ha ha, don't scare me. I'm not afraid. Hui Gang burst into laughter. The other two from the Fire Saint clan laughed as well. Then, Hui Gang took the lead and attacked directly. His staff immediately turned into a ball of fierce fire and attacked Lin Shuang. The other two from the Fire Saint clan also attacked. They attacked the Wu Yue brothers without hesitation. In the eyes of the three Fire Saint tribe members, the biggest threats were Lin Shuang and the Wu Yue brothers. Fight! The Wu Yue brothers roared at the same time. Their long blades sliced through the air as they joined hands to resist the attacks of the two Fire Saint clansmen. Meanwhile, Lin Shuang fought Hui Gang alone. Among the three from the Fire Saint tribe, Hui Gang was the strongest. When the Wu Yue brothers worked together, they were very strong, comparable to a top upper-level saint. However, they could only block one of the Fire Saints. The other one, who was wearing a pair of lava gloves, gave up attacking the Wu Yue brothers and turned to attack Han Qi and Chen Zong. Kill! Han Qi roared. His long spear trembled. Like a poisonous dragon drilling through the air, it immediately pierced through the vast sky and attacked mercilessly. Die! The man from the Fire Saint tribe laughed ferociously. With a roar, he punched out directly. His fist burned with monstrous flames and quickly condensed. It was as if it was about to condense into a substance and burst out with an even more terrifying power. The long spear was immediately hit and bent instantly. Under the terrifying explosion of power, Han Qi flew backward and spat out a mouthful of blood. The difference in strength was too great. That blow directly injured Han Qi and made him lose the ability to fight. The terrifying fire force was raging in Han Qi's body. Brother Chen, run! Han Qi struggled to get up and shouted at the same time. His voice had become hoarse. Run! No one can run away today. The man from the Fire Saint tribe laughed ferociously and punched out directly. The blazing fire force was fierce and violent, forming the shape of a flaming lion's head. It let out an extremely terrifying roar. The roar seemed to be able to shatter everything as it blasted mercilessly toward Chen Zong. Chen Zong's expression did not change. He looked very calm, but in the eyes of his opponent, he seemed to have been scared silly. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth, full of mockery. "You're digging your own grave." In the face of that extremely fierce punch, Chenzong suddenly smiled and said unhurriedly. However, his unhurried tone was much faster than the speed of his opponent's punch. Immediately, Chenzong directly drew his sword. The heavenly will sword was unsheathed in an instant. The sword light suddenly flashed and silently tore through the sky. It directly tore the flaming lion's head apart. It cut through his lava glove like a hot knife through butter and went straight to cut his arm. Kill. With just one strike, the man from the Fire Saint tribe was directly killed. Impossible. Hu Gang was shocked and horrified. He had fought with Lin Shuang, but because he was slightly stronger than Lin Shuang and had the help of this place, he could completely suppress Lin Shuang and observe the other people's battles. None of you can escape, Chenzong said unhurriedly. He waved his sword again, and two beams of sword light broke through the sky at the same time. Block it. The man from the Fire Saint tribe roared and smashed his hammer. A thick layer of flame condensed on it, which was extremely shocking. But he couldn't block it. Chenzong's beam of sword light shot forward like a hot knife through butter. It directly penetrated and killed. Hu Gang also completely exploded. His entire body burned and turned into a suit of armor that covered his entire body. His originally strong and burly body looked even more shocking. The long staff in his hand also spun wildly, turning into a firestorm that spun violently. It directly compressed in front of him, forming a wall of fire vortexes. He had to block it. Two of his clansmen had been killed in an instant. It was enough to show that this human swordsman's strength was extremely terrifying. The sword light was too fast, and its chi had also locked onto Hu Gang. There was no way to avoid it. He could only block it with all his strength. As long as he could block the sword, there was hope for him to escape. The sword light shot forward and directly penetrated the wall of fire vortexes formed by the long staff. It shot forward like a hot knife through butter and once again hit the lava armor on Hu Gang's body. The lava armor's defensive power was extremely shocking. Even an all-out attack from an upper-level saint would find it difficult to break it. However, such an amazing defensive power was nothing in front of Chenzong's sword light. It was as fragile as tofu. It was easily broken and penetrated, along with Hu Gang's burly body. Killed, the sword power of the Ascension Sword realm was extremely terrifying even if he didn't use any killing moves. In the blink of an eye, 3 top experts of the Fire Saint tribe who made them feel great pressure and even a sense of crisis were all killed by Chenzong's sword. Unbelievable, wasn't he a mid-level saint? How could he be so strong? Even Hu Gang, a peak upper-level saint, couldn't block a single sword strike. His strength had surpassed the Saint Realm, right? True Saint Realm, could he be a true Saint Realm master? Brother Han, heal your injuries first. Chenzong smiled at Han Chi. Immediately, he ejected a wisp of sword chi into Han Chi's body, dissipating the raging fire chi in his body. Okay. Han Chi came back to his senses and quickly nodded. He took out a pill and began to heal his injuries. Lin Shuang and the other 2 were a little uneasy. The 3 of you don't have to be like this. This is my first time in the Void Flame prison, so I need someone to lead the way. Chenzong smiled. You don't have to share the Void Flame crystals you found earlier with me. After Han Chi's injuries are healed, I'll leave the team. Lin Shuang and the other 2 could only nod. After all, the person in front of them was suspected to be a true Saint Realm master. Even if he wasn't at the true Saint Realm, he was at least a terrifying Saint Rudiment Realm master. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to kill a peak upper-level saint like Hu Gang with a single sword strike. No matter which one it was, he was better than them. Chenzong didn't say anything and just smiled at the other party's attitude. After a while, Han Chi's injuries were healed, but he didn't know what to say. We'll meet again if we're fated, Chenzong smiled at Han Chi and then turned into a sword light and flew away in a flash. After Chenzong left, the 4 people breathed a sigh of relief and secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, Senior Chen was here, otherwise we would have been in danger this time, Wu Ming sighed. Chenzong's strength was far superior to theirs, so it was natural for him to call him senior. The other three also had a look of emotion on their faces, especially Han Qi. Before this, he had actually called a suspected true Saint Realm master brother, which was quite shocking. Chen Zong's speed was very fast. Although the Void Flame prison was a danger zone, it was more for saints. If it was a true Saint Realm master, as long as they didn't actively seek death, they generally wouldn't be in danger of dying. However, nothing was absolute. There were cases of true Saint Realm masters dying in danger zones, but they were relatively rare. Chen Zong's speed was very fast. He kept going deeper into the Void Flame prison because only by going deeper into the Void Flame prison could he find better Void Flame crystals. Of course, Chen Zong wouldn't be stupid enough to seek death. While moving forward quickly, he also spread out his primordial chaos heart force, covering a radius of 3 miles. Originally, when he was in the outer universe, the primordial chaos heart force could easily cover hundreds or even thousands of miles, but the suppression of the chaotic universe was too strong, so it could only cover 3 miles. Fortunately, the mysteries of the primordial chaos heart force had not been weakened, so its detection ability was still very strong and difficult to detect. As he kept moving forward, Chen Zong saw a magma lake that was hundreds of miles wide. It was several times larger than the magma lake they had explored before. There should be fire saint crystals in such a magma lake, Chen Zong muttered to himself and directly dived into the magma lake. Chen Zong didn't carry the ring of fire resistance, and he didn't need to. Although Chen Zong's cultivation was only equivalent to a mid-level saint, Chen Zong who had mastered the Ascension Sword realm was equivalent to an expert who had comprehended the first level of the true essence of the universe. With the power of the Ascension Sword realm protecting his body, he could withstand the invasion of the magma lake without breaking. It was many times better than the ring of fire resistance. After diving into the magma lake, Chen Zong dived quickly and quietly. Even so, some magma beasts sensed Chen Zong's entry. After all, the magma lake was the territory of the magma beasts. It was their world. Awakening, one by one, the magma beasts began to awaken and rushed over. They were extremely furious and wanted to tear and devour Chen Zong, who dared to enter their home. Chen Zong ignored these magma beasts and dived with extreme speed. He also spread out his primordial chaos heart force to search for void flame crystals. A beam of sword light suddenly shot out of the hundreds of miles wide lava lake, but it didn't bring up any lava. Then, a huge figure rushed out of the lava lake, carrying several tons of lava with it. In the several tons of lava, a terrifying lava beast that was more than 10 meters long opened its mouth full of sawtooth and bit at Chen Zong, as if it was going to bite Chen Zong to pieces. This lava beast's aura was extremely powerful, far more powerful than that of a super high-level lava beast. It was a top-level lava beast. A high-level lava beast was equal to an upper saint, and a top-level lava beast was equal to a saint, but belonged to the top level of the saint realm. It could be said to be invincible in the saint realm, stronger than most top-level upper saints, but not as strong as a true saint. I let you go, but you don't want to. Then die, Chen Zong smiled and unsheathed his sword, slashing out a fine beam of sword light that seemed to pierce through the void. Kill, under the Ascendant Sword realm, this sword strike was extremely powerful. Even a top-tier magma beast, with its extremely tough body, could not block this sword light. After killing the lava beast with one strike, it fell directly, but Chen Zong leaped and landed on the shore of the lava lake. This is a good harvest, Chen Zong said to himself, a hint of joy appearing on his face. In the hundreds of miles of lava lake, he found more than a dozen hellfire crystals and 3 saint fire crystals, which was equal to more than 400 chaos divine crystals. Sure enough, the harvest was greater if he acted alone. This was also due to his strength. If he wasn't strong enough, he could only explore the dozens of miles of lava lake, but not the hundreds of miles of lava lake. For example, although Lin Shuang was strong, if she entered the hundreds of miles of lava lake, she would most likely not be able to take away the void fire crystals, and would even be killed by the top-level lava beast. More than 400 chaos divine crystals were still not enough. Chen Zong explored the lava lake one after another. He was too lazy to enter the dozens of miles of lava lake, so he had to explore the hundreds of miles of lava lake. The deeper he went, the bigger the lava lake of the hundreds of miles of lava lake became. Oh, he went deep into the void fire prison alone. Don't get close. In the distance, a group of people showed fear when they saw Xianxia. Anyone who dared to enter the Void Inferno prison alone was either a madman or an idiot. Then, they must be very strong or have some terrifying trump card. Therefore, he couldn't provoke them easily. However, there were also people who were blind, or people who were blinded by benefits. Surround him. The 8 of them immediately took action. They quickly spread out and surrounded Xianxia. Judging from their auras, these 8 people were all upper-level saints. However, some of them were humans, some of them were from the origin race, and some of them were from the Fire Saint tribe. It's the Molten Battle team. That guy is in trouble. He's being targeted by the Molten Battle team. When the people in the distance saw this, their expressions changed greatly, and they began to discuss it. Some cultivators would specially organize themselves and form a fixed team. They would name themselves a battle team, and once they joined such a battle team, they would have to abide by the rules and so on. It would not be that easy to quit. In this way, they would be more united. After all, their interests were closely related. The Molten Battle team was considered one of the more powerful battle teams. It was said that its founder was a true Saint Realm powerhouse. Hand over your storage god tool. The leader of the Molten Battle team was a bald, muscular man. He carried a crimson sword on his back and said to Xianxia with a ferocious smile. He was not polite at all. They were going to rob each other of their treasures. There was no need to be polite. That would be too hypocritical. Hand it over, or you're dead, another person shouted. Hand over all your Chaos Divine crystals and Void Fire crystals, Xianxia said with a smile. Then, there was a fight. After that, Xianxia had gained a lot and left. The Molten Battle team members were all alive, but they were all injured. As for their Chaos Divine crystals and Void Fire crystals, they all belonged to Xianxia. There were more than 2,000 in total. So powerful. That's terrifying. He's at least an invincible saint. Could he be a true Saint Realm powerhouse? Xianxia attacked quickly and restrained his power. Plus, he had mixed Yuan heart force, which made him even more unpredictable. The other spectators in the distance were only saints, so they could not see anything special. They had no way of knowing how strong Xianxia was. Damn it. You'll regret this. The Molten Battle team members were furious, but they did not dare to chase after him. They left dejectedly. Xianxia continued to go deeper into the Void Flame prison. The deeper he went, the more he saw a huge magma lake thousands of miles wide. Countless bubbles kept appearing and bursting, causing magma to splatter everywhere. Gurgling sounds rang out continuously, mixing into one sound and resounding in all directions. The heat here was extremely shocking. Even upper-level saints would feel uncomfortable when they got close. Middle-level saints would find it even more difficult to get close. Lower-level saints would not be able to bear it at all. However, this heat was nothing to Xianxia, who was in the Ascension Sword realm. After observing for a quarter of an hour, Xianxia directly jumped into the magma lake. A magma lake thousands of miles wide would definitely be more dangerous than a magma lake hundreds of miles wide, but at the same time, there might be fire god crystals in it. A fire god crystal was worth 1,000 chaos god crystals, which made Xianxia very tempted. A magma lake thousands of miles wide was even more terrifying. Upper-level saints would be incinerated in less than 3 breaths. Even if they used the flame-resisting ring, they could only last for about 10 breaths. This was not enough time to go to the bottom of the magma lake and return. Therefore, even an invincible Saint Realm powerhouse would not dare to enter a magma lake thousands of miles wide. At most, they would try a magma lake hundreds of miles wide. As soon as Xianxia entered the magma lake thousands of miles wide, a huge magma beast over 100 meters long in the depths of the magma lake suddenly woke up. It opened its eyes and shot out a ray of golden red light, overbearing and ruthless. In the next moment, the 100-meter-long dragon-like magma beast moved. Its wriggling body directly rushed upward like a bolt of lightning. The magma lake was the world of magma beasts. In the magma lake, magma beasts were often more powerful. A terrifying aura spread out and Xianxia immediately sensed it. His expression changed involuntarily, a true Saint Realm magma beast king. A magma beast king lived in a magma lake thousands of miles wide. This was expected. A magma beast king was equivalent to a true Saint Realm powerhouse. Chenzong also knew this. However, he still entered the magma lake because there might be void fire god crystals in it. The value of void fire god crystals was amazing. One was worth 1,000 chaos god crystals. If he could find a few, he would be worth several thousand chaos god crystals. That was a great fortune. The magma lake thousands of miles wide was hundreds of miles deep. Chenzong was extremely fast. He was like a sword light that cut through bamboo. However, the deeper he went, the more intense the pressure was, so much so that his speed was affected. Fortunately, the sharpness of the omnipotent sword realm was amazing. One of the mysteries of the sword was extremely sharp and could cut through everything. Chenzong was not affected at all. His speed was not much different from when he was outside the magma lake. The magma beast king, magma dragon, immediately rushed over. Its huge body brought up a magma whirlpool and directly pressed down. Its aura was extremely terrifying. Chenzong did not intend to fight with it. The magma beast itself was not valuable. Escape. After avoiding the attack of the magma beast king, Chenzong continued to go down. The magma beast king immediately roared and chased after him. Then, waves of fluctuations came from all directions. It was the other magma beasts that came to attack. There were top-tier magma beasts, high-level magma beasts, mid-tier magma beasts, and low-tier magma beasts in groups. There were tens of thousands of magma beasts in the magma lake, thousands of miles wide and hundreds of miles deep. Now, more than half of them had come to outflank him. The other magma beasts also woke up. The magma beasts did not have much intelligence. The magma beast king had simple intelligence and could command all the magma beasts in the same magma lake. Tens of thousands of magma beasts attacked from all directions. The bottom of the magma lake was boiling, but Chenzong transformed into a sharp sword light and directly rushed down. All the magma beasts that came from below were directly pierced and torn apart. They could not resist at all. However, hundreds of miles was indeed very deep. With Chenzong's speed of 40,000 meters in a breath, it was not that easy to reach the depths. Moreover, the deeper he went, the greater the impact on his speed. He gradually became slower. However, in the magma lake, the speed of the magma beasts was not affected. In particular, the magma beast king's speed was much faster than Chenzong's. Chenzong was eventually intercepted. I have no choice but to make a move, Chenzong said to himself. The deeper he went, the more terrifying the temperature of the magma lake became. However, Chenzong had the cosmic true body to defend himself, the inner universe to absorb attacks, and the heavenly sword realm to control and resist external attacks. Only then could he protect himself. He unsheathed the heavenly will sword and directly attacked. Divine Firmament, the silver sword light instantly pierced through the depths of the magma lake and mercilessly attacked the magma beast king. This sword was extremely fast. The magma beast king's body was huge and could not completely dodge it. It was immediately hit and penetrated. However, this sword did not cause much damage to the magma beast king. 3 times the power. Eternal stars. In an instant, a 10-meter star shadow appeared in the magma lake, repelling the surrounding magma. It emitted an extremely terrifying aura as if it could suppress everything. An astonishing power erupted. Under 3 times the power of the eternal star's sword became even more terrifying. As Chenzong slashed out with his sword, it directly blasted toward the magma beast king. It was extremely domineering. The magma beast king roared and directly charged toward the eternal stars, wanting to shatter it. With a boom, the bottom of the magma lake trembled. The magma beast king was indeed very strong, and it was much stronger in the magma lake. However, the power of the eternal star's sword after 3 times the power was also very terrifying, especially after Chenzong had comprehended the Ascension sword realm. One of the mysteries of the sword was domineering, causing the power of the eternal star's sword to be even more shocking. With one sword, the magma beast king was immediately severely injured. 3 times the power of divine firmament. Burst, take advantage of your weakness to kill you. The sword that could not be avoided directly pierced through the magma beast king and killed it directly. Once the magma beast king died, the other magma beasts naturally could not stop Chenzong. After a round of slaughter, they all retreated. Chenzong did not chase after them. He quickly dived down and found a fire crystal emitting a strong aura. It was the void fire crystal. Great! Chenzong could not help but be overjoyed. He immediately put away the void fire crystal. It was worth 1,000 chaotic divine crystals. Moreover, not far from the void fire crystal, there were void fire saint crystals and many fire prison crystals. They were worth 1,000 chaotic divine crystals. The cosmic true body had amazing defensive capabilities. When the external forces hit it, part of it would be blocked, and part of it would be absorbed into the inner verse. The inner verse would then be diluted and diffused. Chenzong's current inner verse had a circumference of 1,000 kilometers, and any external power that entered it would spread throughout the inner verse and be continuously diluted until it reached its limit. Just think about it, if a powerful force spread out to a radius of 1,000 kilometers, the power would still be the same, but because it had been dispersed, its power would be greatly reduced. Unless one could destroy the inner verse with a single blow, it would be difficult to hurt Chenzong. In general, with Chenzong's cosmic true body's powerful defensive capabilities and the mysteries of the inner verse, even an attack from an upper-level saint would not be able to hurt him. Chenzong also had the Godfather realm. In this way, in the Nether Inferno, he might not be invincible, but there were very few who could threaten Chenzong. 3 years had passed, and Chenzong had gained a lot. He left the Nether Inferno and went to Windbreak Cosmic City again. Chenzong sold a large number of Nether Inferno crystals, Sacred Inferno crystals, and even some Divine Inferno crystals. He did not need them at all. These Nether Inferno crystals were all exchanged for Chaos Divine crystals. Sir, the total is 18,390 Chaos Divine crystals. I'll round it up to 18,400 Chaos Divine crystals for you. After the staff of Qijin Pavilion had finished counting, he smiled and said to Chenzong. He had sold almost 20,000 Chaos Divine crystals in one go. It was a shocking amount of wealth. Chenzong smiled. In this way, he would not have to worry about Chaos Divine crystals for a while. Sir, we have treasures from all over the chaotic universe. You can take a look. The staff of Qijin Pavilion smiled. What treasures are there? Chenzong asked casually. For example, the ancient Fey origin and the ancient demon origin. The staff smiled and listed more than 10 treasures, all of which were relatively special. Do you have the divinity of the demon god clan? Chenzong's mind flashed as he immediately asked. Yes, of course. We have lower-level divinity, middle-level divinity, and superior-level divinity. If you need a supreme-level divinity, you can also reserve one, the Qijin Pavilion manager said with a smile. Chenzong couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. It was great that even divinity could be bought. Originally, he had planned on making a trip to the 9th celestial layer of the divine demon realm to hunt down some divine demons and absorb their divinity to quickly increase his cultivation base. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to cultivate on his own. It would take him at least several decades or even over 100 years to cultivate to perfection. It might not be a long time, but Chenzong still felt that it was not short. Now, the Qijin Pavilion was selling divinity. What a wonderful thing! Low-level divinity was principal god-level divinity, middle-level divinity was spirit god-level divinity, and high-level divinity was naturally lord god-level divinity. As for supreme divinity, it was god-king-level divinity, which was equivalent to a practitioner's true divine realm. Different races had different cultivation systems, so the names of their realms were also different. How much does a supreme-level divinity cost? Chenzong immediately asked. Divinity is something that only fiend gods possess. If you want to obtain divinity, you have to kill a fiend god. The fiend gods are one of the few major races in the Chaos universe. They are extremely powerful at the same level as humans and the origin race. Therefore, it is extremely dangerous to kill fiend gods to obtain divinity. The manager didn't answer directly. Instead, he explained, in addition, hunting divine demons to obtain divinity will cause the divine demons to be hostile or even hunted down. It is even more dangerous. Therefore, the price is very high. It is not low. Just say it. Chenzong replied with 3 words. After saying so much, he just wanted to emphasize that divinity was not easy to obtain and that it was very valuable and so on. A supreme-level divinity costs 5,000 Chaos God crystals. The manager's price made Qianzong's expression change slightly. 5,000 Chaos God crystals, this was an amazing price. It was equivalent to 5 Fire God crystals, 50 Fire Saint crystals, or 500 Fire Prison crystals. As for Saint Realm cultivators, even if they were invincible, it was not easy to obtain Void Fire crystals worth 5,000 Chaos God crystals in a place like the Void Inferno prison. If they were lucky, it would take them a few decades. If they were unlucky, they might not be able to obtain it even after a few hundred years. They might even be in danger of dying. For true Saint Realm powerhouses, it was not difficult to obtain treasures worth 5,000 Chaos God crystals in a dangerous place like the Void Inferno prison. However, it would still take them a few years. If they were unlucky, it might even take them a dozen years. However, supreme-level divinity was useless to true Saint Realm powerhouses. Supreme-level divinity was only useful for Saint Realm powerhouses to increase their cultivation base. True Saint Realm powerhouses needed supreme-level divinity. 5,000 Chaos God crystals might not be a lot for true Saint Realm powerhouses, but it was definitely a huge fortune for Saint Realm powerhouses. The value of many Saint Realm powerhouses' treasures added together was not necessarily worth 3,000 Chaos God crystals, let alone 5,000. Therefore, although Saint Realm powerhouses coveted supreme-level divinity, they did not have enough Chaos God crystals to buy it. They could only dream about it. Qianzong's case was a special case. He had the strength of a true Saint Realm powerhouse, but his cultivation base was equivalent to a medium saint. He was at the peak of the medium saint realm, infinitely close to the level of an upper saint. Divinity was of great use to Qianzong, but only supreme-level divinity had obvious effects. Lower supreme-level divinity had no effect at all. The effect of supreme-level divinity was minimal. One supreme-level divinity first, Qianzong said and took out 5,000 Chaos God crystals. Okay, please wait a moment. The deacon's face was full of smiles. He would be able to get 10 Chaos Divine Gems out of the 5,000 Chaos Divine Gems sold. To a mid-level saint like him, this was a decent income. After all, he did not need to go out and take risks. Now, Qianzong's chaotic heart nebula vortex was 48 miles in radius. He speculated that it would be complete when it reached 50 miles. At that time, his cultivation base would also rise to the divine ancestor realm, which was the so-called upper saint realm. Once his cultivation base rose, not only would the amount of chaotic heart force increase, but its explosive power would also be stronger. It was equivalent to increasing his overall strength. Soon, a supreme-level divinity was taken. After completing the transaction, Qianzong directly absorbed the supreme-level divinity into his inner universe and quickly refined and absorbed it. In just a few short breaths of time, Qianzong had refined the high-rank divinity. The primordial heart force nebula vortex was also constantly expanding. From 48 miles to 49 miles, it was constantly approaching 50 miles. However, when it reached 49 miles, it stopped. It was just a little bit short of reaching 50 miles. However, this little bit stopped, as if it was a natural chasm. It's actually not enough. Qianzong was secretly surprised. It was different from what he had speculated. 49 miles, just a little bit short of 50 miles. As expected, 50 miles is complete. Then, I'll give you another supreme-level divinity. Hopefully, it can break this little bit of shackles. Without hesitation, Qianzong took out 5,000 Chaos God crystals to buy another supreme-level divinity. Esteemed guest, this is the last supreme-level divinity in our Qixian pavilion. If you still need it, you can only get it from the general pavilion. After the deacon took the supreme-level divinity, he was secretly puzzled, but he did not ask anything. Qianzong nodded and once again absorbed and refined the supreme-level divinity. When the supreme-level divinity was refined and absorbed, the shackles were finally broken. 50 miles, the chaotic heart nebula vortex in the inner universe had truly reached 50 miles. Just as Qianzong had speculated, his cultivation base had reached the level of complete completion. The inner universe was complete, the chaotic heart nebula vortex was 50 miles, after reaching 50 miles, the rotating chaotic heart nebula vortex unconsciously had a kind of complete charm. It emitted a wonderful rhythm, as if it was flawless. With every rotation, Shenzong could feel the chaotic heart nebula transforming, becoming purer and more tyrannical. It's complete. Shenzong could not help but smile. It was finally complete. It was really not easy. Before the fusion of the four universes, his chaotic heart nebula vortex had a radius of more than 40 miles. However, after the fusion of the universes and the birth of the chaotic universe, more than 1,000 years had passed, and his chaotic universe was still around 40 miles. The improvement was minuscule. Now, after refining and absorbing two supreme level divinities, which were equivalent to the Master God level, he had truly broken through and reached the level of complete completion. Condense, the chaotic heart nebula continued to condense as the vortex continued to rotate. Strands of chaotic heart nebula were sent to the center to be refined, and then diffused out again. The cycle alternated until all of the chaotic heart nebula vortex had been refined and directly raised to a new level. The changes in the inner universe could not be seen in the outside world. Even the aura did not change. After all, Shenzong's sword principle was at the Ascension Sword realm, which was equivalent to comprehending the first level of the true essence of the universe. It surpassed his own cultivation realm and was enough to control all of the changes in his aura. Even a true saint powerhouse would not be able to see that Shenzong's cultivation level was increasing. The feeling of completion was really wonderful. When the chaotic heart nebula vortex in the inner universe completed its transformation, Shenzong immediately felt that although his inner universe did not expand, its strength had more than doubled. It was enough to withstand a stronger external impact. This meant that Shenzong's life-saving ability had improved again. His strength had also increased further. It's time to buy other information, Shenzong thought to himself. He had used up 10,000 of the 18,400 chaotic divine gems that he had just received. Now, there were only 8,400 chaotic divine gems left. However, it should be enough. Taihao Mountain, Nian Xian. In addition, he wanted to know if the ancient demons were related to the demons who had broken the will of heaven path in the outer universe. These were all things that Shenzong was eager to know. In the Windpa Universe City, there was an organization that specialized in selling information. It was called Tianji Tower and had branches in all the major void cities. Information before the chaotic universe is more expensive. The information you want to buy will cost a total of 8,000 chaotic divine gems, the person in charge of Tianji Tower said to Shenzong. Okay. Shenzong was helpless. There were only 400 chaotic divine gems left. It seemed that it was not prohibited. However, it was a good thing as long as he could buy the information. Even if he ran out of chaotic divine gems, he could continue to obtain more. Shenzong was now faced with an awkward situation. He was out of money and did not have enough chaotic divine gems. He had spent 18,400 chaotic divine gems to buy two superior divinities and some information about Taihao Mountain. He had spent 18,000 chaotic divine gems and was left with only 400 chaotic divine gems. 400 chaotic divine gems were not much in Shenzong's opinion. No, it was very little. 400 chaotic divine gems should be enough for me to use one void teleportation to get as close to Taihao Mountain as possible. I'll hurry over then, Shenzong thought. However, he could also obtain chaotic divine gems along the way and teleport again to get close to Taihao Mountain in the shortest time possible. Yes, according to the information from Tianji Tower, Taihao Mountain was still there, but it was no longer the most powerful holy land in the outer universe. It was just a small force in the human territory. The current chaotic cosmos was extremely vast. Its area was more than 10 times larger than the four incomplete cosmoses of the past combined. In addition, the power of the heavenly Tao of the chaotic cosmos was much more tyrannical, so the restrictions on the cultivators were even more obvious. As a result, the cultivators' flying speed could not be compared to before. The distance between the chaotic universe and the human territory seemed to have been further stretched. The human territory was one of the big clans and its territory was very vast. Taihao Mountain was only an ordinary force in the human territory. In the powerful chaotic universe, there was also a new division of forces. Forces without a true Saint Realm expert were all ordinary forces. After all, in the environment of the chaotic universe, it was not difficult to cultivate to the Saint Realm as long as one had the heart and worked hard to cultivate in it. However, it was very difficult to break through to the true Saint Realm. One needed to comprehend the true essence of the universe. Even the first level of the true essence of the universe was very difficult to comprehend. Whether one comprehended the true essence of the universe or not, it was two different realms. Of course, in addition to comprehending the true essence of the universe, it was also possible to improve one's martial arts realm. However, it was much more difficult to improve one's martial arts realm than to comprehend the first level of the true essence of the universe. Normally, warriors would first comprehend the first level of the universe. After that, their realms would be higher, and their perception of the mysteries of the great Tao of the universe would be clearer. Their comprehension would be more thorough, and it would be easier for them to comprehend the profound mysteries of the great Tao of the universe. Naturally, it would be easier for them to comprehend the martial Tao and sword Tao of the spirit realm. However, not all true saints could comprehend and master Ascension realm martial arts and sword principles. Only a few of them could do so. Only demigod experts could fully grasp the spirit realm martial Tao. Just as Xianxia was about to teleport to the temporal temple, he was stopped. That's him. That's right, he's the one who stole all our belongings. Xianxia immediately saw a group of people rushing towards him. Some of them looked familiar. Friend, are you the one who robbed my lava battle team members? The leader of the group was a tall and burly human. His muscles bulged as if they were carved out of diamonds. His body was covered with crimson flame patterns, and he emitted a blazing aura. There was no one within a few feet of him. It was as if no one dared to get close to him. His aura was too hot and intense. It was unbearable for ordinary people. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. This was a true saint expert. Robbers will be robbed in the end, Xianxia replied with a smile. I don't care. You stole my team members' belongings. That's your fault. That's right, give me double, and I'll let this go. Otherwise. The man narrowed his eyes, and there seemed to be a flame burning in the depths of his eyes. It was as if a monstrous flame was about to spread out. It was terrifying. A shocking heat spread out, turning the surroundings into a fiery hell. This is the university. Do you have the guts to attack me? Xianxia thought for a moment and asked, also, I'll use the temporal temple's teleportation to leave. Are you going to follow me? You stole my lava battle team's belongings. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I won't let you go, the man said angrily. How about this? Let's fight. If I lose, I'll give you all my Chaos Divine Gems, Xianxia said with a smile. If you lose, you'll give me all your Chaos Divine Gems. Do you dare? How would I know how many Chaos Divine Gems you have? The man was not fooled. Instead, he sneered. If that's the case, I'll give you this low-grade Chaos Flying Ship if I lose. If you lose, you'll give me Chaos Divine Gems of the same value. Xianxia waved his hand and a Chaos Flying Ship appeared. It was the one he had stolen previously. Okay. The man smiled. A low-grade Chaos Flying Ship will be priced at 10,000 Chaos Divine Gems. Fights were not allowed in the Wind Universe City. In other words, many cities in the universe did not allow fights to break out. However, they could fight as long as they went to a special place for fighting. Every city in the void had a battle arena. If one wanted to fight, one had to go to the battle arena. Regardless of whether it was a friendly match or a life and death battle, one had to go to the battle arena. In the battle arena, the head captain of the lava battle team was suspended in the air. Wisps of flame aura permeated the air and turned into a tangible form. They rushed up from the bottom of his feet and burned. His hair also stood up and waved continuously. An extremely terrifying aura permeated the air and rushed in all directions. Burn, it was as if the air had been ignited and burned wantonly. Remember, I'm the lava martial saint. The man immediately spoke. His voice was filled with shocking power. It was as if it could shake the void. It carried an extremely shocking power. Unparalleled Sword Saint, Xianxia replied. Unparalleled Sword Saint. You dare to use the word unparalleled in your name. You're really confident. The lava martial saint was stunned at first. Then, he smiled and said, "And I advise you to give up on the word unparalleled and change it to something else. Otherwise, you'll get into big trouble." "What kind of big trouble?" Chenzong asked curiously. I'll tell you after you're defeated." The lava martial saint sneered and immediately attacked. He raised his palm and countless crimson lines intertwined on his palm. It was as if flames were burning endlessly. He slapped his palm out. With a loud bang, the entire arena trembled. The upper limit of the battle arena was the true saint realm. If a demigod attacked, the battle arena would collapse and be destroyed in an instant. He struck out with his palm. The scarlet-red palm print was incomparably condensed. It carried with it a wave of extremely shocking heat and violence as it blasted towards Chenzong. It was boundlessly overbearing, as if it wanted to crush everything and crush Chenzong. Chenzong's eyes lit up slightly. He immediately sensed an extraordinary, mysterious aura from his opponent's palm strike. It was the aura of the way, a supreme aura of the way. It was different from the way of the world. It was close to the aura of the way of the heavens. Very strong, the power of that palm was many times stronger than that of a top upper saint. This was the power of a true saint realm expert who had comprehended the first level of the true essence of the universe. This was also Chenzong's first time facing a true saint realm expert. He unsheathed his sword and sword light burst out. It turned into a peerless sharp light that tore through the air and left a faint mark in the void. Boom! Boom! The magma martial saint attacked again and again. There was more than one extremely powerful crimson palm print. After the first one, there was a second, third, fourth, and fifth one. One after another, the crimson palm print continued to attack. Every crimson palm print contained a terrifying and boundless power. It was as if it was going to shatter the space in front of it. In the outer universe, such an attack could easily shatter stars and shatter worlds. However, in the current chaotic universe, its power was greatly suppressed. Its destructive power was also greatly reduced. Coupled with the suppression of the arena, its power was further reduced. However, that was only on the surface. Its power was still very terrifying. Even a top Saint Realm expert would not be able to withstand it if they were hit. Similarly, a true Saint Realm expert would definitely not feel good if they were hit. It was normal for them to be injured. Of course, no one would be willing to be hit. Chenzong swung his sword and slashed. The sword light was endless. In an instant, there were 18 flashes. It was the single-hearted sword technique from Sword 1 to Sword 18. The further it went, the more powerful and swift the sword became. With the support of the godlike sword realm and the mystery of the sword, the power of the single-hearted sword technique increased by many times. Fight, this was Chenzong's first battle with a true Saint Realm cultivator. It felt different from the battle with the Lava Beast King in the lava lake of the Void Inferno. Although the Lava Beast King was equivalent to a true saint, it was only a very ordinary one. Moreover, it did not have high intelligence. It was more of a battle instinct. The Lava Martial Saint was different. He was much stronger than the Lava Beast King. He was an excellent opponent. This person's power is terrifying. The other members of the Lava Battle team were all dumbfounded and shocked. There was more than one true Saint Realm expert in the Windbreak Universe City. However, each true Saint Realm expert was famous. The Lava Martial Saint of the Lava Battle team was a mid-level expert among the true saints in the Windbreak Universe City. Now, a person who called himself the Peerless Sword Saint had such power. It was really shocking. Chenzong enjoyed this battle very much. It was extremely intense and carefree, especially after his cultivation had reached the peak of the Innerverse. He had risen from a mid-level saint to an upper-level saint, and he had even reached the peak of the upper-level saint realm. His mixed Yuan heart force had become even more tyrannical and vigorous. Without using the godlike sword realm, Chenzong's strength was at the invincible saint realm. Under the godlike sword realm, his strength was even more shocking. Lava Purgatory. The magma martial saint didn't manage to defeat Chenzong. Instantly, he erupted with a terrifying aura. A purgatory of boiling magma descended in an instant, pressing down on Chenzong, trying to suppress him. It was extremely powerful and shocking. This pressure immediately made Chenzong feel heavy pressure. The heat was so hot that it seemed to burn his body. You're using your full strength? If that's the case. Chenzong also completely erupted. The light in his eyes was shocking to the extreme. A powerful godlike sword realm sword intent also erupted in an instant. The invisible sword tip soared into the sky and filled the entire arena. It directly pierced through the lava purgatory. 3 times. Eternal star. In the arena, the battle was intense. Chenzong turned into a sword light and flew rapidly towards the lava martial saint. His speed was even faster than before, reaching 60,000 meters in a breath. This speed wasn't as fast as the lava martial saint. After all, a true saint who had comprehended the first level of the universe could fly at least 50,000 meters in a breath. Some could even reach 100,000 meters in a breath. The lava martial saint's speed wasn't slower than 60,000 meters in a breath. However, Chenzong's true speed was the speed of his attacks. Under the godlike sword realm, the speed of his attacks was extremely shocking, reaching the level of 100,000 meters in a breath. Each of his attacks was shockingly sharp, as if they could pierce through everything in the world. In front of the lava martial saint, countless sword lights surged forward like a torrent. The power of each attack was extremely terrifying. The single-hearted sword technique was continuously used without stopping, as if it was a cycle. The lava martial saint was also good at head-on battles. However, facing Chenzong's extremely fast sword light, he was suppressed and could only passively defend. The rhythm was completely controlled by Chenzong. The lava martial saint was indeed strong, but Chenzong was stronger. Defeated, under the explosive power of the single heart sword technique, the power of the unique skill, the power of the celestial sword realm, and the profoundness of the sword directly broke through the lava martial saint's defense. It stopped in front of the lava martial saint's forehead and gently stopped. The terrifying sharpness penetrated the forehead and rushed into his brain. The lava martial saint was stunned. He couldn't believe that he had lost just like that. You won. After 3 breaths, the lava martial saint said. No matter how unhappy he was, he had indeed lost. 10,000 Chaos Divine Gems. Originally, he only had 400 left. Now, he had 10,400 Chaos Divine Gems. With these Chaos Divine Gems, he should be able to use the Spacetime Temple's spacetime teleportation to Taihao Mountain. Thank you. I'll treat you to a drink next time. After getting 10,000 Chaos Divine Gems, Chenzong was in a good mood and said to the Lava Martial Saint. Instantly, the Lava Martial Saint looked a little depressed. He then smiled and said, You said it. Remember it. The Temporal Temple was created by a demigod ruler who was proficient in the Tao of time and space. There were many of them, and they were located in Chaos City and Universe City. There were none in Void City. Every spacetime divine hall could teleport to another location, but each teleportation consumed a large amount of energy. Chaotic divine crystals were required as a fee. Where do you want to go? The person in charge of collecting fees asked Chenzong. Extreme Flame Primal Chaos City. Chenzong answered directly. To reach the territory where Taihao Mountain was located, one had to pass through 2 Primal Chaos Cities and 5 Universe Cities. As for Void City, one had to pass through dozens of them. Teleport 5,000 Chaos Divine Gems individually. Teleport 500 Chaos Divine Gems to each of the 12 people. How many people are there now? Chenzong asked. 8. 8 people. That meant they were 4 people short. Chenzong thought for a while and decided to wait for a while. Otherwise, a single teleportation would cost 5,000 Chaos Divine Gems, which was too expensive. Chenzong received a token and was told not to leave Windpa Universe City. This was because the Temporal Temple would send out a notice when all the people were gathered. With this token, one could receive the notice and rush to the Temporal Temple. If one left Windpa Universe City, they would not receive the notice. When the time came, the Temporal Temple would not wait for the person to return. Instead, they would activate the teleportation within a set time. It did not matter if there were fewer people because the Chaos Divine Gems were already in their hands. The main purpose of gathering the people was to gather enough Chaos Divine Gems. Activating the teleportation would consume a lot of energy. Teleporting one person or 12 people would consume a lot of energy. Although there was a difference in energy consumption, it would not be much. Of course, teleporting from a universe city to a neighboring universe city would cost 1,000 Chaos Divine Gems per teleportation. If 12 people were teleported, it would cost 100 Chaos Divine Gems per person. It had to be known that the distance between two neighboring universal cities was extremely far. If one flew at a speed of 1,000 meters per second without stopping, it would take close to 100 years. Qianzong couldn't possibly spend 100 years on his journey, and many cultivators wouldn't do so either. Therefore, the spacetime transmission of the temporal temple was extremely important. Think about it. A single teleportation could cross the distance of a universe city and save 100 years of time. It was amazing. It was normal for it to be more expensive. Of course, the distance between two universe cities was nothing to a demigod powerhouse. They could easily cross the distance in just a few years, or even shorter. For saints, it was too far away. Countless saints would not even step out of the territory of a universe city in their lifetime. Their flying speed was very limited. They could only travel a few thousand or even 10,000 meters per breath. It would take them thousands of years to cross two universe cities, and that was under the most ideal situation. What was the most ideal situation? It meant that they would not encounter any danger along the way. However, the chaotic universe was filled with countless dangers. No one could predict what would happen. Even a demigod powerhouse would not dare to say that they could withstand any danger in the chaotic universe. Waiting, a year passed quickly, and the number of people had reached 11. Only one more was needed, but it was hard to say how quickly this one would appear. Although Qianzong was waiting, he did not waste any time. He continued to comprehend and cultivate. The potential of the Ascension Sword realm was amazing. He could continue to comprehend and improve it. The three sword mysteries also had great potential to be unearthed. The three sword mysteries were a sharpness that could cut through everything, an extremely violent explosion, and an overbearing strength. The fourth sword mystery was also in the process of being born. It would probably be born in a few decades. Now that his cultivation was at the peak of the inner verse, it would be difficult for him to improve his cultivation unless he broke through a major realm. However, it would be difficult for Qianzong to do so in a short period of time. The Ascension Sword realm had great potential and could be further explored. The three mysteries of the sword represent different directions of the sword Dao. Qianzong secretly comprehended, I now have 4 ultimate arts of the One Heart Sword Dao. They represent the violent and blazing Taihao, the extreme sharpness and speed of the divine firmament, the tyrannical and crushing power of the eternal stars, and the extreme destruction and annihilation of all things in the world. The 3 mysteries of the sword produced by the godlike sword realm are related to 3 of the 4 moves of my wholehearted sword Dao. The sharpness that could cut through everything was related to the divine firmament. The extreme violent explosion was related to the Taihao sword. The overbearing strength that could crush all things was related to the eternal stars. Then, what about the 4th sword mystery that was still in the process of being born? Could it be related to the return of all things in heaven and earth? Whether it was or not, he would know in a few decades. Right now, it was difficult to sense. However, Qianzong continued to comprehend and discovered that the spatial ring contained 3 of the 4 sword Dao techniques that he had mastered: Taihao, divine firmament, and eternal stars. All of them could be further improved and improved. The sword mysteries of the Ascension Sword realm represented the correct direction of sword Dao. Only by improving the sword Dao techniques in the correct direction could the sword Dao techniques be unleashed to their fullest potential. Another year passed, and finally, the last person was gathered. Qianzong also received a notification from the temporal temple and immediately headed there to begin the teleportation. The feeling of being teleported was very strange. In an instant, it was as if he had been broken down into countless particles and then reformed in another place. In a short span of 10 breaths, he crossed a distant territory and arrived at a primal chaos city. Without stopping, Qianzong once again headed to the temporal temple in this primal chaos city. He was heading to another primal chaos city. This time, he waited for 3 years before he gathered 12 people and activated the teleportation once more. After going through the temporal temple space-time teleportation again and again, he finally arrived at the territory where the Taihao mountain was located. It took a total of 10 years. Without the space-time teleportation, with my speed, I wouldn't be able to cross so many territories without a few thousand years. Even a demigod expert would need a few dozen years. Qinzong couldn't help but think to himself, however, I have to gather 12 people for each teleportation, which costs nearly 5,000 Chaos Divine Gems. If I were to teleport individually, it would cost at least 50,000 Chaos Divine Gems. Now that I've arrived at the territory where the Taihao Mountain is located, I can no longer use the Temporal Temple space-time teleportation. I can only rely on myself to travel. With that thought, Qinzong immediately flew out of the Primal Chaos City and headed outside. He then took out a low-grade Primal Chaos flying ship to travel. After all, using a low-grade Primal Chaos flying ship to travel was still faster than traveling by himself. After 10 years of comprehending the sword, Qinzong's understanding of the sword had deepened. He also applied the mystery of the sword to his body movement, which increased his flying speed from 60,000 meters per second to 70,000 meters per second. However, it still couldn't compare with the low-grade Primal Chaos flying ship speed of 100,000 meters per second. Even if the speed was comparable, it was still better to use the low-grade Primal Chaos flying ship as a means of transportation. It wouldn't consume his own strength. Moreover, the low-grade Primal Chaos flying ship was very sturdy and had amazing defensive power. If he encountered any terrifying danger, it would be equivalent to a layer of protection, giving him more time to react. In the Primal Chaos flying ship, Qinzong continued to comprehend the sword techniques and sword principles while driving the ship. He pondered the godlike sword force and unearthed the potential of the mystery of the sword. The Primal Chaos universe was extremely vast. The human race and the origin race were both large races and belonged to a mix. There were no absolute distinctions. There were only a few dozen Chaos-level cities, less than 100. However, there were thousands of universe-level cities. Each universe-level city represented a territory. Each territory was very vast. There was a universe-level city and more than 10 void-level cities. In addition, there were various factions ranging from a few dozen to a few hundred. It was an intricate and complicated situation. When Qinzong found out about this, he was very shocked. This was because even the outermost universe he had been in and the inner universe he had been to couldn't compare to this. This territory was called the Primal Chaos Weave, which had the same name as the Primal Chaos City. Taihao Mountain was located in the Primal Chaos Weave and was one of the dozens of factions. It was considered a mid-level faction among the dozens of factions. Qinzong had already purchased this information from the Heaven's Secret Tower. At my current speed, it should take about 3 years to reach Taihao Mountain, Qinzong thought. For a moment, he was eager to return home. He was secretly excited and looking forward to it. Inside the low-level chaotic flying ship, Qinzong steered the ship while constantly comprehending. The mystery of the sharpness sword of the Ascension Sword realm is indeed amazing. I should use it to improve the Xianxia sword and make it more compatible. When the Xianxia sword was first created, it was meant to pierce through the giant's body. It was only because the giant's body was too strong that the sword was born. It was extremely sharp and could pierce through everything. It also had amazing speed. But the most important thing about the Xianxia sword was its sharpness. It could cut through everything. The mystery of the sharpness sword was the direction that Qinzong wanted to grasp now. He wanted to use it to improve the Xianxia sword and make it even more powerful. After several years of comprehension, he suddenly felt a jolt, and a clear understanding welled up in his heart. A shocking light shot out from the depths of Qinzong's eyes. It was like the edge of a sword that could pierce through and tear through everything. I understand, Qinzong could not help but smile. I see. The Xianxia sword can be used like this. When he had not comprehended it, he did not understand the mystery. But after comprehending it, it was different. He immediately understood the mystery and knew how to use it to be stronger. Using his finger as a sword, an extremely shocking sword intent immediately spread out. It was an extremely sharp sword intent. It was as if there was nothing in the world that could resist this sharpness and would be directly pierced and torn apart. This was sword will. It was the Xianxia sword will. Originally, Qinzong's sword will was the sword will of the wholehearted sword principle. But now, the Xianxia sword had been comprehended to an extreme and had also given birth to sword will. This meant that it had reached an amazing level. Under the stimulation of the Xianxia sword will, Chenzong immediately felt as if his finger had turned into a divine sword. It was full of amazing sharpness and invincible sharpness. Pierce, he gently pushed his finger forward. An extreme sharpness pierced through everything. Double. Chenzong could not help but smile. After the mysteries of the sharpness of the celestial realm of sword sharpness fused with the Xianxia sword, it immediately made the Xianxia sword even more complete and powerful. The speed of the sword did not change, but its sharpness became much more powerful. Its power directly doubled. Originally, his strength was considered not bad at the true sage realm. Now that the power of the divine firmament sword had multiplied, his strength was even more terrifying. Chenzong did not continue to study the Xianxia sword because it would be difficult to improve it any further unless he could further improve the Ascension sword realm and the sharpness sword. The power of the divine firmament sword had multiplied, but the other three ultimate moves did not. Chenzong began to comprehend the second move, Eternal Stars. He integrated the profundity of the tyrannical sword into it, improving it. The divine firmament sword was extremely sharp. It was invincible. But the Eternal Stars sword was different. It was boundless and domineering. It could crush everything. It was a terrifying power. Under the ancient star sword, it was as if an ancient star had descended, suppressing everything. If this sword was completely integrated with the tyrannical sword mystery, the power of the Eternal Stars sword would also be multiplied. Finally, after a few years of flying, Chenzong saw a mountain. It was a mountain suspended in the void of the chaotic universe. It was a mountain that was thousands of meters high. It was very huge, but it was nothing compared to the chaotic universe. The chaotic universe was too big. However, compared to the chaotic universe, such a mountain was like a speck of dust. Taihao Mountain. Chenzong immediately stood up. He did not stop his deduction and comprehension, but he also did not interfere with his actions. His eyes shone with joy. It was Taihao Mountain, the Taihao Mountain that he had not seen in a long time. Although it was only a little more than 1,000 years apart, it was 2 universe epochs apart. It was the transition from the previous universe epoch to the current universe epoch. 1,000 years apart, 2 universe epochs apart. This made Chenzong feel as if he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. He had been worried about it for a long time. Today, he finally arrived and saw it again. Immediately, Chenzong flew out of the low-grade chaotic flying ship and waved his hand to put it away. He quickly flew toward Taihao Mountain. Compared to more than 1,000 years ago, Taihao Mountain didn't seem to have changed much. It was just that the cities outside were missing. Those cities had fallen apart due to the disaster caused by the fusion of the universe. Countless people in those cities had died as a result. It could not be helped. The disaster caused by the fusion of the universe was too terrifying. Those with insufficient cultivation could not withstand it at all and would die directly. Even a saint-level expert would not be able to withstand it without protection. There was a 50% chance that they would die because of it. He wondered how Taihao Mountain was doing now. With a hint of urgency, Chenzong immediately turned into a beam of sword light and rapidly approached Taihao Mountain. His speed reached 70,000 meters in a breath. Chenzong's strength was equivalent to the true saint realm. His speed was extremely fast, and he closed in on Taihao Mountain in one breath. However, the protective array of Taihao Mountain was activated, and it was fully activated. This puzzled Chenzong. Activating the protective formation at full strength would strengthen the defense to the extreme and make it difficult for people to break in. However, it would also consume a lot of energy. Under normal circumstances, the protective formation would be half-activated so that it would not consume too much energy. This protective formation was indeed good. When fully activated, it could withstand the attack of an upper-level saint. It was much more advanced than the protective formation of Taihao Mountain more than 1,000 years ago. After all, the protective formation of Taihao Mountain back then could only barely withstand a supreme saint, which was equivalent to a middle-level saint now. It seemed that Taihao Mountain had developed well in the chaotic universe for more than 1,000 years. However, when Chenzong's mixed yuan heart force spread out and covered the entire Taihao Mountain, no one could detect it. Xianxia is not here. Chenzong's expression suddenly changed. He could not find Xianxia in the entire Taihao Mountain. Did she go out? Go and ask. Chenzong immediately went into the protective formation. The protective formation was indeed powerful, but it could not do anything to Chenzong. Even when Chenzong came in, the protective formation of Taihao Mountain did not give any warning because Chenzong wanted to hide. Of course, a true saint might not be able to do so. The strongest person of Taihao Mountain was an upper-level sword saint. Chenzong knew him. Sword Saint Wuxia. Grand Elder, that astral sect is too overbearing. They want us to choose between submitting or being killed, a middle-level sword saint said angrily. It's impossible for us to submit. Our Taihao Mountain will never submit. Sword Saint Wuxia's tone was very firm, decisive, and sharp. Taihao Mountain has been passed down from the last universe era. It was one of the holy lands of the outer universe at that time, and it was also the strongest holy land. In the outer universe at that time, middle-level saints were the peak, but Taihao Mountain had 3 middle-level saints. This was the glory of the past. Sword Saint Wuxia had always been. He had never forgotten. Grand Elder, that astral sect is much more powerful than Taihao Mountain. The third elder, who was also a middle-level sword saint, sighed slightly. Now, half of the dozens of forces in Yuanzhan we have submitted to astral sect. There are also 10 forces that were destroyed by astral sect because they did not submit. Even if we are destroyed, Taihao Mountain will not submit. Killing Sword Saint said very directly that he had lived from the previous epoch. The second elder was different from the third elder. He had been born in this primal chaos great cosmos and had joined Taihao Mountain. He had constantly cultivated, and with his extraordinary talent, he had become a middle sword saint in a short 1,000 years. They belonged to Taihao Mountain, but that kind of belonging was different from Sword Saint Wuxia's. It's a pity that the 3rd and 4th generation Taihao have disappeared. Otherwise, with their talent, they would definitely be much stronger than me, Sword Saint Wuxia thought. If Chenzong was here, I wonder how strong he would be. That astral sect would definitely not be able to do anything to Taihao Mountain. Confidence, that was a great confidence in Chenzong. It was the confidence that had been established in those battles back then. Back in the day, the Outerverse was much weaker than the current Chaos Universe. However, the Inferno Demon Gate and the Infernal Demon Cult had brought about a great calamity that had directly affected the entire Outerverse. There had been one battle after another, and countless deaths and injuries had been extremely tragic. At present, Taihao Mountain had 1 upper-level sword saint, 2 middle-level sword saints, and 5 lower-level sword saints, all of whom were elders. Back then, Taihao Mountain did not have so many saint-level sword saints, nor were they so powerful. After all, even the most powerful Chenzong was only equivalent to an upper-level sword saint. Grand Elder, you can't be stubborn. The third elder continued, Taihao Mountain has been here for more than 1,000 years. We can't be destroyed because of this. Do we have to submit? The second elder immediately asked. That's the only way, the third elder said. Otherwise, many disciples of Taihao Mountain will be killed because of this. There will be countless casualties. Third elder, you've gone too far. Sword Saint Wuxia was furious. A terrifying killing intent spread out and enveloped the third elder. The sword intent of an upper-level sword saint was stronger than that of a middle-level sword saint. Suddenly, the third elder's expression changed drastically. Grand Elder, what are you doing? I'm doing this for the sake of Taihao Mountain, the third elder hurriedly shouted. For the sake of Taihao Mountain, do you think I don't know that you've secretly contacted the elders of Astral Sect? Sword Saint Wuxia was even more furious. His killing intent grew stronger. Since you know, then you should know that Taihao Mountain is no match for Astral Sect. The third elder seemed to have been exposed. He calmed down and sneered, a wise man submits to circumstances. Astral Sect is very strong. There's more than one true saint in Astral Sect. It's easy for them to kill a saint. Even you, Grand Elder, can't block one move from Sect Master. Third Elder, have you already submitted to Astral Sect? The second elder's face was filled with anger. The other lower sword saint elders also glared at the third elder. Ha 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 ha, it's natural for the weak to submit to the strong. Astral Sect is much stronger than Taihao Mountain. It's normal for them to submit. The third elder laughed. Die. Sword Saint Wuxia was furious. He directly pulled out the long sword on his back. The sword light condensed with an unparalleled killing intent. It directly broke through and mercilessly attacked the third elder. The sword was about to take the traitor's life. The third elder's expression changed drastically. His heart trembled. In an instant, he crushed a piece of jade. Immediately, a ray of light appeared and covered his body, blocking the powerful slash of Sword Saint Wusha's sword. The sword chi surged and then shattered. Laughing heartily, the third elder immediately flew outside. Although you're stronger than me, you can't kill me. The third elder turned into a beam of sword light as he rushed out of the hall. His voice suddenly grew louder and resounded throughout Taihao Mountain. Disciples of Taihao Mountain, listen up. The Stargate is extremely powerful. If you surrender now, you can become a disciple of the Stargate. The best among you even have a chance to become a disciple of the True Saint Realm. Instantly, all the disciples of Taihao Mountain heard it. They were all stunned at first, then shocked. Damn it! Sword Saint Wusha immediately chased after him with his sword. Second elder also chased after him. The 5 lower sword saints also chased after him. Their strength was indeed inferior to a middle sword saint in a one-on-one battle, but the 5 of them were good at working together and could suppress an ordinary middle sword saint. Don't waste your efforts. This is a protective treasure given to me by the Stargate Master. You can't break it at all. Third elder couldn't stop laughing. He even purposely flew above Taihao Mountain so that more disciples of Taihao Mountain could see and hear him. This method was to shake the hearts of the people and break down the resistance of Taihao Mountain from the inside. Clown. A soft sigh was heard. It was like a wisp of cool breeze blowing past. It instantly entered everyone's ears. The third elder, who was flying recklessly, only felt a pause. He was directly imprisoned in midair, unable to move. What's going on? Third elder's face was filled with shock and confusion. He kept struggling, but he could not break free. Sword Saint Wusha and the others were also stunned. What happened? Who was speaking just now? Back then, when Taihao Mountain faced the disaster of being wiped out, no one retreated. Even if the sword was broken and people died, no one was afraid or took half a step back. The voice was filled with emotion, but it was more cold and solemn. Sword Saint Wusha immediately showed a look of surprise and anticipation. Back then, who was the person who mentioned the Taihao Mountain back then? Who was the person from the Taihao Mountain back then? This voice was still somewhat familiar, even if it was more than 1,000 years and a universe epoch apart. It's him, he's back. Sword Saint Wusha immediately became excited. A figure suddenly appeared out of thin air, as if emerging from nothingness, and appeared in the eyes of everyone on Taihao Mountain. It was Chenzong. Chenzong had already snuck into Taihao Mountain. He had also seen the farce that third elder had caused. Yes, in Chenzong's eyes, it was indeed a farce. At the same time, he felt angry. Since when did Mount Taihao need to compromise? Even though the universe had changed and Taihao Mountain was no longer as important as it was in the past, the strength of swordsmanship still existed, and the spirit of Taihao would live on forever. Sword Saint Wusha was extremely excited. He had been waiting day and night, hoping that the cultivators of Taihao Mountain would return, but they never did. He could only endure it himself and keep on cultivating until he reached the upper level of Sword Saint. His strength was many times stronger than before. However, it was still not enough. Taihao Mountain's status could no longer be compared to the past. Among the dozens of factions in Yuanzhan Cosmic City, Taihao Mountain was only considered a mid-tier faction. Now, the Star Sect had come from another territory and wanted to rule over the Yuanzhan territory. They wanted the other factions to submit, and they had already subdued more than half of the factions. The Star Sect was incredibly domineering and wanted to subdue all of the factions. Taihao Mountain had already received an ultimatum. Submit or be destroyed. The third elder had been secretly bribed by the Star Sect. In other words, he had secretly joined the Star Sect. Chenzong pointed out with his finger, and a wisp of sword chi shot through the air. Child's play. The third elder was stunned at first, but then he showed a disdainful smile. The shield on his body could withstand the attack of an upper-level sword saint without breaking. Only very few top Saint Realm experts could break it. However, in the next moment, the third elder showed an extremely horrified expression. It broke. The shield was directly broken by that wisp of sword chi. After the sword chi broke the shield, it did not kill the third elder. Instead, it turned into a rope of sword chi that tied him up and brought him into the main hall. This scene immediately fell into the eyes of everyone in Mount Taihao, and it caused a lot of discussion. It should be known that the first elder's sword could not do anything to the third elder's shield. Now, it was broken by a wisp of sword chi from an unknown swordsman. Just how powerful was that unknown swordsman? Among the disciples of Taihao Mountain, there were still a few people whose faces were filled with shock. It's him. He's back. It's him. It's really him. He's back. Mount Taihao is going to rise again. Those few people were trembling all over. They were very excited. What's wrong with you? Why are you so excited? The others noticed and were very puzzled. Who is he? Senior brothers, is he like you? Is he a disciple of Mount Taihao from the previous universe era? Back then, when the universe merged, disasters were everywhere, and countless creatures died. Although Mount Taihao survived, most of its disciples died because of it. Then the chaotic universe epoch began, and everything changed. Cultivation became easier, but it also became more dangerous. Most of the disciples of Mount Taihao from the previous universe era had died. Only a few of them were still alive. However, they still had not broken through to the Saint Realm. They had only reached the peak of the Transcendent Realm and could break through at any time, but it was difficult to do so because they lacked the opportunity. Fortunately, they were disciples that had survived from the last epoch. They were from the same era as Sword Saint Wuxia, so they were fortunate enough to obtain some secret techniques and pills to extend their lifespans. Otherwise, they would have died a long time ago. Even so, if they did not break through to the Saint Realm, they would not have much time left. That's right. He's from Mount Taihao from the previous universe era. He was once a disciple of Mount Taihao and later became a senior elder of Mount Taihao. He almost became the fourth Taihao of Mount Taihao. It's not that he's not strong enough to become the fourth Taihao, but that he lost it to his cultivation partner. These disciples were originally a little lifeless because their lifespans were nearing the end of their lives, but now, they seemed to have been injected with vitality. They were overflowing with joy and excitement. They were very excited and told him everything they knew, using a tone of incomparable pride that came from the bottom of their hearts. The fourth Taihao. The disciples of Mount Taihao were very surprised because there was no such thing as the fourth Taihao in Mount Taihao. It seemed to have become a thing of the past. Even the senior elders were gone. After all, Mount Taihao used to be one of the top 3 holy lands in the outer universe. It was extremely powerful, so it was normal to have a senior elder or even a Taihao. However, Mount Taihao was only a small force in the chaotic great cosmos now, like a small fish in a vast ocean. Having an elder was enough. They did not even have a sect master. In the main hall, Chenzong grabbed the third elder and entered, followed by Sword Saint Wuxia and the others. Senior Elder Wuxia, long time no see. Chenzong looked at Sword Saint Wuxia with a smile. Senior Elder Wuxia, long time no see. Ha 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 ha. Sword Saint Wuxia laughed heartily. More than 1,000 years was actually not a long time. However, due to the gap of a universe epoch, the old incomplete universe had been destroyed and merged into a new chaotic great cosmos. The second elder and the other 5 lower Sword Saint elders were all surprised. They vaguely guessed Chenzong's identity. He should be an expert of Mount Taihao from the previous universe epoch, just like the Grand Elder. Let me introduce you to the current situation of our Taihao Mountain. Sword Saint Wuxia immediately began to explain. As for the third elder, he was tossed aside and ignored. Chenzong listened carefully, listening to the changes of Mount Taihao from more than 1,000 years ago to the present. The current Taihao Mountain was very different from the Taihao Mountain of the past. Back then, only an extremely small number of people had survived, which made Chenzong feel a sense of loss. Chenzong was most concerned about Xianxia, his master, and the others. Sword Saint Wuxia took out the words carved by Xianxia on the stone wall and handed them to Chenzong. Chenzong looked at the words on it, lost in thought. It turned out that he had left long ago when the universe was destroyed and merged. Now, he did not know where he had gone. As for his master and the others, they had also left Mount Taihao after the birth of the chaotic great cosmos to look for other opportunities. Searching was a must, but he could not blindly search. After all, the changes in more than 1,000 years were too great. The chaotic great cosmos was too vast, and his strength was still limited. If he wanted to search, he needed to use methods. It was very suitable for the Tianji Tower to search, but it would probably take a lot of chaotic divine crystals. In addition, the third Taihao had not returned. Back then, he had been protected and taken away by the last will of the origin of the outer universe, but they had all been scattered. Now, no one knew where they had gone. There were too many territories in the chaotic great cosmos, far surpassing the outer universe of the past. In an instant, Chenzong straightened things out. Nianxin had to be found, but Mount Taihao could not ignore it. Finding Nianxin was not something that could be found all at once. There was no clue where to go. He could only go through the Tianji Tower, and one of the Tianji Tower's branches was in Yuanzhang University. Now, he had to deal with the matter of Mount Taihao before leaving. This matter was naturally related to the Star Sect. The third elder had secretly sided with the Star Sect, so he was a traitor and should be killed. But before that, he still needed to force some information out of him. Under Chenzong's means, the third elder finally obediently revealed the information he knew. The Star Sect was an external force that came from other territories. As for which territory it came from, it was not clear. In the Star Sect, there were 3 true saint powerhouses, and they were very powerful. The gap between the saint realm and the true saint realm was greater than the gap between the transcendent realm and the saint realm. 3 true saint powerhouses, even Chenzong could not help but look solemn. His current strength was indeed stronger, and he belonged to the stronger level in the true saint realm, but the other side had 3 true saints. If they joined forces, he was afraid that it would be very troublesome. He did not know if he would be their opponent. However, the Star Sect should not know the current situation of our Mount Taihao, so they would not send 3 true saints. Chenzong thought, if only one true saint came, I would kill him and weaken the power of the Star Sect. After forcing the traitor to reveal everything about the Stargate, the traitor was naturally of no value. Chenzong pointed his finger, and sword chi surged, piercing through the traitor's forehead. The traitor's soul was scattered, and he died. The traitor had a look of disbelief on his face even in death. He was so decisive in killing without any hesitation. Next, prepare to face the Stargate, Chenzong said directly, taking charge. I'm relieved to have you back to oversee Taihao Mountain. Sword Saint Wuxia smiled. In the past 1,000 years, he had been under a lot of pressure. He had to resist the invasion of foreign enemies and develop Taihao Mountain. It had taken a lot of effort, and he had always been in a tense state. Taihao Mountain has existed since the upper universe to this day, and it will continue to be passed down. Chenzong smiled slightly, but his words contained an incomparable conviction. It directly affected the others, making them all excited and full of fighting spirit. Prepare for war. Taihao Mountain began to prepare for war. Chenzong's return seemed to have injected a powerful force into Taihao Mountain, making it glow with vitality. From the elders to the disciples, everyone was excited. Time was up as well. A primal chaos flying ship flew over from afar. It rapidly approached and finally stopped outside Mount Taihao. Following that, numerous figures flew out from the primal chaos flying ship and swiftly spread out to surround Mount Taihao. These figures all wore long robes decorated with starlight, and they gave off a magnificent feeling. There were more than 100 such figures, and each of them exuded an aura fluctuation that reached the saint realm. People of Taihao Mountain, listen up. Quickly open the mountain barrier formation and welcome the Stargate. One of the upper-level saints spoke, and his voice directly entered the mountain barrier formation, echoing throughout Taihao Mountain. The mountain barrier formation could block the attack of an upper-level saint, but it could not block out sound. After all, sound did not have much power. The Stargate is here. What? There was a sudden commotion in Taihao Mountain, and the disciples were all alarmed. They're finally here. Chenzong opened his eyes from meditation, and a ray of cold light shot out from his eyes. It was extremely sharp, piercing through everything. It had been nearly 3 years since he had returned to Taihao Mountain, and the Stargate had just arrived. During this period of time, Chenzong's strength had also increased. His figure flashed and turned into a beam of sword light. Chenzong appeared on Taihao Mountain. Sword Saint Wu Sha and the others also appeared one after another, with Chenzong taking the lead. "Let's go," Chenzong said directly and flew out of Taihao Mountain. "Who are you?" The Stargate sect had already obtained all the information about Taihao Mountain from the third elder. However, the third elder was already dead, and they did not know that Chenzong had arrived. "People of Taihao Mountain," Chenzong replied unhurriedly, "I'll give you a chance. Go back to where you came from." What a joke. "If Taihao Mountain doesn't submit to the astral court today, it will be destroyed," the upper-level saint said angrily. "I'll give you 3 breaths to make your choice. Submit or be destroyed. If that's the case, then stay here." Chenzong smiled coldly, and the heavenly will sword left its scabbard. Slash, the moment the sword left its scabbard, the sword seemed to have disappeared. Only a dazzling light streaked across the sky and slashed at the saints of the Stargate sect at an astonishing speed. "How dare you attack?" The upper-level saint of the Stargate sect shouted in disbelief and anger, "Attack! Destroy Taihao Mountain!" Immediately, the powerhouses of the Stargate sect erupted one after another, releasing an astonishing aura as they attacked. Every Saint Realm powerhouse blasted out a beam of starlight. The starlight was either thin or thick, and they all had different auras. Some of them were extremely hot, while others were extremely cold. "Attack!" Sword Saint Wuxia roared. He instantly unsheathed his sword and slashed out an astonishing sword light with extremely restrained murderous intent. A great battle broke out immediately. Chenzong showed no mercy with his sword, but he did not use any of his techniques. He only used the single heart sword technique and suppressed his strength to below the true Saint Realm. He was in the invincible Saint Realm. The strength of an invincible Saint Realm powerhouse was quite rare, no more than that of a true Saint Realm powerhouse. This was because in order to possess invincible strength, a Saint Realm powerhouse needed a combination of various aspects. Their cultivation realm had to be high enough, their secret arts had to be profound enough, and they had to possess powerful treasures, such as supreme treasures and divine artifacts. The sword light pierced through the sky. In an instant, there were 19 beams of sword light. Each of them was extremely fast and shocking. Each beam of sword light directly locked onto a Saint Realm powerhouse of a Stargate sect. They could not dodge, the speed of the sword light was too fast. It was impossible to dodge. The sharpness of the sword light was even more shocking. In just one exchange, the beams of starlight were shattered. The Saint Realm powerhouses of the 19 Stargate sects were hit. The sword chi entered their bodies and wreaked havoc. They could not resist at all and were instantly killed. What? The upper-level saint of the Stargate sect was shocked. 19 of his men were killed in one exchange. How was this possible? Wasn't the most powerful sword saint of Taihao Mountain the upper-level sword Saint Wu Sha? He did not have such strength at all. Retreat! The upper-level saint of the Stargate sect immediately roared. At the same time, he blasted out 2 huge beams of starlight. The starlight spun wildly like a vortex and rushed toward Chenzong. At the same time, the Saint Realm powerhouses of the Stargate sect immediately retreated upon receiving the order. Slash, the sword light crisscrossed and formed a cross-shaped mark in the sky. It directly slashed at the 2 beams of starlight and destroyed them. Supreme Elder, please intervene. The retreating Stargate sect powerhouse immediately roared. His voice quickly spread through the vast void. I didn't expect Taihao Mountain to have such a powerhouse. A soft sigh suddenly sounded. At first, it was faint, but then it grew louder. In the end, it surged wildly like a wave in the void. The momentum was boundless, like a raging sea. Suddenly, a beam of starlight shot out from the primal chaos flying ship. The beam of starlight was dazzling. It was like a burning starlight flame. It wrapped around a figure. The aura it exuded was unfathomable and mysterious. It directly suppressed the entire scene. Regardless of whether one was a low-level saint, a mid-level saint, or a high-level saint, all of them would be able to sense a gap and a form of suppression from the aura of that figure. It was like the gap between a snake and a dragon. It was like the gap between a snake and a dragon. True Saint Realm. Sword Saint Wuxia and the others were shocked. They did not need to do anything. They could tell at a glance that someone with this kind of aura was a true Saint Realm powerhouse. It would be difficult to tell unless the other party deliberately concealed his aura. They all knew that the Stargate sect had a true Saint Realm powerhouse. The traitor Third Elder also said that the Stargate sect had 3 true Saint Realm powerhouses, but Taihao Mountain did not. Not to mention Taihao Mountain, even the 3 strongest forces in the territory of Origin Zhan Cosmos City only had 1 true Saint Realm powerhouse each. Now, one of the 3 strongest forces had been destroyed by the Star Sect with lightning speed. The remaining 2 did not submit, but reacted quickly and hid in the Primordial Astral Universe City, using the Primordial Astral Universe City to resist the invasion of the Star Sect. For a time, it would not be easy for the Stargate sect to take down Origin Zhan Cosmos City. Therefore, they planned to sweep through this territory first and make all forces surrender or perish. After that, they would concentrate all their forces to deal with the 2 forces hiding in Origin Zhan Cosmos City. I didn't expect to meet an invincible Saint Realm powerhouse here. The figure within the spark spoke again. His voice seemed to contain some kind of rhythm, and an indescribable power spread out. Starlight flickered incessantly. Today, I will give you a chance. Submit to the Starry Gate and you can live. I guarantee that you will obtain a good position in the Starry Gate, and you will be above other saints. He's actually an invincible Saint Realm powerhouse. No wonder he's so strong. The Stargate sect was surprised. An invincible Saint Realm powerhouse was very rare. On the other hand, the Taihao Mountain sect was not happy at all. Invincible Saint Realm powerhouses were indeed rare. Usually, the Taihao Mountain sect would be very happy to have an invincible Saint Realm powerhouse, but at this moment, they were not happy at all. Because the Stargate sect had a true Saint Realm powerhouse. No matter how powerful an invincible Saint Realm powerhouse was, he was only an invincible Saint Realm powerhouse. He could not be compared to a true Saint Realm powerhouse. After all, there was a huge gap between the 2. The expressions of Sword Saint Wuxia and the others changed drastically. What should they do? So, you don't plan to retreat today? Chen Zong was not moved at all. Instead, he smiled slightly and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. In that case, all of you can stay. So what if you're a true saint? Today, under my heavenly sword, I will kill a true Saint Realm powerhouse. Without any hesitation, the moment his voice fell, Chen Zong's figure flashed and turned into a sword light that shot out at an extremely fast speed. He directly approached the true Saint Realm powerhouse of the Stargate sect. You're courting death. The true Saint Realm powerhouse of the Stargate sect immediately snorted coldly and directly slapped out with his hand. Countless starlight gathered and turned into a giant starlight hand that carried an astonishing power that directly pressed down. Pressure, this was the power of a powerhouse who had comprehended the first level of the true essence of the universe. He had touched upon the true mysteries of the universe's great Tao, completely surpassing the level of a Saint Realm powerhouse. If Chen Zong had not comprehended the divine sword realm, no matter how amazing he was, he would not have any resistance against a true Saint Realm powerhouse. But there were no ifs. The truth was the truth. Chen Zong immediately unleashed a powerful sword attack. The celestial sword realm was also activated. The sword light became extremely sharp in an instant, as if it could ignore everything in the world. It immediately slashed towards the starlight palm. Originally, the sword chi should have been crushed by the starlight hand, but that was not the case. The starlight hand paused slightly and then was cut by the sword chi and cut open with irresistible force. How can it be? The true Saint Realm powerhouse of the Stargate sect was instantly shocked and could not believe it. However, he reacted quickly and immediately attacked again. He slashed with one hand and a starlight blade broke through the air and slashed out. However, Chen Zong had made up his mind to kill the other party in the shortest time possible. The moment he unleashed his full strength, he even used 3 times his strength. 3 times the strength of divine firmament, the extremely sharp sword slashed out and nothing in the world could block it. The starlight blade was also instantly split open and the sword light ferociously attacked. When the sword was drawn, there was no mercy. 3 times Xianxia's sword radiance swept across the sky. It was a fatal blow. Starlight armor. The true sage from Stargate sect was shocked. The terrifying aura contained in the silver sword radiance caused his expression to change drastically. In an instant, he felt an incomparably terrifying threat. Countless starlight appeared from all directions and gathered in an instant. They attached themselves to his body and formed an armor that shone with starlight. This was Stargate Sect's defensive secret skill. It had an extremely shocking defensive ability. Even experts of the same level would find it difficult to break it. However, the starlight armor could not withstand Shenzong's attack that was 3 times Xianxiao's. After all, the current Xianxia sword was no longer the Xianxia sword from before. It had been modified and improved, and its might had doubled. The profundities of the sharpness sword had been completely fused into it, causing the sharpness of the sword to become even more shocking, yet it was extremely restrained. The sword that could break through anything focused on sharpness and did not increase its speed. Otherwise, the true sage from Stargate Sect would not have time to use the starlight armor to defend himself. Slash, ear-piercing sounds rang out continuously. Xianxia's sword kept slashing, wanting to split the starlight armor apart. However, the starlight armor resisted with all its might. It wanted to block the slash of Xianxia's sword. The starlight armor's defense was shocking. With the true sage from Stargate Sect continuously transferring power to maintain it, it blocked the slash of Xianxia's sword that was 3 times stronger. However, the gap was still there. Rip, slash, the starlight armor was immediately split open. The sword radiance pierced straight through and the body of the true sage from Stargate Sect was immediately slashed. The defensive power of his body could not be compared to the starlight armor. Under the attack of Xianxia's sword that was 3 times stronger, he could not resist at all and was directly split open. With a bang, the body of the true Saint Realm expert from the Star Sect exploded and turned into countless specks of starlight that sputtered and flew into the distance. They drew a mysterious trajectory and finally gathered again to form the true Saint Realm expert. This was the ability that one could only possess after comprehending the first level of the true essence of the Great Path of the universe. It allowed one to temporarily merge with the Great Path and temporarily obtain an ability similar to the immortal body. This was also the reason why true Sage Realm powerhouses were not easily killed. Of course, this did not mean that he was truly immortal. Although the true Saint Stage powerhouse from the Starry Sect managed to survive after being slashed by Lin Zhao's sword that was 3 times stronger than the Divine Firmament sword, his face was pale, and his aura had dropped by quite a bit. This meant that the sword had caused him great damage. How terrifying. One sword strike has already damaged half of my divine body of the Great Path. One more strike and I'll definitely die. The true saint from the Starry Sect was terrified and didn't dare to approach Shenzong again. Instead, he quickly retreated. This scene stunned the Saint Realm masters from Star Sect and Skyvast Mountain. All of them were stunned, unable to react for a while. The Star Sect's true Saint Realm master was no match for the invincible Saint Realm master of Taihao Mountain. Were their eyes playing tricks on them, or were they dreaming? At the true saint stage, one would comprehend the true essence of the universe and grasp the more profound mysteries of the universe Tao. To put it simply, the transcendent realm was the initial stage of comprehending the Great Path, while the Saint Realm masters had already comprehended the mysteries of the Great Path and mastered their own Tao. However, this Tao also belonged to the Great Path of the universe. The Great Path that the Saint Realm masters could only be regarded as the surface of the Great Path of the universe. Only by comprehending the true essence of the universe could one touch the interior of the Great Path of the universe, which was a qualitative change. By comprehending the true essence of the Great Path of the universe and touching the interior mysteries of the Great Path of the universe, one could condense the corresponding divine body of the Great Path. The divine body of the Great Path was completely separated from the body of flesh and blood. The so-called heart and other vital points did not exist. Of course, if one's soul was shattered, one would die immediately. However, if one's soul was not directly shattered, one could rely on the divine body of the Great Path to resist the attack. Even if one resisted the attack, the divine body of the Great Path would often be damaged. The extent of the damage depended on the strength of the attack. The damaged divine body of the Great Path could be recovered, but under normal circumstances, it required a relatively undisturbed environment and a certain amount of time. There was no such opportunity in a battle unless one mastered some profound and special secret techniques that could instantly absorb energy to repair the damage of the divine body of the Great Path. Obviously, this true saint cultivator of the Stargate sect did not master such a superb and rare secret technique. Otherwise, he would not have needed to escape. He could have just used the secret technique to instantly recover his damaged divine body of the Great Path. Don't even think about escaping. Lin Xiao smiled coldly. With a flash of sword light, he immediately chased after him. Beams of sword light tore through the sky. Their speed was astonishing. They were even faster than the opponent's flying speed. The flying speed of a true saint cultivator was usually between 50,000 and 100,000 meters in a breath. Very few cultivators could break the limit of 100,000 meters in a breath. However, it was very rare. Obviously, this true saint cultivator of the Stargate sect was relatively ordinary in the true saint realm. His speed had not reached the upper limit of the true saint realm. He could not escape the pursuit of the beams of sword light. He could only defend himself. Chen Zong's sword speed had reached the limit of the true saint realm. He could travel 100,000 meters in a breath. Stop it. The true saint cultivator of the Stargate sect tried his best to resist Chen Zong's sword attack. He shouted in shock, "Stargate sect still has 2 true saint cultivators who are stronger than me. If you kill me, you will not be able to escape their pursuit. You will definitely die. If you let me go, I can guarantee that I will let Taihao Mountain go. I will never cause trouble for Taihao Mountain again." Chen Zong was unmoved. In the beginning, he had asked the people of the Stargate sect to retreat, but they did not. It was too late to say that now. Moreover, Chen Zong was not a young boy who could be easily fooled. If he let him go now, he was afraid that he would gather the other 2 true saint cultivators and kill him when he returned. With his current strength, he could fight one-on-one. However, if he faced 3 true saints directly, he would not be a match for them. One had to know that he did not have the divine body of the Great Path now. Once he was defeated, he would be finished. This person should be killed. Even if the other 2 true saint cultivators of the Stargate sect attacked, he was more confident in fighting them alone. He waved his sword and used the single heart sword technique. Every sword attacked wildly. Chen Zong also quickly approached the other party. Taihao, a true sun, rose directly and slashed down along with the sword attack. It swept across the sky and pressed down. This sword was extremely violent. Its speed was slower than Xianxia's sword, but it was faster than the ancient stars and was extremely blazing. He could not dodge it. The Stargate sect true saint cultivator's divine body of the Stargate Great Path was damaged by more than 50%. His strength was also affected and decreased a little. He was also hit by the single heart sword technique continuously. He was caught off guard and could not dodge the bombardment of Taihao's sword. After being hit directly, his divine body of the Great Path was damaged again. The blazing flames burned continuously, causing the Stargate sect true saint cultivator to scream in pain. Die! Chen Zong exploded again and slashed out with his sword. Xianxia, the extremely sharp sword instantly pierced through the other party's divine body of the Great Path. With a bang, the Stargate sect true saint cultivator's divine body of the Stargate Great Path finally could not withstand it and directly exploded. This time it exploded, but there was no way to reassemble it because it was completely destroyed. A wave of fluctuation suddenly came, and there seemed to be a whimper faintly echoing in the void all around. Then, it was the sorrowful cry of the Great Path. Immediately, specks of starlight appeared and then fell one after another. They dissipated like smoke and fire. An indescribable sadness suddenly grew in everyone's hearts. True saint cultivators comprehended the true essence of the universe and touched upon the mysteries of the universe's Great Path. They cultivated their divine body of the Great Path and had a closer connection with the universe's Great Path. Once they died, it would cause the corresponding universe's Great Path to shake and cause a phenomenon. For example, this Stargate sect true saint cultivator cultivated the Stargate Great Path and cultivated his Stargate Great Path divine body. When he died, specks of starlight would fall and perish. The stronger he was, the more obvious and mighty the phenomenon would be. He's dead? An invincible saint realm cultivator killed a true saint? This is impossible. He is a true saint cultivator. He is not a saint realm cultivator. He is a true saint. Taihao Mountain has a true saint cultivator. The others from the Stargate sect seemed to have gone crazy as they roared in horror. Chen Zong showed no mercy and swung his sword again. Kill. Run. Run away. Don't kill me. I surrender. I am willing to be your slave. No matter how they reacted, in the end, the hundreds of saints and one true saint cultivator were all killed by Chen Zong. Not a single one was left alive. Tragic, it was very tragic. Even when the Stargate sect defeated one of the three forces in Yuanzhang Cosmos City, their losses were not even half of what they were now. Of course, at that time, three true saint cultivators attacked together and killed the true saint cultivator of that force in the shortest time possible. This time, they only sent a true saint cultivator to deal with Taihao Mountain. They did not even plan to let that true saint cultivator take action. They only sent him to guard the place just in case. After all, the Stargate sect already knew the strength of Taihao Mountain. The most powerful one was Sword Saint Wu Sha, who was stronger than ordinary upper saints. No one knew that Chen Zong would return at this time. No one knew that the returning Chen Zong had the strength of a true saint, which was stronger than ordinary true saints. The consequence of not knowing was that the Stargate sect's forces were all wiped out. In the void not too far away from Taihao Mountain, there was a floating continent. The continent wasn't very big, but it wasn't small either. Specks of starlight circled around the continent, and on the continent, there were numerous palaces standing tall. This was where the Stargate sect was located. In one of the palaces of the Stargate sect, there were lights burning. These were soul lamps. The function of soul lamps was to directly know the life and death of the people of the Stargate sect. All saints and true saints of the Stargate sect would light up a soul lamp in this soul lamp hall. Some talented transcendents were also qualified to light up a soul lamp. The soul lamps were arranged in rows from bottom to top. At the bottom were the soul lamps of the transcendent realm geniuses, at the top were the lower realm saints, above that were the intermediate realm saints, and above that were the upper realm saints. The top row only had 3 soul lamps, representing 3 true saint realm masters. Suddenly, one of the 3 soul lamps in the top row went out, followed by dozens of soul lamps in the bottom row. Something bad has happened. The lower saint who was on duty in the soul lamp hall was stunned at first, thinking that he was hallucinating. He rubbed his eyes hard and looked again. His expression changed drastically. It was true. A large number of soul lamps had gone out. When a soul lamp went out, it meant that the person was dead. Moreover, among the dozens of extinguished soul lamps, one of them was at the top row, which represented a true saint cultivator. Inside the Stargate. Investigate. Investigate immediately. What's going on? The Stargate sect master was extremely furious. There were only 3 true saints in their group. Logically speaking, they should be able to sweep through Yuanzhang Cosmic City's territory. After all, they had already done their research before coming here. The human race and origin race had thousands of territories, and some were strong and some were weak. The stronger territories even had demigods, while the weaker territories only had 1 true saint at most. Yuanzhang weave was considered a very ordinary weave among the thousands of human and origin race territories. In total, it had 3 true saints. The Star sect also had 3 true saint realm experts. They had killed 1 true saint realm expert and forced the other 2 true saint realm experts to hide in Yuanzhang Universe City, not daring to come out. This way, they would first sweep through the entire weave and unify it before attacking Universe City. Finally, they would take over Universe City and completely dominate Primordial/Weave. The plan was going smoothly, but what had happened? Why would there be such a heavy loss in this operation against Brilliant Sky Mountain? More than 100 Saint Realm Masters had died. More than 100 Saint Realm Masters. Although the Stargate could take out such a force, it was still a huge force. Now, all of them were dead, and one of their true Saint Realm Masters had also been killed. Heavy losses, it was an incomparably heavy loss. No matter what, they had to investigate and find out why such a heavy loss had occurred. The 2 major powers that were holed up in Primordial Executioner Universe City were the Origin Race's Origin Light Sect and the Human Race's Li family. What? The Stargate sect attacked Mount Taihao and was completely annihilated. Is this news true? When the true Sage Realm powerhouses of Yuan Guang sect and Li family heard the news, their first reaction was shock. They did not believe it at all. Although they were holed up in Universe City, borrowing the power of Universe City to resist the Stargate, they were constantly paying attention to the movements of the outside world, especially the actions of the Stargate. He only believed it after confirming it over and over again, but he was still extremely shocked. Since when did Taihao Mountain have such an expert? The true Saint Realm expert from Yuanguang's sect widened his eyes. It is said that the history of Taihao Mountain can be traced back to the last era of the universe. Perhaps there is some terrifying power hidden within that could kill a true saint, the Li family's true saint guessed. Those who were related to the previous universe era were usually more mysterious. Of course, many people knew that the previous universe epoch couldn't be compared to the current chaotic universe. The difference in power level and upper limit was too great. Generally speaking, the previous universe era was more of a historical symbol. However, there were no absolutes in this world. There were some great treasures that were passed down that possessed terrifying might. Send someone to pay a visit to Taihao Mountain and sound them out. The eyes of the true Saint Realm expert from Yuanguang sect flickered. Of course, they would not act personally. If the Stargate sect found out, they would send out true saints to kill them. It would be very dangerous. Inside Taihao Mountain, there was a sea of surprise, excitement, and cheers. The astral gate was so powerful that they could directly invade, which made people feel despair. There was also a true saint who was even more terrifying, who could easily sweep through the entire Taihao Mountain. On the other hand, Zhenzong, who they had high hopes for, was told by the true Saint Realm Masters of Star Sect that he was invincible in the Saint Realm. Normally, they would be pleasantly surprised, but in the face of a true Saint Realm Master, their surprise turned into panic. Who would have thought that there would be such a shocking reversal? Zhenzong, who was rated as invincible in the Saint Realm, actually suppressed the true Saint Realm Master of Star Sect and even killed him in the end. He also slaughtered hundreds of Saint Realm Masters from Star Sect who came to attack. What did this mean? This meant that Zhenzong was not invincible in the Saint Realm as the true Saint Realm Master of Star Sect said, but was in the true Saint Realm. He was so powerful that he could kill other true Saint Realm Masters alone. The true Saint Realm was also divided into strong and weak. A powerful true Saint Realm Master could kill a weak true Saint Realm Master alone. This was a pleasant surprise, an extremely pleasant surprise. Taihao Mountain also had a true Saint Realm Master, which meant that Taihao Mountain was safer and less likely to be invaded. As a disciple of Taihao Mountain, their safety was naturally more guaranteed. Even if they went out to gain experience, they would not be deliberately targeted or suppressed. The weak were weak, and the strong were always strong. This strength could be one's own strength or the strength of one's backer. Only with a strong backer could one have a higher status outside. In the main hall of Taihao Mountain. Too powerful. Those Saint Realm Masters of Star Sect could not resist at all. They were slaughtered like vegetables and melons. The group of elders were all extremely excited and moved. Everyone, I have a suggestion. Sword Saint Wuxia suddenly said loudly, our Taihao Mountain has existed since the last universe era. Originally, Taihao Mountain had the position of Mountain Master, the Council of Elders, and the first generation Taihao. But now, Taihao Mountain only has the Council of Elders. Everyone listened quietly. A country can't go a day without a king, and a family can't go a day without a leader. Sword Saint Wuxia continued, his eyes blazing, our Taihao Mountain can't go without a leader. The Council of Elders was the Council of Elders, and the Mountain Master was the Mountain Master. They were two different concepts. In the past, Taihao Mountain had a Mountain Master, but that Mountain Master did not care about anything. Even Zhenzong had never seen him. As for now, he was probably dead. In the name of the Great Elder, I suggest that Peerless Sword Saint Zhenzong be the Mountain Master of Taihao Mountain. He will be the Sect Master of Taihao Mountain, Sword Saint Wuxia said loudly. The other elders were stunned. In fact, they were somewhat used to the days without a Mountain Master, but this Mountain Master had survived from the last universe era and was a powerful true Saint Realm sword cultivator. It seemed like a good choice. Agreed. Seconded. The 6 middle and lower sword Saint Elders immediately responded, and no one objected. What a joke. What was the benefit of objecting? The higher one's status was, the greater the responsibility one had to bear. They were only saints, and in this vast chaotic universe, saints were too common and were nothing at all. Now, there was a true Saint Realm Master who could stand up and shelter them from the wind and rain. Such a good thing could not be asked for, so how could they refuse? One had to know that a sect with a powerhouse and a sect without one were two completely different concepts. A sect with a powerhouse in charge meant that the sect's strength would be stronger, and they would be able to obtain better guidance and more resources, which would be more beneficial for cultivation. Greetings, Mountain Master. The elders, led by Sword Saint Wuxia, immediately bowed to Chenzong. Chenzong did not know whether to laugh or cry. With just a few words, he was crowned as the Mountain Master. In that case, I will temporarily be the Mountain Master of Taihao Mountain. Chenzong did not refuse. Now, Taihao Mountain indeed needed a master, and he was from Taihao Mountain, so he should take on this responsibility. It was also his duty. As the great elder, Sword Saint Wuxia naturally arranged for a grand ceremony to be held. The Mountain Master Ceremony, this was to announce that Taihao Mountain would have a sect master from now on. When the disciples heard the news, they were all stunned and then ecstatic. Mountain Master, a sword cultivator of the true Saint Realm as the Mountain Master, commanding and overseeing Taihao Mountain. How amazing was that, in view of the current situation, with a powerful external enemy like the Stargate sect, no outsiders were invited to participate in the Mountain Master ceremony of Taihao Mountain. Even the news was not spread. It was only held internally. Good wine and food were all brought out for the disciples of Taihao Mountain to celebrate. Elders and disciples, today, I, Chenzong, am the Mountain Master of Taihao Mountain. I will do my best to strengthen Taihao Mountain so that Taihao Mountain can last forever. Chenzong raised his wine cup and said to the elders and disciples in a clear voice. His voice contained traces of sword will, which directly entered everyone's ears and reached their hearts. This toast is to the ancestors of Taihao Mountain. They were the ones who founded and continued Taihao Mountain. To the ancestors. The second toast is to the masters born in Taihao Mountain. Chenzong raised his second cup. More masters. Led by Sword Saint Wuxia, the elders and disciples shouted one after another. This third toast is to the eternal existence of Taihao Mountain. Chenzong raised his third cup with a smile. Everlasting throughout the ages. Everyone followed suit and roared, extremely excited. It was supposed to be a grand ceremony for a mountain chieftain, and it should have been a very stylish and grand occasion. However, Chenzong had turned it into a pledge ceremony. Even so, the effect was excellent. At the very least, everyone, from the elders to the disciples, had been mobilized. They were all very eager and excited, and were willing to shed their blood for the development of Taihao Mountain. After the Mountain Master ceremony, Chenzong did not stay idle. Instead, he took out many of the excellent sword techniques he had mastered before and improved them with the superb realm of the godlike sword realm. For example, in the last universe era, in order to hone his sword techniques in the ancient mysterious world of the inner universe, he challenged everywhere. Therefore, he learned many sword techniques. There were more than 1,000 of them in total. Most of the sword techniques were relatively ordinary, but there were a few excellent ones. For example, Lingxi Sword Saint's Lingxi Sword Technique, Lingxi Sword Saint's Lingxi Sword Technique, Yunchu Sword Saint's 33 Styles of God-Slaying Sword Technique, Thunderbolt Sword Saint's Thunderbolt Sword Technique, and so on. In addition, there was the Stellar Sword Palace's Stellar Sword Palace's Stellar Myriad Sword Technique and the Eternal Sword Master's Eternal Sword Technique. Even in the current chaotic universe, that level of swordsmanship would still be considered a very brilliant swordsmanship. Because it was easier to break through to the Saint Realm in the chaotic universe, it usually did not take too much time to immerse oneself in sword techniques. This was different from the previous universe era. After all, in the previous universe era, it was very difficult to break through to the Saint Realm. Every step after breaking through to the Saint Realm was also very difficult. In order to improve one's strength, it was natural to focus more on perfecting and improving sword techniques. Under the superb realm of the celestial sword realm, the various sword techniques that Chenzong had learned and grasped in the past started to be sorted out. He absorbed the essence and fused it into the profoundness of his single-hearted sword arts, eventually turning them into 5 superb sword techniques that were not inferior to the ancient sword arts, and even surpassed them. Taihao sword technique focused on violence and burning. Xianxia sword technique focused on extreme sharpness. Boundless formless sword technique focused on extreme speed. Eternal star sword technique focused on overbearing and crushing. Heaven and earth returning to ruin sword technique focused on destruction. Then, Chenzong divided the 5 supreme secret sword arts into 9 sword arts and 12 sword arts. Then, he divided the sword arts into even more sword arts. Although the profundity and power of these sword arts were weakened, it was easier to learn them. As for the single-hearted sword technique, it required one to be in the chaotic prime realm and the inner universe to cultivate. The sword techniques created and broken down by Chenzong were divided into 3 levels from high to low: Supreme Secret Art, High-Rank Secret Art, and Mid-Rank Secret Art. As for the sword techniques originally owned by Taihao Mountain, they were classified as low-rank secret arts. Any disciple of Taihao Mountain could learn low-level secret sword techniques for free. The more outstanding disciples could learn mid-level secret sword techniques, and the genius disciples could learn high-level secret sword techniques. If they wanted to learn more mid-level and high-level secret sword techniques, they would need to exchange for merit points. Learning sword techniques one level at a time would lay a solid foundation, and it would be easier for them to cultivate supreme secret arts. When the entire Taihao Mountain heard the news, all of them were extremely excited. Our Taihao Mountain originally only had a dozen sword techniques, but now we have more than 100. That's great. I always felt that the previous sword techniques were not suitable for me, and I couldn't cultivate them to the highest level. Now, the new mid-rank secret art I'm cultivating is very suitable for me. If the mid-rank secret art is already so good, I wonder how good the high-rank secret art is? Also, how powerful is that supreme secret sword technique? After Chenzong created various sword techniques, the entire Taihao Mountain fell into a frenzy of sword techniques. The disciples learned new sword techniques that were more suitable for them, and their strength began to improve significantly. In a short time, 3 disciples at the peak of the Transcendent Realm found an opportunity to successfully break through to the Saint Realm, and Taihao Mountain had 3 more sword saints. Chenzong was playing with a command medallion in his hand. This command medallion looked like a thick and heavy sword blade. It was about half the size of a palm and was very heavy. It also had a cold feeling to it, as if it was forged from ancient cold steel from the depths of the abyss. Chenzong always felt that this token was very strange. He studied it for a long time, but he couldn't figure it out. Forget it. Chenzong couldn't help but think to himself. He put the token aside, drew his sword, and began to practice the single-heart sword technique. Sword techniques required both comprehension and practice. Only when comprehension and practice went hand in hand could one grasp the true essence of sword techniques. Only by deepening one's comprehension could one grasp a deeper level of mysteries. The Ascension Sword realm was indeed a high level, but Xianxia could only be considered to have just stepped into it. There was still a lot of potential to be unearthed. Chenzong practiced the sword over and over again. He didn't use the mixed origin heart force. When he stabbed out with his last sword, he suddenly felt a new surge of energy being born. He immediately stabbed out with his sword again. The 20th sword of single-hearted sword technique. Previously, the single-heart sword art had 19 swords. Now, it had reached 20 swords. In an instant, a surge of sword will spread out and covered the entire secret room, reverberating endlessly. The token placed on the side seemed to be stimulated by the sword will and actually trembled slightly, attracting Chenzong's attention. Exclaiming in surprise, Chenzong reached out his hand and grabbed the token. The token flew into his hand, and he activated his sword intent and rushed toward the token. Buzz buzz buzz, under the sword intent, the token actually trembled violently. Chenzong immediately felt a pulling force emanating from the token. If it were someone whose cultivation was not high enough, their consciousness would have been directly pulled into the token, but Chenzong resisted it directly. A trace of hesitation flashed in Chenzong's heart, but it did not last for long. He made a prompt decision and sent a wisp of his consciousness into the token. Even if he discovered that something was wrong, Chenzong could cut off that wisp of consciousness, and he would not suffer any harm. His consciousness didn't resist the pulling force of the token and directly escaped into it. It was as if it was traveling through a space-time tunnel. Chenzong felt a shocking aura from it. It was the sword will. That's right. Because there was indeed a strong fluctuation of sword will in it. The sword will had a very ancient feeling, as if it came from ancient times. Chen Zong felt a little familiar. This sword will. Chen Zong couldn't help but be stunned. That wisp of consciousness kept going deeper and deeper, passing through the tunnel of sword will, and finally appeared on a circular platform. A mysterious force fell and began to condense with his wisp of consciousness as the center. In an instant, a body was constructed. It was exactly the same as his body, but it didn't have all the power of his body. It's really interesting. Chen Zong became more and more interested. It was a somewhat familiar fluctuation of sword will. A wisp of consciousness condensed into a body. What was it? Suddenly, wisps of light diffused from nothingness and condensed into a 1-meter-long sword light in front of him. It steadily suspended in front of Chen Zong. This is. Chen Zong was slightly stunned. He tried to step on the sword light and stood on it steadily. The sword light suddenly trembled, as if reminding Chen Zong to stand still. Then it flew forward. Sword flight, Chen Zong couldn't help but smile. Who on earth made this token? It was so interesting. The sword light flew out of the darkness at an extremely fast speed. It flew over the endless river, over the mountains covered with vegetation, and over the fields that seemed to be endless. The sky was high and the ground was wide, however, there was no life. No, to be precise, there were no birds or beasts. Then, where on earth was this place? Chen Zong became more and more confused. As he flew, an incomparably tall mountain appeared in front of him. The mountain was like an extremely huge sword that stretched across the vast land. It pointed straight at the sky, as if it had shattered layers of clouds. He couldn't tell how tall it was. The sword light flew Chen Zong directly to the incomparably tall sword mountain, and finally stopped at the foot of the huge sword mountain. Welcome to the Ancient Sword League, new swordsman. An ancient voice suddenly sounded, but no one appeared. The voice sounded again, I am the spirit of the Ancient Sword Mountain. Chen Zong suddenly understood. What is the Ancient Sword League? Chen Zong asked. The Ancient Sword League is the League of Swordsmen of the human clan, the Ancient Sword Mountain spirit replied. Who founded the Ancient Sword League? Chen Zong was a little interested and continued to ask. The League of Swordsmen of the human clan, it sounded interesting. He had inquired about it before, but it was mainly about the Taihao Mountain, the ancient demon clan, and the ancient demon clan. Other than that, there were other very powerful forces. Therefore, he had never heard of the Ancient Sword League. The Eternal Sword Master. The Ancient Sword Mountain spirit said these 4 words, and instantly Chen Zong's expression changed. The Eternal Sword Master. Could it be the Eternal Sword Master, the number 1 master of the 10,000 Swords Mountain in the ancient mystic world of the Inner Layer universe, that super expert who had struck a divine master with his sword, who was extremely powerful, and who was able to suppress a divine master with just 1 strike? Chen Zong didn't know whether it was the Eternal Sword Master or not. He couldn't be sure now. Can I see the Eternal Sword Master? Chen Zong asked. You can ride your sword light and fly up. When you reach the highest point, you can see the Eternal Sword Master directly. If you can't reach the highest point, you can only stay in the mountain and wait for an opportunity, the Ancient Sword Mountain spirit replied. Thank you. With a thought, Chen Zong drove the sword light under his feet and soared into the sky. Previously, he had been driven by the sword light, but now he was taking the initiative to drive it. The speed was extremely fast, and there was a feeling of satisfaction. This feeling. The higher Chen Zong rushed up, the more he felt a kind of mystery. This Gu Jianshan was quite interesting. It was like a treasure that could identify sword wills. The body here didn't have much strength, but the sword intent could be stimulated. The strength of the sword intent could be stimulated here. Chen Zong's doctrine of swordsmanship was in the spirit realm. The sword intent below the spirit realm was naturally extremely powerful. There was no obvious resistance. He only felt a little, but Chen Zong still rushed to the top of the mountain in the end. The top of the mountain was like a huge sword blade. It gave people a feeling that all the other mountains were small at a glance. The moment Chen Zong set foot on the top of the mountain, the entire ancient sword mountain shook. A shocking ancient sword will erupted and soared into the sky. Strands of sword light appeared in the sky. There were over 10,000 strands of sword light, and each strand of sword light was filled with an extremely shocking ancient sword will. The familiar sword intent made Qianzong more and more certain that the founder of the ancient sword league was the eternal sword master. After more than 1,000 years, the change of two universes, Qianzong felt the familiar sword intent again. He looked up at the sword lights with a smile and immediately released his sword intent completely. This sword intent was lofty, vigorous, and majestic. It also contained an indescribable arrogance, coldness, and sharpness. This sword intent didn't seem to be just one sword intent. It was formed by the convergence of many sword intents. It was very inclusive and very changeable. There were actually many swordsmen's consciousness in ancient Sword Mountain. They couldn't cultivate here, but they could practice their swordsmanship, feel the sword intent, and comprehend the doctrine of swordsmanship. In general, ancient Sword Mountain was a good treasure for swordsmen. It was helpful for swordsmen to comprehend their own doctrine of swordsmanship. Who is that? This level of sword intent is also at the spirit realm. Our ancient sword league has one more spirit realm swordsman. The third one. We finally have a third spirit realm swordsman. The swordsman's consciousness cultivating in ancient Sword Mountain were all pleasantly surprised. The spirit realm was more difficult than comprehending the first level of the truth of the universe. Therefore, there were very few swordsmen who could comprehend the spirit realm. Even the true saint swordsman couldn't comprehend the spirit realm. If a cultivator comprehended the truth of the universe and then comprehended the spirit realm, his strength would become very terrifying. Just as Qianzong's sword intent burst into the sky, the founder of the ancient sword league, Eternal Sword Sovereign, sensed it too. He immediately sent a strand of consciousness into ancient Sword Mountain. He was stunned when he saw Qianzong. "Senior, long time no see." Qianzong smiled and saluted with his sword. This was the salute of a swordsman. It was also the salute of a junior swordsman. "Long time no see." The Eternal Sword Master also revealed a hint of a smile, returning the greeting with his sword. His smile was very carefree. He didn't expect that after the change of two universe eras, after more than 1,000 years, he would still be able to see that outstanding junior swordsman in this vast chaotic universe. He also didn't expect that when he saw this junior swordsman again, his doctrine of swordsmanship was already comparable to his own. Surprise, excitement, however, he didn't show it very obviously. "Qianzong, long time no see." "Let's spar," Eternal Sword Sovereign said. He reached out his hand and a sword light appeared in his hand. It turned into a long sword and slashed at Qianzong. He had obtained the Ancient Sword token by chance, entered the Ancient Sword Alliance, and met the Ancient Sword Master. This was a joyous occasion. Once they met, the two of them exchanged sword techniques and used the Ascension Sword Realm to verify each other. They sat down and discussed the way of the sword. The Ancient Sword Master was different from Qianzong. Currently, Qianzong's way of the sword had reached the Ascension Realm, but his cultivation was equivalent to the peak of the nascent Saint Realm. On the other hand, the Ancient Sword Master had truly crossed the universe epochs and personally experienced the universe's shattering, merging, and evolution. From there, he peered into the deeper mysteries of the universe and comprehended the first level of the universe's true essence. The Ancient Sword Master's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Saint Realm, and he was only a step away from breaking through. After experiencing the universe's shattering, merging, and the change of the universe epochs, he instantly understood and broke through to become a true Saint Realm powerhouse. In the next few hundred years, he also made a breakthrough in the way of the sword and comprehended the Ascension Sword Realm. The Ancient Sword Master was extremely talented and had an extremely deep understanding of the way of the sword. Now, he had become a true Saint Realm powerhouse. Although the Ancient Sword Alliance he founded wasn't strong enough, it still had amazing potential. Qianzong's strand of consciousness still remained in the Ancient Sword Alliance. He could constantly feel the aura of the way of the sword in the Ancient Sword Mountain. It was the aura left behind by other sword cultivators, and it had its own mysteries. It would corroborate with his own way of the sword, allowing him to better comprehend the mysteries of the way of the sword. That strand of consciousness didn't affect Qianzong much. In Taihao Mountain. After 1,000 years of being trapped in the chaotic microcosm and discussing the way of the sword with the Ancient Sword Master, I finally understood. Qianzong couldn't help but smile. His way of cultivation was different from the great universe's way of cultivation. It belonged to him and was unique. Naturally, there was no clear path. Every step needed to be explored and comprehended by himself. However, he could also find some experiences from other ways of cultivation to inspire himself. Now that my inner universe cultivation has reached perfection, it's equivalent to the peak of the saint realm in the great universe's way of cultivation. Chen Zong's mind kept spinning, and all sorts of mysteries flowed through his mind like flowing water. Then, what should I do next on my path of cultivation? Chen Zong's mind, chaotic prime activated to the extreme. Chen Zong deduced that the cultivation of the inner verse was complete, and he could no longer cultivate normally. He had no idea how to raise his inner verse to the level of a true saint. Or rather, he had a vague idea of how to raise his inner verse to a true saint. As he sorted out his thoughts, Chen Zong's eyes gradually lit up. Chen Zong's eyes lit up. The inner universe existed in one's body, but it could only be felt and could not be seen with the eyes. If the inner universe was truly integrated with one's body, it would be a qualitative change. Thinking of this, Chen Zong immediately continued to deduce. Integrating the inner universe into one's body was equivalent to breaking through from the saint realm to the true saint realm. It was not a simple matter. If he failed, it was very likely that his foundation would be damaged. Chen Zong began to deduce in seclusion. Everything on Taihao Mountain went on as usual. With the various sword techniques passed down by the sect leader and Chen Zong, everyone on Taihao Mountain glowed with vitality. Inside the Stargate sect. Have you investigated thoroughly? The Stargate sect leader asked coldly. Yes, sect leader. A peak Saint Realm master immediately responded respectfully. Taihao Mountain has a new master, Peerless Sword Saint Chen Zong. He was the one who killed the Great Elder. The Stargate sect's Great Elder was the true Saint Realm master who was killed by Chen Zong. Peerless Sword Saint Chen Zong? The Stargate sect leader frowned. What's his origin? Any true Saint Realm master could kill other true Saint Realm Sword Dao masters. They should be quite famous. Why had he not heard of them before? Sect leader, we can't find out the origin of this person. It's as if he appeared out of thin air. The Stargate sect leader frowned immediately. A Sword Dao master of unknown origin, it was very scary. After all, Sword Dao masters were recognized as having extremely strong combat strength. Sect leader, to ensure that we can take down Yuan Zhanweave, we should ask for help, the second elder, who was also at the true saint realm, said in a deep voice. Ask for help. The Stargate sect leader immediately muttered. A sword cultivator who could kill a true saint realm master was undoubtedly very powerful. Even if he and the second elder joined forces, they were not confident that they could defeat the other party. Moreover, there were two true saint realm masters in Yuan Zhanweave City. Once he and the second elder moved, the two true saint realm masters in Yuan Zhanweave City would also receive the news in a short period of time. They would then join forces with the true saint realm sword cultivators of Taihao Mountain to defeat the two of them. They might even be able to kill them. After thinking about it, they could only ask for help. Although this would affect their evaluation at the headquarters, it was still better than failing or even being killed. Then let's ask for help. The Stargate sect leader made a decision after thinking about it. The second elder immediately sent out a request for help. After receiving a response, he returned to the Stargate sect leader. Sect leader, the person who came is Snow Taoist priest. The second elder's face was filled with an indescribable fear and excitement. Snow Taoist priest. The Stargate sect leader immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, looking very fearful. However, he immediately became excited. Good, with Snow Taoist priest's reinforcements, Taihao Mountain will definitely be destroyed. After destroying Taihao Mountain, we'll directly break into Yuan Zhanweave and completely occupy Yuan Zhanweave. How long until Snow Taoist priest arrives? The Stargate sect leader was excited as he unconsciously clenched his fists. It's estimated to be at least 3 years and at most 10 years, the second elder replied. 3 to 10 years. The Stargate sect leader relaxed his fists. This time was actually nothing to a true Saint Realm master who had lived for more than 10,000 years. After all, the chaotic universe was very vast. Reinforcements could not arrive from other places in an instant. Even if they used the space-time teleportation array in the space-time temple, they would need time to turn around. Far away, in the space-time temple in a primal chaos city, a snow-white person walked over. His robe was as white as snow, his hair was as white as snow, and his eyebrows were as white as snow. Even his skin was as white as snow. Just looking at him would make people feel waves of coldness. Her entire body was snow-white. Only her eyes were faintly red, like two rubies. They were so magnificent and enchanting. This snow-white person directly chose to open the space-time teleportation array alone. He paid a high price and quickly went to the next primal chaos city. Snow-white, blood-red eyes, Snow Taoist priest, he Snow Taoist priest, the one who once killed 3 true saints with one slash? When the snow-white person teleported away, waves of exclamations suddenly sounded. Those exclamations were filled with fear and palpitations. He had killed 3 true saints in one go. What a terrifying method, and it was with one slash. That's him, Snow Taoist priest. Actually, he should be the Bloodblade Taoist. He's an absolute expert ranked 89th on the Primal Chaos Real Roll. Snow Taoist priest was famous. Once he appeared, there were waves of exclamations and shock. Immediately, many people asked where Snow Taoist priest was going. No one knew that Snow Taoist priest was the reinforcements of the Stargate sect. He had rushed over at an extremely fast speed, not 3 to 10 years as the second elder of the Stargate sect had estimated. With that speed, he would have arrived in less than 3 years. In Xianxia Universe City, the 2 true saints of different forces also received the news. After all, Snow Taoist priest was an expert on the Primal Chaos Real Roll. There were only 100 places on the Primal Chaos Real Roll, and it listed the super experts of the true saint realm in the Primal Chaos universe. There weren't many true saints, but there were still some in the entire Primal Chaos universe. There were more than 100,000 of them in total. Even if the Human Clan and the Origin Clan were included, there were still quite a lot. The Primal Chaos Real Roll only had 100 places, which meant that only the strongest 100 true saints of the Human Clan and the Origin Clan were qualified to be listed. How powerful! Anyone on the Primal Chaos Real Roll was a tyrannical existence that was difficult to find an opponent in the Primal Chaos universe. Now, such an expert seemed to be heading in the direction of Xianxia Universe City. Moreover, it was the infamous Snow Taoist who had killed countless people. It was even more frightening. Chenzong didn't know any of this. He was still in seclusion. After countless simulations, he finally found a way to integrate the Innerverse and began to truly integrate. The Innerverse. Under Chenzong's control, the Primal Chaos Heart Force vortex suddenly changed. It spun faster and faster until it reached the limit. It then exceeded the limit and began to shrink inwards. The more it shrank, the smaller it became. However, the smaller it was, the more difficult it was to shrink. It required extremely strong control. When it shrank to the limit, it turned into a ball. It kept shrinking and expanding, as if it was about to explode but couldn't. With a boom, the Primal Chaos Heart Force that had shrunk to the limit exploded. In an instant, an unparalleled terrifying power erupted. The power seemed to be able to destroy everything. The Innerverse also seemed to be destroyed by this explosion. The terrifying explosion turned into layers of raging waves that crazily rushed in all directions. It constantly shook and destroyed everything in its path. The stars that symbolized the moves and absolute arts of the single-hearted sword art were also shattered into nothingness by the explosive torrent of the mixed Yuan heart force. Break! Break, break! Every anomaly in the Innerverse was destroyed and swept into the raging waves. This made the raging waves even more ferocious and mighty. In the end, they swept through the entire Innerverse. Within the endless raging waves, a figure slowly condensed and finally condensed into Chenzong's appearance. As soon as the figure appeared, it immediately absorbed the raging waves around it. It even seemed to directly devour them and rapidly grew stronger. It became more substantial and condensed, and its body grew taller and taller. In the end, the figure swallowed all the raging waves into its body. Its entire body became incomparably huge. It was like a giant that had crossed through time and space from ancient times. It stood tall and filled the Innerverse completely. With every movement, the Innerverse trembled. End of chapter 31:18. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.